Warning: no upgradable skills found. The system is furious and is about to self-destruct. The electronic voice in Qin Ze's mind grew sharper, like a ticking time bomb about to go off. What is the most expensive class package you have? Give me one, Qin Ze said, his eyes bloodshot as he shoved through the crowd and roared at the salesperson on the podium. The classroom, which had been as noisy as a wet market, fell into instant silence. It is 990,000 for the Necromancer job advancement pack. I highly recommend an installment plan, the young lady in black stockings said, her eyes lighting up. Give me a 10-year installment plan. The whole class erupted at these words. His best friend Liu Yang rushed over and grabbed him tightly, asking, "Are you crazy? A 10-year installment means you will be a slave to the superfamilies controlling the resources for 10 years. Besides, a necromancer is not something a commoner can afford to play." The surrounding classmates looked at him as if he were a dead man. In this world ravaged by black abyss monsters, Qin Ze, an orphan, choosing this money pit of a career was tantamount to slow suicide. But Qin Ze had no time to explain. Others bought the early release job advancement packs to get a head start on leveling up, but he was doing it purely to save his own life. "Stop the chatter and give me the skill book," Qin Ze snatched the package away. He refused to believe that he, with a system that upgraded his skills every second, could not afford to sustain a necromancer. Warning: no upgradable skills detected. The system is very angry and is about to self-destruct. The countdown to his doom was ringing frantically in his mind. Qin Ze gripped the necromancer class pack he had just snatched, his palms slick with cold sweat. Just a few minutes ago, the saleswoman in black stockings on the podium was rattling off her pitch at breakneck speed. "Our company is backed by the elite Li family. A warrior job transfer pack is only 399,000. A mage is 199,000, and even the cheapest assassin is 99,000. Buy now and get a free carry in the Black Abyss dungeon. Student loans are available." He would have to wait 3 days for the school to distribute free job transfer scrolls. Buying the pack meant getting a 3-day head start on leveling. As an orphan with empty pockets, Qin Ze could not even afford the cheapest pack, let alone this necromancer one priced at 990,000. But he could not care less. This class relied entirely on skills, which was a perfect match for his skill upgrade system. With the system at his side, as long as he could take off, what was there to fear from a loan? Worst-case scenario, he would just slaughter the Li family creditors later, and he would not even need to pay them back. "Brother, you have really lost your mind." His best friend Liu Yang was still tugging at his arm, his eyes red with anxiety. "You think a carry in the Black Abyss is charity? Those high-level players who carry people are all puppets controlled by the company because they could not pay back their loans. Do you really want to sign your life away?" Qin Ze's expression shifted slightly. Debt meant indentured servitude. These companies selling transfer packs were preying on students by exploiting the time gap before the official distribution, and their intentions were truly malicious. The surrounding students chimed in, agreeing that it was better to wait 3 days for the free official version. "But I do not have that kind of time," Qin Ze frowned. The lady in the black stockings grew anxious and hurriedly defended herself. "You should not say it like that. As long as you manage your funds and set limits, it would not be that bad, would it?" Liu Yang glared at her before turning back to persuade him, "And let us not even talk about the necromancer. That is not something a commoner can afford to maintain. Skills, equipment, stat farming, it burns through money 100 times faster than other classes. The ones who are strong are just survivors. Even the big families fail with it all the time." He was flushed with frustration, clearly genuinely worried. Qin Ze felt a warmth in his heart and silently accepted his friend's concern. The other students chimed in as well. "Yeah, better to buy the warrior pack. It is the most reliable choice for a commoner. Warriors are too slow. A ranger is better. With good movement you can clear dungeons without taking damage. In your dreams, the Black Abyss is so hard that rangers cannot even find a group because their damage output is too low. Just buy the assassin. Everyone ends up useless anyway, at least assassins run fast." The classroom grew noisy again. Even though they knew it was a trap, the temptation of a 3-day head start in leveling was too strong, and nearly half the students chose to pay. "Liu Yang, I still want to." Qin Ze looked at his friend with a hint of apology. "Sai, I knew I could not talk you out of it, you stubborn mule." Liu Yang sighed helplessly. "Just make sure you know what you are doing and do not go too far." "I understand." Qin Ze nodded, turned, and walked up to the table, slamming the pack down hard. "Process the paperwork for me right now. 10-year installment plan." "Liu Yang, saleswoman, are you sure you want a 10-year installment plan? The interest adds up to 70% of the principal. Why not go home and talk it over?" The young lady in black stockings could not help but advise. She wanted to hit her KPI, but she did not want to ruin a young man's life. Even his homeroom teacher was shocked into action, earnestly trying to talk him into reconsidering. "No more thinking, just process the loan." Qin Ze urged urgently while the system in his head was about to explode from impatience. The lady in black stockings wanted to say something but held back, a wave of guilt washing over her, though her hands moved efficiently. A few minutes later, the loan paperwork was complete. Qin Ze signed the papers decisively. The lady in black stockings pulled out a class transfer kit decorated with a skull logo and handed it to him. Thanks. Qin Ze took it impatiently, then paused. Wait, how do I actually transfer classes? Let me drive you to the temple for the transfer, the lady in black stockings offered, trying to soothe her own guilty conscience. Let us go, quickly. Qin Ze could not wait another second. The surrounding classmates shook their heads at the sight. You cannot save someone who is hell-bent on their own destruction. Necromancers are the hardest to level up in the early stages. Their little skeletons fall apart just from walking, and nobody wants them in a party. Even if someone carries him through the Black Abyss dungeon, he will be lucky to hit level 3. You are not a professional until you reach level 10, he will definitely regret this later. What? The temple transfer provides one chance for an innate talent awakening. Ever since the invasion of the Black Abyss, humanity has only stabilized its position because the 9 temples scattered across the 9 regions granted the power of classes. Today, super families are on the rise, monopolizing resources through wealth, and hidden dangers are brewing. Only by becoming strong can one survive. In the beetle car, Student Qin Ze, why were you so insistent on choosing the Necromancer class? The lady in black stockings could not resist asking. Because you said this class has the most growth potential. The lady in black stockings panicked. She had just hyped it up for the sake of a high commission, never expecting him to actually believe it. So what does your family do? I am an orphan, my parents both died in the war. The lady in black stockings caught her breath, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. I am truly a terrible person. What? The massive Gothic-style temple soon appeared before them. After getting out of the car, the lady in black stockings ran around as if to atone for her sins, helping Qin Ze finish the tedious transfer procedures in just a few minutes, saving him at least an hour of hassle. I am heading in, Qin Ze nodded. Good luck, you have to awaken an A-rank talent. The lady in black stockings' eyes were slightly red as she prayed earnestly. Yeah? Qin Ze held the transfer kit and walked quickly into the transfer room. The surroundings were pitch black, save for a beam of light from the ceiling illuminating the square pedestal in the center of the room, radiating divinity. The attendant gestured toward the beam of light. Please place your transfer token here. Qin Ze opened the gift pack and took out the transfer token, a piece of gray bone that felt ice-cold to the touch. As soon as he placed it on the pedestal, low chanting began to echo all around. An icy aura of the undead poured in from all directions, wrapping around him. A few seconds later, the temple attendant spoke in a flat tone. Congratulations on a successful transfer. Now for the talent awakening, just clear your mind. Qin Ze closed his eyes and focused, and a magical power soon surged from the bottom of his heart. B-rank talent Resonance Crystal. Resonance Crystal. Place the 3 highest level skills into the Resonance Crystal. Other skills can share the skill level based on the lowest shared value. Removing a skill from the Resonance Crystal results in a 48-hour cooldown. B-rank talent not bad. Please exit this way. The attendant's tone remained indifferent. It was indeed not bad. Although Resonance Crystal is only a B-rank talent, when paired with the skill upgrade system, it is a perfect match, and the effect will absolutely surpass an S-rank. How was it? What rank did you awaken? Seeing Qin Ze come out, the lady in black stockings hurried to meet him, even more excited than he was. B-rank Resonance Crystal, it allows for sharing of skill levels. I really am a terrible person, the lady in black stockings slapped her forehead. I should never have pushed the Necromancer class book. Liu Xiu, you really sold your soul for a performance bonus. Her guilt was instantly maxed out. Qin Ze had no time to worry about her self-reproach. He pulled up a plastic stool, opened the transfer gift pack, and pulled out a skill book. Little skeleton summoning. Just this one. Qin Ze was surprised. This is way too stingy. Ah, yes. Liu Xiu said, trying to force a smile. It used to be 2 books, but the company is cutting costs and cut 1. She was cursing herself internally. He is an orphan, he listened to you and chose the Necromancer class, and he is saddled with a 10-year loan. How is he supposed to live? Your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. Oh? Qin Ze frowned and immediately tapped the little skeleton summoning book. A greenish-blue light instantly surged forth. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Little Skeleton Summoning. Little Skeleton Summoning, channel for 3 seconds to summon a weak skeleton to fight for you. Duration 1 day, mana cost 50. Skill level increasing by 1 per second, now officially activated. Little skeleton summoning level 1, channel for 3 seconds to summon 2 weak skeletons to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, mana cost, 50. What? Little skeleton summoning level 10, channel for 3 seconds to summon a sturdy boned skeleton to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, mana cost, 50. Little skeleton summoning level 11, channel for 3 seconds to summon 2 sturdy boned skeletons to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, mana cost, 50. Level 11 to level 12. Level 12 to level 13. What? It never stops. The noisy system warning finally faded away. The whole world was quiet again. In its place, the level of the lesser skeleton summoning skill began to skyrocket. Lesser skeleton summoning level 55, summon a bunch of weak skeletons to fight for you, duration 1 day, mana cost 50. Qin Ze. It levels up every second, it is bound to hit a higher rank eventually. Liu Xiyu, wearing black stockings, stood nearby with a conflicted expression. Logically, she wanted to dump this hot potato, but her conscience nagged at her that tricking an orphan into a 10-year installment plan was truly inhuman. Even if he lacked strength, she could at least leave her number and help him out later. Why are you still here? Qin Ze asked, surprised. Oh, nice. Liu Xiyu looked distressed, stuttering over her words. Just then, a large crowd of students who had pre-ordered their profession packages flooded into the sanctuary. His close friend Liu Yang spotted the two the moment he entered. He strode over and shot a fierce glare at Liu Xiyu, making her lower her head immediately. Only then did Liu Yang look at Qin Ze and ask with a smile. Finished changing your profession? What talent did you awaken? B-grade resonance crystal. It can share skill levels, Qin Ze said casually. B-grade, that is not bad. Liu Yang's eyes lit up. 60% of people do not have any talent, so a B-grade easily puts you in the top 10%. If a warrior had that, they would be flying, but on a necromancer, what a waste. The more Liu Yang spoke, the more he gnashed his teeth, glaring fiercely at Liu Xiyu again. If it were not for this woman's misleading nonsense, a perfectly good B-grade talent would not have gone to waste. Liu Xiyu's body trembled, and she buried her head even lower. Having tricked a B-grade genius into a dead-end path, she did not even dare to look at Qin Ze now, afraid of meeting his hateful gaze. However, Qin Ze was completely oblivious to this. All his attention was on his skill panel. When the lesser skeleton summoning surged to level 500, the skill finally underwent a qualitative change. Lesser skeleton summoning evolved into greater skeleton summoning. Greater skeleton summoning, summon a fierce greater skeleton to fight for you. Duration 1 day, mana cost 100. Greater skeleton summoning level 1 to level 2. Level 2 to level 3. Level 3 to level 4. Wait, mana cost 100. Qin Ze's heart sank. At this rate of promotion, it is going to exceed my maximum mana capacity. He quickly pulled up his attribute panel, and the numbers confirmed his suspicion. Name Qin Ze. Title Nuns. Level 1s. Profession Necromancer. HP 500. Mana 100. Strength 5. Agility 7. Intelligence 13. Remaining free attribute points 0. Skill Greater Skeleton Summoning level 22. Talent Resonance Crystal. Equipment Nuns. His current mana was just enough to cast the Greater Skeleton Summoning once. If the skill levels up again, the mana cost will completely exceed his cap. I have to level up quickly, or once the skill upgrades itself, I will not have enough mana to use it. Qin Ze broke out in a cold sweat. If his mana cannot keep up with the skill's cost, he will be a cripple, and the 990,000 loan he just took out will be the end of him. Bro, I have something urgent to attend to. Let us grab a late-night snack in a few days. Qin Ze patted Liu Yang's shoulder and prepared to leave. Hey, leaving already? I was planning to take you out to level up after my own change. Liu Yang was surprised. You are too weak right now, you will not be able to join a team. Liu Xiyu suddenly chimed in, I know some high-level professionals, I can help hook you up to get carried. Shut up trying to scam him for more money, Liu Yang scolded. Liu Xiyu did not argue back, her eyes turning slightly red. She genuinely wanted to help Qin Ze. Hiring high-level professionals to carry someone costs hundreds of thousands. She could not make them do it for free, so she would have to waive her own commission. It's okay, it was my own choice, I cannot blame anyone else. Qin Ze smiled, you should go, I am fine now. The smile only made Liu Xiyu feel more guilty. Would you rather scold me, or you can slap me twice if you want? Qin Ze, what kind of fetish is this? Qin Ze did not take action, just exchanged phone numbers with her so they could stay in touch. Once that was settled, Qin Ze rushed straight toward the Black Abyss link. He had to increase his mana cap before the skill upgraded automatically. Liu Yang watched Qin Ze leave and sighed. A perfectly good B-grade talent just wasted like that. Soon after, the homeroom teacher and the other students arrived. What Qin Ze awakened a B-grade talent. But he chose Necromancer. The teacher felt heartbroken, such a good talent completely ruined. The students erupted as well. Damn, we do not even get a few B grades a year in Linhai City. What a shame he picked the wrong class. Necromancer requires at least an A-grade talent to start, only S-grade makes it stable. That class is only for the big families who know exactly what their talent is before picking. He just rushed in blindly. I doubt he will even make it to level 5. Forget about him, I changed to Ranger. Anyone want to team up for a simple difficulty Black Abyss run? Me, I am a warrior, I can tank the monsters. Add me in, I am an assassin. Got it, be careful not to die. The group quickly started forming teams. Qin Ze's episode was a fleeting distraction. No one would keep paying attention to a failed class destined to fade away. Liu Yang want to run a dungeon with us, someone called out. I will go if you take Qin Ze too. I have practiced martial arts for years and changed into a berserker. My stats are higher than the average person's. I can count as 1.5 combatants. No way, you might be worth 1.5, but Qin Ze does not even count as half a combatant. A classmate refused flatly. People get limbs torn off in the Black Abyss all the time. We cannot play around with our lives. Alright then, I will go ask someone else, Liu Yang said, not annoyed. Everyone had their own calculations, but he did not want to watch Qin Ze get ruined just like that, so he had to find a way to pull his brother up. Qin Ze took a taxi to the Black Abyss entry point. A massive black hole swirled in midair, with light rings distorting the space around it. Professionals were entering and exiting the hole. Some looked cocky, some were dejected, and others were being carried out on stretchers. Qin Ze strode straight into the center of the black hole. The interior was a bustling hall, with a giant electronic screen in the center broadcasting news and team-up information. The strongest human in China, Daisha, has reached level 70, currently ranked world number 1, and will soon tackle the level 70 Pioneer Dungeon. Level 56 powerhouse Chen Guang has been hunted by dungeon gap dwellers and is missing. A heavy reward is offered for any leads. The Li group has successfully established their second Soul Palace and is hiring staff at high salaries. Qin Ze glanced at the screen and called up his attribute panel. Greater Skeleton Summoning level 1230. His skill was already over level 1000, so he had to hurry into the Black Abyss to level up. He took a black card printed with a distorted circle out of his promotion package, a Black Abyss entry pass. He arrived at the entrance and a prompt popped up. Simple, normal, difficult, and dangerous levels all require a team and cannot be entered cross-tier. You may freely select them only after clearing the corresponding difficulty. Nightmare level has no prerequisites and can be entered solo or as a team. Going straight for Nightmare is too risky. I will start by testing the waters with Simple. But Simple level requires a team. Qin Ze remembered his chance to get carried by a high-level player. He pulled out his phone and dialed Liu Shiyu's number. Hello? Liu Shiyu's voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a hint of tremor. Hello, I am the one who just bought the Necromancer job advancement pack. Qin Ze, right, I remember you, what is the matter? Qin Ze was stunned. He thought her memory was quite good to remember him among so many people buying job packs. I need to level up now, so I am contacting you to redeem the high-level carry service. When can you help me arrange it? Oh, do not worry, I will arrange it right away. I will definitely find you the strongest high-level professionals. I need 4 of them because the dungeon requires 5 people to enter. Also, I am in a hurry, so please let me know when you can get them all together. 4. Liu Shiyu on the other end was stunned, then gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I will find you 4, but please do not tell anyone else. Usually you can only get 1 high-level player to carry you, but I can use some minor privileges to fill up a whole team for you, all around level 10. That would be a huge help, thank you. How soon can you get them together? But soon his smile froze. Half an hour. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Qin Ze did a quick calculation. In half an hour, he could upgrade his skill 1,800 times, which would have been more than enough to evolve it long ago. But he could not exactly ask them to teleport right in front of him. This is really tricky. He opened his attribute panel and immediately felt his heart turn cold. Greater Skeleton Summoning has successfully evolved. Elite Skeleton Summoning, level 57 to level 58. Level 58 to level 59. Level 59 to level 60. Elite Skeleton Summoning summons a giant skeleton that shakes the world. Duration 1 day. Mana consumption 150. Oh screw it, the mana cost is already higher than my limit. I cannot summon it. Qin Ze felt his heart skip a beat. He felt a sudden panic. Is the system going to break just like this? Qin Ze paced back and forth, his mind racing at lightning speed. Suddenly, a girl dressed as a cat girl popped out from the side, carrying a large suitcase filled with bottles and jars, with red and blue liquids sloshing inside. Sir, have red potions on hand and you will stay standing tall. Have blue potions on hand and you will be powerful and enduring. It is always right to keep a few extra. There is a discount now, 500 each, and it is cheaper if you buy in bulk. You will not find anything cheaper than mine here, meow. Qin Ze had a thought. That is right, he still has not equipped his beginner gear. Maybe that could add 50 points of mana. Sorry, I do not need any for now. Qin Ze waved the cat girl away and immediately reached for his gift bag, only to find that it only contained a Black Abyss guidebook. He blinked, then opened his attribute panel and saw the word storage in the bottom left corner. Clicking on storage, he saw 5 pieces of white tier gear. Necromancer Staff Beginner, Necromancer Cloak Beginner, Necromancer Armor Beginner, Skeleton Necklace Beginner, and Necromancer Boots Beginner. Necromancer Staff. Required level 1s. Attribute bonus, Intelligence +1, Strength +1, Mana +50. Equipment ability, reduces the chanting time of necromancy skills by 1 second. Description: a staff made of undead bones. It feels cold to the touch and will never warm up. Qin Ze was excited to see that the staff added 50 points of mana. This solves the problem perfectly. Necromancer Cloak. Required level 1s. Attribute bonus, Intelligence +1, Agility +1, Health +100. Equipment ability, chant for 3 seconds to apply a continuous frost effect on enemies, causing sustained slowdown, consuming 5 points of mana per second. Description: shaped like bat wings, it is said that you can glide briefly after spreading them. Necromancer Armor adds 1 Intelligence, 2 Strength, and 300 Health with no additional abilities. Skeleton Necklace adds 2 Intelligence, 100 Mana, and can temporarily summon a small skeleton that lasts for 5 minutes. Necromancer Boots add 1 Intelligence, 2 Agility, and allow you to slide across flat ground. As he put on the Necromancer Beginner set, he instantly transformed into a cold and gloomy Necromancer, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. This outfit is great, mysterious, and cool. Qin Ze looked in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. He checked the time and saw only 5 minutes had passed, so he went to the Black Abyss management office to rent a temporary room to test his abilities before deciding which difficulty level of dungeon to grind. Temporary room 1000 for 1 hour. The young woman at the desk said without looking up, "Can I pay in installments?" The woman looked up, her mouth twitching. Tug. After spending 1,000, his small treasury only had 22,000 left. Qin Ze took the white card given by the clerk and walked to the Black Abyss link port. "Do you want to enter the temporary room?" "Yes." The next second, his vision blurred. When Qin Ze regained his senses, he found himself standing in a pure white room, with a testing pillar made of some unknown material standing in the center. After confirming no one was around, Qin Ze raised his staff. "Come forth, my elite giant skeleton." After a 2-second chant, a crater large enough to swallow a small car appeared in front of him. Strong, flaming bone hands reached out from it, gripping the ground as the skeletal body slowly crawled out. Finally, a 3-meter-tall giant skeleton with its upper body burning with flames appeared before Qin Ze. Its skull was square, with interlocking sharp teeth and 2 horns on its head. After appearing, the flaming skeleton turned and knelt on 1 knee before Qin Ze. Qin Ze looked at the behemoth in front of him, speechless. It was still taller than him even while kneeling. Elite Skeleton Monster. Level 1 cannot exceed Summoner. Health 6400. Stats: Strength 370, Agility 232, Intelligence 77. Skill 1: Sacrificial Flame. The Elite Skeleton permanently burns with soul fire, causing 77 magic damage per second to nearby enemies, with no target limit and no cost. Skill 2: Heavy Strike. The Elite Skeleton stores power for 1 second to land a heavy blow causing 640 damage. Hitting the body has a chance to cause mutilation. Hitting the head has a chance to cause double critical damage, with added stun and knockback effects. Skill 3: Scavenge. The Elite Skeleton detaches its own ribs, increasing attack range by 1 meter with wide area damage. Final damage increased by 50%, can apply sacrificial flame effects, causing continuous burning to enemies. Description: a flammable and irritable skeleton. Over 6,000 health and triple-digit stats. And this is just at level 1. If my level rises, the summoned skeleton's level will rise too, and its stats will probably be even more monstrous. With this kind of strength, I should be able to solo the simple mode, right? Qin Ze had a thought and remembered the small skeleton summon from the necklace. So he decided to compare their strength. Come out, little skeleton. Following his chant, a sound like chattering teeth echoed. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of rattling joints echoed, and a shivering little skeleton appeared. It was only half a meter tall, and its eyes looked just like Amumu's. A 3-meter-tall flaming skeleton slowly looked over. Crash! Panicked, the little skeleton fell to pieces on the spot. Dead. Qin Ze. He finally understood why others did not think much of necromancers. With little skeletons like this, he could take on 10 of them without any problem. Elite Skeleton attacked the test dummy with full force. The flaming skeleton nodded, then turned and strode toward the test dummy, punching it hard. Boom! The test dummy buckled, and damage numbers slowly popped up. -412. -77. -77. Sacrificial flames clung to it, burning continuously. I remember ordinary monsters have around 500 health, so this should allow me to sweep through everything. The basic rule for loot and experience distribution in the Black Abyss is based on contribution percentage. If only one person does the work from start to finish, and the others are just dead weight, 95% of the experience goes to the solo player, and 5% is split among the others. At the same time, experience rewards scale with the levels of the party members. If you solo while carrying a group of high-level players, the difficulty increases, and the experience bonus becomes quite insane. So he decided he would solo while carrying 4 high-level players. Just then, his phone rang. Qin Ze thought it was Liu Xiu finishing her end, but when he picked it up, it was Liu Yang. Once the call connected, the other person's concerned voice came through. Bro, where are you? I have redeemed the high-level carry service and am waiting in the temporary room. What is the situation on your end? Oh, I see, then you just wait there for now. I have also used my high-level carry session. Once you are out, give me a shout and we will team up to find others. It is easier to find people when your level is high, do not you think? Then it is settled. Qin Ze had been worried about not having enough party members, but Liu Yang had already solved that. Shortly after, Liu Xiu called to say the 4 high-level professionals had arrived and were waiting for him in the lobby. Qin Ze's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately logged out of the temporary room. He arrived at the designated spot and found a stylish woman leaning against the wall, puffing away, looking very relaxed. There were 3 others nearby, cold and silent. You must be Qin Ze. The stylish woman was the first to spot him, tilting her head and asking lazily. You are the first one to make us high-level professionals wait. Let us go, let us make this quick and get this crappy job over with. The woman snuffed out her cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Seeing this, the other 3 walked over. There was absolutely no intention of introducing themselves. I want to clear the normal level Black Abyss dungeon this time. I hope you will not step in. Let me try killing the monsters first, and if I really cannot handle it, then you can intervene. Qin Ze looked at them and said. No way, that is a waste of time, said one man with a slick-back hairstyle. Then I will lodge a complaint against you, so you will not get paid. What kid, are you tired of living? The slick-haired man froze, then snarled. Forget it, AZ, just let him be. What kind of waves can a level 1 kid make in a normal Black Abyss? Even for us level 10 professionals, we have to coordinate with each other to clear it, the stylish woman said coldly. The slick-haired man glared at Qin Ze, then turned his back. Then it is agreed, I guess. Let us go, I am in a rush. Sai, when will I ever finish paying off my loans? I never want to carry a newbie again. Finish? With carrying newbies every day, there is no time to grind for money. It has already become a vicious cycle. Amidst the noisy complaints of his teammates, Qin Ze formed a party with them. Once inside, he realized their personal information was hidden. Only their levels and classes were shown, and most were over level 10. How about we exchange names so we can at least get to know each other? Qin Ze tried to ask. Exchange what? A level 1 should not try to act familiar. The slick-haired man cut him off without hesitation. Qin Ze looked at the others and they all had the same attitude. He nodded and said nothing more. Necromancer. Select normal level Black Abyss dungeon. Enter. Yes. Accompanied by Qin Ze's affirmative voice, everything in front of him began to distort. The sound of insects chirping rose and fell in the surrounding grass. The air was filled with a faint stench of rot. This was an estate with villa-style buildings hidden behind flowers and trees. The moment the four high-level players opened their eyes, their expressions became vigilant, their bodies tightened, and a subtle fear spread among them. Clearly, they had some bad memories here. Ow! A terrifying screech echoed from the nearby grass. Something was rustling as it crawled toward them. Everyone, please remember our agreement. Let me try to kill the monsters first. You can step in when I cannot handle it anymore. Fearing they might forget due to tension, Qin Ze reminded them again. Then hurry up, did not you hear the monsters have already come out? The stylish woman was tempted to curse. Oh, come forth, my skeletons. Qin Ze raised his staff and two beeping sounds followed. Well, it turns out he had used up his mana earlier, and now he did not have enough. Can someone lend me a mana potion? I have run out of mana, Qin Ze said, feeling quite embarrassed. What? The four of them widened their eyes in unison, with expressions that said, are you kidding me? Moonlight spilled onto the ground and the grass swayed. The monster crawling on the ground finally appeared. It had gleaming claws like blades, a rotting humanoid body, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Yellowed eyeballs locked onto them instantly. Ordinary monster ghoul. Tears, hurry up. The stylish woman hurriedly tossed a mana potion to Qin Ze. Immediately after, she signaled to the other three, a look that meant they were ready for combat. The other three nodded repeatedly, not counting on Qin Ze to handle the ghoul at all. Come forth, my skeletons. Elite skeleton summoning level 1789. Summon a pile of elite skeletons to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 150 points. As Qin Ze finished his incantation, terrifying circles opened up on the ground. Flames burned within them, carrying a will to destroy everything. Stylish woman. Slick-haired man. The other two. What is that noise? Thick flaming arm bones popped out, and 3-meter-tall hulking shadows appeared one after another. The ghoul that had been gnashing its teeth and crawling rapidly suddenly stopped in its tracks. It slowly tilted its head up. The next moment, a flaming skeletal fist smashed down violently. Splat! The ghoul was smashed flat like a fly. Minus 432. Minus 77. Congratulations, your elite skeleton killed a ghoul. Experience gained 20 points. Almost double the experience points. Under normal circumstances, ghouls only give 10 experience points. Delicious, so delicious. Wait, what is going on? The area was filled with terrifying, tall, flaming skeleton men, at least 7 of them. And they, the high-level professionals, were shivering among the skeletons. This is a newbie, this is a necromancer. What? The manor, which had felt somewhat eerie, was instantly blasted away by a raging fire. The fashionable woman, the man with the slick-back hair, and the other 2 high-level professionals. They all opened their mouths in unison, looking in astonishment first at the flaming skeletons around them, then at the ghouls that had been hammered into patties, and finally, their gazes settled on this so-called newcomer. How on earth could these 3 things be related? Who are you? The fashionable woman had completely lost her previous lethargy, staring at Qin Ze in shock, struggling to ask this question. Just a normal person. Everyone, please follow me, I will lead you to clear the level. As he spoke, Qin Ze continued walking forward, with 7 flaming skeletons following closely around him, surrounding him like stars holding the moon. The defense was so dense that even a fly trying to get in would get slapped across the face. The other 4 were a bit more wretched, scurrying back and forth between the skeletons. The flaming skeletons did not care about their lives at all. They only moved according to Qin Ze's pace, and it was entirely possible for one of them to get stepped on. Rustle, rustle. The surrounding bushes began to shake again, and ugly ghouls crawled out one after another, their sharp claws sparking against the concrete road. This time, a total of 5 ghouls appeared. They had only just crawled out 2 steps before they saw 7 flaming skeletons glaring at them. What? The thought barely had time to cross their minds. A flaming skeletal hand descended from above, grabbing a ghoul directly. The sacrificial flames continued to burn, and the ghoul struggled frantically. Minus 77. Minus 77. What? The 4 people, including the fashionable woman, watched this scene in a daze. The ghouls that they needed to coordinate with each other to kill were like toys in this guy's hands. The next second, a terrifying scene unfolded. The ghoul was torn clean in half and then just tossed aside. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, experience points gained, 21. On the other side, the 4 ghouls also perished one after another. Some were stepped to death, some had their heads ripped off and impaled on dead branches, and others were smashed to pieces. Minus 507. Minus 513. Minus 520. They died in all sorts of creative ways. I have to say, these elite skeletons actually have a bit of an artistic streak. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, experience points gained, 21. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, experience points gained, 21. What? Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to 55.2, all stats plus 1, free stats plus 5, HP plus 200, MP plus 100. That was it, I leveled up. Is it supposed to be hard? Qin Ze looked confused and continued walking forward. The fashionable woman, the man with the slick back hair, and the other two were too shocked to speak. What just happened? Why did the ghouls crumble at the slightest touch? Where did all their ferocity go compared to when they dealt with us? Finally, seeing the mess all over the ground, they realized that Qin Ze's skeletons were simply too powerful and brutal. The fashionable woman took a deep breath, looked at the other three and said, I think we need to make friends with this person, what do you think? Yes, we absolutely must. This kind of terrifying power is truly shocking. I still cannot figure it out. Even a genius from a big family could not reach this level, right? The gap here is unimaginable. The fashionable woman said, if it is unimaginable, do not think about it. There are many things in this world that go beyond our understanding. If you could understand everything, you would not be standing here. I understand. The four of them finished their discussion. The fashionable woman cleared her throat and with a syrupy smile caught up to Qin Ze. Little brother, you're so amazing. We are all on the same team, yet we do not even know each other's names, hahaha. Was not it you guys who did not want to share names? That guy earlier even said something about not caring who anyone was. Qin Ze pointed at the man with the slick back hair following behind, who immediately flushed red and turned his head away. The fashionable woman glared at him, then quickly forced a smile and said, he was just joking with you. Qin Ze did not take her bait, instead asking another question. I might break the record this time, you guys should not be taking advantage of me for free, right? Once these words were out, the four people present froze. They were here to carry a newcomer through the dungeon, but instead, the newcomer was leading them to break a record. And now he wants them to pay a fee for breaking the record. Is this reasonable? Well, it is actually quite reasonable. Our financial situation is not very good, otherwise we would not be doing this guide for newbie work. If we can really break the record in the end, we will each give you a level 10 piece of equipment, green quality or higher, what do you think? Level 10 equipment, that is all right. Let us talk about it when the dungeon is over. The fashionable woman agreed repeatedly, yes, of course. She had wanted to bring up adding each other as friends, but seeing that Qin Ze had no interest in engaging, she had to give up regretfully and follow silently behind him, her gait becoming much more reserved. The manor was enormous, they had walked for half an hour just on the road. Ghouls poured out of the surroundings incessantly, and their numbers were increasing. From the initial 10, then 20, now 30 were appearing at once. The 7 elite skeletons each detached their own ribs, gripped them, and as the ghouls lunged, they knocked them away like playing baseball. Generally speaking, they would disintegrate in midair. If one could manage to land in one piece, it would deserve a thumbs up. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, experience points gained, 22. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, experience points gained, 23. What? Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to 55.3, all stats plus 1, free stats plus 5, HP plus 200, MP plus 100. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to 55.4, all stats plus 1, free stats plus 5, HP plus 200, MP plus 100. Since the elite skeletons were summoned when he was level 1, their stats were also level 1. The elite skeletons he summons now would be level 4. But level 1 would suffice for now. Recycling and resummoning would have a several-second gap, which could likely lead to death. After killing over 30 ghouls, they finally walked out of the grassy path, and a white marble fountain appeared in front, intricately carved and beautifully styled. The fountain seemed to have not been maintained for a long time, covered in dust and fallen leaves. That is a pretty nice fountain design. The fashionable woman leaned in and said, according to the guide, this manor seems to have once belonged to a wealthy family with many residents, but strangely, the couple of the manor seem to specifically adopt orphans. In hard mode, you see a lot of small ghost monsters. Orphans. Qin Ze was a bit sensitive to this word. Suddenly, a tall, large ghoul appeared above the fountain. Even just crouching on the ground, it was 2 meters tall. Unlike the ordinary ghouls, it actually had long black hair that reached its shoulders, giving it quite an artistic temperament. The ghoul boss. What? Above the marble fountain, the long-haired ghoul boss slowly crawled out. While a normal ghoul's head is just a large lump of meat, this one had long black hair. It looked much more refined, yet it gave off an extremely terrifying vibe. Is it already time for the boss fight? I have not even leveled up much yet. Qin Ze frowned. It had been about an hour since they entered the dungeon. Seeing this, the stylish woman hurried over and said, "Young man, this is actually the hardest part. Oh wait, I mean the part with the most monsters. That ghoul boss will not run down just yet. It will release 5 waves of monsters to wear us down. Once the final wave of monsters appears, it will charge down with them to attack us. Oh, so there are still monsters to kill, that is great. After this is over, I should be able to reach level 10. Qin Ze was very happy. The stylish woman, the man with the slicked back hair, the other 2 high-level professionals. It had taken them a full 3 years to reach level 10, each time having to use their wits against ghouls. In the beginning, it took them a whole hour just to kill one ghoul, requiring all sorts of maneuvering and potion chugging just to barely pull off a win. Then a swarm of ghouls would overwhelm them. They only survived because they were lucky, managing to break out of combat a few times and escape the dungeon. Those who were not lucky had long since ended up in the bellies of the ghouls. 3 years, do you know how we spent those 3 years? And yet this newcomer is going to easily reach level 10 in just a few short hours. When they first met, he was only level 1 and they had to bring him along. And after all this trouble, he is almost catching up to them. At that moment, the 4 of them felt a complex mix of emotions, not knowing what to say. The dungeon sequence played out exactly as the stylish woman had described. The ghoul boss did not charge up. Instead, it let out an unintelligible cry, and ghouls began crawling out from the surrounding small houses. Some could still be seen wearing clothing that looked like gardener or waiter uniforms. You 5 go forward to engage, the remaining 2 stay by my side and protect me. Qin Ze issued his command. The 5 elite skeletons pulled out their own ribs and strode forward. Perhaps influenced by the boss, the normal ghouls seemed much more frantic. A dozen of them swarmed a single elite skeleton, crawling on from all directions. Some climbed onto their backs, some grabbed their legs, and some even tried to squeeze into the gaps in their bones. The ghouls opened their sharp teeth and bit down hard on the bones. Sparks flew as the sound of clashing metal echoed. -23. -27. -22. Damage numbers kept popping up above the elite skeletons' heads. For over 6,000 health points, it was effectively just tickling them. However, the clumsiness of the elite skeletons was apparent this time. They swung their ribs but could only take down 1 per hit. The sacrificial fire, however, was capable of dealing area of effect damage. -77. -77. -77. As both sides clashed, the ghouls were quickly wiped out. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gained 21 experience points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gained 21 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 5. All attributes 1 free attribute points plus 5, HP plus 200, mana plus 100. The second wave of ghouls arrived. This time their bodies reflected a silver luster, looking metallic, and their resistance to fire was significantly increased. Ghoul Elite. The elite skeleton raised its rib weapon and smashed it down hard on the silver ghoul. -537. That hammer blow did not even kill the silver ghoul. The opponent crawled up shakily, still wanting to launch an attack. It was not until the second hammer blow landed that the silver ghoul finally met its end. Congratulations, your elite skeleton killed a ghoul elite, gained 32 experience points. Qin Ze noticed that the elite skeleton's killing efficiency was decreasing. It was not possible to recall and resummon them right now. He had never commanded a real battle, but he had played quite a few real-time strategy games. So he immediately commanded. 5 elite skeletons tighten the formation and fight in a small circle. The 5 elite skeletons obeyed Qin Ze's command perfectly. They stopped minding the ghoul elites clinging to their bodies, turned inward to the center, and formed a back-to-back circular position, reducing the area they needed to defend to just the fan-shaped space in front of them. They just needed to swing their ribs indiscriminately, no technique required. Boom, boom, boom. -501. -512. -529. The ghoul elites quickly lost the strength to resist. They were hammered so hard they could not even raise their heads. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul elite, gained 33 experience points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul elite, gained 35 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 6. All attributes 1, free attribute points plus 5, HP plus 200, mana plus 100. Unconsciously, another hour had passed. Qin Ze was tired from standing and watching. He stretched his ankles and said to himself, man, standing is so tiring, I should find somewhere to sit. With 2 elite skeletons guarding nearby, he was not afraid of dying suddenly at all. He looked left and right, then picked up a stone brick. Young man, how can you sit on a stone brick? It is so dirty, it will get your gear all messy. The stylish woman ran over and tossed the stone brick from Qin Ze's hand. Then where should I sit? I have a lounge chair in my storage plus a tent, sleeping bags and things like that. When we are out and about, we have to be prepared for everything. As she spoke, she actually took a lounge chair out of her storage. And then she thoughtfully placed it in front of Qin Ze. Do not you need to rest? I am already satisfied that you allowed me to achieve a record-breaking feat. It is you who has been killing monsters, you must be the most tired, so you are the one who needs to rest. Thanks. Qin Ze was indeed a bit tired. He lay back in the chair and let out a long breath. That is comfortable. If only I had something to drink. Walking so far without a single drop of water, I am parched to death, Qin Ze muttered to himself again. He had not thought about putting daily necessities in his storage at all. He only realized it after coming in, so he had to tough it out until all the monsters were killed. Something to drink. The stylish woman paused, then tugged at the man with the slick-back hair with a serious look in her eyes. The man with the slick-back hair resisted a little, but then reluctantly took out a bottle of long-treasured champagne from his storage. I was saving this to celebrate paying off my loans. He grumbled as he took out 5 champagne flutes. This is champagne to celebrate you reaching level 10 ahead of schedule. Another fierce warrior has been added to our Jiaju. Cheers! The 5 flutes clinked together, making a crisp sound. What? The stylish woman held her wine glass and could not help but exclaim. I never imagined that clearing the normal difficulty dungeon of the Black Abyss could be so simple and pleasant. It feels just like a dream. The others nodded one after another, their feelings complicated. They remembered the first time they faced ghouls. Many of them had been scared out of their wits, scrambling and wailing in terror. Now, this young man was cutting through them as easily as slicing vegetables. It really makes you frustrated to compare yourself with others. Suddenly, Qin Ze, who was lying on a recliner, spoke up. Everyone, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? As long as it is something we can help with, we will certainly do our best. The stylish woman's eyes lit up as she stepped forward to ask. The other 3 also cast concerned looks his way. I hope you will not talk about the details of this dungeon clear, Qin Ze said slowly. Oh, is that all? Rest assured, the 4 of us are very tight-lipped. We will not say what should not be said, and we definitely will not cause you any trouble. The stylish woman nodded repeatedly. Well, I am just making a suggestion. Actually, whether you talk about it or not does not really affect me much. That is true indeed. In this world, strength is respected above all else. If Qin Ze's ability to solo a normal dungeon were exposed, he would receive olive branches from many more factions. He is just being low-key and does not want to talk about it. While they were talking, a white light once again emerged from Qin Ze's body. The glow of leveling up stunned everyone. He leveled up again. He is now level 7. This rocket-like leveling speed made them all feel intensely envious. What? Meanwhile, in the simple difficulty dungeon of the Black Abyss, a horrific ghoul was crawling rapidly across the ground, its knife-like claws sparking against the concrete road. The 5-man squad was in chaos under the ghoul's attack. Hurry, hurry, warriors, get up there and tank. You cannot just rely on me for everything. You are going to drag me to my death at this rate. Ranger, where are you? Where the hell did you disappear to? You ran off miles away. You are a ranged unit, what are you afraid of? Start dealing some damage. Liu Yang, yes, you are doing well. Everyone, learn from how Liu Yang is fighting. Every time I have to bring newbies, it gives me such a headache. What? The 5 of them were in complete disorder under the attack of 3 ghouls. A level 10 high-ranker monk was struggling to deal with 2 ghouls, his staff continuously landing critical hits on their heads. -132. -143. What? He was quite satisfied with his damage output, which was considered high even among level 10 high-rankers. Next to him, Liu Yang held a beginner's spear, using footwork to constantly kite the ghoul and exploiting his reach advantage to slowly chip away at its HP. -28. -31. What? In the end, he actually managed to grind the ghoul to death. A white light of leveling up appeared on him. Hugh finally reached level 2. That was not easy. Looking at the dead ghoul, Liu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He truly understood the difficulty of killing a single ghoul now. When the ghouls first appeared, the 3 newcomers in the team had actually thrown up. Facing the creatures, they lost all will to fight and hid wherever they thought was safe. Fighting is like walking a tightrope between life and death. Most people do not have that resolve, which is why they are destined never to become professionals, Liu Yang said, shaking his head at the terrified trio. I should just stick to my factory job. Liu Yang took out a red potion and gulped it down, restoring his bottomed-out HP. He looked at the faint moon and thought with concern, I wonder how Qin Ze is doing. He took out a 990,000 loan to buy the Necromancer starter pack. If he cannot become a professional, his life is probably ruined. As long as you do not run away during a fight and successfully reach level 2, that counts as a victory. Once we get out, we can group up and slowly grind for levels. Meanwhile, the 5 elite skeletons were still in the midst of a fierce battle. The number of silver ghouls in the estate had grown to hundreds. They crawled rapidly on the ground, a dense swarm that made one's hair stand on end. Is this the difficulty of the Black Abyss normal mode? It is too terrifying, Qin Ze said, feeling surprised as he looked at the hundreds of silver ghouls. Even elite skeletons would need a good while to kill them all off. How would you handle a situation like this? If the 4 of us had to handle the 4th wave of monsters, we would have to use the terrain. For example, a narrow passage that can only fit 2 ghouls side by side. We would jam ourselves there and then, relying on potions and healing skills, slowly wear the ghouls down, the stylish woman replied. The stylish woman replied, It is quite dangerous, so whenever we come in we prepare town portal scrolls. If anything unexpected happens, we crush them and run away. I see that is indeed a safe approach. Qin Ze nodded. With the attribute strength of high rankers, the 4 of them would find it quite easy to deal with 2 silver ghouls. The Black Abyss guide points out monster-slaying spots. Generally, using such terrain not only greatly enhances safety, but also increases the efficiency of killing monsters significantly. Alright, I will take a look when I get back. As soon as he said this, all 4 of them looked astonished. You mean you just charged in without even reading the guide? But then seeing the fierce fire-wielding skeletons, maybe reading the guide is not necessary. Booms, booms, booms. An elite skeleton dismantled a rib bone. Holding 2 curved bones in its hands, its attack frequency increased slightly, though its damage dropped a bit. They swung the 2 ribs in a frenzied flurry of strikes. Minus 478. Minus 469. 2 damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously, instantly finishing off the rushing silver ghoul. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has killed an elite ghoul. Obtained 32 EXP Ghoul Claw Equipment X. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has killed an elite ghoul. Obtained 34 EXP. What? Did it drop gear? Qin Ze's eyes lit up and he quickly opened his inventory. A claw sharp as a razor blade lay silently in his storage. Ghoul Claw level 5, specialized for melee classes like warriors and monks. Seeing it was for melee classes, Qin Ze did not feel like reading any further. Once he gets out, he can put it on the trading floor to sell, or if someone needs it, giving it away as a favor would not be bad either. Hey little brother, have some potato chips while you wait. You even have chips, thank you. Qin Ze was lying in his recliner, just starting to feel a bit bored. A bag of spicy potato chips was offered to him. It has to be said that after the stylish woman witnessed his strength, her attitude did a 180-degree turn, and she ended up doing things quite to his liking. It is a pity that he generally does not befriend people who change their tunes so inconsistently. Relaxedly eating chips and drinking champagne once he was full. All the silver ghouls were finally dead. Qin Ze also successfully leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. All attributes +1, free attributes +5, HP +200, MP +100. The long-haired ghoul boss could no longer sit still, and slowly climbed down from the stone fountain. The slightly relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense and heavy. Silvery moonlight spilled down from the sky. The long-haired ghoul boss slowly crawled down from the stone fountain, while silver ghouls emerged again from all directions, accompanied by common ghouls. This time the whole family was out in full force. Black Abyss Boss Long-Haired Ghoul. Level 5. HP 13,500. Stats Strength 153, Agility 162, Intelligence 23. Skill 1 Bite and Devour. Skill 2 Berserk Aura. Skill 3 Moonlight Recovery. After crawling out, it reached out with its claws to groom its long black hair. Only when all the elite and common ghouls were in position did it let out a sharp hiss. Then it crawled rapidly along the ground, moving in a snaking zigzag pattern. Reaching the flaming skeleton, it suddenly leaped from the ground. It spread its limbs wide, pouncing on its prey like a predatory spider. The flaming skeleton did not react in time. The long-haired ghoul boss straddled its shoulder blades, locking on with its legs, while its claws were raised high, glinting coldly as they plunged into the flaming skeleton's skull. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Countless sparks erupted. -327. The flaming skeleton was not a living creature. Even if its head fell off, it would not affect its actions. It just would not be able to see, that is all. The long-haired ghoul boss, however, was now caught in the sacrificial flames. -23. -25. The boss has such high resistance to fire, and its black hair is not even catching. Qin Ze watched the battlefield from afar and could not help but complain. Suddenly, the attack speed of the long-haired ghoul boss increased sharply. Its claws flashed arcs of light in the air, striking twice every second. It unleashed a barrage of attacks on the flaming skeleton's skull. Just then, a whistling sound cut through the air beside it. Before it could turn its head, it saw a rib bone growing larger in its vision, eventually slamming hard into its forehead. Critical hit triggered double damage. -1089. The long-haired ghoul boss was immediately stunned and toppled straight over. 5 flaming skeletons immediately moved in, surrounding the long-haired ghoul boss, their eye sockets burning with ghostly fire as they stared fixedly at it. The long-haired ghoul boss recovered from the stun, only to see 5 ferocious skeletons surrounding it. Zero DQ. Right after, ribs descended from the sky, slamming ruthlessly into its body. -489. -493. -23. -501. The 5 flaming skeletons swung the ribs in their hands frantically, like blacksmiths hammering iron. Even when common and elite ghouls crawled over and clung to their backs to attack, they did not even pay them any mind. The sacrificial flames alone were enough to burn the common ghouls to death. My god, that is too brutal. With a hit like that, would not the brains just get smashed out? I do not know why, but I am suddenly feeling a bit sorry for the ghoul boss. Everyone watching this scene complained with strange expressions. The long-haired ghoul boss tried to get up more than once, trying to tank the rib strikes and escape the predicament of being ganged up on. But every time it raised its head, a heavy strike would land precisely, instantly smashing it back into a dazed state. It stretched out its claws to protect its head, only for the claws to be bashed, dented, and deformed. -1032. -512. -531. Unfortunately, the Black Abyss dungeon had no down protection or super armor mechanics. When subjected to a gang beating with heavy strikes like this, you just have to accept your fate. Amidst the frantic rib bashing, the long-haired ghoul boss's health dropped rapidly. When it finally fell to 5,000, it suddenly looked up and roared like a husky. Its body was also turning red rapidly. Oh no, the boss is about to go berserk. It is going to become immune to crowd control, and its damage, speed, and other attributes will increase significantly. Everyone get ready to fight. Seeing this, the stylish woman shouted nervously. The other 3 nodded solemnly and immediately turned to climb up the nearby tree. You hurry up too, we cannot be careless in this situation. Seeing Qin Ze not moving, the stylish woman shouted immediately. But the boss is about to die. Qin Ze pointed forward. What? The stylish woman paused, then quickly looked ahead. She saw the long-haired ghoul boss currently maintaining its head-raised roaring pose, while the rib bones were relentlessly hammering its head. Yet the ghoul boss did not react at all, just stubbornly taking the hits. It looked extremely hard-headed. Each strike was a critical hit, doubling the damage. -970. -982. -993. The long-haired ghoul died before its eyes could even turn red. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed the ghoul boss. You gained 3000 XP. Congratulations, you obtained 1 ghoul summoning skill book. Congratulations, you obtained 1 ghoul ring. Congratulations, you obtained 1 manor key. You have leveled up to level 9. All attributes +1, free attributes +5, HP +200, mana +100. Note, normal dungeon cleared. Please leave within 1 minute for final clearance time calculation. Level 9s. HP 2400, mana 1000. Stats Strength 13, Agility 15, Intelligence 21. Remaining free attribute points 40. Skill Epic Skeleton Summoning level 532. Talent Resonance Crystal. Equipment: Novice Necromancer Staff, Novice Necromancer Boots, Novice Necromancer Cloak, Novice Necromancer Soft Armor, Novice Necromancer Necklace. What? I did not expect this ghoul boss to be so stubborn. It took so many hits to the head without even moving. It just got beaten to death. Qin Ze chuckled inwardly. Though he did not reach level 10 this time, level 9 is not bad. And the boss even dropped a ghoul summoning skill book, which perfectly suits his Necromancer class. No need for words, learn it immediately. Qin Ze took out the ghoul summoning skill book and used it. Whoosh, a cyan green light emerged, and Qin Ze felt a vague, elusive connection form. This was the ghoul summoning technique. Ghoul summoning: summon a common ghoul to fight for you. Duration: 1 day, mana cost 100 points, learning requirement, level 5, class restriction, Necromancer. The skill upgrade system can currently only continue upgrading one at a time. Skeleton summoning just finished upgrading, and progressing it further takes a bit too long. Better to level up ghoul summoning first. Ghoul summoning level 1 to level 2. Level 2 to level 3. Level 3 to level 4. What? The level continued to rise. The dungeon is over, let us head out first. Qin Ze turned his head and saw the 4 high-level players looking at him with complex expressions. A single dungeon run, and it actually got him to level 9. One more level and he will catch up to them. It feels just like a dream. What? As the party left the dungeon, the record-breaking announcement immediately sounded. Congratulations, the fastest clear record for the Black Abyss normal dungeon has been broken. Time: 2 hours and 27 minutes. A clearance gift pack has been issued, and you have earned the Black Abyss normal speedrun achievement. The announcement echoed, causing an instant uproar. Someone actually broke the record, Liu Yang said, a trace of envy in his eyes. So we did not even make it past the starting map, retreated after being defeated by 5 ghouls. If we had not run away fast, we would have likely met our end in there. I wonder if Qin Ze has come out yet. What? Abyssal Ordinary Dungeon, Dark Knight Manor, clearing rewards in progress. Rating: SSS Reward, SSS Grade Chest, Ordinary Dungeon, Experience 1000, Gear Forging Hammer 1. As the settlement notification echoed in his mind, Qin Ze felt the space before him distort. By the time he came to his senses, he found himself standing at the dungeon portal. The professionals around them stopped what they were doing and stared at them in astonishment. They are out, the record breakers are out. 4 level 10s and 1 level 9, seems like a specialized team for breaking records. Their future is set, with endless endorsements and resources pouring their way. So envious. With a record-breaking title, everything becomes so much easier later on, and it is highly likely they will rise to greatness. Soon, professionals from further away came running over, and many were using their communication devices to call for people. Come over quickly, someone just broke the record. What is there to see about a record being broken? It is not like you broke it. They broke it in just 2 hours, and it was the ordinary level Abyss dungeon at that. Holy cow, where are they? What? On the other side, the homeroom teacher and the students who had just awakened their professions were gathered in a corner. The homeroom teacher was still tirelessly going over precautions with the students. The path of a professional is incredibly difficult and winding. Even the strongest person in China, Daisha, did not have a smooth leveling path, but he still rose to the top in the end. Therefore, I hope that once you enter the dungeon, you will not be too embarrassed to use a return scroll for the sake of face. This item is what saves your life. At this moment, a student suddenly pointed into the distance and said, "Teacher, why does that person look like someone from our school? What was it he did before? Oh right, he bought the Necromancer job advancement pack on an installment plan for a full $1,000,000. A total sucker. Hahaha, I remember now. Paying $1 million in installments for a flashy but useless Necromancer scroll, what was he thinking? He is definitely finished. We probably will not see him around in a few days." Wait, that is not right. Why is Qin Ze surrounded by so many people? What did he do? What? The students started shouting one after another, and the homeroom teacher frowned and turned back to look. Immediately after, the homeroom teacher's body stiffened in place, and he let out an exclamation. My God! Homeroom teacher, what is going on? Some of the boys were already staring in a daze, while many of the girls were still asking in their naivety. Qin Ze, he broke the record, and it was an ordinary level dungeon. The homeroom teacher spoke blankly, as if a bombshell had exploded in the crowd. No one expected that Qin Ze, who had become the laughingstock for buying an installment package worth $1 million, would actually break the record and become the center of attention. Even the most naive person understands the value of breaking a record. Many professional teams spend a lot of money to buy a record-breaking title, which grants a 20% bonus to subsequent rewards, not to mention store owners who would hire them for endorsements. It is fair to say that with just this one title, you will never have to worry about food or drink again in your life. I really want to marry him. Is there anyone who can help introduce us? I want to marry him too. So amazing. As long as you get this title, you do not need to work hard or clear dungeons to kill monsters. Money will just keep rolling in every day. I might ask if Qin Ze likes boys later. Liu Yang, who had just come out of the dungeon, was pleasantly surprised to see that Qin Ze had broken the record. It must have been the contribution of the 4 high-level players. However, hearing the comments of the surrounding classmates, he was absolutely speechless. You guys were calling Qin Ze a total loser just a while ago, and today is not even over yet you have changed your tune already. The past is the past and now is now. I just want to find a husband with a record-breaking title. Is that not allowed? Fine, fine, Liu Yang shook his head helplessly. These guys really have thick skin. What? A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Qin Ze and his group were surrounded by layers of people. Professionals craned their necks to look inside, wanting to catch a glimpse of the record breaker. There were even reporters who had sneaked in, snapping photos with their simple cameras. The time of this record-breaking run was too exaggerated. It took only 2 hours and 27 minutes, almost 3 times faster than the previous record of 8 hours and 59 minutes. Once this is reported, it will definitely be huge news. A few meters around Qin Ze was clear, with everyone guarding this open space. As they moved forward, the crowd opened a path for them. It looked like a scene of heroes returning in triumph. It actually ended just like that. It feels like a dream. The fashionable woman sighed with a complex expression. They came to carry a low-level player, but ended up not having to do anything the whole time. And they even broke the record on the side. Absurd, absolutely absurd. Yeah, I used to think it was just my bad luck, but seeing this made me realize that the gap between people is not just a little bit. The guy is already level 9 now, almost catching up to us. What? The others looked back with deep meaning. Brother Qin Ze, we will gather some level 10 weapons and equipment shortly, as much as possible for a necromancer, so you do not have to go looking for gear everywhere. Then I will trouble you all. Qin Ze nodded and disbanded the team. Wait a second. Seeing Qin Ze preparing to leave, the fashionable woman called out quickly. Even though they were the ones who came to help Qin Ze clear the map, they were the ones who were now reluctant to let him go. Excuse me for asking, but what do you plan to do next? Well, I plan to try the nightmare-level dungeon to see if I can clear it. The sound of people gasping in shock echoed all around. Do not go, absolutely do not go, the man with the slick-back hair said excitedly. What is wrong? The reason why Nightmare is called Nightmare is that once you enter, you can never come back out. Countless geniuses have entered full of confidence, only to have no news ever heard of them again. That place is not something that humans can clear. The man's voice trembled and his face was full of terror. Scared to this extent just by thinking about it. Qin Ze felt surprised. He then nodded and said, "Thank you for the advice, I understand." The other 3 also changed their expressions when they heard he was going to the nightmare-level dungeon. They looked at Qin Ze as if he were a dead man. Because the nightmare-level abyss has another name, the Graveyard of Geniuses, specializing in curing all arrogance. After the team disbanded, the 4 of them immediately went to find gear for Qin Ze. Qin Ze decided to wait a bit, first level up his skills, buy some tools and daily supplies, and then think about entering the nightmare-level abyss dungeon. After all, it is nightmare level, so it deserves enough respect. Meanwhile, Liu Xiu, wearing black stockings and a promotional headset, was distracted, with worry and regret occasionally appearing on her face. I wonder how Qin Ze is doing on his side. High-level professionals will reduce the rewards distributed. If he can reach level 3, it would be a stroke of luck, and then he will have to rely on himself. Thinking of how Qin Ze is an orphan, along with her own confident words, Liu Xiu wanted to curse herself. Liu Xiu, you are truly the worst. Suddenly her phone rang and she answered immediately asking, "Is the dungeon finished? How was it?" A sigh came from the other end of the line, which made Liu Xiu's heart tighten. Qin Ze is finished, he still fell into the nightmare trap. Liu Xiu stood there as if she had been struck by lightning. What? The person you found for us is an absolute freak. The kind that words cannot even describe. The stylish woman exclaimed over the phone. A freak? Liu Xiu was bewildered. She could not tell for a moment whether it was meant as a compliment or an insult. After all, girls often use the word freak when they are cursing someone out. Exactly, I was on edge the entire time. The 4 of us had to stay right by his side just to keep him alive. Liu Xiyu grew more confused the more she heard. Was it because Qin Ze was so useless that they had to protect him closely just to keep him alive? A pang of sorrow struck her heart. How miserable, truly miserable. She could already imagine Qin Ze running for his life in a disheveled state inside the dungeon. And that skeleton summoning spell he learned was, as the other person said, absolute garbage. She had specifically searched for videos of it and seen that the little skeletons walked unsteadily, with their bones falling apart. And all of this was because... At this thought, Liu Xiyu's heart ached even more. I have ruined a child's future. What future did you ruin? The stylish woman asked, puzzled. Sobbing, I boasted about the most expensive Necromancer job change package just to hit my KPI, and he actually believed it and took out a loan of 990,000 to buy it. It was only later that I found out he was an orphan, and his talent was only B rank. Liu Xiyu choked out her confession. There was a silence of over 10 seconds on the line before the stylish woman spoke up. You are truly damned. How could you even say that? That is a B rank talent. In any other profession, they would have a bright future, but you pushed them to choose Necromancer. Is that something a normal person should choose? Liu Xiyu's remorse and guilt intensified instantly. I am guilty. Liu Xiyu slowly knelt on the floor, tears falling down. If she could go back to the past, she would not hesitate to slap herself twice. Ruining someone else's life just for a KPI. He was just a kid and one full of potential at that. Hey, do not be too hard on yourself. Everyone is responsible for their own choices. Look on the bright side, we are just ordinary people with no power or influence, not gods. Really, thank you, I feel a little better. You should probably carry some armor or something on you. Be careful you do not get stabbed on the street. Liu Feng. After the call ended, Liu Xiyu listlessly returned to work. She was 22, a priest, and once hoped to become a professional too, but the first time she entered the Black Abyss dungeon, she was so scared she wet her pants. Seeing a ghoul disembowel her companion left her with lifelong trauma. That was why she knew exactly what Qin Ze would be facing. A news notification popped up on her screen. Shock. The clear record for the normal grade Black Abyss dungeon has been broken, with the time slashed by 3 times. Liu Xiyu glanced at it, then turned off her phone and put it in her pocket. The record-breaking incident began to ferment, starting with small-scale discussions among professionals. Eventually, it was spread by news media, causing a stir nationwide. At the same time, the report strictly controlled the personal information of Qin Ze and the others. It was nearly impossible for ordinary people to find their specific contact details. However, for prominent factions looking to purchase this information, it was simple enough. A hefty sum of money was all it took to obtain everything, including contact details and all personal data. The personal information of the 5, including Qin Ze, was also exceptionally expensive. Even so, their phones were nearly blown up by calls from all sorts of factions looking to cooperate. This is really giving me a headache. The DMs are about to explode. After hanging up on another stranger's call, Qin Ze felt his scalp tingle looking at the 999+ unread private messages. It was ridiculous. It felt like he was being cyberbullied. I would like to rent a temporary room. For how long? The receptionist asked without looking up. 10 hours for now. All right, that will be 10,000 in total. Will you be transferring the payment or paying by card? 10,000, can I pay in installments? Huh? The receptionist pouted as she looked up, but upon seeing it was Qin Ze and the title displayed above him, she was stunned. Yes, you can pay in installments. How many years would you like? 20 years, I suppose. The receptionist. Qin Ze entered the temporary room and looked at his small treasury, which was still intact, a satisfied look on his face. Why pay in full when you can do installments? At this rate, he might become a world-famous super genius in a month, and clearing all his debts should not be hard. This is the ultimate way to get everything for free. Come forth, epic skeleton warrior. Qin Ze raised his necromancer staff and chanted for 2 seconds. A black-purple spiral crater appeared on the ground in front of him. It had a radius of about 2 meters and felt heavy and imposing. A noble purple light glowed inside the rotating hole, and then a figure began to rise slowly. It was a giant purple skeleton. It stood before a giant purple-patterned sword, clutching the hilt with both hands. Its head was bowed and its eye sockets were pitch black. It looked just like a statue. Once it had fully ascended, purple flames ignited in its eye sockets, and it strode over to Qin Ze, kneeling on one knee. My master. Qin Ze was amazed by its aura. Is this a skeleton aristocrat? Every movement maintained etiquette and restraint. Epic skeleton warrior. Level 55.9 cannot exceed the summoner. HP 23,400. Attributes: Strength 782, Agility 881, Intelligence 328. Skill 1: Death Energy. Born from death, this skeleton possesses the power to wither all things. Enemies approaching it will be afflicted with the Death Fragility effect, reducing both attack and defense by 45% and nullifying regeneration abilities. Skill 2: Jumping Heavy Strike. The skeleton raises its purple-patterned greatsword and swings with full force, dealing 2,132 damage. It has a chance to trigger an execution effect, cleaving the enemy in half, regardless of whether it is a boss or a normal monster. Skill 3: Seismic Stomp. The skeleton stomps the ground hard, inflicting a shockwave on all enemies within a 7-meter radius, forcing them into the air and interrupting all casting effects. Skill 4: Greatsword Summon. The skeleton is naturally equipped with a purple-patterned greatsword, which can be recalled to its hand through space-defying summons. When used, all attributes increase by 20%, and any wounds caused cannot be self-healed. Description: An aristocratic skeleton that has fought on many battlefields. So strong. If the elite skeleton warrior is just a powerful skeleton that sweeps through the wild, then the epic skeleton warrior is a disciplined force that even demons fear. Attack the test pillar in the center with full force. As you command, my master. The nearly 5-meter-tall skeleton slowly rose to its feet and leaped fiercely toward the front. The 5-meter-tall purple figure raises its sword and delivers a vertical strike. An aura of death spirals outward. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the massive purple sword slashes from top to bottom. The test dummy splits down the middle, with both halves flying far away. Minus 2031. An incredibly high damage number slowly drifts upward. The massive purple sword executes a flourish in the air before being nimbly plunged into the ground. The epic skeleton monster kneels on one knee before Qin Ze, repeating those same 2 words. My master. Qin Ze nods, feeling very satisfied. The epic skeleton monster's damage has quadrupled, its agility has increased significantly, and it possesses advanced combat skills, as evidenced by the sword flourish just now. If a ghoul tried to rely on its agility to pounce on the skeleton monster's back for a bite, that would be difficult indeed. The moment it leaps into the air, the epic skeleton monster would hack it to pieces. I feel a bit more confident about the nightmare-level dungeon now. But it is still not enough. Qin Ze knows very well that the epic skeleton monster's stats are only on par with a nightmare-level dungeon boss. It is fine for dealing with mobs, but it would be difficult to go toe-to-toe with the dungeon boss itself. However, his skills improve by 1 point every second. Worst case, he can just wait a few more days, raise his skill levels, and then go in. A level 9 Necromancer can learn many skills, such as summoning, support, and offensive spells. The downside is that they are extremely expensive and unaffordable for the average person. Most professionals do not need that many skills, 2 or 3 are enough. Having too many skills drains your mana and can easily fry your brain. Qin Ze opens his skill menu, where his newly learned skill lies quietly. Silver-skinned ghoul requires a 5-second chant to summon a horde of metallic-bodied ghouls to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 100. Come forth, ghouls. Qin Ze raises his staff and begins to chant. As his voice fades, a hair-raising rustling sound fills the surroundings, as if insects are crawling across the ground. Immediately after, a large group of ghouls with silver-glistening bodies appear one after another. There are 60 of them. Their almost putrid faces and murky yellow eyes stare unblinkingly at Qin Ze, their gaze seemingly filled with a deep craving for flesh. Qin Ze instinctively takes 2 steps back, his hair standing on end. A sense of fear surges within him and his heart begins to pound. After a few seconds, he chuckles self-deprecatingly. To be scared by my own summons, I am a pathetic excuse for a necromancer. Silver-skinned ghoul 55, 432. Level 55, 9 cannot exceed the necromancer's level. Health 1800. Stats: Strength 127, Agility 153, Intelligence 89. Skill 1: Aura of Fear. Ghouls can inflict a fear-inducing effect on nearby creatures, causing continuous mental and stat suppression. It can even render targets unable to act, though it has no effect on high-level creatures. Skill 2: Devour Corpse. Ghouls have an uncontrollable hunger for meat. When consuming a corpse, they recover 100 health per second, and each corpse consumed grants a random stat point. Skill 3: Steel Bite. After hardening their entire bodies, the ghouls gain greatly increased resistance to negative effects, deal 50% more damage, and possess a crippling effect. Description: These are guys who eat people and do not even spit out the bones. These should be the stats for the ghouls in a nightmare-level dungeon. With over 2,000 health, the epic skeleton monster should be able to kill one with a single sword strike. Just the right practice for the epic skeleton monster. The two of you fight, let me see the results. Qin Ze waves his hand casually. As you wish, my master. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton monster slowly rises, its hand bones tightening as it pulls the purple-veined greatsword from the ground, assuming a combat stance. The murky yellow eyes of the surrounding ghouls all lock onto the epic skeleton monster. The next moment, the battle breaks out. The epic skeleton monster simply sweeps its sword through the air, and several silver-backed ghouls crumble and vanish on the ground. Minus 1,823. Minus 1,871. Minus 1,903. The damage numbers keep popping up, just enough to exceed their health limit and secure a one-shot kill. He does not dismiss either side. A necromancer is different from other summoners. They do not need to raise their own summoned beasts. They just need to cast skills to get loyal summons, and as the skill levels up, the summons level up as well. Plus, the summons come with their own weapons and gear, which saves a lot of trouble. How should I allocate my free stat points? Stats: Strength 13, Agility 15, Intelligence 21. Remaining free stat points: 40. Strength, Agility, and Intelligence each offer a different path of development, and as a necromancer, it is obviously intelligence for me. Qin Ze thinks for a moment and dumps all 40 points into intelligence at once. Intelligence plus 40, health plus 400, mana plus 400, mana recovery rate increased to 1 per second. Necromancer summoning skills usually involve fixed creatures that are not linked to the summoner's stats, so no matter where he puts his points, it does not affect the undead summons. However, necromancers also have some spell-based skills, and those are strongly correlated. Next are the rewards dropped by the long-haired ghoul boss. He has already learned the ghoul skill book. All that is left is the ghoul ring and the manor key. Ghoul rings. Level requirement 55/5. Quality silver. Stat bonuses: Agility plus 7, Intelligence plus 3, Health plus 300. Skill 1: Climbing ability. The wearer can climb vertical walls and ceilings rapidly, with climbing speed increased to 200 and noise generated significantly reduced. Description: This is a blood-stained ring. I only get a bonus if I am crawling on the ground. Is it not okay if I am standing? Qin Ze cannot help but complain after seeing the absurd properties of the ghoul ring. Still, his ring slot is currently empty, so he will wear it for now. The basic stat bonuses are quite nice. If he encounters danger later and needs to climb a wall to escape, it might just come in handy. Manor key. Dungeon item. Function: a key that can open the gate of the manor. Description: SHH, do not let them find you. So this is the manor key. It looks pretty strange too. Qin Ze is speechless as he looks at the massive, palm-sized key. He feels like there might be an ulterior motive for making the manor key so big. Next is the reward for breaking the dungeon record. Record-breaking completion pack. Open it. Congratulations, you have received a platinum tier equipment selection chest. Please choose your class. A long list of classes like warrior, ranger, assassin, etc. pops up. Qin Ze searches for a long time before finally finding the necromancer class at the very end. After clicking it, a magic book with a skull embossed on the cover appears spinning. Necromantic grimoires. Level requirement 55/10. Quality platinums. Stat bonuses: Intelligence plus 30, Agility plus 10, Strength plus 10, Mana plus 2000. Enhancement 0. Forging 0. Refining 0. Skill 1: Quick casting. Reduces the chanting time of all necromantic spells to 1 second, cuts mana consumption by 50%, and has a chance to cast spells at a higher level of potency. Skill 2: Flight. Consumes 5 mana per second to gain the ability to fly, with a maximum speed of 5 meters per second and a maximum altitude of 500 meters. Skill 3: Sacrifice. Sacrifice a friendly undead unit to convert all its health into a shield for yourself, lasting for 1 minute. Mana cost 50. Description: This is a cruel magic book. Artifact: This is an absolute artifact. Qin Ze's eyes lit up as soon as he saw this platinum-grade magic book. Putting aside its exaggerated base attribute bonuses, the quick cast skill alone would drive countless mages crazy. Spell chanting is the biggest constraint for mages. If all spells could be shortened to 1 second, mages would be capable of non-stop gapless bombardment. It is like removing a limiter. The reason Qin Ze did not dare to recycle his summons for resummoning before was precisely because of that 3-second chant time. He was afraid that without the elite skeletons blocking for him, he would end up dying himself. Now that the chant time is reduced to 1 second, and with other undead summons to cover for him, he can completely achieve a perpetual motion style of combat. The second skill, Flight, is also a god-tier ability. It allows him to temporarily leave the battlefield, significantly increasing his safety in the air while also letting him observe the situation on the ground. The third is a survival ability, which is also very useful. If all else fails, he can just sacrifice them and summon another batch. If you will not do it, there are plenty of undead who will. The only pity is that it has a level 10 requirement, so he cannot equip it yet. I guess I will have to run some dungeons and reach level 10 first. I actually got a platinum grade piece of equipment from the record-breaking completion gift pack. This is sweet. The nightmare grade manor dungeon still has not been cleared by anyone yet. The first clear reward is still up for grabs. Qin Ze happily stored the Necromancer's magic book into his inventory. Finally, there is the SSS rank rating reward. Do you want to claim the SSS rank rating reward? Congratulations! You have received an SSS rank treasure chest normal dungeon, 1,000 experience points and 1 equipment forging hammer. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. For Qin Ze, who is at level 9, 1,000 experience points only amounts to about a 5% increase. Open the SSS rank treasure chest. As Qin Ze spoke, the magnificent treasure chest slowly opened. While Qin Ze was opening the treasure chest in his temporary room, the outside world was going crazy looking for him. Beep, beep, beep. The man in the suit hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Manager, I cannot reach Qin Ze either. What exactly happened to him? Liu Xiu, wearing black stockings, sat obediently in the manager's office, growing more and more suspicious. She did not understand why the manager was so insistent on finding Qin Ze. You do not need to know that. You just need to bring Qin Ze here. I need to talk to him about his debt. The manager shot a cold, disdainful glance at Liu Xiu. Debt? You mean the 990,000 loan for the undead specialty package? Liu Xiu's heart skipped a beat and she instantly panicked. That is right. Our investigation showed that he does not have the qualifications for a loan, nor is he eligible for a 20-year long-term installment plan. So we need to notify him immediately to come here and pay it back early. If he does not have the money, he can use something else as a substitute. The manager gave a sinister smile as he finished the last sentence. How could this happen? What loan qualifications? I have never heard of such a thing. I was the one who granted him the 20-year installment eligibility. I should be the one responsible, and since he himself has no major violations, he should be entitled to those 20 years. Liu Xiu explained anxiously. Are you telling me how to do my job? Or do you think that, as a small salesperson, you can change the opinions of the company's senior management? The manager said with a dark face. This is coming from the top. Liu Xiu's voice trembled slightly. What do you think? Liu Xiu did not know how she ended up walking out of the office. Her mind was in a complete mess. She was aware of some of the company's practices, like forcing early repayment so that professional levelers could not pay, allowing the company to control them. The only way out was for them to declare bankruptcy, but that would ruin their future as professionals. But she never imagined that as soon as she had finished processing the 990,000 installment for Qin Ze, the company would immediately come after him. Their goal was very clear, to use this to control Qin Ze. Liu Xiu, you are truly damned. You finished the loan paperwork, and now you are helping the company persecute him. Now what should I do? Liu Xiu slumped over her workstation, remaining silent for a long time. The SSS rank treasure chest slowly opened. Golden light shone upon Qin Ze's face. Is this a gold-grade equipment? It is a little lower quality than the record-breaking chest. Magic soft armor. Level requirement level 5. Attribute requirements 30 intelligence, 15 strength. Quality gold grades. Base attributes intelligence plus 10, strength plus 5, HP plus 800. Skill 1 magic shield. Consumes 100 mana to grant a magic shield with 2000 HP. It can block attacks from any angle and increases magic resistance by 50%. Skill 2 rock steady. Consumes 50 mana to enter a rock steady state, effectively resisting physical negative effects like knock-up, shatter, and heavy strikes. Skill 3 rapid recovery. Can only be used once every 24 hours. Consumes 300 mana to restore all HP, remove all negative effects, exit combat state, and teleport to any location within 10 meters. Introduction, a soft armor that symbolizes honor. This is a life-saving artifact. The last skill especially acts like a pseudo-resurrection skill. It not only recovers HP but also exits combat, and you can only exit a dungeon after you have left combat. If you cannot get out of combat, then you are dead. Qin Ze took off his previous beginner plate armor and put on this piece of magic soft armor. This feels so comfortable. Plate armor is too stiff, like being wrapped in plasterboard, but this magic soft armor feels like regular cotton clothing, very soft and smooth, yet extremely tough. If he had a choice in the future, he would never wear plate armor again. It is too much of a torture. Immediately after, information about the skills poured into his mind. Qin Ze had mastered how to release them. All that remained was to practice until perfect. There is one last reward, and then this will be over. Equipment Forger. Tool. Function forges equipment of platinum grade or higher, increasing base attributes by 10%. There is a chance to gain brand new abilities, with success rates depending on the equipment's level. So it is a forger. I will deal with this after I equip the Necromancer's magic book. Qin Ze stretched his arms wide and then confirmed his strategy. If he levels up his skill once per second, he can upgrade it 86,400 times a day. It would only take 1 day for his ghoul summoning skill to reach a level comparable to his skeleton summoning. Then he can go to Liu Xiu again and get more undead type skills through installments. Once the resonance crystal takes effect, the completion rate for the nightmare grade dungeon will improve significantly. A genius is Graveyard. Then he would be the one to break that curse. Qin Ze stepped out of the temporary room. It had only been an hour, so he did not want to waste the remaining time. He went to the front desk lady to pause the timer. Suddenly, an incredible voice rang out. Qin Ze, you are already at level 9. What? No way am I seeing this right, you are level 9. His best friend Liu Yang walked up to Qin Ze with a look of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Hess, I am impressive or not, I call me daddy and I will carry you. Seeing it was Liu Yang, a smile appeared on Qin Ze's face. He was still sharp enough to know who was truly good to him and who was not. Wait, my head is spinning. You mean that salesperson got you 4 high-level professionals, and then those 4 did not even lift a finger while you swept through the normal dungeon yourself? How can I believe that? Liu Yang stared at him, bewildered. Everyone knew how weak a necromancer was in the early stages. What could those little skeletons that looked like they would fall apart just by walking possibly do? Believe it or not, just tell me if you want to level up. Daddy. Liu Yang looked left and right, and ignoring the crowd around them, he bowed down to Qin Ze right there. No matter how illogical this whole thing seemed, the guy's level was real, and clearing simple dungeons was definitely a breeze for him. The two bros were about to rise to the top. Good, not bad. From now on, I will handle the monster killing and you can just stand in the back and cheer me on. Qin Ze nodded with satisfaction. Nightmare tier dungeons can be soloed, but any act that increases the difficulty will provide a bonus to the final rewards. Just like when he brought 4 high-level professionals with him at level 1 and cleared the hard dungeon. The experience boost was insane, otherwise he never would have reached level 9. By the same logic, if he brings 4 dead weights into a nightmare dungeon, the bonus will be incredibly massive. Hey, you're looking down on me way too much, Danchin Yang complained with some dissatisfaction. I practiced martial arts for a few years, you know. Just now in the simple dungeon, I soloed a ghoul all by myself, and even that high-level professional complimented me on my promising future. That is quite impressive actually, Qin Ze nodded. Let us go, we need to stock up on gear and supplies. We are getting ready for another dungeon run. You doing okay? I am doing great, just watch me show you some real skills. Do not be surprised when you have to call me daddy instead. Liu Yang put his hands on his hips and let out a weird cackle, already imagining the scene of Qin Ze kneeling and calling him daddy. Just then, their homeroom teacher appeared from the side and looked at Qin Ze with a face full of surprise. I did not expect this at all. You actually broke the record for the hard dungeon. You have brought glory to our class and our school. The other students gathered around, some envious and some jealous. They fear their friends will struggle, but fear them succeeding even more. This mentality was the true reflection of their inner thoughts. But they had to keep up appearances, so they offered their congratulations one after another. Congrats on breaking the hard dungeon record. I am so jealous. As long as you have that title, you are set for the rest of your life. Money will come just by lying down. What? Qin Ze smiled and nodded in response, thank you all. You treat me well, I will treat you well, but if you try to harm me, do not blame me for what happens next. The school thinks very highly of your performance, but they are quite concerned about your Necromancer class. If you can clear the Black Abyss dungeon twice successfully, the school will provide you with all kinds of subsidies. The homeroom teacher pulled Qin Ze aside and said, Qin Ze's eyes lit up and he asked, if it is a subsidy, can I make some requests? You want to make requests? The homeroom teacher paused, then shook his head and said, all resource allocations are fixed to prevent people from using their positions to manipulate resources. But do not worry, the school's subsidy covers everything, so you can enter without any worries. I see, then what if I clear the nightmare dungeon? As soon as he said that, the teacher's eyelids twitched. If you could clear the nightmare dungeon, you could even ask the principal to give up his seat for you. Wait, you are not actually thinking of. Then it is a deal then. Qin Ze smiled slightly and walked toward the exit of the Black Abyss connection point, leaving the teacher staring at his retreating back in a daze. Whoosh, the student standing behind erupted into a buzz. Damn, this Qin Ze is really full of himself. Breaking one hard dungeon record is a big deal, talking about nightmare dungeons like he is actually going to try one. Exactly, acting all smug after getting a lucky break. Nightmare dungeon, really? Is that even something we can touch? He specifically had professionals carry him to break the record, and now he thinks he is something special. What? Qin Ze walked out of the Abyss connection point and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello? Liu Shiyu's slightly panicked voice sounded. I need to buy some things, class skill books and such. Where are you now? I will come find you. Qin Ze was a bit surprised, thinking, is the customer service really this good? I am right outside the Black Abyss connection point with a friend. Okay, I am on my way. The call ended, and Qin Ze and Liu Yang grabbed a quick bite of liampi on the street. Less than 10 minutes later, the familiar beetle car appeared in his line of sight. Hi, over here. Qin Ze smiled and waved at the car. Instead, Liu Shiyu hurried out of the car, grabbed Qin Ze and said, come on, let us get in the car and talk. This is really important. Qin Ze was stunned and looked back at his bro, who gave him a knowing look. You need to leave Linhai City right now and head to Beijing City. I have already bought the ticket for you. That area is outside the Li family's influence. They will not be able to extort money from you. Get settled there first, and once I handle my work issues, I will come join you. Liu Shiyu said in a rushed tone and stuffed a ticket into Qin Ze's hand. No, wait, what is this about? Qin Ze saw her acting like they were eloping and could not help but speak up. I just wanted to buy some stuff, and you are telling me to move to another city. Liu Shiyu calmed down, took a deep breath, and told him about the company wanting him to pay back his debts early. So they want it early, let them wait. Is not there still a month left? Qin Ze was quite puzzled. Ah, you will not be able to escape by then. The company will force you to do things you will not be able to accept. If I cannot escape, I cannot escape. Telling me to move to another city just like that is too ridiculous. I just wanted to buy some skill books and daily necessities. You do not want to pay in installments again, do you? Yeah, how did you know? Liu Shiyu. At Qin Ze's insistence, Liu Shiyu took the ticket back. Her mind was completely blank. The escape plan she had racked her brain to come up with was just rejected by the guy like that. The arms cannot wrestle the thighs. She did not think Qin Ze could escape his fate of being controlled by the company. Did I fail to convey the severity of the situation? She thought to herself while driving the Beetle, filled with doubt. At the Li family exchange, professionals were constantly coming and going. Their eyes were filled with numbness and bewilderment. Almost 80% of them, upon leaving, would take one last look at this grand building, clenching their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their palms. They swore to themselves that as soon as they paid off their debt, they would never take out an installment loan again. This thing is a curse. It feels convenient and great when you are using it. But when you cannot pay it back, you keep borrowing more to cover the debt, and the interest just keeps piling up. You are stuck in a cycle of debt, and with the daily expenses of being a professional, before you know it, you are hundreds of thousands in the hole. That is when the company from the exchange shows up, telling you your qualifications have been downgraded, demanding a tightening of your loans, and requiring immediate repayment. If you cannot pay, you have to work for the exchange company to pay off the debt, but the profit margins they give you are extremely low, at least 3 or 4 times lower than the market rate. The gear you find in dungeons is bought by them at 1/3 of its value. The company even employs specialized analysts who use precise data to keep these professionals perpetually on the brink of survival, turning them into unfeeling machines that toil for the company. This world honors only strength. Backed by the superfamily, the Li clan, even official personnel dare not easily challenge the exchange company. Now, Qin Ze has broken the record for the normal-level Black Abyss dungeon. The exchange company has spotted his potential and is tightening the noose. Look, what did I tell you? As soon as the company sees you have potential, they will surely use debt to control you. They will squeeze every bit of value out of you. That is just how the company operates, Liu Yang said, gritting his teeth with his fists clenched. Yeah, that is why I told you to leave this city immediately. As long as you escape the Li family's reach, you can still work as a professional, and I can just find any random job. Company sales jobs are available everywhere, Huenshin Jiang chimed in. It does not matter, you guys do not need to worry about me. Qin Ze reclined comfortably with his hands behind his head. Tug, it does not matter. Big brother, your entire future is about to be ruined. You are walking right into the lion's den, and you are still going to the exchange. What? The beetle car pulled up outside the exchange, and Qin Ze leaped out. Why not fleece them for all they are worth? He had already tested the waters with his homeroom teacher. If he could clear a nightmare-level dungeon, the principal would probably move his own seat just to let him sit in it. Though it might be an exaggeration, it still hints at the immense value of nightmare-level dungeons. Strength is king, and that applies to him as well. He would use his fists to break through this cage built from the top down. Besides, he knows that the company is utterly shameless. Whether you are an assassin with 100,000 in debt or a necromancer with 990,000, they have ways to ensure you cannot leave and can never climb out of the hole. This is nothing but forced exploitation of a professional's future. Student Qin Ze, what are you looking to buy? Liu Xiu caught up from behind and asked, what is the most expensive thing you have here? Liu Xiu, Liu Yang, why does this scene feel so familiar? The most expensive item should be the resurrection badge. It allows you to revive once with full stats inside a dungeon, limited to once per dungeon, and it costs 10 million. The second most expensive is the forced exit scroll, which allows you to escape even while in combat, costing 5 million. Oh, then give me a resurrection badge. Qin Ze waved his hand with a flamboyant air. A resurrection badge is like a second life. It is crucial to prevent dying suddenly in the nightmare-level Black Abyss. Hearing the price of 10 million, Liu Xiu got the hiccups from fear. Are you just giving up on yourself now? Please do not do this. You are still young, you have a bright future, do not keep buying things. Liu Xiu begged bitterly. Seeing Qin Ze in this self-destructive state, her heart ached. She cursed herself silently. How could she have led such a fine young man to this? Who would have thought that Qin Ze's next sentence would pierce her heart like a thorn? Do you not want to meet your sales quota? 10 million should give you a pretty good commission, right? Qin Ze asked out of curiosity. He genuinely wanted to provide some benefits to those around him. Liu Xiu clutched her chest and stepped back, her expression so pained she could not speak. For a fleeting moment, she really wanted to die to atone for her guilt. Just then, a frivolous voice rang out nearby. Oh, this must be Qin Ze. Liu Xiu, you did a great job bringing this little brother here. I will give you a double year-end bonus for this. Qin Ze turned his head to see a man in a suit, his hair slicked back with gel, looking like a total elite. However, his tone carried a condescending air. Manager, that is, Qin Ze, it is not what you think. Liu Xiu panicked and tried to explain, but realized it was impossible. What is it? What do you want? Qin Ze frowned at the man. If he guessed correctly, this must be the manager. My name is Lu Guanghua. Learning that you successfully refreshed the dungeon record, I wanted to thank you personally, which is why I notified Liu Xiu. Now that I see you in person, you are truly a talent. Lu Guanghua said with a bright smile, extending his right hand. The professionals passing by who saw this scene all let out cold snorts. Manager Lu was a master of a smile that hides a knife. Many of them had been fooled by that smile initially, only to find themselves trapped and unable to escape after a couple of times. Qin Ze looked at him with surprise and asked, are you here to steal a client from Liu Xiu? For a manager of your stature, are you not ashamed? As soon as he said this, the surrounding professionals burst into laughter. Many of them looked at him for the first time. This guy is interesting. Lu Guanghua pulled back his hand awkwardly, bowed his head to adjust his sleeve, and a flash of malice crossed his eyes. Young brother Qin Ze, let us talk business. You have a 990,000 installment debt, and because your eligibility has been revoked, you must pay off this debt this month. Otherwise, we will be forced to take legal action, and you will never be able to enter the Black Abyss dungeon again. Of course, we would not want to drive anyone to their death, so we offer a second option. Join our young master's party and obey his orders. He is currently level 10, and as long as you help him reach level 15, your debt will be wiped clean. Qin Ze's eyes narrowed. This was clearly about more than just money. The onlookers were shocked. This was practically the most dangerous party to join. Many knew that the Li family's young master was a spoiled brat who did not treat ordinary people as human beings. People sent to him were subjected to constant abuse, and if someone died in the dungeon, it was treated as a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiu's pupils shrank, and she reached out to grab the corner of Qin Ze's clothes. Qin Ze replied calmly, "I refuse." Then prepare to pay it off within a month. $1 million is not impossible to scrape together, especially for an orphan. It should not be that hard, haha. Manager Lu said with maximum sarcasm, going so far as to blurt out Qin Ze's family background. "Who told you I was going to pay it back?" Lu Guanghua, What do you mean? Lu Guanghua frowned deeply as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. He quickly figured it out. Qin Ze had already cleared the normal level Black Abyss dungeon. Even if he was carried, the record-breaking reward alone would bring him a substantial income, far exceeding $1 million. Presumably, this Qin Ze thinks he can afford to pay it back and is already determined to get what he wants. A sinister grin spread across Lu Guanghua's lips. Naive, far too naive. The installment contract clearly states that when one is unable to repay the debt, all obtained equipment and items must be sold to the exchange company at prices far below market value. Paying one's debts is only natural. Since you are so confident, I will not disturb your shopping any further. We are a legal and compliant professional company. There is no such thing as bullying people. After reaching this conclusion, Lu Guanghua smiled and stepped back. It is impossible for you to leave Linhai City now. Liu Shiyu shook her head repeatedly. The surrounding professionals were whispering and casting glances at Qin Ze from time to time. There was excitement, confusion, and utter disbelief. How many arms do you think you have to fight against a powerhouse like this company? But Qin Ze's next move truly left them stunned. Bring me the 10 million resurrection badge, Qin Ze said calmly. Wait, are you being serious? Liu Shiyu was shocked. I need to prepare for the upcoming dungeon. Money is just an external object, but I only have one life. Plus, this adds to your performance metrics, so why not? Qin Ze shrugged with a smile. Liu Shiyu. That is so convincing. Unable to dissuade Qin Ze, Liu Wang had to retrieve a safety box containing a resurrection badge through their channels. She was very hesitant when she handed it over. Are you really going to buy it? Of course, remember to set it to a 20-year installment. Tug. Are not you doing this for your performance? You will get quite a commission from 10 million, Qin Ze shrugged. Liu Shiyu's eyes widened suddenly and she took a step back. This action immediately caused an uproar among the people around them. He is practically digging his own grave. How tired of living are you? Buy it, let him buy it. Standing in the back office, Lu Guanghua sneered at Qin Ze on the monitor. In his eyes, a record breaker is still worth 10 million. A 10 million resurrection badge on a 20-year installment. Liu Shiyu's head was buzzing as she finished the installment paperwork. Where are the skill books for the Necromancer? Let me see. Qin Ze continued to wander through the exchange, his eyes scanning the merchandise. Right here. You are level 9, so there are 3 skills you can learn in total, 2 support skill books and 1 summoning skill book. Which one do you need? I will take them all. Liu Shiyu. You are not even asking for the price now, are you? He has truly given up on himself. To be honest, with every item Qin Ze bought, she was the one feeling the most troubled. Soon, 3 skill books were laid out in front of Qin Ze. Skeleton Archer Summoning, Meditation, Evil Aura. Skeleton Archer Summoning, learning level 55.5, 3-second chant, summons a skeleton archer to fight for you. Duration 1 day, mana cost 100 points. Qin Ze's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this skill book. He was currently lacking ranged damage, and the skeleton archer was just what he needed to make up for it. The chances of clearing the nightmare dungeon have increased significantly. He immediately opened his skill panel to check, and the Silverskin Ghoul had already leveled up twice. Silverskin Ghoul becomes Moonlight Ghoul. Moonlight Ghoul becomes Shadow Ghoul. Level 55.237. In terms of the number of promotions, it was already on par with an epic grade skeleton monster. Qin Ze immediately removed it from the upgrade slot, placed the skeleton archer summoning skill book there, and started upgrading it every second. At the same time, the B-grade talent resonance crystal could finally be activated and used. All 3 skills were put into the resonance crystal. The other skills being upgraded would share the same level. Meditation General Mage Skill. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, you can recover mana relatively quickly. 100 mana points restored per minute. Evil Aura Basic Undead Skill. Allies within the aura gain 10% movement speed and 10% resistance to negative effects. The aura affects a circle with a 10-meter diameter. The latter 2 were also excellent skills. Meditation prevents running out of mana, and Evil Aura provides a group buff. Once the levels are raised, the effects will definitely be worth looking forward to. Furthermore, they had already started upgrading under the effect of the resonance crystal. 55.1 to 55.2. 55.2 to 55.3. Endless never-stopping progress. One skill book is 1.5 million, so 3 is 4.5 million. You. Buy it? Qin Ze nodded. These 3 skills must be bought. Let us get a set of equipment as well. My newbie gear needs a change. A set of level 5 silver equipment costs 12 million. Silver grade, that is looking down on me. Give me the gold grade equipment. Gold grade equipment. Liu Xiu hung her mouth open, staring at the completely insane Qin Ze. She had no words left. The surrounding professionals also gave Qin Ze a thumbs up. A true warrior indeed. Even Lu Guanghua in the back office could not sit still anymore. Nearly 40 to 50 million worth of items were gone. They might not even break even if they sold Qin Ze off. Things had reached this point and he could only endure it for now. Soon a set of gold-grade equipment was brought up, shimmering with a golden light and worth around 30 million. Take back the staff and the robe, I already have those. I will take the rest. Azure cloak, azure boots, azure necklace. All are level 5 gold-grade equipment for general mage use. As expected of gold-grade gear, it feels so comfortable to wear, cool and refreshing. Qin Ze exclaimed with curiosity after putting on the equipment. After this series of actions, Qin Ze's original 1 million did not seem like much anymore. And his outrageous move of taking out a loan for gear and skill books, coupled with his title as the normal-level dungeon record breaker, spread across the internet, sparking widespread discussion. After all, everyone had known for a long time that the Li family's company was unscrupulous. Qin Ze's behavior was practically jumping into a pit of fire. This kind of self-destructive behavior was exactly what the Li family company wanted to see. Until a piece of news broke like a bombshell. Qin Ze is going to enter the nightmare-level dungeon. Azure Wave Cape. Level requirement 55.5. Stat requirement 53 intelligence. Quality gold. Base stats intelligence plus 30, strength plus 10, HP plus 1000. Skill 1 Azure Healing Wave. Consumes 300 mana to release a bouncing wave of healing light. It heals the first target for 500 HP and bounces 7 times, with the effect decreasing by 20% each time. Skill 2 Stationary Recovery. Restores 5 HP per second while remaining stationary. The Azure Wave Necklace provides base stat bonuses of plus 20 intelligence and plus 20 agility. It comes with a skill that releases a Ray of Retribution, dealing 300 fixed damage to enemies. The Azure Wave Boots provide base stat bonuses of plus 25 agility and plus 15 intelligence. They include a skill that forms a wave of water in front of the caster, significantly increasing movement speed while standing on it. Qin Ze gave it a try and felt like he was standing on a moving conveyor belt. It requires some skill, otherwise you will fall off. Is there anything else you need to buy? Liu Xiu's voice was trembling slightly. Let us stock up on some daily supplies. Barbecuing is too much trouble, so a simple hot pot would be better. Just bring some vegetables and meat and you can eat as soon as you dip them in. Liu Xiu, you do not seriously intend to, inside the dungeon. That is right, you end up stuck in a dungeon for hours, it gets boring, so it is good to have some extra food. A recliner, drinks, a portable hot pot, and more were all packed into Qin Ze's warehouse. He spent over 10,000. And he happily secured a 20-year installment plan. After the massive shopping spree, Qin Ze had not spent a dime of his own cash, yet he walked away with his inventory packed to the brim. Lu Guanghua and the other professionals even started to get a strange illusion. It seemed like Qin Ze was not the real sucker here, the company was. But then again, how many examples are there of people who spend money like royalty, only to end up crying in despair when it comes time to pay back? Seeing Qin Ze about to leave, Lu Guanghua walked out and said, "Your payment date is the 1st of next month, including everything you bought today. We hope you can give us a satisfactory answer by then." Of course. Everything was ready, and he could finally enter the nightmare dungeon. Qin Ze was not in a hurry. He decided to go home and get some sleep first. He would use his skill upgrade system to level up Archer Skeleton after tackling the nightmare dungeon. That way, it would be much safer. During this time, he went through almost every guide for the Manor dungeon online. He noticed some details others had missed, like the fact that a child's drawing was hidden under the long-haired ghoul boss, depicting a map of the manor. He would need to keep an eye out for that when he entered the nightmare dungeon. Besides, the manor dungeon seemed to have a deeper story background. Meanwhile, Liu Xiu was sitting on the bed in her cramped apartment. She looked at the extra 100,000 in commission in her account, but her heart felt heavy. When did she become so pathetic? Every item Qin Ze bought felt like a heavy hammer blow to her heart. This money was essentially tainted blood money. Looking at the cash, she could not help but mutter, "I really am a terrible person." That night, Qin Ze's name spread throughout the entire Linhai city. The headlines of all major media sites were entirely dominated by Qin Ze. #shock normal grade dungeon record breaker takes out a loan of nearly 50 million. #excessive consumption, how to ruin your life, Qin Ze is the perfect example. People were also arguing fiercely under the post. He started with a godly run, only for Qin Ze to blow it all away. That is a record-breaking title, something so many people dream of. He could have just sat back and made money, but he had to go and buy all that junk. True, if I had that title, I would never leave the house. To the guy above, do you really think everyone is as uninspired as you? Exactly, people like that could never win a record-breaking title, let alone lay flat. Haha, you lot would be groveling at his feet if you saw the title, yet you are lecturing me. Qin Ze's future is toast. Lee's corp is known for their traps. He basically just handed them the knife to stab him with. Qin Ze woke up, gave a comfortable stretch. He made a call and asked Liu Xiu to come pick him up. After spending so much money, the least they could do is provide a ride for a client. Soon, Liu Xiu pulled up in her beetle and stared at Qin Ze with a complicated expression. "Let us go to the Abyss connection point." Qin Ze checked his skills in the car and saw that the Archer skeleton had been upgraded. Archer skeleton summoning, Flame Archer skeleton summoning. Flame Archer skeleton summoning, Mighty Archer skeleton summoning. Mighty Archer skeleton summoning, Annihilation Archer skeleton summoning. Level 55.3241. This level really gives one a sense of security. The other two skills were upgraded as well. Meditation, Greater Meditation, Greater Meditation, Invocation. Invocation, Great Invocation. Great Invocation, place hands together, chant undead incantations to communicate with death. Undead within a 10-meter radius restore 300 HP per second, while non-undead units lose 300 HP per second and suffer from a fear effect. Consumes 20 mana per second. Evil Aura, Greater Evil Aura, Greater Evil Aura, Necropolis, Necropolis, Giant Necropolis. Giant Necropolis, consumes 1000 mana, temporarily alters the surrounding environment. Undead units gain an absolute home field advantage. Speed plus 100, attack frequency plus 100, constant access to dead bodies, and triggers a wide-range fear effect. Another trump card. Qin Ze wore a smile on his face. "We are here." Liu Xiu parked the beetle on the side of the road, looking at Qin Ze with conflicted eyes. Are you sure you want to go into the nightmare dungeon?" Liu Yang's right eyelid was twitching as he looked at Qin Ze in horror. "Yes, I am confident I can clear it." "Stop joking, that is no different from committing suicide." "Trust me, do you think a normal grade dungeon would get me to level 9? Do not you want to think about what happened in there?" "You man." Liu Yang's eyes widened, looking at him in disbelief. "Right, the so-called high-level Kara did not actually fight, they became my experience booster." Qin Ze nodded, confirming his guess. That is unbelievable. "Are you coming or not? You are a good friend, that is why I am telling you." Liu Yang hesitated. This was a nightmare-grade dungeon, clearing it would mean an instant takeoff. Qin Ze's logic was simple. Having an extra person tagging along meant more rewards and an additional completion bonus. Why not? "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who defy me shall perish." I want everyone to know that those who follow me will eat well, but for those who go against me, I am sorry, but they will be erased from this world, Qin Ze said calmly, his words exuding immense confidence. Liu Yang stared blankly at him, moved by his confidence. "Screw it, I believe in you. Carry me to victory." "Daddy." Do you choose to enter the nightmare-grade Dark Abyss dungeon? The difficulty of this dungeon is extremely high, and all monsters are strengthened by 3 to 5 times. It is extremely dangerous, please choose carefully. Currently in 2-player mode. Yes/no. Liu Yang, go for it, daddy. Qin Ze 1. Countdown 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. As the words faded, the space in front of Qin Ze distorted. And then he vanished from the spot. Moonlight washed over the earth and the weeds rustled. Everything felt quiet yet eerie. With the distortion of space, Qin Ze's arrival shattered the silence. Weird screeching sounds of ghouls echoed from the bushes, followed by the sound of rapid crawling. The aura around here is terrifying. The bushes are crawling with ghouls. Liu Yang looked around in panic. She could barely handle one ghoul, this many would leave nothing left of her. I know you are in a rush, but do not panic yet. Qin Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, then raised his staff. Come forth, my skeletons. Whoosh, 5 circular vortices appeared around him. Epic skeletons wielding giant purple swords slowly rose. Purple fire ignited within their empty eye sockets. Liu Yang, you call these skeletal monsters. Nightmare-grade manner needs to be more realistic. The breeze blowing over carries a thick malice. Qin Ze watches his surroundings vigilantly, a chill creeping down his neck. Something terrifying seems to exist here. The manor hidden deep in the night stands in the distance, staring back at him. The next second, the nearby bushes begin to shake as ghouls crawl out from within. Qin Ze was mentally prepared, but he still could not help but gasp at the sight of them. These ghouls are covered in twisted markings, looking exactly like the scribbles of a mental patient. Nightmare ghouls. Common nightmare monster. HP 5300. Level 55.10. Attributes: Strength 273, Agility 298, Intelligence 73. Skill 1, Frenzy. Upon seeing a professional, the nightmare ghoul can instantly enter a frenzy state, increasing its speed and attack speed by 300. It may lose the ability to distinguish friend from foe, consuming enemies or allies to increase its madness and strengthen its attributes. Skill 2, Agony. The nightmare ghoul is constantly in pain and strives to spread this suffering to others. Anyone attacked by it is afflicted with an agony debuff, continuously losing 10 HP per second for 1 minute. Introduction: they were full of resentment in life and will not let go even in death. Foster father, do you see the markings on these ghouls? It feels like I am living in a nightmare. Liu Yang shivers and tries to squeeze closer to Qin Ze. Have some guts, we have not even started fighting yet and you are already this scared. I have to be qualified to fight them first, I am just a level 2 nobody. Liu Yang is on the verge of tears. This is just the beginning of the nightmare dungeon. The monsters later will be even more abnormal. Qin Ze shakes his head slightly. 5 purple skeletal figures stand around, providing a great sense of security. Purple flames burn within the dark hollows of their skeletal eye sockets. They show no fear of these nightmare ghouls, charging in with their swords drawn. The nightmare ghoul is truly insane. As it leaps into the air, its 4 claws flail wildly, almost creating afterimages. It must have an attack speed of 5 hits per second. Unfortunately, it is met with a heavy purple sword that strikes right across its face. Swish! An upward slash instant kill. Minus 5,320. Congratulations, you have killed a nightmare ghoul. EXP gained 80. My god, am I seeing this right? 5,000 damage in one swing. I remember a level 10 professional dealing at most 500 damage. Your skeleton just did 10 times that, and there are 5 of them. What is going on with you? Liu Yang looks as if he has seen a ghost. The skeleton just happened to have an execution skill, so 1 hit cleared the health bar. Usually 2,000 damage is about right, Qin Ze explains with a smile. Having a close friend by your side while grinding mobs actually feels quite nice. If I had come in alone, I would be feeling much gloomier. These 5 skeleton monsters alone are not enough to kill all these ghouls. Can you summon more? Come forth, my archer skeletons. Qin Ze raises his staff, and a dark purple pentagram appears and spins beneath his feet. A skeletal hand suddenly reaches out from the dirt, scaring Liu Yang into letting out a squeak. Then the entire skeletal body climbs out, carrying a simple black bow on its back. Liu Yang, they look so strong. Foster father, something is not right with your skeletons. The archer skeleton is much more petite than the melee skeletons, about 1.8 meters tall, with thinner bones. 12 of them in total, they could form a squad now. Annihilation Archer Skeleton. Level 55.9 cannot exceed Summoner. HP 7300. Basic attributes: Strength 673, Agility 1132, Intelligence 798. Skill 1, Annihilation Arrow. Death energy is channeled in a unique way and attached to the arrow. After piercing an enemy, it releases a 2-meter radius death energy storm, engulfing the enemy and dealing 300 damage per second. Once fully annihilated, it devours the corpse. Skill 2, Infinite Arrows. The arrows of the Annihilation Archer Skeleton are composed of death energy. 1 point of energy creates an arrow that cannot be used by others. Upon successfully hitting an enemy, it causes negative emotions like numbness, panic, and pain. Skill 3, Arrow Rain. Fires 30 arrows at once to deal area damage, carrying all the effects of normal skills. It can also target a single enemy repeatedly, though the damage per arrow diminishes. Introduction: Professional Archer, extremely high accuracy. Now that they are in combat, they naturally know what to do. They take down their large bows, draw the strings to the limit towards the sky, and black flames erupt at the tips of the arrows before they are released with a swoosh. The arrows arc through the air and land precisely on the back of a ghoul. Death energy erupts, instantly spiraling into a black energy sphere. It instantly engulfs several nightmare ghouls. -1,821. -300. -300. Aside from the higher damage values from before, the remaining 300 damage pops up in a large cloud. Furthermore, the nightmare ghouls caught inside move significantly slower. The purple skeletons with heavy swords immediately walk up to finish them off. -2,389. Congratulations, you have killed a nightmare ghoul. EXP gained 83. Nightmare skeletons keep popping up like cockroaches, with no sign of stopping. The purple skeletons and archer skeletons work together perfectly, killing no matter how many come. Liu Yang watches the battle in a daze, now convinced. Qin Ze did not lie to him. It is really possible to clear the nightmare dungeon. Looks like another long battle. Let us take a break first. Qin Ze takes out a lounge chair and a simple hot pot table. Soon the aroma of hot pot fills the air. Liu Yang, you are having hot pot inside a nightmare dungeon. He feels like his worldview is being destroyed. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want some shabu-shabu mutton? Yes, yes, yes. Foster father, you just relax. I will handle these trivial things. It is fighting fiercely outside. And inside, Qin Ze and Liu Yang are eating happily. At the exchange company, a man is lying on the ground, trembling. The young master of a branch of the Li family is stepping on the man's back. The entire Linhai city belongs to my Li family. Who do you think you are, daring to take gear that belongs to me, Li Yuhao? The man says tremblingly, Master Li, please show mercy. I finally found a piece of high-quality gear and just wanted to sell it for a good price. My son is seriously ill and waiting for the money. That is none of my business. Damn it, I wanted that gear, so you have to spit it out. Li Yuhao kicks the man hard in the stomach, sending him flying several meters away. Lu Guanghua walks in at this moment, glances at the man on the ground and says respectfully, that man named Qin Ze refused to form a team with you. Qin Ze, Li Yuhao frowns slightly. Just as Lu Guanghua is about to remind him, Li Yuhao's eyes light up. Is the one you are talking about that very handsome guy? Lu Guanghua is stunned. Thinking of the rumors about Master Lei, who is interested in both men and women, he cannot help but feel a chill creep up his spine. Then he immediately nods in affirmation. Yes, it is exactly that person. Then what are you waiting for? Bring him to me. He says no, so I have to accept it. Is that something that should be allowed? Li Yuhao asks with a look of extreme surprise, as if to say, why are you even asking me about such things? Understood, understood. He has a loan of nearly 50 million this time. I investigated and he definitely cannot pay it back. By the end of the month at the latest, I will bring him to you, Lu Guanghua says quickly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The end of the month? Do you think I will wait that long? Bring him to me tomorrow. If you cannot do it, get lost, Li Yuhao says quite arrogantly. Yes, 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 Lu Guanghua nods repeatedly. He just turned to leave when an urgent notification appeared. Announcement, Professional Qin Ze has chosen to challenge the Nightmare Grade Black Abyss Dungeon. What? He actually? Lu Guanghua looks up in astonishment. He suddenly realizes Qin Ze's intention. If he can pass the Nightmare Grade Dungeon, it will surely shock the official higher-ups, who will then protect him at all costs. If he does not pass, he will not need to repay the debt anyway. At Linhai City Awakening High School, countless students learned about Qin Ze's situation. Their initial envy vanished in an instant. It was replaced by confusion and schadenfreude. Has Qin Ze lost his mind? He bought so many things on installment all at once, and even after the exchange company threatened him with the debt, he is still walking right into the trap. Buying 10 million worth of resurrection badges on installment was not enough. He even bought a set of gold-grade equipment. I do not think he truly understands how terrifying the company is. Tusk, to be honest, things are getting more and more interesting. He is probably just giving up and going wild. He has never experienced a shopping spree in his life, and that 990,000 undead class transfer kit must have flipped a switch in his brain that he cannot turn off. The homeroom teacher's expression changed repeatedly before he finally let out a deep sigh. He actually really wanted to help Qin Ze and could have even applied for resources on his behalf. But when it comes to a debt of 40 or 50 million, the school is powerless, and there is no way they can help him pay it off. The Li family company is not a group that takes losses. They have the backing of the main family in the central district. They lord over this small place of Linhai City and have built a systematic method of exploiting ordinary professionals. Plus, after a detailed review by their legal department, it is all completely legal and compliant, making it extremely difficult for local authorities to root out this force. Of course, this is also Qin Ze's own doing. He knew there were tigers in the mountain, yet he chose to walk right into the tiger's den. Just then, an announcement rang out, striking everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Announcement: the Qin Ze team has begun challenging the Nightmare Dungeon. Please take note. Homeroom teacher. The students. Wait, what is going on? A spark of realization flashed through their minds, as if everything suddenly clicked into place. Homeroom teacher. This kid Qin Ze intended to enter the Nightmare Dungeon from the very beginning. He even made his name public, openly provoking and mocking the Lee Company. As long as he clears the Nightmare Manor dungeon, everything changes. What is 40 or 50 million? He would become someone every major faction wants to recruit. Wait, no, are the Qin Ze team. The homeroom teacher shuddered, quickly checked the team composition, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Level 9 Qin Ze, Level 2 Jianbei Yang. These two are truly daring. Since the Manor Dungeon is a Tier 1 dungeon, only professionals under Level 10 can enter. Due to the high difficulty and the fact that most professionals have not mastered their skills or stats yet, the Manor Dungeon is actually harder than many high-level Nightmare dungeons. Most major families choose to skip this dungeon and just focus on leveling up. Over time, the Nightmare Manor dungeon became a legend. No one dared to challenge it. No matter how you look at it, these two are just walking in to be slaughtered. In the gloomy, eerie manor, the screams of nightmare ghouls were endless. The epic skeleton held a purple-veined greatsword, fighting on the front lines. The greatsword swung nimbly through the air, facing a nightmare ghoul lunging from above. It reversed the Liu and slammed it into the ground. The greatsword's ability to deal massive physical damage was on full display at this moment. Minus 2,370. The nightmare ghoul's health bar was cut in half, yet it still struggled. Then an arrow fell from the sky, striking it right in the back of the head. Black energy surged out, rampaging as it devoured the creature. Minus 1,789. Minus 300. Minus 300. Fortunately, there is no friendly fire. Otherwise, the epic skeleton would be losing health too. Congratulations, you successfully killed a nightmare ghoul. Experience gained 80. They had lost count of how many nightmare ghouls they had killed. The experience bar had risen by 2/3. And Liu Yang, who was just tagging along, had already leveled up twice, from level 2 to level 4. Leveling up is so fast, it feels like a dream. I never imagined monsters could be killed like this. Liu Yang sighed in amazement while picking up a slice of hot pot meat and shoving it into his mouth. Delicious. This place is truly filled with yin energy. Even with a blanket, I feel the chill seeping into my clothes. Also, I always feel like something is watching us, secretly manipulating everything. What do you think? Qin Ze was sitting under his blanket, holding a cup of hot coffee. Yes, I have the same feeling. I studied the guide carefully before coming. The entire manor dungeon is divided into 2 stages. The first is outside the manor. After killing the ghoul boss, you get the key to enter the manor to continue clearing it. But after careful comparison and analysis, I found that all professionals who enter the manor trigger an angry attack from the manor boss, accompanied by a roar telling them to get out. Liu Yang rested his chin in his hand and began to analyze. I noticed that too. The monsters outside and inside the manor are not on the same side, they do not get along. Just then, the sound of a whip crack echoed from a distance. The nightmare ghouls let out low growls and immediately retreated. Let us go, we are pushing forward. I will pack up our stuff. After Liu Yang tidied up the area, they immediately began to advance toward the manor. Now that we have the manor key, pushing forward is the right move. As they moved forward, new monsters emerged from the surrounding bushes. They looked like beetles about a meter long. The moonlight shone on them, reflecting silvery spots. But those heads with hair on them. Hiss. Liu Yang gasped. The heads growing on the beetles' necks made his blood run cold. These bugs, they have human heads on their necks. Qin Ze frowned and said nothing. These head beetles were not mentioned in any of the guides. The dungeon guides only covered the hard difficulty. No one knew what it was like on nightmare difficulty. Beetle Wraiths. Common nightmare monster. Level 55.10. HP 7300. Stats: Strength 432, Agility 397, Intelligence 129. Skill 1, Take Off. The beetle wraith spreads its wings to take flight. It is slow, but as it flies, it sheds scales that cause confusion, pain, and other negative effects. Skill 2, Vitality. The beetle wraith possesses immense vitality. Even if it is decapitated, it will continue to live. When its HP reaches 0, it can remain active for 30 minutes. If someone uses a healing spell to restore its HP, the beetle can regain its ability to move. Description: they were once human until one day. Oh my god, they can still live even after dying. I feel like they are even scarier than the ghouls. Liu Yang could not help but shrink back. The consequences of being caught by these wraith beetles would be horrific. I think these wraith beetles are just here as a form of punishment. Look at their skills, they do not really have any offensive means. Something just wants them to suffer. But that is not our concern. Start killing. Beetle wraiths have incredibly high stats, even stronger than nightmare ghouls. But their combat prowess and fighting spirit are pathetically weak. Upon seeing the fierce purple skeleton, their 8 insect legs began to tremble. Their pupil-less white eyes filled with panic, and they started looking left and right, clearly trying to flee the scene. They stopped halfway through their escape, as if something terrifying was blocking and intimidating them. So they are driving the beetle wraiths toward me, intending for a wanton massacre. Interesting. This nightmare dungeon actually has some substance. I cannot let this easy experience slip by. The epic skeleton monster held its ground, standing guard nearby. The shadow-killing archer skeleton took advantage of its long-range capabilities, continuously firing arrows that struck the beetle wraiths with precision. Bursts of death energy erupted, annihilating their bodies. -1,728. -300. -300. -1,794. -300. -300. Rounds of arrow rain poured down from the sky. Out of 30 arrows, 20 landed precisely on the beetle wraiths. The arrows, wreathed in black flames, pierced through their carapaces with ease. Amidst the overwhelming hail of arrows, the beetle wraiths did not counterattack. Instead, they writhed on the ground, screeching in agony. Some, unable to bear the pain, spread their insect wings and stumbled into the air, showing no will to fight but merely scrambling to dodge. Why do I feel like their screams sound like muffled human voices? It sounds like they are trying to say something, Liu Yang said, shrinking back. This was his first time seeing monsters that only knew how to run away while taking a beating. It is hard to imagine that these monsters are from a nightmare dungeon. This is basically a free experience farm. It is human voices. They are still human souls, but their bodies have been grafted onto other organisms. Qin Ze nodded with a complicated expression. After seeing this, he probably would not be able to finish his hot pot. If these monsters were good people in life, then putting them to rest is doing them a favor. And if they were bad people, then we are just punishing evildoers. It is a perfectly well-rounded defensive strategy. Are you saying they were specifically turned into this to receive punishment? Exactly, that is it. Accompanied by round after round of arrow rain, the beetle wraith's HP was finally drained. Now it is just a matter of waiting for half an hour until they kick the bucket. Qin Ze did not rush in blindly, choosing to play it safe and wait for the beetle wraiths to die so the experience points would be safely in his pocket. The next second, moonlight purification suddenly poured down, shining on the twitching beetle wraiths lying on the ground. Their HP, which had hit 0, started ticking back up, and their recovery speed increased as if they had been pumped with adrenaline. What is happening? If they keep healing like this, are we going to be fighting for a year? Qin Ze quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The beetle wraiths that were twitching on the ground on the verge of death all flipped back over. This time they seemed much bolder. Their pure white eyes revealed resentment as they stared fixedly at Qin Ze, their true natures beginning to manifest. Things are looking a bit grim. If they can keep resurrecting, we might eventually be worn down to death. Liu Yang gripped his spear tightly and said warily, I suspect the boss behind the scenes feels we are not causing enough pain. Try dismembering them into pieces. If that does not work, we will have no choice but to break in. Kill the boss first, and the minions will be easy to deal with. Liu Yang, kill the boss first, then the minions. Is not that the wrong way around? Shadow Ghoul level 3271. Summon swarms of shadow ghouls with peak stats to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 300 points. Come forth, my ghouls. Qin Ze raised his staff and the surrounding space suddenly twisted. Shadow ghouls crawled out one by one. Their bodies were grayish-white, blending almost perfectly into the gloomy environment. It would be hard to spot them without looking closely. There were 130 of them in total, all incredibly fast and hidden in the shadows. The beetle wraiths that had just stood up did not even have time to react before claws plunged into their shells, tearing them open and splattering oil-like viscous blood all over the ground. minus 723, minus 771, minus 809. The shadow ghouls had high attack speeds, swiping 3 times per second. The cumulative damage was quite significant. The beetle wraiths let out agonizing wails. Please spare me, I am just a dorm warden, I do not know anything. I have no idea what the dean has done. Please spare me. Accompanying the screams were fragmented pieces of information. Qin Ze finally understood some of the plot. This manor was originally an orphanage that took in homeless children, and these beetle wraiths were the staff who managed. No, they were controlling and deceiving these kids. They would raise them to a certain age and then start harvesting their blood and organs. They are absolute total villains. Qin Ze sighed softly. He had thought it was a method the boss was using against them, but it turned out to be just pure torture and punishment. But these people should have had absolute control over the manor. How did it end up like this? Liu Yang looked puzzled. I do not know, but judging from the wails of these beetle wraiths, it seems one of the children suddenly turned dark and started punishing them. It is just a guess for now. Let us see if our results will satisfy the other party. The shadow ghouls were too fast, flickering in and out of the shadows. The beetle wraiths were torn apart from the center, revealing various human organs scattered across the floor. Finally, the HP dropped to 0. The beetle wraiths lay in pieces, their legs still twitching. They were not completely dead yet. They had to hold out for a full 30 minutes. This time, the moonlight essence did not fall. Kill notifications sounded one after another. Congratulations, successfully killed a beetle wraith, gained 120 experience points. Congratulations, successfully killed a beetle wraith, gained 120 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. All stats +1, free attribute points +4. You can now learn advanced skills of the undead summoner. All skill levels have been increased, HP +1000, mana +500. Looks like my guess was right. The boss behind the scenes just wanted me to torture these beetle wraiths. What on earth happened in this manor? Qin Ze took out the level 10 equipment, the undead grimoire which he could finally hold. The starter staff was tossed into the storage to gather dust. Finally reached level 10. After equipping the Necronomicon, my chant time is reduced to 1 second, allowing me to perform summon substitutions at any time. Even if all the skeletons die, I can resummon them and have them reappear at full health again. And the flight ability, it seems pretty useful for escaping or scouting intel too. Qin Ze happily equipped the Necronomicon, his fingertips brushing over the cover filled with mysterious patterns, where a skull was inlaid in the center, looking quite striking. Godfather, you are level 10 now, congratulations. Liu Yang said excitedly. Throughout this journey, he felt like he was in a dream. Although he could only gain a little experience, in the face of such a massive base of experience, it was enough for him to level up again. He has now reached level 5. It usually takes an ordinary person at least a year to reach level 5, and the higher the level, the harder it is to advance. Many people get permanently stuck at level 5. Easy dungeons give no experience, and they cannot clear difficult dungeons, eventually fading into the crowd and withdrawing from the professional scene. A professional who can reach level 10 is one in tens of thousands. And Qin Ze reached level 10 in just 2 days. The way he looked at Qin Ze was filled with not just gratitude, but worship. Strong, too strong. He had become a total fanboy in his heart. Qin Ze was not particularly excited about the level increase. What he cared about were the advanced skills of the undead summoner. He really did not expect that skills were categorized by tiers. He only knew that as one levels up, career skills gradually unlock. At level 25, one can undergo a first promotion to obtain a specific career path. Every professional has their own unique path for advancement, and that is when their combat power will undergo its first qualitative change. When we get out, I must get my hands on some high-tier skills. After finishing off the beetle wraiths, they continued to push forward. About half an hour later, they finally reached the familiar marble fountain. The long-haired ghoul boss was lurking on the marble fountain. Sensing someone's arrival, it slowly lifted its head, its pupils swirling like whirlpools, as if intending to drag a person's soul into them by force. Long-haired ghoul nightmares. Boss, HP 132,700. Attributes, Strength plus 931, Agility 1083, Intelligence 273. Skill 1, Blood Moon Rotation. The silver moon in the sky turns completely into a blood moon and an ancient door swings open. Inside, it craves the flesh and blood of young men and women. They love to mash flesh together and imbue it with new life. This time, an ancient and evil power emanates, attaching itself to the long-haired ghoul, increasing all attributes threefold, while its HP drops by 1,000 per second until death. Skill 2, Forest of Illusions. The long-haired ghoul's eyes can cast illusions, forcibly pulling the enemy's consciousness in and inflicting supreme pain, causing negative effects like confusion, stupor, and insanity. There is a certain probability of washing the enemy's brain into a state of idiocy. Skill 3, Guard Dog. The keeper of the ancient door, who selects and accepts sacrificial flesh and blood and presents them to them. Each time it receives a comprehensive feedback in attributes. When it dies, the ancient door will close, waiting for the birth of the next guard dog. Introduction, their favorite pet. Are you ready to face the retaliation? Guard dog, this thing seems to be a sentry. Liu Yang also read the description of the long-haired ghoul, and his legs were trembling. A hidden fear seemed to be unraveling, and he was absolutely going to regret this. Do you think the final boss we have to fight is the monster this thing is guarding? Compared to the information released by its panel, the long-haired ghoul's super stats seem to count for little. Impossible, an ancient and powerful entity is not something we can deal with at level 10. Even a nightmare dungeon has to consider the most extreme possibilities. If a level 60 or 70 boss were created, that would not be a dungeon but a killing machine. Whoever enters dies. I think it is just background flavor. Then I am relieved. Wait, this long-haired ghoul does not look easy to fight either. My god, over 1,000 agility points. Many level 20 professionals only have 400 or 500 base points at level 20, and that is among the top tier ones. That is why they call it a nightmare dungeon. Qin Ze appeared very calm. Set up the hot pot again, this time it might take a while. Ah, big brother or no godfather, is it appropriate for us to eat hot pot now? This is too disrespectful to a nightmare level boss. What if it gets angry? Can you go up and fight it yourself? Definitely not. One slap and I am gone. Funny, I am the same as you. Liu Yang. The fragrant hot pot began to bubble and boil once again. Qin Ze, wrapped in a blanket, lay on his rocking chair, while downing 2 bottles of mana potions to fill his depleted mana bar. 5 epic skeleton monsters, 12 annihilation archer skeletons, and 130 shadow ghouls had all been dispatched. This is the first wave. Once they are all gone, Qin Ze will summon the second wave. There are still the Great Curse Chant and giant undead graveyard skills that have not been used yet. If the first wave does not win, then he will use the subsequent abilities. A massive battle was about to erupt between the two sides. The 5-meter-tall purple skeletons naturally took the lead, acting as a frontline meat shield. They possess the power of death, which can break 45% of the opponent's defense, so the damage dealt to the long-haired ghoul boss was only slightly lower. At the same time, their tactical coordination was quite fluid. One epic skeleton monster leapt up suddenly, gripping its greatsword with both hands above its head, then hacked down heavily. The long-haired ghoul boss did not dodge at all, instead widening those eyes of its, with ripples spinning crazily inside. It actually wanted to use illusions to confuse the skeleton monster. The skeleton does not even have a brain, so naturally it cannot be confused. The blade hacked fiercely into the back of the long-haired ghoul boss's head, making its whole body stagger forward. Minus 1,983. The second epic skeleton monster slid in, its ribcage grazing the ground, and swung its purple-patterned greatsword horizontally. The long-haired ghoul boss's head was immediately knocked to the side. Minus 2,003. Subsequent epic skeleton monsters followed one after another, hacking with their greatswords without mercy. Minus 2,039. Minus 2,045. The annihilation archer skeletons pulled their bowstrings to the limit, and arrows streamed toward the long-haired ghoul boss like a torrential river, connecting head to tail. 30 arrows hit the same target in succession. Minus 1,537. Minus 1,489. Minus 1,372. The damage kept decaying, but this was the damage output within 3 seconds. It was enough to be called massive output. The shadow ghouls hid in the shadows, cleaning up the nightmare ghouls surging from all around. The two sides gnawed at each other. In the end, the nightmare ghouls suffered a narrow defeat. At the trading company, Liu Xiu, wearing black silk stockings, sat obediently on the sofa. Manager Lu Guanghua paced back and forth in front of the desk, looking very irritable. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Qin Ze? Lu Guanghua suddenly stopped and barked sternly. There is no special relationship. He is my customer, but I deceived him into buying a 990,000 undead job transfer package. I feel terrible about it now, so I want to compensate him. Liu Xiu sighed. Every time she thought of Qin Ze, she felt like a sinner. What a good kid he was. In the end, under her influence, he turned toward a bad path. HMPH, if the company finds out you have any special relationship with him, the company has the right to claw back every penny you have earned, and in the end, you will have to pay a huge fine, understand? Liu Guanghua threatened viciously. In fact, he had already checked, and they had indeed only met for the first time a few days ago. They were truly not connected, otherwise he would have used Liu Xiyu to threaten him. I understand. Liu Xiyu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Just as Liu Guanghua was about to wave her away, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, so he smiled wickedly and said, "Do you know where Qin Ze is now?" Liu Xiyu was stunned, then remembered that it was she who had sent Qin Ze to the Black Abyss connection. So she said casually, "He should be in a dungeon." "Has you even know that, but do you know which dungeon he is in?" "That I do not know." Liu Xiyu was not part of the professional circle and did not pay attention to such information. He entered a nightmare-level dungeon, that little brat trying to use this to escape the company's settlement. Do or die. He is too naive. When has this company ever lost money? Even if he dies, he will eventually be teleported back. The company owns the rights to his remains. Even if it is just for experiments or research, we will recover the final loss and all his equipment will be returned as well. Liu Guanghua said through gritted teeth. If you ask who hates Qin Ze the most right now, it is naturally him. Because of Qin Ze, he had been scolded quite a bit. You people. Hearing these vicious words, Liu Xiyu subconsciously clenched her fists. These were the most vicious words she had ever heard in her life. Not even letting go of someone's remains, are they even human? Thinking that she was actually working for such a company. She felt her sins had deepened. But then she realized the words Nightmare Dungeon and suddenly froze. I heard that nightmare dungeons are very dangerous. It seems no one dares to go inside, Liu Xiyu asked blankly. It is more than dangerous, those who go in are sure to die, no one has ever escaped from one. Seeing that Liu Xiyu finally realized the problem, Liu Guanghua was full of schadenfreude. Understand now, when Qin Ze comes back out he will have turned into a corpse. Boom! This sentence rang through Liu Xiyu's mind like a thunderclap. She slowly placed her hand on her chest, feeling a sharp pang of pain. In other words, by sending him to the Black Abyss connection earlier, she had essentially sent him to the guillotine with her own hands. Qin Ze clearly knew the dangers of installment loans, but he had already prepared himself. Even if he died in the Nightmare Dungeon, he would not be a dog for the company. Mist clouded Liu Xiyu's eyes, she could no longer see what was in front of her. At this moment she felt incredibly shocked. And also very heartbroken. Inside the Nightmare Manor dungeon, the battlefield was extremely brutal. All kinds of bones and limbs were flying everywhere. Godfather, the meatballs are cooked, they are very tender and fresh, try some. Liu Yang diligently worked in the kitchen, keeping the hot pot running in perfect order. All kinds of vegetables and meats were put into the pot or fished out as needed. Delicious, delicious, stop putting more in, hurry up and eat some too, there is so much I cannot finish it all. Qin Ze saw the food being efficiently prepared and immediately felt a tingle in his scalp. The efficiency is way too high. Hee, you are the main combatant, of course you should eat your fill first. Liu Yang smiled, sat down at the table and happily took a bite. He had a very clear understanding of his role. He was just here to run errands and manage the logistics. So the service had to be on point to make sure Qin Ze was comfortable. If we are talking about main combatants, it should be the skeleton monsters eating, but unfortunately they have no tongues and no stomachs. And even less so senses. Qin Ze shook his head. However, this has also become their advantage. The phantom effects of the long-haired ghoul boss do not work on them. Furthermore, they feel no pain, have no fear, and are not afraid of getting hurt, much like dead soldiers. Meanwhile, the battle against the long-haired ghoul boss had reached a white-hot stage. After several rounds of attacks, the long-haired ghoul boss's HP had dropped by more than 50,000, leaving around 70,000 left. As its HP decreased, the long-haired ghoul boss's attacks became increasingly fierce. During its constant counterattacks, it suddenly lunged forward, circled behind an epic-level skeleton, opened its bloody mouth, stepped on its spine, and bit down violently. Snap! The spine shattered directly. Minus 3,271. The epic-level skeleton tried to reach out and grab the long-haired ghoul boss, but then its body suddenly collapsed and shattered on the ground, its eye sockets, which were always burning with purple flames, turning hollow again. One epic-level skeleton down. It seems this wave of summons has reached its end. Seeing this, Qin Ze narrowed his eyes. The HP of the other epic-level skeletons was also nearly bottomed out. Shadow ghouls, get in there. Epic skeleton summon cancel. Qin Ze issued 2 commands in succession. The shadow ghouls hiding in the darkness had been hunting down small monsters, so their combat strength was still intact. All 130 were still alive, and they immediately split 60 to face the long-haired ghoul boss. The epic-level skeletons, which had been quite brave, crumbled to the ground one by one. "Come out, my skeleton monsters." Qin Ze raised the magic book in his hand. 5 circles unfolded on the ground, and epic-level skeleton monsters slowly rose up. Since the epic-level skeleton monsters were not in the upgrade slots, they had not changed. They immediately stepped forward, greeting the long-haired ghoul boss and starting a new round of battle. The long-haired ghoul boss looked at the full HP skeleton monsters and was clearly stunned. The archer skeleton monster, which had always been in the upgrade slot, finally received its promotion. Dark Annihilation Archer Skeleton Monster becomes Dark Ranger. Dark Ranger hero-level summoning spell. Each summon fixes the unit. As the skill level increases, the hero's strength also increases. Summons a hero Dark Ranger to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana consumption 1000 points. Activation requirement: sacrifice 100 units, friend or foe. Qin Ze. After 5 level upgrades, it actually became a hero-level unit. Hero grade summoning skill. Seeing the brand new skill description, Qin Ze was overwhelmed with excitement. He knew that there were many types of summoners: beast summoners, human summoners, elf summoners, and even dragon summoners. With these subdivisions, their summons and combat styles varied wildly, but the one thing they all had in common, which was extremely rare, was the hero grade summon. It could be said that a hero grade summon is the benchmark for measuring a summoner's strength. The growth potential and skill power of a hero are far, far greater than those of ordinary summons. They can even rival professional combatants of the same level. But for a summoner, obtaining a hero-grade summon is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Even for those from super families who have inherited the class for generations, possessing a hero-grade summon is considered a stroke of immense good fortune. So with this setup, can every one of my summoning skills eventually be upgraded to a hero-grade summon? Qin Ze could not help but gasp. Honestly, even he was scared. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as Qin Ze forced himself to calm down. He discovered that the Dark Demise Archer Skeleton Summoning skill did not upgrade directly into Dark Ranger Summoning. Instead, 2 branches appeared, forcing him to choose. One was the hero grade route, and the other was a special monster route. Dark Thunder Skeleton Clan Archer, Special Monster Route. The Dark Thunder Skeleton Clan is a famous undead race with remarkable combat power and a massive population. As the level increases, the number of summons can also be increased. Qin Ze glanced at it and understood quickly. Although the Dark Ranger is hero grade, its quantity is restricted. He can only summon 1 at a time. As for the Dark Thunder Skeleton Clan Archer, while not hero grade, there is no limit to their numbers. At high levels, he might be able to summon hundreds or thousands of them. Each one is not weak, and combined, they might not necessarily be weaker than a Dark Ranger. I want both. This is so frustrating. Why must this dilemma be put before me? Qin Ze pulled at his hair, finding it hard to make a choice. At that moment, Liu Yang suddenly trembled beside him and said, foster father, something has changed. Look, the moon has turned red. The whole night sky looks like it is stained with a blood mist. It is terrifying." At his reminder, Qin Ze suddenly realized that the red moonlight had dyed the entire world red. Hidden horrors were breaking out. He no longer had time to hesitate. God, it is not like this is my only chance. I can just upgrade other skills in stages later. Qin Ze gritted his teeth and immediately chose Dark Ranger Summoning. After all, it is a boss, and it needs strong single-target attack capability. And a hero-grade unit fits that perfectly. Selection successful. Please sacrifice 100 units, friend or foe, to activate the summoning skill. I need to perform a sacrifice. Qin Ze immediately looked around. The enemy mobs in the blood-stained mist had already retreated. Only the long-haired ghoul boss stood tall, like a wolf howling at the moon. An eerie red light emanated from its body, and even its long black hair had turned blood red. 5 epic-grade skeletons were surrounding it, raining down slashes with their purple-patterned greatswords. Minus 2,037. Minus 2,089. Minus 2,148. Undoubtedly, this was a good opportunity to rack up damage. But what was annoying was that their damage output could not keep up with its health recovery speed from the Blood Moon transformation. Qin Ze checked the shadow ghouls on the field. 101 remained, just enough for the sacrifice. He suddenly raised the magic book in his hand, and countless eerie lights swirled in from all directions. Sacrifice. It was as if their souls were being absorbed. The eyes of the shadow ghouls quickly became vacant, They collapsed to the ground with a thud and then vanished into thin air as plumes of black smoke. Sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1. Sacrifice 1. Dark Demise Archer Skeleton Summoning upgraded to Dark Ranger Summoning. Dark Ranger Summoning Level 1 upgraded to Level 2. Watching as the long-haired ghoul boss' Blood Moon transformation neared its end, Qin Ze hurriedly raised his undead magic book and began to chant. "Come forth, my Dark Ranger." A split second later, a black-purple pentagram magic circle appeared, rotating on the ground in front of him. Purple light surged out, forming a sphere. Vaguely, a slim, graceful figure appeared within, carrying an incredibly oversized longbow on her back. As the light dissipated, the stunning creature was revealed. She wore minimal purple leather armor, leaving vast expanses of smooth skin exposed. Her lean and toned muscles seemed to hide endless power. She wore a cape resembling a hood, hiding her entire face. Her eyes were like two rubies glowing with a scarlet light. "My master." After appearing, the Dark Ranger knelt on one knee before Qin Ze, looking very respectful. "Dark Ranger. Hero grade. Level 10 cannot exceed Summoner's level. Basic stats, Strength 1037, Agility 1589, Intelligence 1205. Skill 1, Withering Arrow. Every arrow fired by the Dark Ranger carries a withering effect. Upon hitting an enemy, it ignores magic and physical defense, spreading virally at the wound and sprouting dense red blotches. Initial damage is 300, increasing over time to a maximum of 1000 damage per second. Neither healing nor purification can negate it. Only special holy items can remove the effect. After the enemy dies, the Flower of Withering absorbs all life essence, growing vigorously on the corpse and autonomously attacking nearby enemies while releasing a withering mist. Skill 2, Withering Detonation. Instantly detonates the withering effect within the enemy, dealing 5000 true damage and causing an explosion. Splattered fluids hitting other enemies will induce a weakened withering effect, which spreads for 10 seconds before growing into the full version. Skill 3, Charged Sky-Piercing Arrow. The Dark Ranger charges for 3 to 10 seconds, compressing dark energy to its limit. It can reach a range of 3000 to 30,000, with an arrow length of 1 to 5 meters, dealing 3000 to 30,000 piercing damage to the enemy. Skill 4, Petal Blink. Upon sensing danger, the Dark Ranger can blink to any location within 5 meters of the perceivable area, leaving behind withering petals. Enemies coming into contact with them will be infected with a weakened withering effect. Description: a hunter wandering in the dark. Many big shots hate her to the bone. Charging for 10 seconds deals 30,000 damage. And the base stats, this is freaking insane. Qin Ze was stunned. Hero stats are truly over the top. Without waiting for Qin Ze to give an order, the Dark Ranger locked onto the Blood Moon ghoul boss. Those eyes filled with scarlet light held no emotion. She slowly pulled back her giant longbow, with dark energy gathering at her fingertips. The Dark Ranger took a steady stance, her crimson eyes glowing with increasing intensity. An arrow began to materialize at her fingertips, growing larger by the second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Blood Moon transformed ghoulish boss sensed the danger and began to struggle restlessly. It first swatted away the epic tier skeleton, its steel-like fangs crushing the bones to dust. -5327. Then with a single follow-up swipe, it instantly killed the epic tier skeleton monster. -3721. The power of the ghoulish boss had been boosted to an unprecedented level. Your epic tier skeleton monster has died. Your epic tier skeleton monster has died. Your epic tier skeleton monster has died. The skeletons that had just been summoned were wiped out before they could even get warm. The ghoulish boss whipped its head toward them, blood-red vortices spinning within its eyes. It was filled with a terrifying, soul-chilling presence. It is looking over here. Liu Yang backed away in terror, his voice trembling. Do not look into its eyes. Right. Liu Yang quickly shut his eyes, but a moment later, a brilliant purple arc of light flashed before his eyelids. What? He opened his eyes to see the ghoulish boss throw its head back, its massive body tumbling backward from the force, while an arrow remained lodged in its head. After a brief silence, blood-red patterns spread rapidly across its body, bringing a strange sense of aesthetic to the hideous ghoulish boss. -17,328. 17,000 damage. You are telling me this is level 10. Liu Yang widened his eyes, his head ringing. Come forth, my skeletons. Qin Ze raised his magic book, and 5 epic tier skeletons crawled out once again. Flames erupted in their hollow eye sockets as they charged straight toward the ghoulish boss. They were essentially cannon fodder, but as long as they could stall for time, it was enough. This was the beauty of the monster series. They could be resummoned after death until mana ran out. The Dark Ranger charged up her piercing shot again, this time putting her full power into it. Unable to withstand such immense force, the ghoulish boss tumbled several meters backward. Minus 30,000. Finally, with a sound of unwilling shrieks from the ghoulish boss, the victory notification rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a ghoulish boss nightmare mode. Experience gained 50,000. Obtained special item, Blood Moon Orb. Obtained platinum tier equipment, Blood Moon Claws. Obtained gold tier equipment, Scarlet Armor. Obtained gold tier equipment, Scarlet Necklace. It dropped one piece of platinum gear, while the rest consisted of a pile of gold and silver tier equipment. And they were all level 10s. Unfortunately, the Blood Moon Claws were restricted to assassins. Whether for its base stats or its gear skills, it was highly desirable. A top-tier assassin item that would surely be snatched up immediately if put on the market. However, the fact that level 10 gear could only serve as a transitional item was quite awkward. The price would inevitably be reduced quite a bit. The platinum gear was secondary. What Qin Ze valued more was the Scarlet set. Each piece was level 10 with stats and skills that were absolute top tier, far better than the level 5 gold set he had scavenged from the exchange. Scarlet Armor. Level requirement 55.10. Class requirement Universal. Quality Gold. Stats Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Intelligence plus 10, Health plus 1500, Health regeneration plus 2 per second. Skill 1 Blood Pool. The Scarlet Armor automatically stores health. Killing an enemy plunders 1/10 of their health, up to a maximum of 100,000. Unless affected by healing prohibition or other negative debuffs, any health lost will be instantly restored until the stored health is completely depleted. Skill 2 Scarlet Burst. Consumes 500 health to deal 1000 area of effect damage within a 5-meter radius and knock back enemies. The more health consumed, the higher the damage and the stronger the knockback effect, with a damage cap of 7,000. Skill 3 Savage Charge. Consumes 100 health to form thick blood armor around the body, complete with shield spikes, effective for breaking through enemy encirclements. Deals 513 impact damage, with a 200 damage bonus against buildings. Description: a blood tank of an item, it is just that durable. Scarlet Cloak. Level requirement 55.10. Class requirement Universal. Quality Gold. Stats Intelligence plus 15, Agility plus 15. Makes the body lighter, allowing for extreme movement along vertical walls. Skill 1 Elemental Defense. When attacked by elemental damage like fire, water, or lightning, the cloak can be held in front of the body to block the damage. Skill 2 Aerial Glide. Open the cloak in midair to gain gliding ability. Controlling the height of both ends allows for changes in direction. Skill 3 Scarlet Imprisonment. Consumes 500 mana to release scarlet energy, inflicting negative effects like panic and trembling on enemies, and pinning them in place for 0.1 to 3 seconds, depending on the enemy level and strength. Description: want to experience the joy of flying. The Scarlet Boots provide plus 20 agility and plus 10 intelligence base stats and allow for triple jumping in midair. They are much faster than the levitation of the undead magic book, allowing one to spring at least 20 meters in 3 steps, and are a perfect match for the cloak's gliding ability. The Scarlet Necklace provides plus 20 intelligence and plus 10 strength base stats. Its main ability is to deploy an Eye of Surveillance with over 500 health. It monitors the surroundings autonomously, notifying the user remotely of any issues, and shares vision, which is very convenient. Currently, only one can be placed at a time. Qin Ze took a glance at the gold tier gear stats and immediately replaced the level 5 set he was wearing. He threw all the level 5 gear into the warehouse to gather dust. After equipping the new set, Qin Ze's appearance was completely refreshed. The overall color palette was a dark, mysterious, and powerful red. A white light flashed over Liu Yang nearby, likely signaling he had leveled up successfully. Although he was just tagging along, the experience and rewards he received left him incredibly excited. That feels good. Qin Ze dismissed all the epic tier skeletons and shadow ghouls from the scene, keeping only the stunning Dark Ranger by his side. Hero tier summoning spells could not be repeated within a short time. Once dismissed, she would be unavailable to summon again. Finally, there was one special item remaining, the Blood Moon Orb. He held it in his hand. It was a crystal ball with a blood-red moon floating inside. Blood Moon Orbs. Special item. Effect: upon use, the blood moon descends upon the world and ancient portals open. They will meet with you to either make you their watchdog and grant you their power, or you will die. Description: as long as you provide enough delicious blood sacrifices, they will give you what you want. So this thing is a job offer. Hiring a watchdog. The long-haired ghoul boss, its terrifying face riddled with arrows. Is the watchdog doing a good job? Living neither as a human nor as a ghost. Who would want to do that kind of work? Qin Ze stood before the long-haired ghoul boss, looking at its miserable state, and could not help but shake his head repeatedly. So the plot of the Manor dungeon is clear now. It is safe to say that all the analyses circulating online are completely wrong. That is because all the key information is hidden in the nightmare-level dungeon, which they have no way of accessing. In short, the long-haired ghoul boss is just a middleman. At the anticipation of those from the ancient gates, the ghoul boss made a deal with this so-called orphanage to provide children's internal organs long-term, and in return, the director would receive immense benefits. This place is a horrific human flesh farm. Qin Ze felt a tremor in his heart. It was too dark, too bloody. Those beetle wraiths with human heads were all the orphanage staff, responsible for deceiving and controlling these children. Judging from the punishments and torture they suffered, the entire orphanage must have been taken over by the children. Just by their own strength, I am afraid the children could not have resisted. What exactly happened to lead to this situation? Qin Ze muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered that after the long-haired ghoul boss died, a hand-drawn map of the manor by the children would appear under it. He summoned his epic-tier skeleton monster and sent one to find it. Finally, a 5-meter-tall giant skeleton brought in a paper to Qin Ze. My lords. Qin Ze took the drawing, which showed a house drawn with black crayons and some crooked paths inside. At the very top, a line was written. My best friend, where are you now? Triggered plot quest, my best friend. Quest description: the children in the orphanage were disappearing one by one, and the others felt very uneasy. The dormitory aunt told them that these children had been adopted and were about to live a better life. The children shifted from anxiety to anticipation, hoping someone would take them out of this gloomy orphanage. Until one day, a child named Xiaofeng found his best friend missing. He searched the whole manor and found his best friend gutted in front of a hidden stone gate with the orphanage adults all at the scene. He was terrified and ran away crying. The dormitory aunt told him his best friend had been adopted to live a better life. Quest objective: find Xiaofeng's best friend and bring them to Xiaofeng. Quest rewards 50,000 EXP, 1 random item, and 1 random piece of equipment. Qin Ze, your best friend has been gutted. Where am I supposed to find them for you? Godfather, it was way too dangerous just now. Wait, how did I trigger a quest, my best friend? Liu Yang walked up happily. He leveled up again, this time reaching level 6. Then he glanced at the quest description and froze. Oh my god, for heaven's sake, tricking children for profit, are these even human? He was about to burst into an angry rant, but then he suddenly paused. What is it? I suddenly remembered a video I watched before. An uploader once found a place full of dry bones, and they were thin, so they must have been children's. The uploader did not know what the place was for, so they posted it on Bilibili. Do you think? Yeah, it is very likely. That child has probably already turned into dry bones. Then what should we do? Are we still going to do this quest? Yes, do not forget what my profession is. Qin Ze smiled mysteriously. Undead summoner. Right, I work with skeletons, so how could I possibly not find his remains? What? When a god begins to bleed, they are no longer a god. People will start to fight back until they trample them underfoot. The Li family's exchange company has always been looming over the heads of all ordinary professionals. They use debt to force ordinary professionals to sell their futures for next to nothing. Many people have already discovered the problem and feel very resentful. But since life has not hit rock bottom yet, they naturally choose to just give up and live day by day, even tolerating some of the company's overreaching behaviors. Over time, those who dared to resist were instead seen as outliers. As if all of this was only natural. Until Qin Ze appeared. He did not do anything big, nor did he rise up to lead a rebellion. He just made the company suffer a loss. Especially the announcement that he entered the Nightmare Dungeon, which directly ignited the emotions of all professionals. Announcement: Qin Ze's team has entered the Nightmare Dungeon. Countless professionals suddenly realized that they too had the right to say no. Damn it, I have cleared so many dungeons, I have over a dozen silver tier items alone. It has been 3 years and I have only made 50,000 yuan. That is not even as much as an ordinary person makes in 3 years. My god, I sell things for pennies and have to buy things for twice the market price. I have been paying off a 500,000 principal plus interest for 3 years, and I still owe 450,000. I am done. Every day they make me carry newbies, and I have no time to clear dungeons myself. I was naive when I was young and took out a loan of 1.3 million. After years of scrimping and saving, the debt has not decreased, but instead, I owe another 100,000. Sometimes I really want to take a knife and stab the company boss's entire family. I want to file a complaint against the Lee family's young master. A year ago, I was just making a name for myself and my future was bright, but because of the debt, I was forced to carry the young master. They said if I carried him once, they would wipe my debt. I actually thought the world was a good place, but I was wrong. The young master brutally broke my right leg and my professional career was ruined. You know what is the funniest part? The medical expenses paid by the Lee family were actually deducted from my debt, and in the end, I ended up owing them another 50,000. I will take them down with me. You Lee family are the biggest tumor. If Qin Ze can enter a nightmare dungeon to resist, why cannot I? Qin Ze is really clear-headed. He took out so many loans and then went straight into the nightmare dungeon, successfully shearing the Lee family's sheep. In all my life, this is the first time I have seen the Lee company take a loss. If Qin Ze can successfully clear the nightmare dungeon, no, even if he just manages to escape alive, it will be the biggest blow to the Lee company. At that point, a call to arms would easily topple their tyranny in Linkai City. Countless professionals who have been exploited were discussing it frantically. Qin Ze's appearance undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to their dim lives. As long as he can come out of the nightmare dungeon alive, everything can change. This world respects strength. Without strength, they can only be bullied by the Lee family. But Qin Ze has proven his strength. Meanwhile, the Lee family executives were sipping coffee leisurely, admiring the excitement and pain of the lower-level professionals. They did not care about their resistance at all. If you owe money, you pay it back. That is the way of the world. A bunch of losers who just want to spend money but do not want to pay it back. How can there be such a good deal in this world? Countless professionals were waiting with bated breath for Qin Ze's return. He was no longer just an individual. He had become a symbol blowing the horn of victory. As long as Qin Ze returned, they would follow in his footsteps to further resist the exploitation by the Lee family's corporation. They did not expect all debts to be wiped out, but at least the low-price acquisitions and forced buyouts should be stopped. Otherwise, no matter how many dungeons they cleared, the result would be the same. 80% of the profits were taken by others, and they had to use the remaining 20% to pay off debts, which was absolutely outrageous. At the entrance to the Black Abyss, some professionals even set up shrines, praying for Qin Ze to return unharmed. Their fervent hopes were practically written all over their faces. Naturally, the Lee family's trading corporation would not tolerate such things. They immediately issued various mission orders, using debt to drive these people into the dungeons. The professionals were all talk but no action, each one begrudgingly heading into the dungeons. There was no other choice. If you asked them to resist as individuals, they simply would not dare. A day passed by quickly. The outcome the professionals had been hoping for never happened. No one came out and no corpses were teleported out either. It made everyone extremely nervous. There is still a chance. Since no body was teleported out, it means Qin Ze is not dead yet. It has been a whole day. I do not think it is likely. That is a nightmare-level dungeon. I have seen plenty of those man-eating monsters. In the clear videos of nightmare-level dungeons for first or second rankers, those monsters are everywhere. If Qin Ze was swallowed by one, it is perfectly normal that there is no body left. Wait, should not Qin Ze have pulled out if he saw the situation going south? He would not really want to throw his life away in there, would he? Nightmare dungeons are not subject to human will. Do you think you can just go in and out whenever you want? What do you take a nightmare-level dungeon for? True, a full day is actually enough to determine many things. Damn it, we really need a peerless genius to lead everyone through this crisis and break the Lee family's monopoly and oppression. Without strength, your words carry no weight. I am a bit more pessimistic. If Qin Ze manages to get out, what if the Lee family tempts him with huge rewards or even pulls him into their family to share the city's resources? Do you think he'd be tempted? Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. On one side is a golden-paved broad road. On the other is a difficult, thorny path. Any normal person would know which one to choose, right? They realized they had been too naive. Linhai City Mayor's office. Tang Zhu, wearing a white suit, looked solemn, her fingers subconsciously tapping on the table. She is only level 24 currently, making it difficult for her to keep the whole of Linhai City in check. But there is no way around it. Official resources are tight. Her level is considered the highest among the official Linhai City team, but compared to the Lee family's forces in Linhai City, she is nowhere near enough. They have a level 37 professional, which is 13 levels above her. This world is all about strength. Even if she is the mayor, if her level cannot suppress others, she has no real power and no way to compete with them. Besides, the Li family as a super noble clan can easily outmatch the official authorities even in the central district. If it were not for the other 4 super noble families acting as a check and balance, the Li family's wild ambitions would likely drive the entire Dragon Kingdom back into feudalism, where they would control all resources exclusively. At this moment, the principal sitting below suddenly spoke up. The current situation is dire. The power structure of the Dragon Kingdom is gradually forming into an oligarchy of 5 major groups. The official power is being infinitely weakened, and the 5 super noble families are intentionally squeezing out official personnel, offering very little in terms of high-level dungeon resources. It is really hard to say what the future of the Dragon Kingdom holds. His expression was anxious, his eyes filled with worry for the country's future. While internal upheavals were happening, external threats were also growing larger. Furthermore, he knew all too well the methods of the 5 super noble families. They used extreme suppression to hoard resources for their own growth. In the end, they would cause everyone to fall into the abyss, themselves included. We cannot control matters at the national level, and it is not our place to. The most critical issue right now is Linhai City. The resentment of the professionals has built up for a long time. And the Li family is sacrificing the future of all professionals to acquire resources and strengthen themselves. We must find a way to eradicate this tumor. Once these words were spoken, the high-ranking officials present all fell silent. They have a level 37 professional and have established a whole system of exploitation. It is even legal and compliant, leaving no reason for intervention. How on earth are we supposed to eradicate them? I believe the key breakthrough point is Qin Ze. Principal Shikang was silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. Swish, everyone looked at him in unison. The Minister of Human Resources was the first to jump out. I object. Qin Ze's talent is only B rank and he is a necromancer. Our resource supply is limited and we cannot gamble on one person. That is right, even if Qin Ze successfully escapes, it does not prove his value unless he can clear a nightmare-level dungeon. I would not say the possibility is 0, but it is infinitely close to 0. Breaking the Li family's monopoly is so difficult, we need the power of the bottom-level professionals. Qin Ze is now the popular choice. I believe he is the one. The high-ranking officials began to argue with each other. Mayor Tangzhu, who had been silent for a long time, let out a deep sigh. Everyone, stop for a moment. I have decided to invest all our resources into Qin Ze. He currently holds the hearts of the people, and the power he can mobilize is unimaginable. But the premise is that he makes it out alive. In the nightmare manner, Qin Ze did not yet know that he had become the hope of the people. I remember the corpse burial site is right ahead. The environment of the nightmare-level dungeon has changed, but the most important location should remain the same. Liu Yang scanned his surroundings, looking for the place he had seen in the video. Stop searching, look, is that the ancient portal mentioned in the description? Qin Ze patted him on the shoulder, giving him a start. Ancient portal. A place specifically for harvesting organs. Liu Yang looked in the direction Qin Ze was pointing. There was indeed a door hidden among the withered branches and the night, engraved with ornate patterns that gave off a sense of cult-like horror. Ancient portal, sealed within, is a terrifying, unknown entity. The two of them silently agreed not to get any closer and court death. Instead, they searched the surrounding area. The corpse pit must be nearby. This is it, I found it. No wonder it was so hard to find, it is covered in weeds. Beiyang Yang pointed to a clearing and shouted excitedly. Qin Ze nodded, raised the necromancy grimoire in his hand, and began to chant. Spread forth, undead graveyard. A massive wave of light surged in all directions. Wherever it passed, tombstones emerged from the soil, identifying these nameless corpses. They were all children, and their state of death was gruesome to behold. Spread out, graveyard of the dead. Tombstones drilled out of the soil one by one, each carved with the name of the deceased and other details. Immediately after, tiny skeletal hands popped out of the dirt, and incomplete little skeletons crawled out one after another. Some had their skulls severely damaged, with large, deep indentations. Others had broken legs and could only stand by hopping, looking like they might fall apart at any moment. Still others had all 12 of their ribs broken, leaving a gaping hole in the middle of their torsos. These little skeletons, seemingly unaware of their own fate, had a faint glow flickering in their empty eye sockets that conveyed a sense of innocence and curiosity as they looked at Qin Ze and Liu Yang. Such a grim and terrifying scene completely broke the heart of Liu Yang, a grown man. Eyes I cannot bear to watch anymore, it is so heartbreaking. It is hard to imagine what they went through while they were alive. Qin Ze sighed along with him. The reason these children were able to rise again as skeletons is because their souls have not yet departed. Let us help them find release and return to the right path soon. However, this is a nightmare instance, an existence in an infinite loop, so what we see and feel might not be real, or it could be a projection of history. After all, once other players enter, everything we change will likely reset. Yeah, there is too much injustice in this world, and we cannot change anything. Liu Yang took a deep breath, remembering when he returned home as a child to find his parents hanging from the ceiling. Those dangling feet were something he would never forget in his life. But he could not change it. He could not even pay off the debts his parents had left behind. Debts of the father are paid by the son. Qin Ze remained silent for a moment before asking, which one of you is Xiao Feng's best friend? One of the little skeletons with broken ribs reflexively raised its skeletal arm. So it is you, come with us, we will take you to see your best friend Xiao Feng. Qin Ze beckoned to it, and the little skeleton with the shattered chest ran over excitedly. It fell flat on its face twice along the way, causing its head to roll off and tumble twice on the ground, so it hurriedly picked up its head and stuck it back onto its neck. Xiao Feng's best friend. Quest NPC. Level 1. Health 500. Base stats Strength 10, Agility 10, Intelligence 10. Skills none. Description: a completely ordinary little skeleton. Let us go, we are heading to the manor. Qin Ze patted its little head and ordered an epic tier skeleton to lift the little skeleton up and place it inside its own empty chest cavity, which served both as protection and a way to move faster. On the way to the manor, no powerful monsters appeared. An unknown monster watching from the shadows also remained completely unmoved. To put it simply, they did not care at all what happened to Xiao Feng's friend. The manor villa hidden in the pitch-black night finally appeared before them. It was a 3-story Western-style building with dark windows and 2 large doors tightly shut in front of them. This must be the final location of the nightmare instance, right? Liu Yang's voice trembled slightly. It should be. Once we clear this level, we should be able to go back. Qin Ze said as he took the manor key from his inventory and inserted it into the giant lock. Click. As the lock snapped open, the giant doors creaked open. Countless dust particles filled the room. It was a very spacious lobby with a grand arched staircase in the center, an ornate chandelier hanging from above, and Roman columns scattered around. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton lowered its head as it walked in, barely managing to move around. Qin Ze walked in surrounded by his skeletal monsters, frowning at the dust-covered lobby. Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came from the arched staircase ahead. Outsiders, welcome. I am the master of this manor. Help me and you may choose a generous reward, wealth, power, or perhaps beautiful women. Qin Ze, Liu Yang. He is trying to make a deal with us. It is a mercy we have not slashed you to death already. But a selection box really did pop up before their eyes. Main quest triggered: the immortal manor lord. Wealth, power, beautiful women. Note: choosing one of these means abandoning the best friend quest. Qin Ze and Liu Yang looked at each other and then both laughed. We choose to decline. Sometimes principles must not be shaken. Even if the Manor Lord's quest rewards look more generous. Despicable outsiders, how dare you refuse my kindness? You greedy vermin, every single one of you dares to defy me. Go to hell. The Manor Lord's voice suddenly became venomous, as if the whole world owed it something. Immediately after, howls echoed from all directions, accompanied by the clanking sound of heavy footsteps. What the hell is that noise? This old geezer sure has plenty of tricks. Liu Yang did not feel afraid, but instead swore in anger. After witnessing the tragedy inside the manor with his own eyes, no one would have a pleasant look on their face. After several seconds of clanking, the actual enemies finally appeared. They were 2-meter-tall soldiers in full armor, moving stiffly, covered in disgusting, vein-like substances, and these veins even had eyeballs on them that kept darting around. It was likely these veins controlling the soldiers' movements. Corrupted soldier. Nightmare tier monster. Level 10. Health 25,000. Base stats Strength 1023, Agility 178, Intelligence 32. Skill 1 Corruption Power. The corrupted soldier possesses strange power, with attacks that complete in an instant and deal 2 to 5 times critical damage. At the same time, its regeneration increases to 10 points per second. Contact with its body has a high probability of corrupting normal living beings and bringing them under the control of the same will. Description: a poor soldier who did not even know what happened when he died. Although this monster only has one skill, it is more troublesome than any other monster. Come forth, my shadow ghouls. 130 shadow ghouls quickly crawled out of the air in the surroundings. They were just there to stall for time. When it comes to killing monsters, we have to rely on the Dark Ranger. At the same time, Qin Ze unequipped the Dark Ranger from the system upgrade slot and placed the epic skeleton summoning skill there instead. The Dark Ranger cannot be summoned repeatedly, so upgrading the epic skeleton is a better choice. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Time for another break, let us find a place to lie down. Qin Ze stretched and took a lounge chair out of his inventory. Boss fights require tactical command, but these fodder battles are just a waste of time. Foster father, you must be thirsty after walking so far. Here is an ice-cold soda to start with. What? Clang, clang, clang. The infected soldiers walked with stiff steps, as if their knees could not bend. They look even more abstract than skeleton monsters. But as the epic skeleton monster strode forward, raising its greatsword high to strike, the opponent parried with incredible speed. The silver blade left an afterimage in the air before smashing heavily against the purple-patterned greatsword. Clang! Countless sparks flew. The massive body of the epic skeleton monster stumbled back a few steps, and a chipped fracture appeared on the edge of its purple-patterned sword. Minus 1,279. The infected soldier lost its footing and fell down stiffly, its silver longsword snapping in two. Minus 1,784. After that one exchange, the epic skeleton monster had only a slight upper hand. The next second, a giant black arrow whizzed past the epic skeleton monster, spinning as it flew. It let out a sharp whistling sound all the way. Just as the infected soldier was stiffly crawling to its feet and lifting its head, the giant black arrow pierced its skull, splattering blood-red fluid everywhere. The tremendous force carried it flying backward. It passed through two more infected soldiers before pinning them hard against the wall. Minus 30,000. Minus 20,194. Minus 15,329. The power was fading, but it was enough to kill the infected soldiers. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an infected soldier. EXP gained 200, blood pool capacity increased 2,500. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an infected soldier. EXP gained 200, blood pool capacity increased 2,500. The Dark Ranger is still the best. Its efficiency in one-shotting monsters is just too high. Qin Ze held a steaming cup of coffee and took a satisfied sip. The only downside is that the charge-up for the arrow is too slow. It takes a full 10 seconds to fully charge. So we just have to grind it out slowly. Foster father, that manor owner earlier must have been the orphanage director. Everyone else turned into beetle wraiths and suffered horrific torture, so why is he the only one who is fine? Liu Yang asked, puzzled, while grinding coffee by hand. This director must be a beneficiary of the orphanage incident, meaning the ancient gate granted him some kind of feedback. Even if the kid brother successfully darkened, fighting the director would probably be a toss-up. They are currently evenly matched opponents in a stalemate at the manor, which is why we were given the option of who to support. Qin Ze provided a logical analysis based on over a dozen years of gaming experience. So we need to find the kid brother and help him break the stalemate. A student worth teaching. Qin Ze smiled slightly and took out that a paper, on which the paths were drawn in a scrawled hand. It looks crude, but all the information is quite comprehensive. Deep in the first floor corridor, there is a circle with an arrow drawn from it, labeled Mi Xiaofeng. Other areas are marked with circles and arrows. Kitchen accessible, basement dangerous, second floor director's room dangerous, toy room accessible, experimental dissection room extremely dangerous. This must be the children's dormitory, and that is where Xiaofeng is. The other accessible areas should contain rewards. We are just aiming to clear the level for now. Let us not worry about other rewards yet. What do you think? Qin Ze pointed at the hand-drawn map and asked for Liu Yang's opinion. I agree with both hands and feet, of course. Nightmare dungeons are truly terrifying. I am always on edge right now, and I cannot imagine what the nightmare difficulty of a high-tier dungeon would be like. Well, actually, there is a trick to this nightmare dungeon. If you knew from the start that you had to choose between two factions, you could avoid most of the combat by choosing to defect to Xiaofeng or submit to the director, thereby gaining the assistance of the dungeon NPCs. Right, if we had just snuck in through a window, we could have avoided this fight we are in now. Exactly, but we need to kill monsters to level up, do not we? No sooner had he said that than a flash of white light shone on Qin Ze. Level up. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 55.11. All attributes +1, free attribute points +4, HP +500, MP +100. High levels have a natural suppression effect on low levels, causing stats to be significantly devalued. Even a one-level difference results in a strong suppression effect. Finally leveled up, it gets harder and harder after level 10. Qin Ze sighed with emotion. Liu Yang had already gained 5 or 6 levels just by leeching experience, whereas he had only managed to gain 2 levels since entering the dungeon. Actually, besides those 2 possibilities, there is a third. I do not need any help from dungeon NPCs. I will just use absolute power to kill you all. This epic skeleton monster levels up every second, and it has finally reached a crossroads for promotion. Epic skeleton monster 55. Max, promotion available. Please choose a promotion path: hero level path, special monster path. Hero level path, red skeleton melee hero. Special monster path, thunder skeleton clan warrior. Red skeleton. Qin Ze frowned, lost in thought. Even without seeing the specific details, he could sense something through the vague options. The red skeleton is a melee hero position riding a flaming skeleton horse, skilled at charging and breaking enemy lines. Its attack attribute is far higher than its defense. In a standard battle, the red skeleton would certainly dish out impressive damage, at least no less than the Dark Ranger. But, to put it bluntly, the red skeleton is a newbie crusher. Against opponents of the same or lower level, it can wreak havoc, hitting much harder than the Dark Ranger and dealing with weaklings with high efficiency. But if it runs into the nightmare dungeon Qin Ze is currently tackling, it would be toast. Killing would be a struggle, and charging deep into enemy territory would likely mean it is game over. The Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior has relatively mediocre stats, but can summon hundreds or thousands of them. As a frontline tank, it is a great choice to ensure the Dark Ranger stays behind to dish out damage. After careful consideration, Qin Ze finally decided to choose the special monster path. The Thunder Skeleton Clan is, after all, a major skeleton race. It has already appeared twice. If I do not choose it now, it will not show up again. I choose the Thunder Skeleton Clan. Selection successful. Epic Skeleton Monster Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior. Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior 55.1 summons ordinary warriors of the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, MP cost 300 points. 55.1, 55.2. 55.2, 55.3. Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior 55.30 summons high-level warriors of the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, MP cost 300 points. As the level increased, the strength of the summoning spell increased insanely. Qin Ze waited silently until the epic skeletons were pushed back, and the shadow ghouls were either dead or injured. Only then did he slowly raise the magic book in his hand. Come forth, my Thunder Skeletons. Godfather, the monsters are closing in on us. Should not we just get out of this manor already? Liu Yang stared at the slow-moving infected soldiers, his face turning deathly pale. The invisible pressure made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Do not be fooled by their slow movement, their attacks are incredibly vicious. Every strike sends a shower of sparks flying, and even the big purple skeletons cannot handle it. At best, they get their swords and bones broken, at worst, they just fall apart. The shadow ghouls had it even worse. Their main attribute is agility, and their speed and nimbleness are supposed to be their greatest advantages. Normally, such agile attacks should be a total counter to these slow infected soldiers, letting them toy with the enemy however they liked. But that was not the case here. The shadow ghouls were actually the ones suffering the most. They hid in the shadows, relying on their pride and joy, their speed. They even showed their opponents some respect, carefully circling behind the infected soldiers to avoid the edge of their silver longswords before lunging for a heavy blow. But the thick veins bulging on the silver armor topped with eyeballs were staring them down dead. They had actually seen through their movement trajectories within the shadows. The moment a shadow ghoul bared its claws, the infected soldier spun around and slashed with lightning speed. -4738. A terrifying damage number popped up. Before the shadow ghoul could even scream, a massive gash was carved into its midsection, its health bar vanished, and its body dispersed into black smoke. Dead. Qin Ze felt the resentment of the shadow ghoul and said with a chuckle, "Once I level up the Thunder Skeleton Clan, I will put you guys back on the team to gain experience. Someday you will get your revenge." With Qin Ze's promise, the resentment of the shadow ghouls finally dissipated into the air. Qin Ze possessed the B-rank talent Resonance Crystal, meaning upgrading 3 skills upgraded all of them. He had no reason not to upgrade them. Godfather, what are we going to do? Your ghouls look like they are about to be completely wiped out. Liu Yang was terrified, having completely lost his appetite for hot pot. Do not worry yet, I still have a trump card. You have another trump card. Godfather, are you for real? Of course, Qin Ze raised the necromancy spellbook in his hand. After a second of chanting, terrifying bolts of lightning appeared around him, twisting and turning like giant snakes. Good grief, what is that noise? Godfather, are you about to ascend to godhood? Liu Yang stared at his surroundings in shock. A powerful and savage aura was brewing amidst the thunder. A summoning circle made of lightning rotated and appeared beneath his feet, while another unfolded above his head. Skeletal chests shimmering with plasma slowly descended, suspended within the lightning. Then menacing skulls popped out from above, and arm and leg bones emerged, forming 3-meter-tall giant skeletons. Each one was spitting electricity, radiating a terrifying presence. Their deep eye sockets were filled with countless flickering sparks, giving the skeletons a touch of divinity. Thunder Skeleton Clan Common Warrior. Special Summon. Level 11 cannot exceed Summoner level. HP 34,000. Attributes: Strength 1237, Agility 832, Intelligence 327. Skill 1 Thunder Energy. Born in the Forbidden Thunder Pool, every bone contains thunder energy. When fully activated, HP increases by 50%, size doubles, thunder energy is released autonomously, all attributes rise by 20%, all skills transform into Super Thunder state, gaining greater combat power for 1 hour, followed by a period of weakness. Skill 2 Thunder Stomp. The Thunder Skeleton leaps high, channeling thunder energy to its peak, and releases it all at once, dealing 4327 thunder damage and inflicting paralysis, stun, and dizziness on all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Skill 3 Thunder Armor. The Thunder Skeleton uses ancestral secrets to activate thunder energy, forming thunder armor around its body, increasing defense by 30%, slowing down projectiles, and paralyzing enemies nearby. Description: the most common warrior of the Thunder Clan. A total of 20 Thunder Skeleton warriors appeared. They were only 3 meters tall, much smaller than the 5-meter-tall epic skeletons. But their combat effectiveness was far higher, and their bone density was even more insane. The air was filled with crackling electricity. It gave one a tingling sensation. This was the powerful magnetic field formed by the 20 Thunder Skeletons, capable of freely conducting any lightning. However, for the thunder energy to flow within their bodies and be released, they needed to transform. After the 20 Thunder Skeletons slowly landed, their glowing eye sockets locked onto the surrounding enemies. Then they strode forward, fists crackling with thunder as they smashed them down. The infected soldiers' vein-covered faces were illuminated, and the eyeballs clinging to those veins stared fixedly at the Thunder Skeletons. They swung their silver longswords rapidly, meeting the lightning-charged fists. As they were about to collide, the sparks in the air went wild. The infected soldiers' silver longswords were like blades striking a swamp. Their speed dropped instantly. The electrified bone fists missed the silver swords and slammed hard into the infected soldiers' heads. Crunch! It left a massive crater in its face, sending splatters of crimson liquid everywhere. The infected soldier flew backward, sliding several meters across the ground. -3274. The Thunder Skeleton watched it indifferently and did not follow up. Instead, it stood its ground to guard against the other stiff-moving infected soldiers. Whoosh! A massive black arrow pierced through the air, instantly penetrating the infected soldier's head. The huge momentum sent it flying backward. It took several other infected soldiers down with it. -30,000. -25,238. -15,043. Terrifying damage numbers popped up rapidly. When it comes to damage output, you have got to hand it to the Dark Ranger. The Thunder Skeletons and the Dark Ranger were each doing their part. One group tanked, the other dealt damage. This was the most efficient way to farm monsters. Congratulations, killed an infected soldier. Experience, 210 points, blood pool content plus 2,500. Congratulations, killed an infected soldier. Experience, 215 points, blood pool content plus 2,500. Congratulations, killed an infected soldier. Experience, 230 points, blood pool content plus 2,500. As the infected soldiers fell, the defensive perimeter expanded. Qin Ze's experience points rose steadily, quickly hitting 20%. That is way too savage. Liu Yang watched the whole thing dumbfounded. The disadvantage was obvious, but the appearance of these new skeletons turned everything around instantly. Are these really just summons? They are basically powerful bosses. The kind that would take hundreds of professionals working together to take down. He could not help but ask as he looked at Qin Ze. Qin Ze interrupted him first. Do not ask, it is a secret. No, I just wanted to say 2 words. Liu Yang said firmly. Godfather, let— In the grand hall on the first floor of the manor, the infected soldier collapsed into the dust. The gleaming silver armor grew dull. In the end, it rotted away on the floor like spoiled food, turning into a pile of sludge. What kind of power could the manor owner have obtained to turn a person into this? Liu Yang watched the soldier melting on the floor, feeling a mix of terror and curiosity. I do not know. Let us go over and take a look, and we will find out. Qin Ze took a look at his experience bar. It had now risen to 50%. If another wave of monsters came, he could level up. He also noticed that the closer he got to the boss, the higher the monster's strength became. Wait, go over there. Are we not going to find the kid to turn in our quest? Liu Yang was very surprised. I think steamrolling the boss will grant more experience and rewards. The Black Abyss dungeon dynamically adjusts its difficulty and rewards based on the combat power of the professionals inside. If we let Xiao Feng join in, our experience will be cut by at least half, and the rewards will be even less. Did we not come all this way just for the experience and rewards? Qin Ze rose calmly. The well-proportioned Dark Ranger slung her longbow on her back and followed closely behind him. The 20 Thunder skeleton warriors around them also tightened their protective circle. Their combat discipline was quite impressive. Oh really? Liu Yang's eyes widened. There was so much he wanted to complain about that he did not even know where to start. Are you afraid that an NPC is too strong and will steal your experience and rewards? That is exactly right. Compared to powerful combatants, I prefer dragging dead weight along so that the experience and rewards remain higher. Liu Yang, I suspect you are taking a jab at me, but I have no evidence. What? After the infected soldier melted into a pile on the ground, the manor suddenly became much quieter. The manor owner stopped showing himself, as if contemplating the threat posed by the intruders. We are heading straight there. To the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, we will go in and finish the manor owner off. Qin Ze pointed at the other end of the crooked lines. That was where Xiao Feng had specifically used a red pen to draw a circle, marking it as the dean's bedroom and labeling it as extremely dangerous. Fine, Liu Yang swallowed hard. I am just here to tag along anyway, I will just follow your lead. Good, we will kill the dean, then go find Xiao Feng to turn in the quest, and then it is all done. Qin Ze smiled and said, we can basically consider the first nightmare difficulty clear record in the bag. Nightmare clear record, Liu Yang's eyes lit up and he jokingly said, we really are something else. Qin Ze. Afterward, Qin Ze gathered his undead army, the 20 Thunder Skeletons and 1 Dark Ranger. The Thunder Skeleton summoning spell had just upgraded, and was in dire need of leveling up to increase combat effectiveness. The Shadow Ghoul summoning spell would just have to wait. Liu Yang cleaned up the hotpot area, packing and sealing the remaining food. It could not be wasted. Qin Ze led his main force directly up the ornate arch staircase to the 2nd floor. When they reached the 2nd floor hallway, they saw hideous blood vessels spread all over the walls. They stretched all the way to the end. Like living things, they pulsed open and shut, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. What the hell is that? Liu Yang felt a chill surge through his body. Is this so-called Dina demon? We will find out if we keep looking. Qin Ze frowned, walking forward step by step under the protection of his troops. During that time, they did not encounter any monsters. However, as they advanced, the hideous blood vessels on the walls began to tremble even more violently. Listen, do you hear that? Qin Ze suddenly stopped and tilted his head to listen. Is there a sound? Liu Yang was startled and quickly listened carefully. Sounds like a drum. No, that is a heartbeat. Some kind of monster is being gestated. Liu Yang's expression changed instantly. What kind of monster could have a heartbeat like a drum, loud enough to echo through the entire building? They continued forward. The heartbeat grew louder and more powerful. Liu Yang clutched his chest, feeling as if the monster's heartbeat was affecting his own heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. -57. -63. -69. What? Numbers representing health loss popped up above his head. Just the sound of the heartbeat was more than he could handle. Liu Yang panicked and quickly pulled out a red health potion and gulped it down. +100, +100, +100. This is ridiculous. I am going to be shaken to death by the boss's heartbeat. That is insane. Liu Yang muttered while chugging another red potion. Luckily, he had bought 50 bottles of red potions in one go earlier, intending to grind the ghouls to death. He never expected that they would become the key to keeping him from being shaken to death by the boss. Qin Ze clutched his chest, also feeling a bit uncomfortable, but he was faring much better than Liu Yang. He had not even started losing health. The Thunder Skeletons and the Dark Ranger beside him were completely unaffected. What do you think will happen if we just destroy these blood vessels on the wall? The boss will probably be quite angry. A Thunder Skeleton warrior drew a captured silver longsword, the lightning flickering on its skeletal hand extending along the blade. Finally, it gathered at the tip of the sword. Stab! The blade, crackling with electric arcs, plunged into the vascular wall. Countless spurts of red fluid erupted instantly. Minus 3,271. It even explodes with gore. Liu Yang could not help but complain. Do not let that stuff splash on you, watch out for infection. This thing is just too evil. Before Qin Ze finished his sentence, the Dark Ranger stepped in front of him. She actually used her own body to block the infection for him. The Thunder Skeletons and the Dark Ranger had high-tier bloodlines and were naturally immune to the corruption. Aruo! A sharp, pained scream rang out from the depths of the hallway. The blood vessels on the wall contracted violently, as if they had felt the pain. Qin Ze recognized the voice. It was definitely the Dean's. At the same time, he realized that if they had chosen to side with the Dean and actually believed what he said, they would have certainly ended up dead. The Nightmare Dungeon might seem like you can choose between two factions, but the Dean's faction is so evil that siding with him is a death sentence. The best-case scenario is just getting infected. Looks like we made the right choice. Moving forward. The manor house began to shake. The Dean was clearly panicking. They kept walking until they finally arrived at the red circle marked in the child's drawing. This was the core, where all the blood vessels converged into the door from all directions. No, rather, it seemed that all the blood vessels were radiating out from inside. Thump 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 thump. An intense heartbeat was emanating from the room. It was accompanied by heavy, ragged breathing. Finally, time to face the final boss. Are you ready? Qin Ze took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Liu Yang, who was chugging red potions on the side, could not help but smile bitterly at Qin Ze's words. What kind of preparation should I be making? Should I sprinkle some cumin on myself to make me taste better? Are you ready? We are going in. Qin Ze took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Liu Yang really wanted to complain. What was the point of him being ready? He was nothing more than a tag-along now. However, once he opened his mouth, the words came out differently. Foster father, do not worry about me, go get them. Qin Ze first ordered the Thunder Skeleton warriors to destroy all the blood vessels gathered outside. Minus 3,278. Minus 3,320. Minus 3,427. Every time he stabbed into them with the silver blade, damage numbers would pop up. This meant the blood vessels were connected to the final boss. It was good to chip away at its health beforehand. Do not even think about one-shotting a nightmare boss once you get in there. The best-case scenario would be to hold it off. While destroying the vessels, the howling from inside the room never stopped. It sounded as if something was ready to rush out and tear him apart, but was held back by something else. Qin Ze nodded at Liu Yang and sent the Thunder Skeletons in to scout first. When no health loss occurred, he followed them into the room. His pupils contracted at the sight of the old man before him. The old man was wearing a respirator, trembling as he walked on the floor paved with blood vessels. In the center of the room was a pulsing flesh cocoon. All the blood vessels branched out from it, and that terrifying heartbeat sound originated there as well. It seemed to be gestating some creature that had not hatched yet. Unhatched demonized flesh cocoon. Nightmare boss. Level 10. HP 200,000. Stats: Strength 1,000, Agility 1,000, Intelligence 1,000. Skill 1 Hatching. Will attain a new form after hatching. Time remaining 1 minute and 32 seconds. Qin Ze narrowed his eyes, only a minute and a half left to hatch. It is a good thing they came straight here. If he had gone to look for Little Feng, they would likely be facing the fully formed boss. Child, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. You will get better soon. And when that time comes, everyone will kneel before you. The old man did not even look at Qin Ze and Liu Yang as they rushed in. He walked to the front of the flesh cocoon, an expression of doting love on his face behind the respirator, and kept stroking the cocoon with his hand, which was connected to an 4-drip. Is this the gift they gave you? Qin Ze asked, frowning. Indeed, what a perfect work of art. It is just you crude villagers who only know how to destroy. You are truly damned. Qin Ze, why is this old gazer cussing? Is that your son inside? Is he terminally ill? Of course, I helped him ascend to a higher life form. He will be grateful for my decision. So your son was healthy to begin with then? The old man did not answer, but his expression made it clear that was the case. Then it does not matter. Qin Ze had thought this was the classic plot where someone conducts evil experiments to save their child. He waved his hand and immediately launched an attack. With over a minute left, he had to try and blow this cocoon to bits. 20 Thunder Skeleton warriors manifested armor of lightning and immediately pressed forward in a line. The air was filled with electric arcs, suppressing the enemy continuously. The old man twitched from time to time. He seemed to be getting quite a shock. But despite his frail appearance, he never fell. The Dark Ranger took her longbow, planted her feet, and drew the string fully. Dark energy gathered rapidly at her fingertips, and the energy arrow grew larger and larger. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No, you crude savages, you want to destroy my artwork. I will never allow it. The old man shrieked, his pupils glowing with a scarlet light. The grotesque blood vessels covering the surrounding walls began to quiver. Take down that old man first. Something's not right about him. Qin Ze ordered immediately. Orphanage Director. Nightmare Boss. HP 30,000. Stats: Strength 132, Agility 71, Intelligence 297. Skill 1 Demon Seed. One of the gifts granted by them. It provides regenerative immortality and the power to demonize flesh. It can be used to fuse high-level materials through sacrifice, allowing himself or others to obtain demonized bodies. Skill 2 Demon Control. All demonized monsters he personally creates are under his control. Skill 3 Out of Control. Demonization has a chance of spiraling out of control, turning the subject into a bloodthirsty monster. The director can remotely terminate and recycle them. Introduction: their gifts, are they a blessing or a curse? The Dark Ranger pulled the bowstring to the max and aimed the arrow at the old man's head. Then she released it with a bang. A whistling sound pierced the air as it struck the old man's head hard. Minus 30,000. The old man's head snapped back, his body folding as if he had been broken. He did not even fly backwards. Yes, 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 hit me, do not hit my child. The director stood back up. Even with his HP depleted, he did not die. Instead, he was screaming with excitement. He did not die even with 0 health. Liu Yang was dumbfounded. It must be his skill. Demon Seed gives him regenerative immortality. Look, his HP is starting to recover. Qin Ze narrowed his eyes. He is truly a nightmare boss, tricky. Holy crap, it is actually going up. The director's health jumped from 0 and surged upward, hitting over 700 in the blink of an eye. Just then, the silver blade lunged out and stabbed into the director's chest. Minus 3,284. Damage numbers floated up, driving the director's HP into the negatives. But the director still would not die. His health started recovering from the negatives. First to 0, then back into positive numbers. This is ridiculous. Qin Ze felt a chill down his spine watching this. Foster father, should we keep fighting? Liu Yang was scared out of his wits now. Fight? Kill him. All fire was diverted to the demonized flesh cocoon. With 200,000 total HP, it was not actually that much. The Dark Ranger could deal 30,000 piercing damage with 10 seconds of charging. In total, it would only take about 70 seconds to smash the cocoon. The demonized cocoon did not have regenerative immortality. Once its health hit 0, it was dead. The Dark Ranger's output was high, but the 10-second charge time made her vulnerable, so she needed protection. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air erupted as the black arrow slammed into the flesh cocoon. Minus 30,000. Painful screams immediately echoed from within. No, hit me instead. Whatever you do, do not hit my child. The director shrieked in anguish, then opened his arms, shielding the front like an eagle protecting its young. The 10-second charged arrow erupted again. It pierced through the director's chest and plunged into the flesh cocoon behind him. Minus 30,000. Minus 25,394. What? Damage reduction, we are doomed. Qin Ze's pupils contracted. 70 seconds would have been enough to finish off the cocoon. But with the damage reduction, they could not one-shot it now. Come forth, my ghouls. 130 shadow ghouls crawled in from the windows and doors along the walls. They began to attack from all directions. Spread necropolis. Destroy grand cursing. Qin Ze did not hold back and piled every damage skill he had onto the target. Spread Necropolis. A wave of undead energy radiated from Qin Ze, spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, mounds of earth rose up and tombstones sprouted from the ground. The cultist scene, originally composed of scarlet blood vessels, instantly transformed into a gloomy landscape dominated by the undead. To be fair, even with graves scattered everywhere, it still felt much fresher than being covered in blood vessels. The undead probably never imagined they would have a day where they felt so refreshed. It is all thanks to their peers for the comparison. After the home turf changed to the necropolis, both skeletons and ghouls saw a significant increase in movement and attack speed, though the bonus coefficient decreased as the unit's base strength increased. Thunder skeletons gained 50% and ghouls gained 100. The Dark Ranger received a buff too, but her dark charged arrow still required 10 seconds to charge. The Thunder skeleton warriors held their defensive perimeter, protecting Qin Ze and the Dark Ranger at the core. The Shadow Ghouls focused on attacking, gnawing, and scratching at the corrupted cocoon, but the damage they dealt was underwhelming. Minus 574. Minus 589. Minus 603. Their strength was gradually falling behind, and their damage was being partially blocked. If it were a level 10 professional, the damage dealt now would be in the range of 200 to 300. Occasionally, someone with top-tier gear and fully cultivated stats could deal damage in the 500 to 1000 range. It also depends on the profession. For example, an assassin who pursues extreme damage output might hit 1000. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger fired another fully charged arrow. Minus 30,000. Minus 25,748. The Dean had several arrows stuck in him, but he would not die, and his health had dropped tens of thousands into the negative. Great curse chant. Qin Ze raised his magic book and began to chant loudly. This was an area of effect spell that damaged enemies while healing the caster. It dealt 300 damage per second, nothing huge but decent enough. However, the 100 health and mana recovery per second was very satisfying. The drawback was obvious. He could not move and any damage taken would interrupt the spell. Minus 300, minus 300, minus 300, minus 300. Plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. With the ebb and flow, Qin Ze felt fantastic. Soon a minute passed and the corrupted cocoon's health was bottoming out, with only 15,324 left. With another 5 seconds of charging from the Dark Ranger and the ghouls finishing it off, they could take down the boss in front of them. Then everything could finally end. Most importantly, the corrupted cocoon's status panel showed it still had 10 seconds before it could start hatching. In that time, they could easily kill it. Suddenly, the Dean pinned to the surface turned his head. His eyes bloodshot, he hissed viciously. You all deserve to die. You will pay for ruining my perfect body. What? Liu Yang was stunned. So this guy sacrificed his own son, then took over the corrupted body for himself. Looks like that is the case. That old bastard really deserves to die. Qin Ze spat on the ground. Just then, the Dean, looking like he was at his wit's end, reached out with hands still connected to 4 drips. He actually pried open the outer wall of the corrupted cocoon and struggled to crawl inside, reaching out as if to choke something within. The corrupted cocoon began to tremble, followed immediately by the sound of muffled choking and struggling. My God, he is not even human. Liu Yang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Attack with everything you have got, aim for the opening. Qin Ze felt his scalp tingle too. He did not even know what to say. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger's arrow, charged for 6 seconds, tore through the air. The damage was precisely calculated to clear the remaining health of the corrupted cocoon. At that moment, a claw covered in black spikes suddenly reached out from the slit in the cocoon and caught the charged arrow out of thin air. Snap! The dark charged arrow broke in half and fell to the ground. There was even an 4 tube still stuck to the back of the claw. Qin Ze. The Dark Ranger also looked surprised. You all should be buried with my son. You dare to ruin my perfect body. A beastly voice resonated from within the corrupted cocoon. Next, 2 claws covered in black spikes gripped the crack, and a body slowly pushed out. A lizard-like face emerged, its golden vertical pupils glowing with the fire of resentment. It wore a pair of glasses on its snout, and the Dean's former face could still be vaguely identified. You really deserve to die. It roared, staring daggers at Qin Ze. If looks could kill, Qin Ze would have died thousands of times over. A dragon? Qin Ze's expression was full of shock. It looks a bit like a Western dragon, a lizard with wings that breathes fire. Even though Liu Yang was terrified, he joined in the discussion. Qin Ze frowned, waiting for the boss Jiang information panel to appear. But, instead of the boss panel, he watched as the creature crawled out of the cocoon wall. Stay alert. Before he could finish his sentence, the monster the Dean had become suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. Tug. Qin Ze blinked and saw the dragon-like monster covered in scales collapsed on the ground, its body missing from the waist down. It could only crawl on the ground using its 2 claws. Its golden vertical pupils were filled with hatred. Telata. Qin Ze could not help but laugh out loud. It seemed their previous efforts had not been in vain. Mutilated corrupted dragon. Nightmare boss. Level 10. Health 340,000. Stats Strength 3217, Agility 103, Intelligence 1738. Skill 1 Corrupted Dragon Breath. Corrupted energy brews in the throat. Charges for 3 seconds, then fires a breath attack, dealing 700 damage per second, accompanied by a corruption debuff. If not cleared within 10 seconds, the body will rot and wither, becoming food for the corrupted dragon, which restores health and increases base stats and skill damage upon consumption. Due to its mutilated body, skill damage is halved, and it cannot devour enemies to increase stats. Skill 2 High-Speed Flight. Due to the mutilated body, this skill cannot be used. Skill 3 Dragon Body. Due to the mutilated body, dragon scale defense is greatly weakened, claw and tooth attack effects are greatly weakened, and movement speed is reduced by 99%. Skill 4 Evolution. All dragons can evolve infinitely and recover mutilated bodies indefinitely. Countdown to recovery of mutilated body, 48 hours, 29 minutes, 53 seconds. Intro, a dragon, the overlord of the world. Someone is not going to sleep well tonight. Liu Yang laughed heartily. If the Dean had actually transformed into a full corrupted dragon, things would be rough for him from here on out. Capable of anything in the sky or on the ground. But now he is such a joke. The strength of a dragon is even higher than I imagined. And it is a growth type unit too. I will have to get myself a bone dragon or something in the future. Qin Ze looked at the corrupted dragon's stats with some envy. If this thing had reached its full form, he might have been done for. Luckily, this thing is missing its lower half. Attack him. You all deserve to die. The Dean looked like a newborn lizard, covered in tender young scales. Transparent slime slid down its body. Only that face betrayed signs of age and resentment. It was deeply unsettling. Starting from the waist down, its lower half was nothing but a small, deformed tail. Deformed and ugly. It crawled rapidly on the ground, hissing with venomous spite, and after a brief rumbling in its throat, it unleashed a demonized breath. It spread rapidly forward like a cloud. The Thunder Skeleton warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, showing no intention of backing down before the terrifying breath. The static electricity in the air between them was building up rapidly. One touch would result in a tingling electric shock. As the demonized breath entered this area, it was like stepping into a swamp. It was already slow, but now it was even slower. Then it landed prematurely, leaving only a little bit smeared on the first row of Thunder Skeleton warriors. Minus 523. Plus 300 Great Incantation. Minus 518. Plus 300. With one reduction and one increase, the survival time of the Thunder Skeleton warriors was significantly extended. At that moment, a black arrow suddenly tore through the air. Carrying immense kinetic energy, it slammed into the chest of the demonized dragon Dean. Minus 30,000. The Dean clutched its chest and shuddered backward, then glared with even greater malice. It crawled on the ground using its 2 claws, dragging its mangled lower half. It looked strangely pathetic and miserable. We are going to kite it for a while. Qin Ze's lips curled upward. Since the Dean's movement speed was limited, he had to take full advantage of it. Then a magical scene unfolded. Every time the Dean crawled desperately forward a distance, Qin Ze's troops would retreat by the same distance. And when it retreated while cursing, Qin Ze's troops would follow forward. It could not hit them and it could not run away. The Dean shrieked in utter frustration. Meanwhile, the Dark Ranger remained in the formation, unhurriedly drawing the bowstring, charging up a sky-piercing arrow. It could deal 30,000 points of damage every 10 seconds. The Dean's newly grown dragon scales simply could not block it. Godfather brilliance. Hahaha, are we really going to clear a nightmare-level dungeon? Liu Yang felt like he was dreaming. Was the Manor Nightmare level dungeon really being conquered just like that? This was an unprecedented feat, something never seen before. Once they got out, one could only imagine the frenzy it would cause. He did not even dare to think about it. Most importantly, as long as this clearance record stood, the rest of his life was set. And all of this, Liu Yang looked at Qin Ze with deep emotion and excitement. All of it was given by him. What followed was much simpler, focusing primarily on playing with the boss. You hate me so much you could gnash your teeth, but you cannot reach me and you cannot get away. You can only watch your HP bar drop away. Meanwhile, the Li Corporation was becoming increasingly brutal, starting to settle scores with the professionals who had sided with Qin Ze. For a time, countless low-level professionals were filled with complaints and grievances. Many even chose to stand on rooftops, ending their hopeless lives. Most professionals were just holding on, bearing the pressure of daily loan repayments. When they passed by the Nightmare connection point, they could not help but sigh instinctively. It has been 2 days now and there is still no movement at the connection point. The first person to stand up against the Li Corporation is just gone like that. It is so frustrating. When will these days ever end? Every time I open my eyes, it is debt, debt, and more debt. The gear and items we grind from dungeons have to be sold cheap to them. There is no end in sight, it is so meaningless. Brother, you are lucky you are not married. I am married now, I have to look at my wife's sour face every day with elderly parents and young kids to feed and I am buried in debt. You can imagine my pressure. At night, I sit in my car and do not even dare to go home. So Qin Ze failed just like that. He did not even make a ripple. It is truly heartbreaking. Not necessarily. If he had failed, Qin Ze's corpse would have been teleported back. Nothing has been teleported yet, there is still a chance. Brother, do not be too naive. It is normal for corpses not to teleport back from a nightmare dungeon. 2 days without any news, he is most likely finished. Countless people sighed and lamented. They needed a strong person, someone capable of breaking the existing rules. But for such a person to appear, how difficult would that be? Historically, such people have the aura of emperors, capable of overturning the entire world. Perhaps one might not appear in hundreds of years. S-rank geniuses occasionally appear in Linhai City, but once they appear, they are snatched up by various forces, with extravagant resources showered upon them. The Li Corporation holds more resources than the authorities, so it is highly likely they would join the Li Corporation. A genius who has everything they could want, why would they ever glance at bottom feeders like us? Perhaps we will live in oppression forever until we die. Ever since Qin Ze entered the Nightmare Dungeon, a beautiful figure has frequently appeared at the Black Abyss connection point. Qin Ze, you must come out. Liu Xiu clenched her fists tightly. As long as you come out, I will pay your debts for you. In the future, I will never do anything wicked again, never lie to others to meet my performance targets. Please just come out. As she spoke, her eyes clouded with tears. Please, you must come out. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. I am guilty. On the other side, students have received their official job change scrolls from the authorities, and the number of people entering the Black Abyss dungeons has surged. The hall was filled with their chatter. Students, remember to buy a few extra red potions. You can clear simple-level dungeons just by popping pills. Everyone take note, do not take out loans to buy gear. It feels great while you are using it, but you will regret it when the time comes to pay. Do you understand? The homeroom teacher nagged tirelessly. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Afterward, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Of course, they would not take out installment loans because the cautionary tale was right there. The craziest of all was Qin Ze, who took out tens of millions in loans to buy top-tier gear. And what happened? Before he could even start living the high life, he was forced into a nightmare dungeon. Now the Li Corporation's people are guarding the connection point, just waiting to collect Qin Ze's corpse. With such a miserable end, they would not dare take out a loan even if given 100 guts. To their surprise, the principal, the dean of students, and even the mayor had arrived. The group stood before the nightmare connection point, brows furrowed. It has been 2 days without him coming out. What is the chance of Qin Ze surviving? Mayor Tang Zhu stood with his arms crossed, frowning as he looked at the swirling vortex connection. A data analyst sighed and said, infinitely close to zero. Even the chance of his body being teleported out is slim. Even S-rank geniuses have a high risk of perishing in the Manor Nightmare level dungeon. Qin Ze only had B-rank talent, so even escaping would be difficult. What a pity, I should have reached out to this child sooner, the principal said with a touch of regret. The child must have panicked back then. Without anyone experienced to give him advice, he must have rushed into the nightmare dungeon in desperation. Sai, let us at least fight for him to ensure he has a complete body. That is all we can do. The Dean, transformed into a half-dragon boss, crawled around in a pathetic state. Its small body was bristling with black piercing arrows. It looked just like a hedgehog. One arrow, 30,000 damage. Its health bar quickly bottomed out. Error. The Dean let out a resentful roar, its golden vertical pupils glowing like lanterns. Its breath attack frequency increased drastically, and even more small mobs appeared around it. But it was completely useless. Instead, it just helped Qin Ze level up. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 55.12. All attributes +1, free attribute points +4, HP +500, MP +100. Qin Ze casually added all his free attribute points into intelligence. He was all about pure specialization. Undead summons are independent of stats, they just get stronger as their level increases. But other support and damage skills are tied to intelligence, so they must be prioritized. The corrupted dragon boss was the hardest one he had ever fought, although its movement speed had decreased significantly. It was basically just a punching bag, but as its dragon scales hardened and its regeneration improved. The Dark Ranger's charged piercing arrows started to lose their impact. A fixed 30,000 damage actually translated to only 10,000 plus in real damage. In the end, it was just a matter of grinding it out over time. Congratulations, you killed a polluted soldier, gained 210 EXP. Congratulations, you killed a polluted sculpture, gained 300 EXP. Congratulations, you killed a corrupted ghoul, gained 150 EXP. All sorts of cannon fodder mobs fell outside the perimeter formed by the lightning skeleton warriors. Once they entered the electromagnetic field generated by the lightning skeleton warriors, it was like stepping into a swamp. Their movements became incredibly sluggish, and even lifting a foot required immense effort. In the end, they were easily harvested by the lightning skeleton warriors and shadow ghouls. After a long standoff, the corrupted dragon boss had barely lost 2/3 of its health, while countless small mobs had been slaughtered. Qin Ze's EXP rose to level 13, 72%. The rest of the time was a bit boring, just constantly repositioning and grinding down the boss's health. It was very monotonous and dull. Adoptive father, once the nightmare dungeon is cleared, the authorities should guarantee your safety. The interest on your installment debts should be waived, right? Liu Yang said, trailing behind Qin Ze, already beginning to imagine a bright future once they got out. Waive the interest, Qin Ze shook his head. I will not pay them a single cent, not even the principal. Tug. Liu Yang was stunned, his mind going completely blank. He quickly tried to persuade him. That is the Li Corporation. They have always been the ones squeezing others, when have they ever suffered a loss? I advise you to think twice. The exchange company in Linhai City is managed by the father and son from a branch of the Li family. They are classic misers. When they fleece others, they want to tear off a chunk of flesh, but if they lose even a single grain of rice themselves, they will go to great lengths to get it back. Your installment debt is nearly 50 million. That is like carving a piece of meat off their thigh. If you do not pay, that father and son will go crazy. That sounds interesting. I actually enjoy seeing enemies in a desperate rage, eventually ending up like the Dean boss, crawling around on the ground in a pathetic state. Qin Ze chuckled and pointed at the Dean boss on the ground. Who would have thought the Dean boss actually saw him? The latter's face flushed red, and in its extreme fury it growled even harder. Ha 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 ha, Qin Ze laughed aloud, looking upward. The way it was throwing a helpless tantrum really made it look like a clown. But there are professionals over level 30 in the Li Corporation, and the mayor of Linhai City is currently only level 24. That is the root cause of the current situation, Liu Yang said worriedly. Level 30 professionals, Qin Ze frowned slightly. That is indeed a problem. Can he take action against me? If you are inside a dungeon, no one will care if he attacks you, because no one knows what happens inside. If he says you were killed by a monster, no one can say anything. But in reality, he absolutely cannot touch you. The Li family, a superfamily, is not the only power. The government and the other 4 superfamilies would restrict him. Once he attacks, it would cause public outrage, Liu Yang continued. If he cannot take action against me, then that makes things easy. That may be so, but the influence of a level 30 professional in Linhai City might far exceed your imagination. His words are sometimes even more effective than the mayor's, so he will likely use his power to suppress you. Qin Ze looked at Liu Yang in surprise. Hey, I remember you studied like crazy when you were in school. How do you know so much about the Li Corporation? Because my family chose to die under the pressure of installment loans and the Li Corporation's debt collection. The funny thing is, they thought that would make my life easier, but in the end, all the installment debt was dumped on me. Liu Yang smiled miserably. So once you become a professional, the Lee Corporation will collect debts from you too. Yeah, this Lee family really deserves to die. I will slaughter them all in the future. Qin Ze looked into the distance, filled with emotion. Liu Yang had always thought Qin Ze was just talking big. Until one day he saw rivers of blood flowing. What? You crude mortals. How dare you kill me? I will wake up again one day, and when I do, I will tear you all into pieces. The Dean Dragon form boss let out a final, spiteful, and unwilling roar before being hit by another charged piercing arrow. Negative 22,395 dragon scale defense reduced. After 5 hours of agony, its body finally collapsed to the ground. The final boss dead. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the nightmare-level boss, the corrupted Dragon Dean, and achieved the first kill for this nightmare-level boss. Gained 100,000 EXP, plus 200,000 EXP for the first kill. Congratulations, obtained diamond-grade equipment, the Dragon Magic Staff. Congratulations, obtained platinum-grade equipment, the Corrupted Spear. Congratulations, obtained special item, Dragon Blood. Congratulations, obtained common item, Corrosive Rune. You have leveled up to 55.14. All attributes plus 1, free attribute points plus 5, HP plus 500, MP plus 100. Level 55.14. HP 7600, MP 4200. Attributes: Strength 63, Agility 37, Intelligence 142. Remaining free attribute points 0. Skills: Lightning Skeleton Tribe Summoning 55.12730, Dark Ranger Summoning 55.1834, Shadow Ghoul Summoning 55.242, Great Curse Incantation 55.242, Giant Undead Graveyard 55.242. Talent: Resonance Crystal. Equipment: Scarlet Armor, Scarlet Cloak, Undead Grimoire, Scarlet Boots. Along with the wails of the dragon transformed Dean, the surrounding mobs collapsed to the ground one after another. The twisted veins covering their bodies withered and decayed rapidly. They turned into lumps of rotting matter. Before dying, they gave Qin Ze one last burst of experience points. Congratulations, the infected soldier has died. Experience gained 210 points. Congratulations, the demonized ghoul has died. Experience gained 160 points. Congratulations, the golem has died. Experience gained 320 points. The experience bar climbs steadily, already reaching 32% of level 14. Leveling up does not just increase base stats, it also unlocks advanced skills. In terms of raw stats, professionals can never compare to dungeon monsters. The stats of a dungeon boss are 10 times higher than those of a professional. But why can professionals still clear dungeons? It relies on skills and mastering the attack patterns of monsters and bosses. Once you figure out their attack methods and manage your health bar, you could grind down even a god. I actually got diamond tier equipment this time. Demon Dragon Staff. Qin Ze's eyes lit up. This was his first time seeing diamond tier equipment. And this quality of equipment is extremely rare. He had not seen a single piece when he was browsing the exchange earlier. The highest was gold tier, anything above platinum must be sold through auctions. Demon Dragon Staff. Level requirement level 15. Class requirement Mage 124 Intelligence. Quality Diamond tier. Enhancement 0. Forging 0. Enchanting none. Stat bonuses: Intelligence plus 75, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 30, Mana regeneration plus 5 per second, Health regeneration plus 1 per second. Skill 1 Dragon Chant. All mage skills released will be converted into dragon roars. Skills will gain additional dragon-type effects. Low-level summons gain the Demon Dragon Bloodline, high-level summons gain dragon weapons. Damage skills include Dragon Breath, defensive skills include Dragon Scales, passive skill no mana consumption. Skill 2 Dragon Beside Me. Wield the staff to release a dragon spirit that can defend against mental and elemental damage. You can also ride it to fly, carrying up to 5 people. Duration: unlimited, consumes 50 mana per second. Skill 3 Staff Bash. Melee ability: swing the staff to give the enemy a heavy blow, dealing 24-37 magic damage with additional negative effects like stun, confusion, and fear. Consumes 300 mana, cooldown 1 second. Skill 4 Dragon's Roar. Release a demon dragon's roar. Enemies within 5 meters become temporarily deafened and enter a state of terror. Enemies within 5 to 10 meters suffer from terror and confusion, desperate to escape. Enemies beyond 10 meters are intimidated and dare not approach. Auxiliary skill No damage, costs 500 mana per use, chew 1 hour. Description: a staff imbued with the will of the demon dragon. Releasing a skill is like the descent of the demon dragon itself. With this staff in hand, the world is mine. Is this actually crafted from the corpse of a demon dragon? It is too ferocious. All skills have dragon-type bonuses. Low-level summons get the bloodline, high-level ones get the weapons. All sorts of spells come with dragon bonuses. If this were publicized, those mages would be weeping with envy. Plus, this staff is truly versatile, good for both attacking and retreating. It even has a blackjack-style bash skill, knock them out without a sound. The fourth skill seems the most useless since it deals no damage. But Qin Ze knows this is definitely the strongest divine skill, even surpassing the first skill, Dragon Transformation. Because this is a true demon dragon roar, the suppression of bloodline and rank forces any creature to bow. If released behind an unsuspecting ordinary person, the chance of scaring them to death is very high. Since it deals no damage, this skill can even be used in the real world. I need to be level 15 to equip it, I am still one level short. Qin Ze looked at his experience, feeling impatient. Finishing Xiao Feng's quest will grant a 50,000 experience reward. There are also corresponding rewards for the first Nightmare Dungeon clear and the record holder. Adding all these together, surely I can level up. The Nightmare level boss just died like that. Am I dreaming? Multiple white lights flashed over Liu Yang. Clearly his gains were also quite good. Even by leeching 5 of the experience, it was enough for him to reach level 8. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Soon, he will experience the pain of leveling that Qin Ze is going through now. However, just holding the Nightmare Dungeon first clear record is enough to keep him well off for a lifetime. Do you still think I chose the Nightmare Dungeon because of the Li family company's pressure? Qin Ze looked at him with a smile. Whether or not the Li family was involved, you would have chosen the Nightmare Dungeon. They were just incidental. Chu Yang murmured. He suddenly felt that this longtime best friend had become mysterious and powerful. He could no longer fathom him at all. But growing stronger is a good thing. Once you are strong, you will not be bullied. You can even stomp those who were once high and mighty beneath your feet. The super family, the Leis. The final boss, the dragon transformed Dean, is dead. The walls that were once covered in crimson veins have now turned gray-brown, the veins withered like dry vines. Following the hand-drawn map, Qin Ze walked toward the children's dormitory on the first floor. He did not recall his troops, keeping them nearby on guard. In case of a final plot twist where Xiao Feng turns out to be a boss, being alone would make him an easy target. They did not encounter any monsters along the way, the whole manor seemed dead. Finally, they stood in front of the locked dormitory door, and a notification box immediately popped up. The door is sealed by powerful telekinesis and cannot be opened. Qin Ze paused. Immediately after, a youthful and excited voice rang out from behind the door. Liang Yu, is that you? The little skeleton Qin Ze brought ran forward excitedly, its head even falling off. Its teeth chattered as if it wanted to say something. Unfortunately, it had long since lost its vocal cords. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a messy dormitory. In the center of the room, a little boy was tied to a chair with his eyes covered. Yet he could accurately perceive Qin Ze and the others. Xiao Feng, Telekinetic Esper, Level 10, Base Stats, Strength 17, Agility 23, Intelligence 2317. Skill 1, Telekinetic Domain. Skill 2, Growth. Description: an Esper born from extreme fear and hatred. The little skeleton held its skull and walked over step by step. This is your best friend, we brought him to you. It is just that, and he has already passed away. Qin Ze looked at the little boy with a complex expression. The source controlling everything outside the manor was right here. Thank you for bringing Liang Yu here. You are all good people. Xiao Feng raised his head and said with a smile. Completed quest, best friend, experience gained, 50,000. Obtained random item, copy mirror. Obtained random equipment, telekinetic glass ball, gold tier hidden weapon. Thank you, outsiders, for letting me know my best friend is dead. Xiao Feng was tied to a chair, his eyes covered by a piece of white cloth. Yet his tone was remarkably flat. Xiao Feng favorability increased by 50. Oh, this. Liu Yang scratched the back of his head, unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Qin Ze, who just shrugged at him. Once they left, the little skeleton would fall apart, and its soul would dissipate along with it. After I learned Liang Yu had disappeared, I searched for him desperately. Even when the dormitory aunt lied to me saying he had been adopted, I did not believe it. Facts proved I was right. All the adopted children died, fed to the horrific demons. Since then, I have lived in fear and darkness. I dared not tell the other children, but I watched them disappear one by one. I was too cowardly. Some children even hoped to be adopted, not knowing the fate that awaited them. I hate those who deceived me, and I hate myself for not daring to resist. I always hoped that Liang Yu was still alive, hoping it was all just a dream and that this was just an ordinary orphanage. Until one day, they discovered me. Xiaofeng calmly recounted his past. "What do you want to do next?" Qin Ze asked. "I want to become the master of this manor and repay these people 100-fold for the suffering I have endured. And those demons hidden behind the door, I will have my revenge on them." Xiaofeng shouted, gritting his teeth. "I have an item here that can open the ancient door. If you do not mind, I can give it to you." As Qin Ze spoke, he took out a blood moon sphere. Using it would turn one into their watchdog. "This is a thank you." Xiaofeng suddenly grew excited. Under normal circumstances, he would never be able to open the ancient door. Only by using this item could he trick them into opening it. As for what to do next, that depends on Xiaofeng's plans. At the same time, Qin Ze had a faint premonition that the Black Abyss dungeon was not just an infinite loop. There might be a larger world line, and everything he did was highly likely to influence its changes. "You have gifted the Blood Moon Sphere to the Esper Xiaofeng." Xiaofeng favorability increased by 1,000. "Do you want me to untie you?" "No needs, thank you. The pain will remind me not to forget my hatred." "Congratulations, you have cleared the Nightmare Manor dungeon and achieved the perfect ending. Xiaofeng's Revenge." Rating SSS. Experience reward, 150,000 EXP. Clear rewards, 1 Nightmare Treasure Chest, 1 Nightmare Equipment Treasure Chest, 1 Nightmare Manor Clear Title. Congratulations, you have achieved the first clear of the Nightmare Manor dungeon with a perfect ending. Obtained first clear title, Nightmare Manor Ruler. Nightmare Manor Ruler. All professionals who enter this dungeon will receive a 20% reward bonus, a 20% increase in equipment drop rates, a 20% increase in item drop rates, and a 20% reduction in dungeon difficulty. Any professional entering this dungeon requires your approval, and you will receive an additional 3% experience. All effects take effect immediately upon equipping the title. Is this, I control all the resources of the entire dungeon. Who can enter and who cannot? Even someone like Qin Ze, who had seen all kinds of rewards, was still shocked. You have to know that the Manor Black Abyss dungeon is currently the hottest low-level dungeon. Levels 1 to 15 all choose to level up here. Its strategic value is incredibly significant. It can be said that as long as he has control over the Manor dungeon, the big shots of Linhai City will have to treat him with respect. "This is getting more and more interesting," Qin Ze said with a smirk. He now has the qualifications to sit at the negotiation table. "Wow, I got a full set of gold-grade equipment, plus the first clear chest and a record-breaking title. The experience is so generous it is making my hands soft," Liu Yang shouted excitedly. In such a short time, he had pinched his own thigh 5 or 6 times. He was terrified it was just a dream. A full set of gold-grade equipment. "Nothing else?" Qin Ze asked, quite surprised. "Damn it, I am already satisfied. Okay, what rewards did you get?" "Nothing much, just control of the Manor dungeon." Liu Yang looked up abruptly. "The dungeon has become your private property." At the entrance of the Nightmare dungeon, the black vortex rotated slowly, as if it had been there since the dawn of time. Lu Guanghua, the manager of the exchange company, stood opposite, staring intently at the black vortex. The spite in his eyes was as intense as a deep-seated grudge. His 5 subordinates were standing beside him, their legs sore, yet they dared not utter a single complaint, instead fawning and flattering him. "Manager, this Qin Ze is truly evil. He could not keep his spending in check and owed so much money on credit, and in the end, he even dragged you into this. He deserves to die. If his corpse comes out, manager, you just need to give me a look and I will go up and whip him a few times to vent your anger." It has been 2 days already. Qin Ze's corpse has probably rotted in the monsters' stomachs. Haha, look at those professionals over there looking so dejected. What is wrong with their brains? To actually think Qin Ze could make it out of the Nightmare dungeon and try to resist the company, it is hilarious. These people have no awareness of being dogs, unable to recognize their own worth. I am truly amazed, and they still ended up dragging us into this mess. The 5 of them kept chatting, flattering, and complaining by turns. Lu Guanghua felt incredibly annoyed, as if 5 flies were buzzing around him. "Shut up." The 5, who were just filled with righteous indignation, instantly withered. Lu Guanghua rubbed his temples, cursing them as a bunch of losers in his heart. Suddenly he caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance, and his heart stirred. Liu Xiu is here too. Go and call her over for me. Realizing his position in the company was at risk, Lu Guanghua hatched a plan. Oh yes. Before long, Liu Xiu, wearing black stockings, walked over with a guarded look in her eyes. Before she could even open her mouth, Lu Guanghua lashed out at her. Liu Xiu, do you still want to keep your job at the company? I do not. I resigned. Liu Xiu answered very readily. With that, she prepared to turn and walk away. Lu Guanghua was stunned. He had not expected her to be so decisive. So he immediately said, Qin Ze has died in the nightmare dungeon, and even his corpse has been eaten by the monsters. And as the salesperson who approved his loan, you should bear all the debt. Liu Xiu stopped in her tracks and turned around abruptly. She covered her chest with her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Her pitiful expression actually startled Lu Guanghua, because this did not make sense procedurally. As it turned out, her reaction was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. You said Qin Ze is dead. How do you know? Liu Xiu choked out. You do not even care about being saddled with the debt. Instead, you are worrying about a stranger. You are hilarious. Lu Guanghua laughed loudly, his gaze looking at her as if she were a fool. 2 days have passed and there is neither hide nor hair of him. Where could he possibly be? He is definitely rotted in the belly of a monster. Before he finished speaking, an announcement suddenly rang out. Congratulations, Qin Ze's team has completed the first clear of the Manor Nightmare Dungeon, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Obtain title Manor Dungeon Ruler. Congratulations, Qin Ze's team has completed the first clear of the Nightmare Manor Dungeon, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Obtain title Manor Dungeon Dominator. The announcement echoed in the minds of every professional in Linhai City. This was the recognition of the Black Abyss. At this moment, the Black Abyss Hall fell dead silent. All the professionals had their mouths wide open, their minds completely blank. Just now, what happened? What is that announcement saying? Qin Ze cleared the Nightmare Dungeon in 2 days. Tug? Who the hell was talking just now? Was it you? Lu Guanghua's first instinct was to deny it. He grabbed a subordinate by the collar and forced him to admit it. Qin Ze clearing the Nightmare Dungeon was undoubtedly the absolute worst possible outcome. If Qin Ze had just disappeared and the company suffered a loss of nearly 50 million, he would only face a demotion. Life just would not be as cushy as before. The company would always have other ways to scrape that 50 million back from someone else. What goes around comes around. But if Qin Ze succeeded in clearing it, he was done for. The thought of facing the face of the young master of the Lei family made his legs tremble with fear. That guy is someone who does not treat people as human beings. It was not me. The Black Abyss announcement just suddenly played in our heads. Qin Ze really did successfully clear the Nightmare Dungeon. The subordinate could not believe it either, but he shouted it out anyway. Lu Guanghua felt the world go black before his eyes, and he nearly collapsed. Liu Xiu, wearing black stockings, was in a state of utter confusion. Is the Black Abyss so human-like now? Does it even broadcast when someone dies in a nightmare dungeon? Is it possible that the Li Corporation used some method to investigate? Wait, why does it say clear? Qin Ze, he actually cleared the nightmare dungeon. Only then did Liu Xiu realize she had been wrong. He actually cleared the nightmare dungeon. My God! She looked around at the hall filled with professionals, yet quiet to the extreme. She suddenly realized a problem. Linhai City is about to change. What? Just as everyone found it hard to believe. They suddenly realized a question. Since the Black Abyss announcement has already rung out, does that mean Qin Ze will appear too? God, does that mean they are the first batch of people to witness a miracle happen? They could brag about this for a lifetime. For a moment, every professional's heart was thumping, nervous to the extreme. This is the first clearer of the Nightmare Manor Dungeon. And it was a level 10 Nightmare Manor Dungeon. Professionals are very awkward at this stage. They only have low-level skills and their equipment bonuses are not high, so they cannot unleash much power at all. Countless geniuses, powerhouses with A-level talents, and even an S-level genius had met their downfall there. That is why the Nightmare Manor Dungeon is also called the Graveyard of Geniuses. And today, this iron rule was broken. The most crucial thing is that Qin Ze successfully clearing the Nightmare Dungeon instantly gave them hope again. How will the conflict between Qin Ze and the Li family be resolved? A 50 million installment loan is certainly not a small amount. While I am so looking forward to what happens next, Qin Ze actually cleared a nightmare dungeon. His potential probably surpasses some S levels now. Only the freakish geniuses of the 5 major families in the Central District could compare. With a genius like this, will the Li Corporation compromise and wipe the debt? I think the Li Corporation will definitely cave. Those guys are shameless. As long as it allows them to keep making money and maintain their current monopoly, they would even kneel and kowtow, let alone a mere 50 million. Yeah, winning over a genius who transcends S level, what is 50 million? They might even give him 500 million instead. We all know the value of a super genius, and these big families know it even better. Now it is up to Qin Ze's choice. I hope he does not accept the Li Corporation's apology and compensation, but instead leads us bottom-tier professionals to rebel and break the current status quo. Are you dreaming? Why would he go crazy? Why give up a comfortable upper-class life to help us break the rules, ending up with nothing? What do you think reality is? Is not everyone living to maximize their own interests? That is true, but what if? Countless professionals recovered from the initial shock, with joy and worry intertwining in their hearts. Finally, the nightmare connection started to twist and ripple, and 2 figures gradually appeared. It was Qin Ze and Liu Yang. My God, so many people. As soon as Liu Yang came out and saw countless excited gazes, he almost had a heart attack. Looks like everyone is waiting for us to come out. The result is heartwarming. Qin Ze smiled and looked around, his gaze locking onto the face of a beautiful woman. Oh, the personal driver is here too. Saves me the trouble of calling a taxi later. Hey, get out of the way, get out of the way. Qin Ze is tired and needs to rest. Wherever Qin Ze went, the crowd automatically parted to create a path. Countless eyes were filled with both excitement and shock. It looked just like the scene of countless fans waiting for an international superstar. Soon someone realized something was wrong. Why is Qin Ze so clean? There is not a speck of dirt on him, let alone any injuries. Is this reasonable? You have to know that Black Abyss dungeons are presented in a digitized way. If a professional's arm is bitten off, even if the lost health is restored, the severed arm does not grow back. Even level 10 professionals come out of a difficult dungeon covered in wounds. Very few people come out unscathed. And Qin Ze cleared a nightmare dungeon and is injury-free. My God, what kind of concept is this? People looked at Qin Ze in astonishment. Their heads were a bit numb. Wherever Qin Ze went, the crowd automatically separated. At the end of the road stood Liu Xiu, standing there dazed. You drove here, right? Qin Ze asked. Oh yes, the car is parked right at the entrance. Liu Xiu looked lost in thought. She had always thought she was the one who ruined Qin Ze. Because of her, he was living a hard life and even got into a conflict with the Li Corporation. He had no choice but to enter the nightmare dungeon to hide. And yet he actually cleared the nightmare dungeon. Can you give me a ride? Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. Liu Xiu waved her hands repeatedly and immediately trotted off to drive her beetle over. Countless women stared at her back with envy, jealousy, and hate. Just as Qin Ze was about to leave, a nervous voice sounded. Wait a second, no, my lord, I am Lu Guanghua, manager of the exchange company. I had the honor of meeting you once before. I wonder if you still remember. Qin Ze turned his head in surprise and saw Lu Guanghua's obsequious face. Why do you think I have money now, so you want me to pay you back on the installments? It has not even been a month yet, Qin Ze frowned and said. No, you misunderstood. A genius like you should not worry about installments. I just want to arrange a meeting between you and our top management, have a meal together, let us talk things over nicely. Oh, then just wipe it off directly, no need to meet. No time. Qin Ze waved his hand and walked outside. Lu Guanghua was getting anxious and wanted to say more. Stop right there. If you keep clinging to me like a plaster, suffer the consequences. Liu Yang stepped in front of him and pinned him down with one hand. Understood. I will not say anything more. Lu Guanghua nodded repeatedly. Not until Qin Ze left the Black Abyss Hall did everyone suddenly erupt into a buzz of discussion. What choice will Qin Ze make? Accept the olive branch from the Li Corporation. Or perhaps the Exchange Corporation. Li Yuhao, the young master of the Li family, was sitting leisurely on the sofa. A row of people, men and women alike, knelt before him with miserable expressions. A bunch of idiots, actually daring to dream of working with Qin Ze to embarrass me. He is hiding in a nightmare dungeon now, and you lot. Every word Li Yuhao spoke felt like a needle piercing their hearts. I know you have been secretly saving money behind the company's back. We originally turned a blind eye because we sympathized with your struggles. Now I realize you do not deserve it. You bunch of scum, you deserve to be squeezed dry. Paying your debts is only fair. Every cent you hid must be handed over. As soon as he said this, everyone kneeling raised their heads in terror. One man spoke up frantically, I have a son in middle school who really needs the money. Please, young Master Li, have mercy. Get lost, Li Yuhao kicked him aside impatiently. It only adds up to 200,000, how damn pathetic. The others clenched their fists, their eyes filled with despair. For Li Yuhao, 20,000 might be less than a single hair. But for them, it was their lifeline. Now everything is gone. Li Yuhao looked at the desperate crowd with a playful smile. Given your atrocious behavior, I will personally decide on the missions you perform to pay off your debts from now on. As soon as he said this, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Owing the company money at least meant they could still live like dogs. If it were left to this young master, he would toy with them until they died. Just then, an announcement rang out abruptly. Congratulations to Qin Ze's team for achieving the first clear of the Manor Nightmare Dungeon, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Obtained title Manor Dungeon Conqueror. The smile on Li Yuhao's face froze. What does that mean? A nightmare dungeon, and he actually cleared it. The people on the ground went from stunned silence to ecstatic joy. Qin Ze cleared the nightmare dungeon, there is hope. Now that they were at a dead end, they might as well take a gamble on Qin Ze. Li Yuhao's pupils trembled as he sat on the sofa, completely bewildered. His mind was in complete chaos. Just then, the phone nearby began to ring. Li Yuhao hurried to answer it, the caller ID showed father. Yuhao, at any cost, bring Qin Ze into our Li Corporation, understand? At any cost, oh I see. What? Li Yuhao hung up the phone, immediately regaining his confidence. His father was the strongest in Linhai City at level 32. Even the mayor had to bow to him. At any cost, huh? Li Yuhao pondered for a moment, then began to sneer. What? In a beetle car, Qin Ze sat by the window, the glow of his system panel flashing before him. Are you okay? Liu Xiu kept glancing at Qin Ze through the rearview mirror, her face full of worry. In her eyes, Qin Ze had been driven to a dead end by the 50 million debt, which was why he went into the nightmare dungeon to take a desperate risk. It was just too miserable. And she was at least half responsible for this. What could be wrong with me? Am I not sitting right here? Qin Ze was studying his skill panel and chatting with Liu Xiu nonchalantly. Currently, the Thunder Skeleton Warrior summoning skill had actually reached level 20,349. Yet it still had not leveled up. Still, he was quite satisfied with the power of the skill. It should be at the ceiling of combat power for now. Thunder Skeleton Warrior summoning level 20,352. Summon 2 phalanxes, 300 common Thunder Skeleton Warriors. They possess formation capabilities to escort you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 500. 1 day if I summon the entire Thunder Skeleton race. I would not be surprised at all. I will leave the Thunder Skeleton Warriors for now and focus on leveling up the Shadow Ghoul. The Shadow Ghoul is too low level right now, which is holding back the overall skills. Once the final skill upgrades, the Symbiotic Crystal will cause all skills to level up simultaneously. At that point, he will experience a qualitative leap. But the problem is he has too few skills, only 5 in total. It is hard to imagine him as a Necromancer who relies on skills. Liu Xiu was still muttering, the Exchange Corporation will not let this go. Those people are terrifying. Believe me, people shake in their boots when they see them. You cleared the Nightmare Dungeon, I do not know what that means exactly, but I know it is a huge deal. You should try to negotiate with them. Qin Ze suddenly asked, does the Exchange Corporation have high-level skill books for Necromancers? They do, but... Forget the buts, help me get all the high-level skill books, the more expensive the better. Ah, you are not still thinking of. Yes, on a 10-year installment plan. Just buy as much as you can. Liu Xiu. Buying 1 is a free ride, buying 2 is also a free ride. So why not buy a few more? Would they really burden a genius who cleared a nightmare dungeon with debt? The beetles stopped in front of the old residential area, where the elderly were busy exercising. Are you really going to do this? Liu Xiu could not help but ask again. That is the Li Corporation, are not you afraid? Come, let me do some math for you. Qin Ze looked at her beautiful, blank face and spoke. I first got the professional transfer pack, and then on your advice, I bought 990,000 worth of Necromancer gear, right? Yeah, that is right, Liu Xiu nodded repeatedly. That was the source of all evil. Once you start paying in installments, there is no turning back. Oh, I owed 990,000, so the company came after me. I had to run dungeons to make money, but without equipment, I had to pay in installments again. Do not you see how it just keeps piling up? At this point, owing 1 million versus 50 million makes no difference to me. Qin Ze shrugged. That actually sounds logical. Liu Shiyu's eyes showed a certain clear kind of stupidity. Qin Ze returned to his empty home. It was covered in dust after not being here for 2 days. Come forth, my Dark Ranger. With an incantation, the curvaceous Dark Ranger appeared from the summoning circle. She knelt before Qin Ze and asked, "My master, what are your orders?" The next second, a cleaning rag was shoved into her hand. Dark Ranger. When it comes to cleaning, only the human form Dark Ranger can do it. The Thunder Skeletons and Shadow Ghouls are house-wrecking experts. Still, a master's command is absolute. The Dark Ranger clutched the rag and began cleaning with agile movements. Qin Ze sat on the sofa and began to collect his dungeon clearing rewards. SSS grade clear rewards. Experience reward, plus 150,000 EXP. Clear rewards, Nightmare Treasure Chest X, Nightmare Equipment Treasure Chest X, Manor Nightmare Clear Title X. Claim reward. Yes. Successfully claimed SSS rank clearance rewards. Obtained EXP plus 150,000, Nightmare Treasure Chest X, Nightmare Equipment Chest X, Nightmare Manor Clearance Title X. As the rewards were distributed, Qin Ze's experience points began to skyrocket. Level 14, 62%, 73%, 89%. Under Qin Ze's expectant gaze, a white light of leveling up descended from above. The level finally broke through the 15 barrier. Leveled up. Qin Ze's eyes lit up. He immediately took the magic dragon staff out of the storage and equipped it in his hand. Only now can it be said that he has truly embarked on the path of being invincible. A dragon's roar swirled around Qin Ze, then suddenly expanded outward. The Dark Ranger, who was kneeling on the ground wiping the floor, suddenly felt a shiver run through her entire body. A certain threat emanating from her bloodline made her lift her head in alarm. Then she saw with astonishment that her master actually possessed the power of a dragon. She lowered her head again and began wiping even harder. All I can say is, as expected of master. Now that I have reached level 15, going back to the Manor dungeon to grind monsters is no longer appropriate. I remember the second stage of the Black Abyss dungeon has small-scale environmental dungeons like the Bloody Factory and Death Cruise, as well as large-scale battlefield dungeons like the Twilight Plains. The latter is massive, with a map so large it can encompass an entire sector, and it allows all professional squads to enter and support either side of the war. Large-scale battlefield dungeons are usually unique, and the entire dungeon disappears after being cleared. They are considered an important part of the main world line. If I remember correctly, the Twilight Plains battlefield dungeon has been running for over 20 years. Countless professionals have entered and participated. Some were even killed by professionals from opposing factions. These are all things that happen within the dungeon, and the authorities are powerless to manage it. In this world, great power is concentrated in the hands of individuals, and the authority of the officials is infinitely diminished. If I could end the war in the Twilight Plains, the final rewards should be very rich. Moreover, this kind of massive battlefield is perfect for someone like me, a Necromancer. With just a flick of my hand, I can summon a huge crowd of minions. How are these natives and professionals supposed to fight me? Qin Ze had already decided in his heart that the next dungeon would be the Twilight Plains. Before that, everything including skills and equipment needs to be sorted out. Of course, everything is done through installment plans and taking things for free. Money will never be repaid, but the goods must be the best. SSS rank Nightmare Treasure Chest, open it. A huge chest 1 meter long appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground with a thud. It seemed very heavy. Various patterns writhed on the surface of the chest, exuding madness and cruelty. In theory, an SSS rank Nightmare chest can contain anything. Skill books, equipment, props, pet eggs, forging stones, or even weird bizarre things, and they are all rare treasures. He remembered a video on Bilibili where an uploader was live streaming chest openings and actually pulled out a demon with horns. It drilled a huge hole in the room on the spot. That is absolutely absurd. Qin Ze took a deep breath, grasped his magic dragon staff, and signaled the Dark Ranger to stay vigilant before slowly opening the 1 meter long SSS Nightmare chest. The moment the chest opened, a scarlet light poured out of it. Just as Qin Ze wanted to see what it was, a snake-like object suddenly lunged up. Startled, he instinctively raised his magic dragon staff and struck hard. Boom! Following a heavy sound, the snake-like object instantly retreated back into the chest. Only then did Qin Ze see the culprit clearly. It was a black-purple tentacle with a pointed tip, and its surface was covered in hair-raising eyes. What the hell is that? Do not tell me it opened up a monster for me to fight. The scarlet light dissipated, and the nightmare chest turned into black smoke. A book lay quietly on the ground. The cover was engraved with an icon of a triangular eyeball. So it is a skill book. Then it is nothing to worry about. Qin Ze's heart moved, and he immediately stepped forward to pick up the skill book. Thousand Eye Tentacle Summoning, a special summon. Chant for 30 seconds to summon a tentacle from the Forbidden Sea for you. The position is fixed and cannot move. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 3,000. It actually turns out to be this. But since I am a necromancer, having something related to tentacles is perfectly fine. The combat power of the tentacles still needs to be verified. With the blessing of skill upgrades, even weak skills can become very strong. B-rank talent resonance crystal activated. With the 3 crystals vibrating in unison, the tentacle summoning skill was instantly brought up to the same level as ghoul summoning. Thousand Eye Tentacle Summoning becomes Spirit Tentacle Summoning. Spirit Tentacle Summoning becomes Admonition Tentacle Summoning. Admonition Tentacle Summoning becomes Vessel Tentacle Summoning. Vessel Tentacle Summoning 55.1038 becomes 55.1039. 55.1039 becomes 55.1040. The tentacle skill kept advancing, and in the end, even Qin Ze did not know what he would summon. As long as it is a tentacle, that is all that matters. When I enter the Twilight Plains battlefield, there will be millions of natives fighting in melee. I will just summon a few tentacles then, and let the natives see what it is all about. Next up is the Nightmare Equipment Chest. There is nothing much to say about this, just open it. Again, scarlet light spilled out from the chest, and a small object floated up while spinning. Qin Ze reached out and caught it, and the nightmare chest turned into black smoke and disappeared. It was a ring, and what was embedded on it was not a gemstone but an eyeball. You nightmare chests, are you obsessed with eyeballs? They are all eyeballs. Qin Ze could not help but complain as he looked at the bizarre ring. But it is diamond grade. Even if I have to grit my teeth, I am wearing it. Nightmare rings. Quality diamond grade. Level restriction 55.15. Job restriction, mage 150 points of intelligence. Basic attributes, intelligence plus 100, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Resistance to negative effects like hallucinations, panic, and mental attacks is increased by 2 times. Reinforcement 0. Forging 0. Runes none currently. Skill 1, Illusion Creator. Can target anything including yourself to create 2 illusion clones. They inherit 50% of the original attributes, take double damage, share memories with the subject and the illusion clones. Duration, 2 hours, cooldown 6 hours, mana cost 1,000 points. Skill 2, Slumber. Forces any creature to enter a deep sleep state. Duration, 8 hours, wakes up after being attacked. Cooldown 24 hours, mana cost 1,000 points. Skill 3, Eye of True Sight. Can see through lurking, invisibility, disguise, and all other skills. It can also sense malice and the danger level of the environment and will warn the wearer through a prompt box. Passive skill, always active, 0 cost. Skill 4, Eye Bind. The eyeball embedded in the ring stares fixedly at the enemy. Mental power will continue to strengthen, eventually causing the enemy to become bound. Activation time, 10 seconds. Binding time, until the gaze is averted. Mana cost, 100 points/second. Introduction, you definitely do not want to know its origin. Nightmare Ring, this one is not bad either. It is just a little bit worse than the magic dragon staff. But having an eyeball worn on your hand is actually quite intimidating. Qin Ze put the nightmare ring on the index finger of his right hand and admired it against the sunlight outside the window. As a result, the eyeball spun around frantically and locked eyes with him. Deep in the black pupils, it felt like something was swirling, trying to drag him into it. Asking for a beating. You dare go after your own master. He flicked the big eyeball hard on the head. It immediately tilted to the side with a squelching sound. The big eyeball was much better behaved after that. It did not dare to look around anymore. Next is the Manor Instance Master title. As soon as I equip it, it will take effect immediately. All professionals currently grinding for levels in the instance will be forcibly cleared out, and they will not be able to retrieve any experience or gear rewards. That is what a master is. Overbearings. Should I equip the title now? Qin Ze frowned. The Manor instance is for levels 1 to 15, which is essentially the source of income for low-level professionals. If I equip it now, it is like cutting off their livelihood. Forget it, forget it. Why should one person in debt make things difficult for another? Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Qin Ze picked it up and saw it was an unrecognized number. He rejected it decisively. There are so many scams these days, it is probably someone asking if you need a loan. Wait, loans might actually be worth looking into, and I could really exploit that. After he hung up, the phone rang again. This time a line of text appeared, Linhai City Mayor's office. Now that is impressive. Qin Ze answered the call, and an elegant, authoritative female voice immediately came from the other side. Hello, student Qin Ze, sorry to disturb you. I am Tang Zhu, the mayor of Linhai City. First of all, congratulations on successfully clearing the nightmare instance. It is truly astonishing. Principal Cao and I still find it hard to believe he never expected such a genius to appear in his school. In the last 100 years in Linhai City, your level of talent certainly ranks in the top 10. Your appearance is an honor for Linhai City, Tang Zhu said with extreme seriousness. To be able to deliver such flattery so sincerely, it actually makes one feel quite pleasant. However, Qin Ze's first sentence left Tang Zhu speechless. Are you really the mayor, or is this a scam? Maybe I should call the police and ask first. Tang Zhu laughed helplessly. The style of this super genius is certainly a bit unique. I am right downstairs in an official Linhai City car. You can verify it, my personal information is online. Oh, come out of the car and let me take a look. Qin Ze went to the window as he spoke, then saw an official car door open. A capable-looking woman with short hair and a white suit stepped out and looked back at him. Verification complete, she really is the mayor. Okay, you can go back inside. Tang Zhu. Big brother, I am the mayor. At the very least, since I have already stepped out of the car, would not it be polite to invite me in for a seat? And so Tang Zhu got back in. Mayor, is there something you need? It is like this, I cordially invite you to join our official organization. There will be a specially arranged position, monthly approved resources, and with your current qualifications, you will receive at least a 100,000 yuan monthly subsidy. You can choose any item from the National Treasury, plus a golden grade set of equipment tailored for you. What do you think? Qin Ze. To be honest, it is not very attractive. Not to mention golden grade, he is even starting to look down on platinum grade equipment now. His storage is full of golden grade gear. He could practically sell it back to the authorities. A dozen seconds of silence made Tang Zhu feel quite anxious. She gritted her teeth and said, I can fight for a platinum-grade equipment set for you from my superiors matched to your level. Mind you, this is a full set. On the current market, these are priceless and rare. Various factions use them as their foundation to nurture their own star seeds. Student Qin Ze, I believe you are worth it. Silence again, leaving Tang Zhu completely baffled. Big brother, you do not even look down on a platinum-grade set. To be honest, resources are very tight for the authorities right now. A platinum-grade set is already the absolute limit for a reward. If it were the Li family company in Linhai City, they might be able to pull out a full diamond-grade set. Thinking of this, Tang Zhu sighed, Student Qin Ze, did the Li family company promise you diamond-grade equipment? If you join them, that is understandable. After all, it is your own future. I wish you the best of luck. I have not joined the Li family company, and I will not in the future. Qin Ze spoke calmly, his tone firm. What? Tang Zhu was just about to hang up, but her fingers trembled and she quickly rescued the call. There is still a chance. I have no intention of joining any organization right now. I only accept a cooperative relationship at the moment. If you are willing, that is. Qin Ze thought quite simply. He had not finished milking the interest-free installment plan yet. If he joined the authorities, would the Li family company still give him a chance to rip them off? There is a saying, if you owe them 1 million, 10 million, or hundreds of millions, they are the boss, and they can handle you however they want. But if you owe them trillions, I am sorry, you better bow down and kowtow to me first. Willing, of course I am willing. Tang Zhu nodded repeatedly, feeling pleasantly surprised. As long as Qin Ze does not lean toward the Li family company, everything is negotiable. I need a secure storage account that no one else can touch besides me. Can you do that? Of course, the more private the better, preferably one that no one else knows about. As Qin Ze spoke, he already had a grand plan taking shape in his mind. Installments are installments, but my money is still my money. Keep the accounts separate. This whole warehouse of golden-grade gear is just waiting to be sold. But if he deposited the money into an ordinary account, the Li family could find it and seize his funds directly. That would defeat the purpose of his interest-free freebies. A secure account, we can definitely do that. But since your request is so simple, do not you need any other resources? Tang Zhu asked, feeling quite incredulous. Can I add more requests later if I have them? Of course you can. Alright then, sorry for the trouble. After hanging up, a smile appeared on Qin Ze's face. Everything is ready, now it is time to shop. As everyone knows, high-tier skill books are very precious. Just then, a fierce knocking suddenly sounded at the door. Thump. It sounded hostile. The nightmare ring on Qin Ze's right hand turned rapidly, its pupil staring fixedly at the door. Danger. Swish. The magic dragon staff was retrieved from the warehouse and gripped tightly in his hand. The Dark Ranger followed close behind, her scarlet eyes full of caution. Through the peephole, he saw the face of the young Li family master, twisted in a cruel grin. And 10 level 20 professionals, all of the same caliber. Exactly 10 of them. What? Is this how the young master of the Li family does things? You thought you could take me down by finding 10 level 20 professionals. This was the first time Qin Ze had ever met the young master of the Li family. And the guy had just brought him such a grand gift. Interesting. However, if a fight broke out right here, would not this dumpy little apartment building collapse? Besides, this is his place, and the Dark Ranger spent ages cleaning these floors. Outside the door, the level 20 professionals stood stiffly, glaring into the room with murderous eyes. The aura suppressed by their levels was almost tangible. An ordinary professional would probably be shaking in their boots. Li Yuhao stood at the very back, sneering at the security door. It is easy enough when you do not care about the cost. Begging others for favors is not his style. So what if he cleared a nightmare-level dungeon? He still has to bow down before him, does not he? Creak on the security door slowly opened. Everyone immediately perked up. They were not necessarily planning to fight, they just wanted to show their opponent the gap in their strength so he would yield obediently. As it turned out, nobody came out when the door opened. Instead, a mobile phone was poked out. The black camera lens aimed right at them, and everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Look here. The Li family company has gathered a huge crowd at my doorstep. Are you here to rob me or kill me? Li Yuhao's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry. Quick, snatch his phone and delete the video. Li Yuhao immediately covered his face. Qin Ze sneered from inside, so you do care about your reputation. The closest level 20 professional immediately reached out to grab the phone. But the hand holding it pulled back just in time. The attacker grabbed nothing but air. Such fast reflexes, several level 20 professionals gasped in unison. Generally, level suppression manifests in every aspect, allowing one to dodge attacks despite the disadvantage. What kind of genius move is that? Just then, an assassin-class professional darted through the crowd. He was wearing black, moving like a ghost. Just as he thought he had an easy win, a staff appeared right in front of him. A heavy blow to the head. The impact struck his crown, instantly leaving his mind a complete blank. Minus 1,563. The damage figure popped up, making all the level 20 professionals freeze. What kind of damage is that? It is too exaggerated. Wait, that is not right. Is not that a mage's staff? How did it land with the impact of a heavy sword? Is that mage playing like a warrior? Their heads were buzzing, they could not wrap their minds around it. Only 1,500 damage, level restrictions really wiped out 1,000 points of my damage. Qin Ze curled his lip. Still, he could take out a squishy assassin like that in 3 whacks. As for the assassin who rushed in, he was now swaying like a drunkard, clutching his head, until he finally slumped against the wall and slid to the floor. The stun left him disoriented. He would not be able to stand for several minutes. The hallway was dead silent, and everyone stared in shock at the stunned assassin. Why are you here at my place? Qin Ze said, aiming his phone at the people in front of him. Li Yuhao walked up, covering his face. How dare you hit my people? Trespassing on private property, why would not I dare? Qin Ze's voice was firm and resounding, anchored by pure logic and reasoning. Li Yuhao gritted his teeth and asked, You brat, do you have any idea who I am? Do you know what happens to people who mess with me? I really do not, actually. I am Li. Li Yuhao looked at the phone camera and suddenly went silent. Li Hu, go on, finish your sentence. Qin Ze looked at the phone screen and barked sharply. Li Yuhao took a deep breath and ordered the remaining 9 professionals. You guys go grab his phone, the video cannot get out. Yes. The 9 professionals moved at once, with the warrior in front and the priest, mage, and archer behind. It looked exactly like a boss raid. I see you have some brains after all. Qin Ze complimented him, saved the video, and put the phone away. Li Yuhao smirked with a look that said, You just realized. But not enough. Dragon's roar. A terrifying dragon's roar surged through the hallway. Everywhere it went, the level 20 professionals clutched their ears and fell to their knees in agony, their heads ringing, their hearts filled with pure terror. The assassin leaning against the corner even slumped his head to the side and passed out. That is a dragon. A legendary mythic-class creature. A single skill was all it took to leave every professional completely incapable of resistance. Li Yuhao, being the weakest, was the most deeply affected. He collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, having lost control of his bladder. The arrogance he had just moments ago was completely gone. Haha, reduced to such a wreck by just one skill. Time to take a couple of photos for my social media. Qin Ze laughed and snapped away with his phone. Without delay, he drafted a post and uploaded it to the internet. A man claiming to be Li Yuhao just brought 10 level 20 professionals to block my door. Is there no rule of law anymore? He attached the initial video of Li Yuhao leading his 10-man squad to block the door, looking aggressive and overbearing. He also included 2 photos, one of the hallway with the professionals lying around scattered, and a close-up of Li Yuhao looking miserable with his pants soaked through. Hit send. Netizens surfing the web immediately noticed a post from Qin Ze, the first to clear the nightmare dungeon. It caused quite a stir. Countless people swarmed in, and when they saw the content, they were thunderstruck. My god, this is huge. Qin Ze closed the page after posting, not caring in the slightest about the impact that would follow. He had anticipated everything that would happen before he even did this. Now he needed to find someone to clean up the mess. So he dialed Mayor Tang Zhu's number. Student Qin Ze, is there something you need? Tang Zhu's voice sounded very pleasant. Qin Ze calling her specifically meant there was a good opportunity. As it turned out, Qin Ze's first sentence left her speechless. A man claiming to be Li Yuhao is here at my place, and he has scared himself into wetting his pants. Tang Zhu. It took her several seconds to find her voice. Tug? Yeah, I need you to send people over to deal with this. Oh, and by the way, there are 10 level 20 professionals here too, all incapacitated. You might want to bring extra personnel. And if you could help clean up the hallway while you are at it, I would really appreciate it. Qin Ze's tone was flat, but it sent shockwaves through Tang Zhu's mind. The Li family company sent people to threaten you. Something like that. All right, I am on my way. Do not worry, we will detain Li Yuhao and will not let him walk free. That would be a great help. What? Qin Ze hung up the phone and narrowed his eyes slightly. Everything requires a legitimate justification. He really was in the wrong regarding the installment payments. But if you are going to use such brutal threats against me, then do not blame me for not being polite. What? The siren wailed throughout the old residential building. There were 5 police cars, 3 armored vehicles, and 2 ambulances. They immediately packed the old compound full, making quite a scene. Not only that, but there were also vehicles from TV stations and news media outlets. Reporters, having received a leg tip, rushed to the scene immediately, fearing they might miss this explosive breaking news. Soon their cameras and gear were set up, ready to film from every possible angle. Tang Zhu stepped out of a police car with a stern face, though it was getting harder and harder for her to suppress a wide grin. Everyone be careful, there is a serious incident involving a professional up there. The victim is Qin Ze, make sure to protect him. Understood. The police cordon was set up quickly. The police officers immediately rushed into the high-rise building. When they reached the floor where the incident occurred, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Level 20 professionals were scattered all over the ground in various poses. The scene was absolutely shocking. These are level 20 professionals, and they are just lying here. Unbelievable, what kind of power could have turned them into this? Oh my god, that is the young master of the Li family. He is scared to the point of wetting himself. What? In utter astonishment, everyone handcuffed these professionals and carried them to the vehicles. Their eyes swept over the security door, and a look of awe appeared in their gaze. One person did all of this. Qin Ze's strength is beyond our imagination. Tang Zhu murmured to herself. Li Yuhao is used to being arrogant and domineering, and he actually tried to use this method to threaten and control Qin Ze. I wonder what his father's expression will be like when he finds out. Principal Cao stood to the side, a smile on his face. After this incident, Qin Ze probably will not be joining the Li Corporation, which is a good thing for us. We must go all out to recruit him. In the past, the Li Corporation would have pressured us, and no matter what Li Yuhao did, they would just brush it off as nothing. But this time we must show our stance. For Qin Ze's sake, we can stand up to the Li Corporation. Meanwhile, after finishing all this, Qin Ze lay down on the bed and fell fast asleep. Although he had eaten 2 hot pots and had a relatively pleasant time in the nightmare dungeon, 2 days had passed, and he had barely closed his eyes. He was not arrogant enough to sleep in a nightmare dungeon, unless he had a death wish and wanted to drop dead on the spot. The well-proportioned Dark Ranger sat by the bed, watching over him the whole time. Feeling safe and sound, he slept until he woke up naturally, until the sunlight spilled in from outside the window. Qin Ze woke up stretching. The first thing he saw was the Dark Ranger sitting by the bed, holding his phone, playing teamfight tactics. Fun? The Dark Ranger turned her head to look at him. As her fingertips lightly tapped the screen, a 3-star 5-cost unit appeared in a flash of lightning. The other 3 players surrendered instantly. Give it back. Qin Ze took his phone, unable to keep his composure. At that moment, he saw a long list of missed calls on his phone. It kept ringing. I was afraid of disturbing you. The Dark Ranger spoke again and made a finger-pressing motion. You did well. You can play with your phone whenever you are bored in the future. You can also buy anything you want. Just select pay in installments. Qin Ze nodded. Although the Dark Ranger was an undead creature, she could still get bored. As you command, my master. The Dark Ranger's crimson eyes flickered, and she looked visibly happier. Qin Ze opened his missed calls. 3 from Liu Yang, 5 from Liu Xiu, 1 from Tangzhou, 23 from the Li Corporation Exchange Office, and missed calls from his classmates. What stunned Qin Ze the most was that there were even calls from his elementary school classmates. Is everyone really that concerned about me now? Qin Ze thought for a moment and decided to call Liu Yang back first. Liu Yang's concerned voice rang out immediately. The Li Corporation is looking for you. How are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I am okay. Li Yuhao has already been arrested and should be in there for a long time. What? Li Yuhao has been arrested? Oh my gods. You did not know. How would I know? I only know that you have gone viral online. There are already nearly 20,000 comments under the post you made. 20,000 comments? It seems like everyone has long-standing grudges against the Li Corporation. Maybe I should stir things up even more. You can make things even bigger. How? Liu Yang was shocked. That is a bit complicated to explain. Oh, never mind then. I am planning to enter the Grand Battlefield Dungeon Twilight Plains. Do you want to come? Godfather, it is a grand battlefield. I remember you must form a team to join. If we can slightly alter the course of the battle, we should be able to get a lot of rewards. Yes, I will leave the task of finding extra help to you. No restrictions on level or strength, but they need to know how to lie low. If they happen to have some culinary skills, that would be even better. Understood, leave this little task to me. You focus on dealing with the Li Corporation. Okay. The team formation problem for the Twilight Plains is currently resolved. Qin Ze believed that the title of Nightmare Dungeon Clearer would attract those professionals like a magnet. At this moment, Liu Xiu's call came through again. Qin Ze took one look and answered the call. Liu Xiu's voice sounded a bit hesitant. Qin Ze, I have already arranged the high-level Necromancer skill book you mentioned, but Boss Li just contacted me, saying he wants to give it to you for free, and he hopes to have a good talk with you. Boss Li, Li Yuhao's dad. Yes, his name is Li Xinggang, and he is currently the highest-level person in Linhai City. He reacted pretty fast. Qin Ze muttered to himself. I do not accept it. Please pass on my original words to him. Your son's actions have made me very angry. Also, sell those skill books to me on an installment plan. Okay, I will pass on the message. Wait, you still want to pay in installments? You cleared a nightmare dungeon, you should be very rich. Liu Xiu could not help but ask. Where would I get money? I have to use the gear I got from the dungeon myself, and now that I have fallen out with the Li Corporation, they will definitely block my funds. Your life is not easy at all. Liu Xiu said sincerely. Are you at home later? I will bring the skill book to you. Are you sure you still want to pay in installments? Is not that just giving them leverage? Yes, and it has to be over 10 years. Qin Ze said decisively. What is the difference between Li Xinggang giving him the skill book for free and him getting it through installments for almost nothing? The former would mean owing a favor. Not worth it. Besides, he was also planning to send a big gift to the Li Corporation. The top floor of the Li Corporation building in Linhai City. An expensive purple clay teacup was smashed hard onto the floor. You idiots, you have more than enough ways to fail and never enough ways to succeed. I told him to recruit those people at any cost, and instead, he brings 10 level 20 professionals to block their doorstep. Li Xinggang was trembling with rage, and everyone else in the room was shivering in fear. Oh, stop getting so angry, you are going to get wrinkles if you keep this up. A graceful, still alluring woman walked forward. The main family is coming for their routine inspection in a month. We should think about how to deal with them first. Li Xinggang fell silent after hearing this. They were the overlords of Linhai City, and even the mayor had to show them respect. But compared to the Li family's main branch, they were nothing. If the main branch found out they had lost control of Linhai City, they would immediately send someone to take over and kick them to the curb. Nowadays, the professionals have long-standing grievances against them, compounded by the sudden emergence of that super genius, Qin Ze. This has caused the situation in Linhai City to spiral out of their control. Damn it, we had no real feud with Qin Ze, and we had not even started collecting the debts yet, but that good-for-nothing son of mine ruined it all. It will probably be difficult to get on good terms with Qin Ze now. Thinking of the message Qin Ze sent, Li Xinggang could not help but continue cursing. Yu Hao is still just a child. Let us just get him out of jail first. I am worried he will not be able to handle the food in there, the woman said in a soft, gentle tone. You just keep on spoiling him. What? Although Li Xinggang was cursing, he still went with the woman to the detention center. A dozen luxury cars packed the road in front of the detention center. They looked incredibly imposing. He and the woman got out of the car, both wearing dark sunglasses. Why has not the warden come out to greet me? Li Xinggang frowned. In the past, before his car even fully stopped, the detention center gates would open, and the warden would lead a whole crowd out with a sycophantic smile, bowing and scraping before him. Today, not only was the warden nowhere to be seen, but the gates were firmly shut. What on earth are these people doing? Do not they want to survive in Linhai City anymore? Li Xinggang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The woman shouted anxiously, these people actually dare to ignore you so blatantly. Hurry, I am afraid they might even try to harm Yu Hao. It seems it is time to let them know who really runs Linhai City. Li Xinggang looked grim. He gestured to his subordinates behind him and strode toward the detention center. He did not bother knocking, instead kicking the heavy iron gate wide open. Warden, get out here right now. Li Xinggang marched inside, shouting angrily. At that moment, a stern female voice suddenly rang out. Li Xinggang, who gave you permission to come in? This is a high-security detention facility. Civilians are not allowed to trespass. If you want to visit a relative, follow the proper procedures. Get out right now. Oh, Mayor Tang, you are certainly acting tough today. Li Xinggang turned around to see the sharp-looking woman in a white suit, his tone filled with sarcasm. Li Xinggang, your hand has blocked out the sky over Linhai and crushed the hopes of countless people here. Today, I am issuing you a formal warning. Everything you have seized must be returned, and you will pay for every tragedy you have caused. Tang Zhu spoke every word clearly and powerfully. It sounded like she was reciting a solemn vow. Li Xinggang froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. Have you lost your mind? What kind of nonsense is this? What makes you think you can fight me? With that level 23 of yours, any random person I pull out is a higher level than you. How many dungeon resources have you occupied? How much effort have you put into developing them? And yet you have the audacity to spout this garbage at me. The entire Linhai City was built on my hard work and bloodshed. Without me, would you even have what you have today? Li Xinggang roared, veins popping out on his forehead. That is still no excuse for your monopoly on professional resources. Tang Zhu met his vicious glare without flinching. You came here for your son, right? I can allow you to see him once, but if you want to take him out, you need to go through the proper procedures. Without them, we will not release anyone. If you dare to force your way in, I will report to the superiors that the Li Corporation is instigating a riot. With that, a door slowly opened, and a thick foul stench immediately poured out. My son, why are you? Seeing this, the woman cried out anxiously and ran forward, only to be stopped by the guards. Li Xinggang turned pale at the sight of his son's miserable condition. The Li family, as a super family, prioritized their reputation above all else. If the main branch saw him like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Simply being removed from the family register would be getting off light. Are you trying to declare war on me? Li Xinggang said through gritted teeth. If you want to call it a war, then I accept your challenge. Tang Zhu said with a cold laugh. On this day, the battle between the authorities and the Li Corporation officially began. This is too much, this is absolutely too much. After returning to the top floor of the Li building, Li Xinggang smashed 2 more purple clay teacups in anger. Wei, my poor son, your life is so hard, suffering in there. Do something about it already. My dear, do not worry, they will not dare to do anything to Yu Hao. I will get people to speed up the paperwork and he will be out in a few days. After soothing her, Li Xinggang immediately called in his right-hand man. Tang Zhu actually dares to challenge the Li Corporation. I will make her kneel in front of me and apologize. Boss, the online public opinion is very unfavorable to us now. Ever since Qin Ze posted about the young master blocking their door with 10 level 20 professionals, people have been cursing us. It is having a major impact. Heh, those ungrateful ingrates. If the company was not feeding them, they would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Filter out those ingrates and specifically groom some loyal dogs. As for those loyal to the Lee Corporation, we will throw them a bone. For the ingrates, cut off their access to dungeon resources and aggressively demand repayment of their debts. Let us see what they do then. Li Xinggang said viciously. Anyone could see he was truly enraged. Understood, boss, I will get right on it. Soon, the one-sided online outcry began to shift as new voices emerged. The Lee Corporation's loyalists jumped on the bandwagon, following the new narrative. Who opened up the dungeons in Linhai City in the first place? It was the Lee Corporation. Li Xinggang is the #1 contributor to this city, you ungrateful wretches. I fully support the Lee Corporation. Those attacking them clearly have ulterior motives. I'm heading into the dungeon to grind for XP and loot. You internet losers, do you have anywhere to level up? You can only bark online, in reality only strength matters. He cannot enter the dungeon anymore, right? You should check whose rice you are eating before you talk. Serves you right, reaping what you sowed. What? In the old apartment, Qin Ze watched the Dark Ranger, now wearing an apron, cooking something on the stove. He could not quite keep his composure. Wait, you actually know how to cook? My lord, I am preparing sustenance. I saw a thigh bone in the pot. That would not be the neighbor's, would it? It is, my lord. Qin Ze. Shortly after the Dark Ranger's dish was served, a plate of large bones. Seeing the sheer number of bones, Qin Ze's face turned pale instantly. Did she seriously dismantle the entire neighbor's family for their leg bones? Fortunately, the bones seemed quite thick and different from human ones. Right then, he heard the neighbor's angry roar about who had stolen his pork bones. Is this what you eat where you come from? Qin Ze had absolutely no appetite for the bones. The Dark Ranger, however, was eating with gusto, crunching them down bite by bite as if they were apples. Yes, my lord. These bones have very low soul content. Not as good as the ones I usually eat. The Dark Ranger said in a cold, clear voice. Qin Ze, she is even becoming a picky eater. The Dark Ranger is a hero class unit, essentially a summonable companion that can be cultivated and has growth potential. Other summoning skills, however, bring forth different units each time and are one-time consumables. Since the Dark Ranger would be with him for a long time, it was only natural to build a bond with her. The Dark Ranger finished the entire pot of bones. Qin Ze ordered a takeout of braised chicken with rice and paid the neighbor for the bones, making the man feel quite embarrassed. Want to try a bite of human food? Qin Ze looked at the shapely Dark Ranger. She took a bite but immediately gagged. After finishing the meal, it was about time. Lee Corporation, what kind of counterattack will you launch? You would not be planning a smear campaign in response to my post, would you? Qin Ze sat on the sofa and opened his phone. The first thing he saw was a message from Tang Zhu, containing pictures of Li Yuhao in a detention center, weeping and looking miserable, completely stripped of his previous arrogance. Tang Zhu, I promise you, he will not be under anyone's protection. He will serve exactly as many years as the court sentences him to. Qin Ze, thank you, I have a gift for you, I think you will like it. Tang Zhu, what kind of gift? Qin Ze, you will see in a moment. Closing the chat, he opened the forum. His inbox was already flooded with private messages. 999 plus. Qin Ze took a look and realized things were going exactly as planned. People were excited that he had stepped in personally, some even wanting to push him to the front lines to resist the Lee Corporation. An individual fighting a corporation is always at a disadvantage. But when the authorities square off against a corporation, that is a different story. He only needed to provide a small gift. He then opened his post and saw that the comment count had exceeded 30,000. And his follower count had broken through 500,000. Mind you, he previously had only a dozen bot followers. He swiped through the screen, letting the comments scroll past. Oh my god, did I see that right? The young master of the Lee family actually brought 10 level 20 professionals to blockade Qin Ze's door, only to be scared into wedding himself. Haha, hilarious. I remember the Lee kid acting so arrogant because of his background. Seeing him handled so easily by Qin Ze, no wonder he cleared the nightmare dungeon. This means there is a conflict between the Lee Corporation and Qin Ze now. They have not made a move yet, they are probably wary of his talent. I actually hope Lee Corporation acts tough so that Qin Ze has a reason to crush them. Hahaha. Whatever happens, I am supporting Qin Ze unconditionally. Damn the Lee Corporation, they should have been taken down ages ago. Exactly, the exploitation is so bad I can barely survive. Countless comments emerged, all complaining about and criticizing the Lee Corporation. Everyone had been suffering under the Lee Corporation for too long. Then the Lee Corporation issued an official announcement. Starting today, any professional who publicly slanders or defames this company will be barred from all company-run dungeons and have their installment payment rights revoked. All debts must be paid in full by the following month, or enforcement measures will be taken. This instantly ignited the entire internet. Even Qin Ze could not help but sigh. What a ruthless move. Countless people began to frantically discuss it. What? I just made a couple of comments and now I am banned from dungeons and have to pay everything back next month. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Listen to that, is that even human? What do they mean the dungeons are run by their company? It is laughable. Even if you were not there, the Black Abyss connection would not disappear. So shameless. They are being such bullies. What am I supposed to do? My child was just born and I need money for formula. Hey, that is rough. I was planning to run dungeons to save for my bride price, but now I am just giving up on marriage entirely to save the trouble. This cannot go on. Where are the authorities? Someone do something. The Lee Corporation is completely out of control. Sai, the boss of the Lee Corporation, is a level 32 professional. The highest-ranking official, the mayor, is only level 24. What can they even do? The thugs the young master brought were level 20. Think about how big the gap is. People who were previously filled with righteous indignation were now truly panicked. Their survival was at stake. They could not possibly live like this. If the Lee Corporation maintained this high-pressure policy, thousands would be driven to jump off rooftops within a month. Countless sycophants even came out to mock them. The Black Abyss dungeon entrance is quite spacious. It is really nice. You ingrates, the company provides dungeons for you to level up, and that is already generous. How dare you be so greedy for more? Grinding monsters is so satisfying, I am drowning in experience points. The sea of mockery left many professionals without the courage to even reply. Reality had truly crushed them. Those on top controlled the resources and could dine on fine cuisine, while the low-level professionals struggled just to stay alive. Seeing that the Lee Corporation was determined to destroy them, they turned to the authorities for help. Countless pleas for help flooded the official accounts. Sadly, the authorities remained silent. Tang Zhu clenched her fists as she saw this. It was not that she did not want to open the dungeons. It was that she could not compete with the Lee Corporation's control over resources. In that moment, the Lee Corporation used its resources to announce to everyone who held the true power in Linhai City. Just as everyone was in utter despair, Qin Ze posted a new message. I am the master of the Manor Dungeon. All professionals, excluding those from the Lee Corporation, may enter the dungeon for free. The Manor Dungeon, free for all professionals except those affiliated with the Lee Corporation. At that moment, everyone was stirred with excitement. There was hope. Tang Zhu immediately ordered the official account to follow up. All equipment produced in the Manor Dungeon can be sold to the authorities at prices above market value. Looking at the new post, a rare smile appeared on Tang Zhu's face. The first step in countering the Lee Corporation. It had finally been taken. Qin Ze, how dare he stand against our Lee Corporation? Does he have any idea who we are? Li Xinggang stared at the post Qin Ze had published, his fists clenched tightly. He watched helplessly as the Manor Black Abyss dungeon slipped out of control, with all the company's affiliated professionals being kicked out. The professionals who were previously ostracized now swarmed in to grind monsters. Crucially, the official equipment trading service completely bypassed them. A gap had instantly appeared in the Lee Corporation's territory. Just then, a man ran over in a hurry. Boss, headquarters just notified us that the inspection has been moved up. They will be here in 10 days. If they see this mess, we are finished. What 10 days? Damn it, we have to resort to unconventional methods. Li Xinggang panicked for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, let these people see what the Lee Corporation is truly made of. Trying to overthrow us in their dreams. At the entrance of the Manor Black Abyss dungeon, all sorts of vehicles were parked everywhere. Professionals rushed in excitedly, their faces filled with delight. Some even started to cry. Woo, thank you Qin Ze, thank you to the authorities. There is finally a Black Abyss dungeon we can grind. We do not have to sell our loot for pennies anymore. Our good days are coming. Qin Ze broke the Lee Corporation's monopoly on resources. He is absolutely amazing. Brothers, I am a level 2 assassin. It is hard to find a team. Is anyone willing to carry me? Come on in, I am a level 3 warrior. Let us form a group. If we cannot beat the hard mode, we can surely handle the easy one, right? I'm a level 5 mage, count me in, I will be your DPS. In the past, entering dungeons meant backstabbing each other just to scrape together more money. But this time, I have decided to be sincere. Let us help each other and try to get a better rating. Exactly, I think so too. Everyone is struggling, so let us be more understanding of each other. What? The professionals were moved to tears, knowing how hard-won this opportunity was, and they cherished it deeply. Only those who have experienced cruel exploitation and oppression can understand that everything they enjoy now was fought for by Qin Ze in life-or-death battles. Without Qin Ze, none of this would exist. They cast aside their prejudices and hierarchy, starting to cooperate with genuine sincerity. The once stagnant Linhai City began to show new vitality. Company lackeys walked out from the black abyss, each of them looking dejected. They could not understand how the all-powerful Li Corporation had actually opened up the manor dungeon. Haha, you bunch of losers, why are not you barking anymore? It is hilarious how you treat the Li Corporation like your daddy, just because they gave you a few scraps. They bought back gear at 1/3 of the market price. You would have to be out of your mind to keep working for them. What? HMPH, it is just one dungeon access, right? Do not get so cocky. We can just go to the other two. Exactly, just because you got access to one low-level dungeon, you think you are something special. There are 9 dungeons in total in Linhai City, and 3 of them are level 1 to 15. I will just go to another one. Do you know about the Dusk Plains Mega Dungeon? That is the main dungeon of Linhai City. If the Li Corporation was not guarding it, Linhai City would be wiped off the map tomorrow. So naive, wake up and look at the world. What? The company lackeys shot back without hesitation. The war of words between the two sides intensified. Due to the power of the Li Corporation, some celebrities and social media influencers began to speak up for them. Jayaki, families, the Li Corporation is having a really hard time right now. They have to guard Linhai City to protect our folks and plan resources for everyone. They work so hard every day. Those of you complaining about debt or oppression should ask yourselves if you have actually worked hard enough. Fans in the comments began to manipulate the discussion and cheer. Right, well said, I am with you. Big brother is so handsome. What? Liu Zuer, everyone needs to be good, okay? There are always people who want to stir up trouble in Linhai City for their own gain. Zuer thinks things are great right now, and I hope everyone keeps their eyes wide open so these bad people have nowhere to hide. Known as the #1 sweet talker in Linhai City, Liu Zuer sent a voice message directly. It sparked an immediate heated debate. This intense conflict attracted all sorts of ghosts and monsters in Linhai City. Danger is opportunity, and everyone wanted to get a piece of the action. This kept Mayor Tang Zhu extremely busy. He wanted to bring Linhai City back under official control. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he had to purge all these ghosts and monsters. Furthermore, out of the 9 dungeons in Linhai City, the official side only had one 25 to 35 level dungeon, plus Qin Ze's 1 to 15 level dungeon. That is only 2, while the remaining 7 belong to the Li Corporation. It is fair to say that after the first step, the road ahead is still long and difficult. The online fighting was chaotic and endless. After confirming that things were going according to his expectations, Qin Ze stopped paying attention. Just then Liu Xiu called him. Her first sentence was, "I am downstairs at your place." Qin Ze went downstairs and saw the familiar beetle parked by the road. Opening the door, a familiar scent wafted out. Qin Ze sat in the passenger seat and looked at the smiling Liu Xiu. The people from the Li Corporation did not give you any trouble, did they? They see me as a bridge to communicate with you, so why would they trouble me? Besides, I am just a sales representative and we have no special relationship. Liu Xiu shook her head. Then she looked at Qin Ze as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What is wrong? Liu Xiu hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "The company has decided to sanction you as revenge for opening up the manor dungeon. From now on, the prices of everything you buy from the company will be doubled." After saying this, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Ze. She had participated in the entire meeting, and it felt like she had colluded with the company to harm Qin Ze. That was not her intention at all. Is that all? Doubled is fine. As long as I can pay in installments. Liu Xiu looked up blankly. No, do not think you can get by just by holding out and not paying back the money you borrowed. What do you mean? I only found out a few days ago that if you owe too much money, it gets reported to the main Li family, a super family currently in the central district, and they will use their own methods to collect the debt. Liu Xiu paused and continued. Their methods are very cruel. The main family collecting the debt directly, that is indeed troublesome. Qin Ze frowned slightly. With his growth rate, his skills increase by 1 level every second. What does he have to be afraid of? Right now, I just need to rush into the dungeon and level up. I need to reach level 30 as soon as possible. Right, you must think carefully now. No more thinking, take out the most expensive undead skill book you have and let me take a look. Liu Xiu. This scene felt somewhat familiar. What? In the beetle car, Liu Xiu was starting to get anxious. Did you actually understand what I just said? I know what your mindset is right now. You must feel that since you cleared the nightmare level dungeon, you are now a peerless genius that every faction wants to recruit, and that plenty of people would be happy to clear your debts for you. Qin Ze looked a bit surprised. Was he being that obvious? The Li Corporation has close ties with the main family, and the main family can directly control the corporation. It is fair to say that not just in Linhai City, but in all regions controlled by the superpowered Li family, this same model is used. The main family is closely monitoring cash flow. If there is a massive debt, the main family will intervene directly. The whole point of the Li Corporation doubling the price of everything you buy is to get the main family to step in and deal with you directly so they can sit back and reap the benefits. This is a trap set in broad daylight. Liu Xiu had clearly done her homework before coming here. Qin Ze did not belittle himself, but instead began to think carefully. So the Li Corporation does not want to have a direct conflict with me, but would rather have their daddy from the main family come down to handle me. He smiled, feeling somewhat speechless. This Li Corporation is quite something, they do not play by the rules. Usually people send the small fry first before the big bosses show up, but these guys are calling for backup the moment they meet you. Daddies, help me. The situation here is a bit complicated. I do not have the clearance for more detailed intelligence, but the Li Corporation cares more about the overall situation right now. If they escalate the conflict with you, it will cause the lower-level professionals to resist even more. I understand. Qin Ze nodded. The Li Corporation is actually quite smart. The opponent's strategic goal is also clear. First, stabilize the general situation, and second, if he continues to take out massive installment loans, then call Daddy over to handle him. So are you still going to buy the skill books? As far as I know, while the Li Exchange is the main channel for acquiring skills, equipment, and items, there are also some underground channels and mysterious organizations where the quality might be even higher. Hearing Liu Xiu's words, Qin Ze thought of the cat-eared girl with the leather suitcase. That must be the underground market. I am aware of all the risks, but I still choose to buy. In my view, levels are more important than money. If the Li superfamily wants to find me, let them come. But once I reach level 40 and enter the central district, I will be coming for them too. Let us see who can outplay whom. With his skills increasing by 1 level every second, there is no need to question his strength. The only thing holding him back right now is his level. Power leveling is the best choice. As for the skills, every profession has hundreds of basic skills. Professionals plan their purchases based on their own characteristics, splitting into common routes and aristocratic routes. Each of these two paths can be further divided into a dozen unique playstyles, some centered on poison, others on health pools, and so on. Aristocratic level skills are flashier and have a higher ceiling than common ones. Each skill chain needs 1 or 2 growth-type skills as a foundation and booster. These are optimal skill combinations tested by countless predecessors. There are those who tried to customize their own, only to ruin their own potential. There are also a few geniuses who can master a whole set of skills just by using a sword or some other keystone item. But those are once-in-a-century prodigies, so we will not discuss them for now. Generally speaking, 10th level professionals should start planning their routes. Of course, Qin Ze does not care about that, just mindlessly buying is the way to go. So what kind of skills did you bring this time? Qin Ze asked with anticipation. What I brought is… Liu Xiu's expression looked a bit unnatural. She took a tablet from the storage box by the seat, tapped it a few times, and handed it to Qin Ze. Among common-level skills, these were the ones nobody wanted. And the prices were ridiculously expensive. However, Qin Ze was looking at them extremely carefully and did not notice Liu Xiu's state. His skills could level up once every second. Even the absolute trashiest skills would become incredibly powerful if left in his skill slot for a day and a night. No, with the resonance crystal, he only needed to finish learning them. Liu Xiu secretly glanced at Qin Ze's handsome and focused profile, then swept a glance at the pathetic skills on the tablet. Her heart trembled. I am truly awful, I am so sorry to him. About 10 minutes later, Qin Ze finished reading the skill descriptions on the tablet. Under these circumstances, the other side would not be able to provide him with any decent skill chains. Even at double the price, it was impossible. Can I buy them all? No, I was specifically told that I can only sell one skill chain. Liu Xiu shook her head. Oh, Qin Ze focused his gaze on the tablet again, his brows furrowed. He was having trouble choosing again. This time there were 3 common-level skill chains in total. The first one was centered around Corpse Graveyard, which looked a bit like an undead graveyard. But while an undead graveyard is an illusion, Corpse Graveyard is a growth-type ability that exists in the summoning space. Simply put, it continuously summons skeletons through the Corpse Graveyard, and the other 4 secondary skills are bonuses and assists for the graveyard and the skeletons. It can be seen as a cultivation system for summon-type structures. Yeah, every Necromancer who dared to pick this set ended up dead in a dungeon. It is so weak it makes you want to cry, and it is immobile too. The second one is a skill chain centered on soul capture, which converts the remnants of souls from corpses into his own power. It can be injected into undead summons to make them stronger, or into an enemy's body to cause energy-tipping damage. The 4 secondary skills are for summoning offerings and energy bonuses. It is a tiny bit stronger, but not by much. And there is a corpse requirement. Without corpses, the whole skill set is useless. The third core skill is Corpse Explosion. It is exactly as it sounds. When an enemy dies, he detonates them remotely or kills his own summons and throws them to detonate. The 4 secondary skills are for random corpse summoning and damage bonuses for explosions. Even a dog would shake its head at this. And the price is ridiculously expensive. Are you sure I can only choose one skill chain? Qin Ze could not help but ask again. Such weak skills the Li Corporation should not mind, right? Fine, add one more. I will just find a way to fudge the report upstairs. Liu Bai struggled with it for a moment, then nodded. Qin Ze's eyes lit up and he immediately said, great, I will take the first 2 skill chains. A summon-type structure that can continuously produce skeletons is actually pretty good. Coupled with the second, soul capture, which constantly extracts souls, it is practically unbeatable. He plans to head to the Dusk Plains for his next dungeon, where these will come in handy. And with the per second skill upgrade system, he does not even dare to imagine how strong he will become. So you are choosing these 2, are you sure? Sure. One costs 50 million, so 2 will be 100 million. No problem, put me on a 10-year installment plan. Liu Xiu. Good heavens, you have already racked up a debt of 150 million just like that. You could just buy individual skill books instead, they are cheaper. There is also the skill gacha released by the Li Corporation, where you can randomly pull skills and might even get ones from the noble skill tree. Many professionals scrape together what they can and manage to build something decent in the end. Plus, it is a great way to avoid sanctions from the Li Corporation. Liu Xiu looked at Qin Ze with a heart full of pity, as if he were about to suffer a major blow very soon. That is the super aristocratic Li family after all. Even a speck of dust falling from them could crush an ordinary person to death. The skill gacha, that sounds quite interesting actually. But are you sure the Li Corporation would not rig it from the inside? I am afraid that if I throw 100 million into it and get absolutely nothing, would not that just be me letting the Li Corporation scam me for free? Qin Ze shook his head repeatedly. In the past, present, and future, he is the only one who gets to scam others for free. Fair enough, alright then, are you really okay? I am really fine. Qin Ze received the 2 skill storage boxes and watched the beetle drive away. He returned home and immediately could not wait to open the storage boxes. This is the most basic skill chain, yet it holds a full 5 skills. Adding the 2 together makes 10 skills in total. He is about to take off. The Dark Ranger leaned in curiously, her body inadvertently brushing against Qin Ze. An icicle-like chill. It sent a shiver through Qin Ze and made him much calmer. He opened the first skill storage box. Inside, a small pentagram array was rotating, seemingly protecting and maintaining the skill books. In the center lay the Death Cemetery, while the other 4 secondary skills were scattered around like stars surrounding the moon. Death Cemetery, summon a cemetery from another world. It has a burial mound from which 2 sturdy skeleton monsters can crawl out every minute. Capacity limit 1000 out of 1000, can be summoned repeatedly. Mana cost 1000 points. Note, once the skeletons are exhausted, retracting the skill will slowly recover the skeleton summoning quota at a rate of 1 per minute. This type of summonable building is similar to a hero unit and can be leveled up repeatedly. Nice time to learn it. Qin Ze closed his eyes and the howling of wandering ghosts rang in his ears. It was as if he had arrived at a death cemetery, cold and desolate. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Death Cemetery. Resonance Crystal activate. Death Cemetery becomes Large Death Cemetery. Large Death Cemetery becomes Pirate Death Cemetery. Pirate Death Cemetery becomes Cannon-type Pirate Cemetery. Cannon-type Pirate Cemetery becomes Black Pearl Death Cemetery. Black Pearl Death Cemetery becomes Desperate Naval Battle Cemetery. After 2 days of leveling, the Shadow Ghoul summoning skill also underwent its 5th promotion, and it was similarly divided into 2 special monster routes, Hellfire Ghoul and the Hero route, Nax the Ghoul. Qin Ze chose the Hero route Nax, as he already had massive numbers of skeletons and did not need small fry monsters. It is just that, has my cemetery gone off track? Why did it end up in the sea? Seeing the second Pirate Death Cemetery, he could not help but lose his composure. A scene already appeared in his mind of a large group of skeletons wearing eye patches or having hooks for hands, running around everywhere. They might even shout out, "Raise the sails, set sail." Desperate Naval Battle Cemetery. Summon a naval battle graveyard from another world featuring a giant sea trench which is dry and waterless. Every 10 seconds it can spawn 30 random units: pirate skeletons, captain skeletons, mermaid skeletons, cannibal skeletons, sea monster skeletons, ship skeletons, etc. Capacity limit 50,000 out of 50,000. Can be summoned repeatedly. Mana cost 5,000 points. Note, after retracting this skill, it will recover quite quickly, with 15 units recovered every 10 seconds. Good heavens, this is quite interesting. How are you supposed to fight with this? A whole crowd of pirate skeletons stepping on ship ribs, waving their claws and screaming. That is highly likely. Qin Ze learned the remaining 4 skills as well, and completed their 5 promotions. Perhaps because they belonged to the same skill chain, they all focused on strengthening the Desperate Naval Battle Cemetery. Bone strengthening becomes Cursed Body through continuous skill promotion. Description: all types of skeletons can use the abilities they had before death, and the skeletons are adaptive. Strengthening aura becomes Moonlight Glow through continuous skill upgrades. Description: silver moonlight shines in from another world, and enemies who die under it will be converted into one of them. The Black Pearl is recruiting crew members again. Rapid spawning becomes Gusher Outbreak through continuous skill upgrades. Description: let it rain pirate skeletons for them. Gold looting becomes Treasure Plunder through continuous skill upgrades. Description: gold treasure chests, gold treasure chests, Looking at all of this, it can be summarized in one sentence. That 50 million was well spent. It is time to give the Twilight Plains, a super large battlefield that has been going on for 20 years, a little skeleton surprise. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Li Corporation headquarters building, Li Xinggang was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the whole city. His eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of ferocity flashing through them. If anyone dies this time, they cannot blame him. It is all because these low-level professionals do not know what is good for them. And the Li family headquarters is coming down for an inspection ahead of schedule. Yuhao, what should we do? Is he still not able to be released? What are we going to do? He has been eating spiritual rice since he was a child. He is not used to ordinary food. Soon both Tang Zhu and Qin Ze will be kneeling at my feet. Li Xinggang said indifferently. My Li Corporation controls the main dungeon of Linhai City, which is equivalent to controlling its lifeblood. After saying this, he looked into the distance and saw that the black abyss of the Twilight Plains major dungeon suddenly began to change, with black lightning constantly flashing out from it, connecting the whole world, and soon the sky was infected, appearing with countless black bolts of lightning. These black bolts of lightning did not disappear but kept twisting in the sky. The terrifying aura made the entire population of Linhai City tremble. What is this? The glamorous woman asked, trembling all over. The Twilight Plains is the main dungeon of Linhai City and the dungeon that determines whether Linhai City can exist. As the person with the highest exploration progress, I have obtained the title of Main Story Explorer and can directly change the difficulty of the main dungeon. Now the Twilight Plains has reached nightmare level and has started to affect reality. Now only I can adjust the nightmare level dungeon back. Do you think they will kneel down and beg me? You scared me to death, the woman chuckled and punched him lightly. We cannot let them off easily this time. We must humiliate and torture them properly. Of course, my dear, shall we engage in some torture ourselves? You are so naughty. What? Black lightning flickered and twisted over the sky of Linhai City. They connected with 8 points on the ground and gradually converged downward. Those were 8 sealed Black Abyss dungeons, including Qin Ze's Manor Dungeon, and all of them began to mutate under the influence of the black lightning. The Black Abyss vortex began to spin faster, constantly expanding and spreading. It gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. My lord, danger is coming. The Dark Ranger acted like a vigilant rabbit, craning her neck high with her scarlet eyes locked firmly outside the window. Black lightning descended, twisting from the sky like a waterfall. Danger, what is going on in Linhai City? Oh, holy crap. Qin Ze had been immersed in the island's skeletons, but the next moment, he saw the apocalyptic scene outside his window. He immediately rushed to the window. The Twilight Plains dungeon connection vortex had already expanded to the height of a 20-story building. It was incredibly shocking, and the aura of danger was off the charts. Black Abyss announcement. The main dungeon, Twilight Plains, has evolved into a nightmare-level dungeon. In 3 months, the other 8 dungeons will complete their mutation and randomly drag all creatures in Linhai City into the dungeons until the city becomes a forbidden zone for life. A forbidden zone for life. I remember back in the island nation, they could not clear their main dungeon and begged America for help. But the Americans did not even bother, and in the end, the whole city turned into a dead zone and bred a terrifying monster that walks the earth. A single breath could wipe out a city. Later, when people from that country talked about this monster, they were actually quite proud. Pretty cool, right? We raised that. What a bizarre way of thinking. However, the fact that Twilight Plains has grown to nightmare level is actually a good thing for me. The experience gains will increase significantly, so my leveling speed will be faster. By the time the Lee family people arrive, I might be able to give them a hard slap and send them packing. Audacious, do you think Linhai City is a place you can just stroll into? Fantasy time is over, now for the remaining set of skill chains. After learning these, I should be about ready to enter the dungeon. Click, the skill box slowly opened, and a pentagram array lit up and started rotating slowly. Qin Ze picked up the skill book in the center, Soul Capture. This is a skill set that empowers the user, allowing them to have combat capability even without relying on summoned creatures. Soul Capture, no cost. Obtain souls from dead corpses or by sacrificing friendly units. Use chance to control the souls. Soul Storage, 0. A classic Necromancer skill. Qin Ze closed his eyes, and soon he felt he had gained a Cyan Spirit Hand, capable of extracting souls by grasping at the air. Resonance Crystal, activate. Soul Capture upgrades to Powerful Soul Capture. Powerful Soul Capture upgrades to Soul Drain. Soul Drain upgrades to Soul Vortex. Soul Vortex upgrades to Husk Guidance. Husk, this sounds interesting. 4 consecutive upgrades, the 5th one is the Watershed and also a qualitative leap. Husk Guidance upgrades to Underworld Husk Guidance. Underworld Husk Guidance. The Soul Hand evolves into an Underworld Hand bearing a miniature version of the Underworld of Death, upgradable. When used on enemies with weak consciousness, it can render them unconscious and extract their souls. You can control them freely without chanting. Underworld Soul Capacity, 0. Holy cow, I even got the Underworld powers. Does not this mean I will be the sole ruler of the undead realm from now on? The line between life and death is becoming blurred. I can take others' lives, and I can also grant them a new beginning. All souls extracted through Underworld Husk Guidance carry a special Underworld effect, which also provides feedback effects to the remaining 4 secondary skills. Psychic Body upgrades consecutively to Ghost Speaker. Description: 1. The more Underworld souls, the higher the base attributes, with a maximum bonus of 70%. 2. After an Underworld soul is destroyed, it grants a small increase in base attributes and restores 1000 health/mana. Soul Strengthening upgrades consecutively to Lost Rebirth. Description: inject an Underworld soul into a summoned object to give it a new life. Soul Energy Tilt upgrades consecutively to Possessive Kill. Description: control 10 or more Underworld souls to assault the enemy. Those with weak mental power can be directly possessed until death. Is this on controlling ghosts to kill people? Does not this mean I could kill anyone I want in real life? Everyone knows that professionals are forbidden from using lethal skills in real life. According to the joint statement by the 5 great megafamilies and the government, if discovered, you will be hunted to the ends of the earth. But this ghost control kill of mine, you could say, is completely untraceable. Terror Aura upgrades consecutively to Hope Deprivation. Description: without hope, how long can you really last? Who said this skill set was trash? Come out and say that to my face. This skill set takes the soul as its core, building an offensive and defensive skill chain. Plus, sacrificing a soul restores 1000 health/mana instantly, without any extra movement. When you drink a health potion, you have to unscrew the cap and pour it into your mouth, and the healing effect only starts after that action. Whereas mine is an enhanced version. No time to lose, gotta enter the dungeon to level up. Twilight Plains, right, let me see what you are made of. Just then the phone rang suddenly. Qin Ze looked down, it was Liu Yang, and a smile appeared on his face. Speak of the devil. Hey Godfather, everyone signed up eagerly when they heard your name, and I got over 100 names on the list. But after Twilight Plains turned into a nightmare dungeon, 80% of them ran away. The only ones left are the desperate ones who are struggling to survive. Should I send you the list so you can take a look? No need, just choose them yourself, as long as they do not get in my way. Of course, I do not think anyone can get in my way now. All right, I have the candidates decided. When are we going in? Should we wait until the mutation of the Twilight Plains is over to be safer? We are going in now, let us meet at the Black Abyss connection. That might be a bit dangerous, right? Do not you trust me yet? I do trust you, but I am still scared. Qin Ze. When did this guy learn to use logical inequalities? The call ended and immediately it rang again. It was Mayor Tang Zhu. Man, there is always something going on every single day. Qin Ze muttered and answered the phone. Student Qin Ze, I want to talk to you. Is it convenient? Yes, go ahead. I am right downstairs at your place. Let us talk in the car. Qin Ze glanced out the window, and a brand new black sedan was parked downstairs. That is perfect, I can have Tang Zhu drop me off at the Black Abyss connection. However, as soon as he got into the car, Tang Zhu's first sentence left him speechless. We have decided to compromise with the Li Family Corporation. Tang Zhu lowered his head, his face looking bleak. What? Qin Ze, I am sorry. It was my oversight. The main dungeon Twilight Plains has had too great an impact on Linhai City, and the Li Corporation's control over it has far exceeded our estimates. If this continues, Linhai City might turn into a forbidden zone for all life. Tang Zhu, who always strived to be strong, lowered her head at this moment, her black hair sliding from behind her ears to hang over her face. What do you plan to do? Qin Ze asked softly. According to the intelligence I have received, the Li family, the super influential clan from the Central District, is coming to inspect Linhai City in 10 days. Currently, the lower-level professionals have strong grievances against the Li Corporation, and with your appearance, the company's control over the situation in Linhai City is nearing a breakdown. That is why they allowed the Twilight Plains to grow into a nightmare-level dungeon. If we let this continue, the Twilight Plains will spiral completely out of control. Qin Ze replied, would not that mean mutual destruction? If the Twilight Plains goes out of control, the Li Corporation would lose everything too. We cannot afford to take that gamble. Tang Zhu sighed softly. Qin Ze fell into silence. So we have decided to admit our fault to the Li Corporation. We might have to concede some critical resources, but there is no other way. Critical resources, that must mean the only dungeon controlled by the official authorities. If that happens, Linhai City will fall completely under the control of the Li Corporation. A sense of helplessness flickered across Tang Zhu's face. Well, I understand your position. Take me to the Black Abyss connection point of the Twilight Plains. Qin Ze said calmly. Whoosh. Tang Zhu suddenly lifted her head, looking at Qin Ze in disbelief. You do not mean to? No, absolutely not, you will die in there. Tang Zhu was shocked and began to persuade him frantically. My mind is made up. Qin Ze, listen to me. The Twilight Plains is a main dungeon. Compared to other dungeons of the same level, its difficulty is several times higher. Now that it has reached nightmare level, the environment inside is no longer suitable for any professional to enter. Simply put, anyone who goes in dies. Mayor, are you just going to give up like this? Qin Ze looked directly into Tang Zhu's eyes and asked with a serious expression. Tang Zhu's agitated expression froze instantly. If you give up this time, it will be a permanent defeat. Everyone will have to kneel at the feet of the Li Corporation. Are you willing to watch the lower-level professionals of Linhai City be picked clean to the bone? The young master of the Li family is arrogant and reckless, to the point of crippling or killing people at will. If this continues, who will be able to stop them? Qin Ze's voice was soft, but it felt like a heavy hammer striking Tang Zhu's heart. No, I am not willing, that would be no different from hell. But there is not a glimmer of hope for victory right now. Tang Zhu looked pained. Trust me once, I am that hope. Qin Ze's confident voice left Tang Zhu astonished once again. She stared blankly at the young man before her. Unable to speak. After a long silence, she took out 2 boxes. This is a god concealment gem. I had saved it for myself, but I am giving it to you now. These gems are priceless and impossible to find. I managed to get it in the Central District. Even if you enter the nightmare-level Twilight Plains, it will ensure your safe return. The other is a super blood bead. Consuming it will increase your maximum HP by 10,000 instantly. It is also a treasure I obtained from the Central District. It will help you go further in the Twilight Plains. Qin Ze's eyes brightened, both were top-tier items. God Concealment Gem, after use enter a state of divine concealment, can hide from deities, effect ends after 1 attack, duration 30 minutes, charges 4/5. Super Blood Bead, after consumption HP increases by 10,000, no side effects, strength requirement 50. Tangzhu watched Qin Ze consume the super blood bead and nodded with satisfaction. HP increased by 10,000, current HP 18,700. It more than doubled his health, significantly reducing the chance of an instant death. Low HP had been a concern of Qin Ze's all along. Of course, it still was not considered high, just barely enough to get by. The Black Abyss Vortex, nearly 20 meters high, towered over the surrounding buildings. The area was empty, as the surrounding residents had been urgently evacuated. Occasionally, a few reckless professionals could still be seen. The rewards for a nightmare-level main dungeon were quite tempting, after all. Waves of terrifying energy emitted from the vortex, causing the concrete buildings to rapidly decay. Do not push yourself, you must come back alive. Understood. After stepping out of the car, Qin Ze made a phone call to Liu Yang. A few seconds later, Liu Yang emerged from a nearby building. There was no smile on his face, only nervousness and worry. I have gathered everyone. Most of them are people in difficult circumstances who want to take a gamble. Well, are you scared? Of course I am. This is a nightmare-level main dungeon. Even though I have never been inside, just standing outside makes my legs tremble, Liu Yang said flippantly. Did you bring the hot pot? I have been craving barbecue lately. Oh my god, boss, you want to have hot pot after going in there? Liu Yang was stunned. Why not? The clear time for this kind of dungeon is very long, at least a few days. Would it be right for us to go in without food or drink? I guess that is fair, hehe, I brought a barbecue grill. Suddenly a cute female voice rang out. I can grill meat, meow. Whose kid is running around here? Qin Ze blinked, then saw a cat girl skipping over towards them. It is you, the one who sold me the red and blue potions earlier. That is right, meow. The cat girl nodded repeatedly. Are you a human or a cat? Qin Ze had actually wanted to ask for a long time. Human, meow. Qin Ze. Why did he have trouble believing that? Liu Yang explained, let me explain. This cat girl, well, that is definitely not her real name. She belongs to a special organization called Jialan. The Jialan organization specializes in collecting high-quality special skills, equipment, and items to sell. They are one of the underground organizations. This organization is very mysterious. To join, you must modify your body and gain the organization's approval. The cat girl is considered one of the lowest-level members. That is exactly it. And do not ask me any questions about the Jialan organization. I will not answer them, meow. Does the Jialan organization have skill books for the noble path? Qin Ze asked casually. No, meow, but we do have special path skill books, the really crazy ones, meow. Wait, no, I cannot answer those kinds of questions. I cannot believe I let you lead me on, meow. The cat girl put her hands on her hips in frustration. Subsequently, the remaining two team members also appeared. One was a silent girl with long, straight black hair and a cold expression named Muzu, who seemed to be covered in many injuries. The other was a middle-aged man named Sun Yunlong, whose face was full of the traces of time, and he greeted everyone with great enthusiasm. Qin Ze made eye contact with each team member before leading them into the terrifying Black Abyss Vortex. About to enter the nightmare-level main dungeon, Twilight Plains. Do you wish to enter? About to enter the nightmare-level main dungeon, Twilight Plains. Qin Ze's team, are you ready to enter? Qin Ze turned back to look at everyone. I am heading in. Liu Yang Knight, let us do this, go big or go home. Cat Girls Ranger, yabba yabba meow meow meow. Muzu Assassin, yeah. Sun Yunlong Warrior, my kid is sick and I really need the money. I do not have many skills, but tell me what to do and I will do it. Confirming entry to the dungeon. After seeing that all members agreed, Qin Ze clicked confirm. It could be said that every member of Qin Ze's current team was at a dead end. They all had their own hardships, more or less. As for Liu Yang, he was just a good buddy willing to take a gamble with him. That is enough, let us go, let us go, let us go. Please choose your faction. 1. Bobo people weak and currently surrounded. 2. Sacred royalty invaders possessing strength far beyond the Bobo people. Note, choosing different factions results in different starting locations and rewards. There is more. Qin Ze hesitated for a second and chose 1. The Bobo people, for better experience rewards. Faction selection successful. Starting location, Poison Mist Village. The space began to twist, and black lightning surrounded them. Qin Ze felt his vision blur, and then his feet touched soft soil. The air was filled with the smell of blood and rot. Insects chirped in the surrounding grass. The whole sky was covered in a black mist, making people feel gloomy. Without a word, Qin Ze raised the dragon bone staff in his hand and chanted. Come forth, my dark ranger. The shapely Dark Ranger appeared from the teleportation magic circle. As if sensing danger, she immediately grabbed her large bow, hooked her finger on the string, and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Is everyone okay? Qin Ze looked at his teammates and asked. I am fine. I am fine too. What? Before the responses could even fade, red damage numbers, -1, -1, -1, started popping up over everyone's heads except for Qin Ze's. They were poisoned. So this is the nightmare level main dungeon. We are losing health just by entering. Liu Yang's voice trembled slightly. Meow, I have antidote potions. One for each person to remove the toxin, but we will still be in the poisonous environment, so we will start losing health again in a few minutes. I recommend just drinking health potions instead, Meow. The cat girl took out 4 antidote potions and handed them to the other team members one by one. Since we are all teammates, I will not charge you, Meow. The others took the antidote potions and carefully stowed them away. After all, these were lifesavers. Muzu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. It is strange. Why are not there any monsters appearing? We were just given a continuous damage over time environment. Qin Ze looked at her. No, there are terrifying monsters all around us. They just have not shown themselves yet. They have surrounded the entire village. Whoosh, Muzu's eyes widened as she stared at Qin Ze, as if she had realized something. That is right, exactly what you are thinking, Qin Ze said with a wry smile. Damn it, are you two playing charades? What exactly is going on? Liu Yang's mind could not keep up, so he asked directly. The cat girl and Sun Yunlong also looked confused, unable to grasp the situation. What we are about to face is probably the massacre of the village. What? Meanwhile, Tang Zhu, along with a group of senior officials from Linhai City, saw Qin Ze off as he entered the Twilight Plains. They removed their hats one by one to pay their respects. Then Tang Zhu turned to the crowd. Comrades, if Qin Ze can enter the nightmare-level Twilight Plains for the sake of Linhai City, what excuse do we have to give up? Grit your teeth and hold on until the end. Let us return a clear sky to Linhai City. The passionate and inspiring words immediately got everyone on the scene fired up. For the great cause of Linhai City, they truly could give up everything. Yes. The loud response soared into the sky. Tang Zhu took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and began to assign tasks. Minister of Commerce, you are to immediately set up an official market platform. All prices for buying and selling will fluctuate with the market. It does not need to be huge at first, just enough to support the trading for the Manor and Black Abyss dungeons. Understood, I will get on it right away, but the funding. Minister of Finance, allocate 1 billion to establish this market first, and we will advance more funds based on market performance later. Understood. As the tasks were assigned one by one, the underlying market structure led by the authorities began to take shape. The Manor and Black Abyss dungeons began to prosper in an orderly fashion. The arrogant company lackeys who wanted to defect were kept out, and without Qin Ze's permission, they could only howl in frustration outside. After all, trading equipment at market prices was truly tempting. At the top of the Li Corporation Tower, bang, another expensive purple clay teacup was smashed. Li Xinggang's face turned red with anger and his body was trembling. What is the meaning of this? Cannot they see what the situation is? The main dungeon Twilight Plains has become nightmare level, and Linhai City is about to become a forbidden zone for life. Why will not they kneel before me and apologize? Why are they still developing that damn equipment store of theirs? Do they want to become the sinners of Linhai City? He did not understand, he really did not. The main family would arrive in 9 days, and if they saw the chaotic state of Linhai City, his whole family would be finished. A glamorous woman next to him suddenly said, "Do you think they might be gambling?" Gambling on what? What capital do they have left? They are gambling that you do not dare to actually pull the trigger and turn Linhai City into a forbidden zone. When Li Xinggang heard this, he fell silent. He really was just trying to scare them. After all, if Linhai City became a forbidden zone, everything he had would be gone too. Heh, let us see who can outlast whom. When the people of Linhai City start disappearing one by one, let us see who can sit still. Besides, I do not care about a few lives. A crazed smile appeared on Li Xinggang's face, until an announcement sounded, causing his smile to freeze completely. Announcement: Qin Ze's team has officially entered the nightmare-level Black Abyss dungeon, Twilight Plains. Chosen faction: Bobo people. Li Xinggang. Is he crazy? He actually dared to enter. Dear, this Qin Ze is very strange. Everyone said the nightmare-level manor dungeon was a genius' graveyard, but he cleared it anyway. I think there must be something going on, the glamorous woman said with certainty. Do not ask, just call it a woman's intuition. He could not possibly clear the Twilight Plains. Li Xinggang dismissed it without a second thought. The Twilight Plains and the Manor dungeon are like heaven and earth. They are not comparable. Besides, the normal difficulty of the Twilight Plains has not been beaten for 20 years. Now that it is nightmare level, do you think he can clear it? Oh dear, you have control over the Twilight Plains. Why not just go in and take a look? If you see Qin Ze, just kill him. Would not that solve everything? The glamorous woman continued to suggest. Li Xinggang's eyes lit up after hearing that. Just kill Qin Ze directly, and we will get rid of the threat forever. Yes. What? Slaughter the village. Liu Yang gasped out in shock. The very first thing they encounter upon entering the nightmare grade main dungeon, Twilight Plains, is something so utterly insane. The village is full of unarmed civilians who barely put up any resistance. Yet the enemy is bent on killing them all. What Liu Yang does not know is that the reality is 100 times worse than he imagines. The specific situation is still unclear, but since we are safe for now, it means the Black Abyss dungeon is giving us time to find the Popo people. We should only enter a state of war once we have attempted to establish contact with them. Qin Ze said as he looked around at the mushy, muddy ground and the dry yellow stalks that stood as tall as a person. The toxic gas is highly acidic, sticking to their gear and hissing as it corrodes it, severely damaging its durability. Palm-sized insects like crickets are constantly charging into their combat boots, showing extreme aggression. Even when crushed, their flesh is acidic. Do you think the toxic gas might have been released by someone on purpose? Mu Zhu, who had remained silent all this time, once again proved that she never fails to stun everyone with her words. Hiss and the others could not help but gasp. If that were true, it would be absolutely terrifying. What? The sky, scattered with thin black smoke, revealed a slight hint of pale blue light. This means it is currently daytime. Qin Ze's team began to move out, their feet sinking deep into the mud as they trudged toward the buildings in the distance. Suddenly, 4-meter-tall wooden stakes appeared in the stalks ahead, each one impaling a person. They had been shoved on from the bottom up, with clear signs of a struggle. Their heads hung low, their lifeless eyes staring blankly downward. Flies buzzed around, landing on their eyes to feed. The first one to break was Sun Yunlong, the middle-aged uncle who fell to his knees and threw up. The others faltered but managed to hold it in. In particular, the cute cat girl was acting as if nothing had happened, which surprised Qin Ze. It seems these are the Popo people from the village, caught by the enemy and impaled here while still alive. The other Popo in the village are too terrified to even retrieve the bodies, that is, assuming there are any survivors left. Qin Ze frowned slightly and began to analyze. Liu Yang could not help but exclaim this is just too inhumane. Between the toxic gas and impaling people here, could it be for intimidation or interrogation? No, I think it is just for fun. Mu Zhu continued, pointing to the trampled stalks around them. The enemy likely has heavy beast mounts. They stayed here for a long time, clearly enjoying the sight of the Popo people struggling in their final moments. Once she said this, the color drained from everyone's faces. Even the cat girl could not stay calm anymore. If that is the case, would not we be in huge trouble if we get caught? Meow. You could say that, Mu Zhu nodded seriously. Qin Ze looked at his demoralized team and could not help but smile bitterly. He had not expected his small team to be pushed to the brink before even meeting the Holy Royal Clan. Things were starting to fall apart, but since they had already entered the dungeon, he would not stop anyone who wanted to quit. After a pause, Qin Ze looked at them and said, "The dead deserve respect. Let us bury these Popo people first. It will show our stance and it might make it easier to communicate if we meet any survivors." Bury them. These bodies are still impaled on the stakes. To take them down, you have to hug them and pull them off. It was deeply unsettling. Sun Yunlong gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "I am not good for much, but leave the heavy labor of digging and burying to me. I will get it done for you." Liu Yang also stepped up. "Count me in. I have been lying around long enough. It is time to pull my weight." What? Qin Ze looked at their determined expressions and smiled. "No need. Do not forget I am a necromancer. Controlling corpses is my specialty." Then his gaze sharpened, and he reached out toward the people hanging on the stakes. Nether body guidance art activates. The people hanging on the stakes suddenly came to life. They lifted their lifeless eyes, then began to struggle, pulling themselves off the stakes. "Holy crap, boss, why do I feel like you're even scarier?" Liu Yang's eyes widened, and every hair on his body stood on end. "That is way too intense, meow." Sun Yunlong crouched down by the roadside again. Thud, thud, thud. The corpses fell into the mud one by one, then crawled to an open space. With lifeless eyes, they stared at the distant village for over 10 seconds before starting to dig pits themselves, then laying down inside. Soul plus one, soul plus one, soul plus one, soul plus one, soul plus one. Nether Body Guidance Art 5/50,000. There were 5 of them in total, and they contributed 5 souls. You will witness the counterattack against the Holy Royal Clan with your own eyes. Qin Ze murmured as he withdrew his hand. The 5 souls stirred and hatred erupted within them. Let us keep moving toward the village. Qin Ze's team continued to trudge through the mud toward the village. They had barely walked a few steps when faint sobbing could be heard from the stalks nearby. Who is there? Liu Yang jumped, his obsidian spear appearing in his hands instantly. Do not be tense, it might be a surviving popo from the village. Qin Ze stopped him, looked toward the source of the sound and said with a smile, "Come out. We are here to help the popo resist the Holy Royal Clan." As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl in rags, her face covered in mud, stepped out trembling. Little Qiang. Identity: villager. Introduction: her village is controlled by the Holy Royal Clan, and she lives in constant hiding. I saw you bury the auntie's body, you are good people, the little girl said timidly. We are new here, can you tell us what happened? We will help you, Qin Ze said softly. Then Qin Ze gave Liu Yang a look, who immediately understood and pulled a red apple from his inventory to give to the little girl. He had not bought any gear this time, but he sure brought plenty of food. Seeing the red apple, the little girl's eyes lit up with hunger, and she started chewing it immediately. They call us livestock. The little girl said, her mouth full of fruit, speaking unclearly. Every day at dawn, they come to the village to catch little Qiang. They like to let little Qiang run first, and then they chase after me on their evil wolves. If I can successfully hide in the fields and smear my body with mud, they cannot smell me anymore. Sometimes the people who get caught do not die but are sent to the fortress ahead. They can take people apart and stitch them back together there. Little Qiang once saw them, they had many heads. Whenever they see little Qiang, they say they are going to send her to the fortress. What? Little Qiang gobbled down the apple, and through her garbled words, the village's tragic fate began to take shape. That is absolutely inhuman. That is completely insane. Liu Yang clenched his fists, unable to help himself from cursing. The others looked at little Qiang with complex expressions. Compared to the exploitation by the Li Corporation, Qiang's life was clearly far more desperate. This is no longer just a massacre. It is a deranged use of human lives for mere amusement. We really made the right choice joining the Bobo people's camp. If we helped the Holy Royal Clan murder the Bobo people so cruelly, I would honestly rather quit the game. I have never seen such cruel people before. Seeing that Qiang had finished her apple, Qin Ze took out another one and handed it to her. Little Qiang favorability +50. Qiang did not eat it, instead she carefully tucked the apple away. Why are not you eating it? Qin Ze asked curiously. Qiang wants to save it for the other kids, they have not eaten in days. What a good girl. Qin Ze patted her head, his eyes growing even more resolute. That is to say, unkill. Any member of the Holy Royal Clan who dares to show themselves will be wiped out completely. They do not deserve to remain in this world. Every morning they catch people for 1 hour, then they leave. Qiang just has to hold on until then, and I can survive. There is only 10 minutes left now. Qiang tilted her head and used her fingers to calculate. So the Holy Royal Clan people are still here, that makes things easy. Qin Ze sneered. After telling everyone not to wander off, he raised his demon dragon staff. Come forth, my ghoul Nyx. A blood-red pentagram unfolded. 2 terrifying, massive claws stretched out from within, followed by rows of needle-like teeth and a powerful, heavy jaw that radiated raw strength. Nyx's build was similar to a human's, but its deformed bone structure forced it to crawl on the ground. Its back muscles were hunched high, with its claws and head leaning forward, ready to tear enemies apart. Terrifying appearance, immense combat power. Ghoul Nyx. Hero units. Level 15 cannot exceed the summoner's level. Health points 89,000. Attributes: Strength 1573, Agility 1639, Intelligence 327. Skill 1: Devouring Evolution. Nyx accumulates evolution points by consuming corpses, even living ones. Once a certain threshold is reached, it can strengthen parts like its claws, teeth, muscles, or bones. There is a chance to gain special abilities such as swimming, sliding, or invisibility, and a very small chance to obtain the skills of the corpse's owner. Skill 2: Toxic Hunt. Nyx's claws and teeth are coated in lethal toxins. Enemies struck become infected and cannot be cured for a short period. All healing effects are disabled, and it inflicts 150 points of bleeding damage per second, along with 450 points of poison damage per second. It also has a chance to cause paralysis, fainting, or slowness. The lethal toxin and Nyx share a symbiotic relationship. They can sense each other, so no matter where an infected creature flees, Nyx can easily track them and steal a small amount of their base attributes. Skill 3 Magic Immunity. Nyx's body has undergone special alchemical forging. All magical damage is ineffective against it. It possesses no magic of its own and cannot use any magic-related auxiliary items. Skill 4 Killing Spree. Nyx unleashes its full physical potential. Movement speed plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%, killing efficiency plus 100%, prey detection plus 100%, and lethal toxin spread speed plus 100%. Its combat instincts are fully activated, allowing it to see enemy weaknesses and devour their cores. Duration 1 hour. After the skill ends, it enters an exhausted state where all attributes drop by 50% and health cannot be recovered. Introduction: A mad dog never let it out. Is not this just a pure physical killing machine? It is better to discard all magic and forge the body to its absolute peak. It is time to show these Holy Royal Clan members what a real monster is. The moment Nyx appeared, a scent of blood filled the air, giving the teammates quite a scare. Godfather, I have not seen you for 2 days, and your summons are getting increasingly terrifying. It looks so fierce, meow. I am a bit scared. Although Muzu did not say anything, the way she stepped back 3 paces was quite sincere. Surprisingly, little Qianqiang was the most composed. She pointed at Nyx and said in her childish voice, the monster that was chasing Qianqiang looked even scarier than this one. It had super long arms and legs. Roared. Upon hearing that there was a monster even fiercer than itself, Nyx let out a dissatisfied howl. Where is the monster chasing you now? Qin Ze crouched in front of Qianqiang and asked gently. Just then, the tall stalks on the left suddenly fell to both sides. Qianqiang showed instant terror and shouted in a panic. It is here. Just the sheer force of it pushing forward was enough to make everyone's hearts jump into their throats. However, the intruder did not seem to be in a rush, moving slowly as the stalks fell away. What kind of thing are you trying to play at? Dark Ranger. As you command, my master. A scarlet glint intensified in the Dark Ranger's eyes. She pulled back her bowstring, darkness coalescing at her fingertips into a black arrow, which she then fired. Whoosh! The stalks were blasted apart, clearing the obstruction ahead. They finally saw the monster's full appearance. First, a pale human face devoid of fangs but looking incredibly bizarre. Its body was covered in muscles, and its limbs, just as Qianqiang said, were spindly like a spider's. The black arrow struck its forehead squarely, making its massive body tilt backward slightly. Minus 12,370. The damage numbers drifted up slowly. The pale monster took the arrow to the forehead as if it were nothing at all. It stared at the group, showing no sign of anger at being attacked, but instead grinned and laughed. Is this thing insane? Upon seeing this pale monster, 2 words immediately popped into everyone's minds. Bad luck. At the same time, the monster's information appeared before them. Holy Royal Clan Human-Faced Dog. Nightmare Tier Monster. Level 20. Health points 100,000, recovers 50 health per second. Attributes: Strength 1073, Agility 1297, Intelligence 1538. Skill 1 Stealthy Hunt. The human-faced dog can effectively hide itself and set traps based on the habits and psychological state of its enemies. Once an enemy falls into the trap, they suffer a fierce ambush, dealing 5,200 points of damage, with a 100% chance to cause a crippling effect. Skill 2 Smiling Suggestion. When encountering enemies, the human-faced dog gives a smile, planting a psychological suggestion in their minds. Through subsequent combat, it can use this suggestion to gain the upper hand, effectively predicting the enemy's next move and increasing its damage against them by 20%. Skill 3 Information Relay. Upon receiving significant intelligence, the human-faced dog can transmit it to other human-faced dogs over long distances, synchronizing information in just a few seconds. Introduction: A new variety created by the Holy Royal Clan, forbidden and powerful. The human-faced dog crawled slowly out of the straw field with a grin. Its long, thin limbs braced against the ground. It looked like a giant insect. Liu Yang, this thing, is it a monster that actually uses its brain? Catgirl, all its base stats are over 1,000, that is terrifying, meow. Sun Yunlong, this is the nightmare level difficulty of the main story dungeon. All the team members turned pale and scrambled backward in unison. Only Qin Ze stood his ground with a grave expression. To be honest, the difficulty of this main dungeon far exceeded his expectations. The so-called human-faced dog before him had HP even higher than Ghoul Nex. In the previous Nightmare Manor dungeon, it would have easily counted as a mini-boss, yet here, it seemed to be nothing more than a common mob. According to the description, it can even summon a whole horde. Come to think of it, a monster this strong must give a ton of experience. Next, do you have the confidence to smash it? Next scurried up, its bulbous, protruding eyes filled with disdain. It was as if being compared to the human-faced dog was an insult to its dignity. Run for your lives. The human-faced dog's claws are as sharp as blades. They love to rip people's intestines out. The moment Xiao Qiang saw the human-faced dog, her little face turned ashen with fear. Her first instinct was to stumble backward and bolt, disappearing into the straw in a flash. Qin Ze did not stop her. Despite her young age, she had been fighting monsters in the village and had her own set of survival instincts. Trying to stop her would only backfire, causing more harm than good. Once she realized there was no immediate danger, she would return on her own. Nex could not speak, so it let out an annoyed growl, clawing at the ground, impatient to tear the human-faced dog's body apart. But without Qin Ze's command, it would not charge. The human-faced dog lay in the distance, a smile still etched on its pale face. It stared intently at the snarling Nex, its body seemingly stiff with fear. On paper, their stats were similar, but their hidden lineages were worlds apart. You sure are hold a grudge. Go ahead, show me what you have got. Qin Ze said softly, his arms crossed. The next moment, Nex launched itself like a wild bull freed from its tether, its claws digging into the dirt as it sprinted forward. It leaped off the ground, claws bared to pounce on the human-faced dog. It wanted to engage the opponent in close-quarters combat. The human-faced dog kept its smile, seemingly having seen through Nex's move. It stepped back, then extended its sword-like right claw and thrust it upward fiercely. It struck exactly at Nex's abdomen. Sparks flew from the friction, producing a teeth-gritting screech. Minus 1,278. Damage numbers popped up above Nex's head. The next second, instead of pouncing, it opened its mouth and bit down on the creature's long, clawed arm. Crunch. Its needle-like teeth clamped down, tearing the claw right off. Minus 3,678, right claw maimed, toxin ineffective. Minus 3,721, right claw maimed, toxin ineffective. Minus 3,795, right claw maimed, toxin ineffective. Ghoul next consumed the human-faced dog's right claw, gaining evolution progress +1, intelligence +1. Ghoul next consumed the human-faced dog's right claw, gaining evolution progress +1, intelligence +1. A bite, an evolution point, and a little bit of intelligence to boot. Could it be, is my Nex actually developing a brain? Ghouls usually fight on pure instinct, so if it could grow a brain, that would not be bad at all. To everyone's surprise, the human-faced dog started screaming in agony. It stared in disbelief as its right claw was devoured. How dare you eat me? Nex fed at an incredible speed. Its protruding jaw contained two sets of teeth. One set was outward-facing needles to maximize oral capacity, and the other was deep inside the mouth, paired with a barbed tongue to push food down its throat. A full mouthful of food was swallowed in just 1 second. In mere seconds, the human-faced dog's right claw ceased to exist. Just as the dog was screaming, Nex lunged again, hugging it face to face. The dog's scream was cut short as their gazes locked. The air fell strangely quiet. Nex opened its massive maw and ripped the human-faced dog's head right off. Crunch, the needle-like teeth tore through, gore spraying everywhere, and then it swallowed the head whole. Minus 21,370, brain critically damaged, toxin ineffective. Minus 22,143, brain critically damaged, toxin ineffective. Minus 22,189, brain critically damaged, toxin ineffective. Ghoul next consumed the human-faced dog's brain, gaining evolution progress +5, intelligence +5. Ghoul next consumed the human-faced dog's brain, gaining evolution progress +5, intelligence +5. With the loss of its head, the creature's body, supported by its long limbs, collapsed limply to the ground. Its hind legs kicked up toward the sky, twitching every so often. Qin Ze. Is this the power of the ghoul Nex? That was brutal. Their stats were comparable, but they were clearly not in the same league. And by inflicting critical damage to the brain, it could bypass stat limitations to deliver a devastating blow. All these signs pointed to the fact that the Black Abyss dungeon was not just a gamified world, but a real place where you could bleed and die. Congratulations, your ghoul Nex has killed a sacred royal human-faced dog. Experience gained, 1,200 points. 1,200 points. We have hit the jackpots. You have to realize that common monsters in the Nightmare Manor dungeon only give a few dozen points. This is a difference of several dozen times. And based on the description, the dog could notify others, is not that just serving them up on a silver platter. This is not a nightmare-level main dungeon, it is an experience-grinding paradise. After the human-faced dog fell, the other team members did not relax. Instead, they stared in utter horror at the gluttonous ghoul necks. A single thought seemed to cross all their minds simultaneously. What kind of filthy creature is that? What? Meanwhile, in the outside world, news of Qin Ze entering the nightmare-level main dungeon spread across the entire network. It sparked a massive, roaring debate instantly. Countless people were moved to tears. What? Qin Ze entered the nightmare-level main dungeon, the Twilight Plains. That is a level 15 to 40 main dungeon, meaning you can run into both level 15 and level 40 monsters, with no restrictions inside. Worst of all, the level 40 boss has level suppression that is utterly despair-inducing. Damn the Lee Corporation for upgrading the main dungeon to nightmare level. They are holding all the citizens of Linhai hostage. Qin Ze, he is truly. I am weeping for him. For the sake of Linhai and his own sense of honor, he actually walked into that nightmare-level dungeon. Doing the math, it has been an hour, and Qin Ze's body has not been teleported out yet. There is still a chance. Black lightning cascaded down from the sky over Linhai City like a waterfall. The terrifying aura forced all the monsters in the wild to flee far away, not daring to come close. Li Xinggang stood on the top floor of the Lee Corporation Tower, the apocalyptic scene reflected in his pupils. Behind him stood 60 professionals, all of whom were above level 20. Many of these professionals had already begun to show fear, clearly realizing what was happening. You do not need to be afraid. The faction we have chosen this time is the Holy Royal Family, which has always been my faction of choice. Li Xinggang turned back to look at all the professionals present. The Holy Royal Family holds an absolute advantage on the Dusk Plains and has the strength to end the war, but they do not want to end it yet. They want to seize the Bobo people's secret treasures and extract biological value from them through disease research. You understand what I am trying to say, right? The professionals erupted in a commotion, looking at each other with expressions of shock. This key information regarding the Dusk Plains was truly explosive. Of course, in this era where refined egoism runs rampant, they would not care about the suffering of the Bobo people, nor would they think about how inhumane the Holy Royal Family was. As long as their own lives were not in danger and they could still reap benefits by clinging to the powerful Li family, that was enough. After you enter the dungeon, you have only one goal: kill Qin Ze for me in there. Do you understand? Understood. Of course, I will be entering as well. We will coordinate our specific actions once inside the dungeon. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the professionals lit up. Li Xinggang is a level 34 professional, while Qin Ze is only level 15. With more than double the level, tell me, how could we possibly lose? Entering this time is practically an easy win, and since it is a nightmare-level main dungeon, the experience and equipment rewards will be even richer. It is a guaranteed profit. Who would not want to take this deal? Anyone who wants to quit, please raise your hand. Li will never force anyone. Li Xinggang looked at the crowd, his gaze sharp. The professionals who had been hesitant suddenly broke into a cold sweat. If they backed out now, they would likely be kicked out of the Li family for good. This powerful branch must be held on too tightly. President, I would go through fire and water for the company without hesitation. This Qin Ze is indeed too much, actually forcing the president to open a nightmare-level main dungeon, putting Linhai City in danger. He really deserves to die. Rest assured, President. As soon as I see Qin Ze, I will swing my giant axe at his head without the slightest hesitation. The professionals were each excitedly pledging their loyalty, and Li Xinggang nodded with satisfaction. Qin Ze's act of entering the nightmare-level main dungeon had greatly motivated the spirit of resistance among the lower-level professionals. When the main family arrives in 9 days, he will be finished if they see this scene. It is better to deal with it personally and crush the hopes of these lower-level professionals. If you are just beasts of burden, then get back to work and slave away from me. Not knowing their own worths. Li Xinggang raised his hand, and a small black vortex appeared in the spacious room, surrounded by short, crackling black lightning. Since everyone agrees, there is no time to lose. Let us go in now. Remember, after you enter the Dusk Plains, every team's spawn point will be different, so you must try to establish contact with other team members immediately and follow my commands. Of course, if you get news of Qin Ze and have a great opportunity to kill him, you can act immediately. Whoever kills Qin Ze in the end will be heavily rewarded by me. After giving careful instructions, Li Xinggang watched as the professionals formed their teams and walked into the Dusk Plains one after another. Finally, he led his own team into the Black Vortex. Announcement: the Lee Corporation first team has entered the nightmare-level main dungeon Dusk Plains. Faction selection, Holy Royal Family. Announcement: the Lee Corporation's second team has entered the Nightmare-level main dungeon, Dusk Plains. Faction selection, Holy Royal Family. A full 12 announcements left all the professionals in Lin High City stunned. This was practically the cream of the crop in terms of professional strength in Lin High City, and they had collectively entered the Nightmare-level main dungeon to encircle and annihilate Qin Ze. Until the final announcement sounded, the news instantly ignited public opinion. Announcement: Li Xinggang's team has entered the Nightmare-level main dungeon, Dusk Plains. Faction selection, Holy Royal Family. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The lower-level professionals, who had been feeling so excited just moments ago, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Everyone's life had started to look prosperous and hopeful, only for the Lee Corporation to pull a stunt like this. The manor dungeon and the official shop formed a perfect trading loop, with equipment going to those who needed it and sellers earning large amounts of money. But this was all built on the existence of Qin Ze. The Lee Corporation is truly evil, specifically choosing the Holy Royal Family, which is opposed to Qin Ze's Bobo People faction. Their malicious intentions are obvious to everyone. It is over, everything is completely over. Qin Ze is currently only level 15. Not only does he have to face high-level monsters, but he also has to face the encirclement by the level 34 Li Xinggang. Among all currently known geniuses, no one has been able to bridge a 20-level gap. It is such a damn shame. Life was finally showing some hope, and now it is about to be extinguished again. How can we help Qin Ze? I really do not want him to die, and even less do I want everything we have now to be destroyed. I only remember that some special items could help, but those are held by the super families, and we cannot get our hands on them at all. Sorry, what? In a small rented room, Liu Xiyu was walking while holding a bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly, the noodles dropped and splattered all over the floor. Liu Xiyu froze in place, trembling as she stared at her phone. The breaking headline that just popped up read, Lee Corporation's elite professionals have formed a team and entered the Dusk Plains. Are they planning to hunt down a peerless genius? Why did things end up like this? Liu Xiyu's face was filled with panic and worry. She had just helped Qin Ze arrange an installment loan of 100 million to buy 2 skill chains. And now, the Lee Corporation has mobilized everyone to go find Qin Ze. Could it be that the company is going to collect his debts because he borrowed too much? Now that it has come to this, she does not know what to say. Although it was Qin Ze who initiated the loan, does not she share some of the blame? Not only does she, but the responsibility is significant. I am the one who caused Qin Ze to be hunted down. If I had not processed that loan for him, we would not have reached this point. I really am, damn it. What? Ghoul Nakes was greedily devouring a human-faced dog. Every bite provided 1 evolution point and 1 point of intelligence. He looked up in surprise when the announcement sounded. The elites from the Lee Corporation have entered. And they chose the Holy Royal Family. What? Ghoul Nakes is not exactly appealing, neither in its appearance nor its table manners. The team members are standing as far away as possible, terrified that they might accidentally throw up. Liu Yang, the ghouls I have encountered before were not like this. Foster father, I really want to know what you did to it. Catwoman, I cannot take it anymore, I am going to be sick. Sun Yunlong, how are you guys holding up? I have already puked my guts out. What? Even the mysterious Muzu could not help but clutch her stomach, feeling a wave of nausea rising within. She quickly downed a bottle of sedative and felt some relief, then looked at Qin Ze with a complex expression. If I am not mistaken, this ghoul of yours is a hero-class unit, right? That is correct. Qin Ze did not hide it and admitted it directly. Muzu took another look at the Dark Ranger beside him and said nothing more. Having double hero units sent shockwaves through her mind. Which super family did he come from? Hero units all possess growth potential and can eventually become stronger than professionals of the same level. And Qin Ze actually has 2 of them. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby straw field. It instantly triggered everyone's tensed nerves. Liu Yang jumped up reflexively and asked with a trembling voice. Who is it? It is me. Did you guys really kill the human-faced dog? A small, muddy and naive face peeked out from the stalks. Seeing Qiang, everyone immediately let out a sigh of relief. They felt fortunate to be outsiders. If they had grown up in such a nightmarish village, having to play a deadly game of cat and mouse with monsters like the human-faced dogs every day, it would be truly despairing. You really killed the human-faced dog. How is that possible? The human-faced dogs are unkillable. They are immune to weapons, fire, and water. How did you do it? Little Qiang walked out of the field with a face full of disbelief. At this moment, Ghoul Nix suddenly lifted its head. its mouth clenching the only remaining hind leg of the human-faced dog. Seeing this, Qiang covered her mouth. "Do not be afraid, it is my little pet, and it just ate the human-faced dog. Yeah, its nickname is also Puppy." Qin Ze calmed Qiang down first and then shouted to Ghoul Nix. "Come on, bark twice." "Arf woof woof woofs." Ghoul Nix rolled over as it ran toward him, acting like it was being playful. But this act immediately gave everyone the creeps. "Act normal, thank you." "Cough, no need for the cuteness. I just wanted to prove that even though it looks ugly, it has a good personality," Qin Ze said with a dry cough. Qiang stared at the blood splattered all over the ground and fell silent. "What about the others in the village? Is the Bobo Resistance organization here? How can I get in touch with them?" After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Qin Ze began asking for key information. The Twilight Plains is, after all, a main battlefield dungeon, and all rewards are distributed by both factions. Him killing everything randomly like this without accepting faction quests meant his final experience and rewards would be significantly reduced. The people in the village are all hiding. The resistance organization has been found and wiped out. Grandpa Village Chief has always wanted to contact the main Bobo Force, as there is crucial intelligence about the Holy Royal family here, but all communication channels have been cut off, Qiang said with a dim expression. Qin Ze's heart stirred, thinking that the village chief must be the one issuing the faction quest, so he quickly asked, "Is the village chief still alive?" "I do not know. Like everyone else, Grandpa Village Chief is hiding from the human-faced dogs. I do not know if he has been caught yet." "Then where did everyone hide?" "Right here in this straw field. As long as you smear mud on your body, the human-faced dogs cannot smell us. The human-faced dogs hunt only lasts for 1 hour. As long as you can hold out, you will be safe." "I see." Qin Ze turned to look at the surrounding straw field. All the villagers were hiding inside. This is like playing hide-and-seek. So as long as all the human-faced dogs in the straw field are killed, the other villagers will be safe. The faction quests can be completed, and then he can strike directly at the Holy Royal family's fortress. Of course, he still needs to be cautious. It is best if the level gap with the enemy does not exceed 10 levels. Otherwise, the risk of sudden death is still very high. "Liu Yang, are you hungry now?" "Tug?" Liu Yang was stunned, and the others were also completely confused. Hungry is he thinking of? "Set up the barbecue stall, get some lamb skewers. Watching Nix eat so deliciously makes me hungry too," Qin Ze said as he took out a lounge chair from his storage and sat down comfortably. "Oh, I see." Liu Yang had doubts, but he chose to trust Qin Ze unconditionally. He did exactly what he was told without hesitation. This is the dedication of someone just tagging along. The other three did not have such high dedication. They stared at Liu Yang busy at work with big question marks over their heads. In this kind of environment, you want to have a barbecue. Are you serious? Soon the sight of swirling smoke and the aroma of roasted meat confirmed their doubts. He really is grilling meat. Catwoman, what the hells? She had stopped meowing and was instead questioning the soul. Even the cold Muzu had her mouth wide open, unable to speak. On the contrary, the middle-aged Uncle Sun Yunlong showed the most dedication, immediately starting to help Liu Yang and handing the first batch of sizzling skewers to Qin Ze. Qin Ze took a bite, the flavor of the meat and spices filling his mouth. "Momo delicious." "Little Qiang, do you want a bite?" Qiang's eyes lit up after tasting it. She had never eaten anything so delicious. "Brother, if we do this, the human-faced dogs and the pursuers of the Holy Royal family will find us," Qiang said with her mouth full. "That is exactly what I want them to do." Qin Ze smiled slightly, then swapped out Summon Nix from his skill upgrade slots and put in Summon Dark Ranger, with his thunder skeletons now at their lowest level. Everything went as he expected, as the smoke from the barbecue rose into the straw field. Added to the information sent by the human-faced dog before it died. Countless human-faced dogs terrorizing villagers, as well as the pursuers riding monster wolves, all turned their heads toward the rising smoke in unison. The next moment they charged toward them from all directions. Countless stalks of straw collapsed like waves. "They are here." Qin Ze's eyes narrowed as he reached out with his demon dragon staff. "Come forth, my thunder skeletons." Purple lightning flashed all around, and pentagram summoning circles opened within the thunder. One after another, dense and numerous, totaling 300. Fully armed thunder skeleton monsters with small dragon scales on their bodies instantly filled the surrounding space. Purple lightning flickered in the air as the thunder skeleton warriors descended slowly. There were 300 of them in total, forming two phalanxes that surrounded Qin Ze and his group. An invisible magnetic field expanded between the skeleton formations. Purple lightning arced between the skeletons, causing the straw to ignite instantly from the high heat. The soft, muddy ground beneath their feet hardened rapidly, and the moisture turned into white mist that spread in all directions. The floating damage numbers of -1, -1, and -1 above Liu Yang and his team had already vanished. But they were too stunned to care, staring blankly at the dense mass of elite thunder skeleton warriors surrounding them, unable to say a single word. If next the ghoul was just a minor shock, these elite thunder skeleton warriors had hit them with something truly massive. Stunned, Liu Yang shouted, "Godfather, did you poke a skeleton nest or something?" "What the heck, skeletons are skeletons, but why are they electrified? Meow. My fur is all standing on end from the static, and I am sizzling with black smoke. Meow." The cat girl yelled, waving her claws in the air and stirring up quite a bit of static charge. What should I do?" Sun Yunlong was slumped on the ground, completely paralyzed. This middle-aged man had never seen such terrifying skeletons in his life. How did you summon so many skeletons? As far as I know, a skill this exaggerated would have to be at the level of a forbidden spell to cast. No, this is even more powerful than a forbidden spell. If this skill were made into a skill book, it would trigger a bloody storm throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Muzu seemed to know a bit more, her voice trembling as she spoke. "That is why I told you all to start grilling the meat. This battle has nothing to do with us, so just eat and drink until it is over. Did anyone bring chairs? If not, you will have to stand. The clear time for this Nightmare Tier main quest is bound to be very long. Who knows when we will get to eat again after this meal." Qin Ze relaxed in his lounge chair, popping delicious mutton skewers into his mouth and taking a sip of ice-cold soda, feeling completely content. After appearing from the pentagram formation, the elite thunder skeleton warriors displayed immense discipline. They stood side by side, flashes of short, jagged electric arcs flickering in their hollow eye sockets. The elite thunder skeleton warriors summoned now were far beyond what the previous batch of ordinary warriors could compare to. First, their bodies were a size larger. Purple plasma flowed through their straight spines, coursing down their circular ribs to the center, where they formed a heart made of pure lightning energy in their hollow chests. Each powerful pump sent electric light racing through their bones, filling their leg bones, hand bones, toe bones, and skulls. At the same time, they all carried a long axe. The handles were nearly 2 meters long, with parallelogram-shaped blades that looked somewhat like human firefighting axes, though the blades themselves were forged from an unknown pitch-black material. Every time their lightning heart pumped, spiderweb-like electric arcs would illuminate the surface of the blades. This was the backbone of the Thunder Skeleton Clan, a Thunder Skeleton battle group capable of sweeping through numerous factions. Qin Ze had summoned 2 full phalanxes at once. Elite Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior. Special Root Monster. Levels 15. HP 53,000. Attributes Strength 1782, Agility 793, Intelligence 238. Skill 1 Thunder Heart. Special ability of the Thunder Skeleton Clan. By transforming their own bones into lightning, they gain terrifying strength far beyond that of living creatures. Passive, no cost. As the Thunderheart pumps and contracts, their base attribute bonuses fluctuate, offering attack, speed, and defense bonuses between 0 and 200%, along with effects like paralysis, burning, and acceleration. Phalanx activation bonus. All bonuses increased by 30%, gain Thunder Strike capability, and information sharing within the Phalanx. Skill 2 Undead Trait. Elite Thunder Skeleton Warriors. When their HP drops to 0, their bones lose the power supporting them and scatter. After 500 seconds, if they have not received a crushing blow, all bones will spark with electricity, reconnect, and resurrect with 20% HP. There is no limit to the number of times this can occur. Phalanx activation bonus resurrection time reduced to 100 seconds. Skill 3 Thunder Infection. After killing an enemy, lightning energy quickly strips the flesh from the corpse and fills the bones, turning it into an inferior thunder skeleton that inherits 30% of its base attributes. Since ordinary organisms cannot withstand the lightning energy, they will be permanently destroyed after 30 minutes. Phalanx activation bonus duration extended to 24 hours, and they can select the bones of strong enemies for reuse, potentially even joining the Thunder Skeleton battle group permanently. Introduction: a skeleton scourge that strikes fear into countless factions. The more they fight, the more skeletons appear and the stronger they become. A single elite Thunder Skeleton warrior is already this strong. A phalanx of 300 skeletons, who could possibly stand against it? The key is that my own level is limiting the attributes of my summons. If I were level 30 now, the attributes of these Thunder Skeletons could be at least tripled, and the same goes for all my other summons. Level is the real K here. So you are the dog-faced people, the holy royal family, right? Kill them all, leave no survivors. The elite Thunder Skeleton Warriors acted as if they had just received an imperial decree. 400 plasma hearts pumping in their chests sounded like low, rolling thunder. The sheer vibration alone was enough to give their enemies internal injuries. Just then, a voice shouting with extreme respect suddenly rang out from outside the skeleton phalanx. "Please wait a moment, respected undead summoner. I represent the Holy Royal Family, and I would like to talk to you." "Oh?" Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. He had not yet met this so-called Holy Royal Family. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is a perfect opportunity to learn more about them. Let the one who is speaking come over. As Qin Ze gave the order, the Thunder Skeleton Phalanx parted to create a path. Two 3-meter-tall elite Thunder Skeleton Warriors marched in, escorting a humanoid creature and dragging a whimpering, strange dog behind them. This freakish dog actually had 8 legs, which was truly bizarre. This humanoid creature must be the one from the Holy Royal Family. First of all, his head was completely bald and polished shiny. There was a golden diamond-shaped mark engraved on his forehead, and his clothing was bright and flashy, much better than the mud-covered little Qiang. The Holy Royal Family member rose gracefully and tidied up his ruffled clothes. Then the first sentence he spoke made Qin Ze frown. "Respected undead summoner with your status, why are you hanging out with these pigs? With your power, you could totally be an honored guest of our Holy Royal Family and enjoy our offerings." He held his head high as he spoke, as if that were the highest possible honor. Qin Ze viewed the Holy Royal Family members panel, and after understanding the basic information, he waved his hand and said to the elite Thunder Skeleton Warriors, "Chop him into pieces for me." The Holy Royal Family member instantly panicked. "Wait, you actually dare to?" What? The Sacred Royals rode on 8-legged monster hounds, grinning as they led the human-faced dogs to surround them. They had been planning in their minds how to disembowel this group of pigs and listen to their death cries. But the sudden appearance of the Thunder Skeletons caught them completely off guard. Sacred Royal Hunting Squad Leader. Nightmare Elite Monster. Level 20. Stats: Strength 2375, Agility 793, Intelligence 1795. Skill 1: Sacred Crystal. The Sacred Royals were originally just an ordinary human race, until a man ascended the throne and declared them superior to all living things, possessing supreme blood eyes incomparable to any other being. Through cruel experiments on the Bobo people, they finally succeeded in creating the Sacred Crystal, embedding it between their brows. In combat, damage increases by 50%, speed increases by 50%, and it adds the use of sacred energy. Skill 2: Whistle Call. Experimental creatures of the Sacred Royals within a 5-kilometer radius will gather upon hearing the whistle to hunt the Bobo people. Skill 3: Squad Banner. The Sacred Royal Hunting Squad Leader commands the entire squad, increasing all members' damage by 20% and speed by 20%. If the leader dies, morale collapses and all members suffer a 20% reduction in damage and speed. Description: his duty is to turn the Bobo villages into pig pens for disease experiments. This thing is absolutely damned. From what I can see, the Sacred Royals seem to have the power to wipe out the Bobo people, but they keep them around for reasons like experiments. The entire region is likely under their control. So here is the question. Choosing the Bobo faction is nightmare difficulty, but where does the nightmare difficulty of the Sacred Royals come from? Could it be that the Sacred Royals are also facing some terrifying crisis? Xiao Qiang's first reaction upon seeing the Sacred Royal Hunting Squad Leader was to run away, but she was blocked by the Thunder Skeletons after only 2 steps. She stubbornly tried to dash out twice, but was blocked each time, so she could only hide trembling behind Qin Ze. Her fear of the Sacred Royals was etched into her genes. Especially that smiling face of the human-faced dog. Whenever she saw anything that wanted her dead, her hair would stand on end. You do not have to be afraid from now on, because I will prove to you that they are nothing but mortals. Qin Ze patted Xiao Qiang's head and whispered. Immediately, he raised his head slightly and spat out a sharp command. Kill. The Sacred Royal Hunting Squad Leader may look like he has high stats, but he is a coward through and through. He seems accustomed to bullying the weak. As soon as he faces someone of equal or greater strength, he instantly loses his will to fight. Lying on the ground, he wailed, "Esteemed undead summoner, why are you helping these pigs? You should be as noble as us. The hunting squad leader is offering you an invitation. Will you join the Sacred Royals? We can even switch factions." Qin Ze was somewhat surprised, then waved his hand casually. Who is noble and who is lowly is not for you to decide. You Sacred Royals do not have that qualification either. The face of the Sacred Royal Hunting Squad Leader changed instantly. He no longer cared about nobility or elegance and instead screamed in terror, "No, do not kill me." The phalanx formed by the thunder skeletons sealed off the path again. Then countless thunder skeletons could be seen surrounding the sacred royal hunting squad leader. Axe after axe shimmering with webbed lightning were raised over their heads and brought down in a violent flurry of strikes. 27-23 damage. 28-01 damage. 29-32 damage. The damage from a single skeleton was not enough to one-shot the hunting squad leader. But with a dozen skeletons surrounding him and attacking, the damage per second was quite significant. The sacred royal hunting squad leader fell during the second round of attacks, screaming as he died. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the sacred royal hunting squad leader and gained 2,300 experience points. Nearby, the ghoul next could no longer restrain himself. His sharp claws were digging into the ground, and his bulging, bulb-like eyes were filled with a craving for blood and flesh. Qin Ze had noticed this all along. Go! The ghoul next received the order and impatiently rushed forward, biting the head off the sacred royal hunting squad leader in one go. Ghoul next has consumed the head of the sacred royal hunting squad leader. Evolution progress +10, strength +10, sacred energy +5. What on earth is sacred energy? Qin Ze could not hold back. Given the ghoul next's habit of eating everything, he wondered what he would evolve into eventually. After the sacred royal hunting squad leader died, panic cries erupted outside the phalanx. The damage and speed of all remaining hunting squad members decreased by 20%. The next moment, the thunder skeletons broke the defensive formation and spread out to attack the sacred royals. The sacred royal hunting squad members had base stats to support them, so they still had some power to resist. But that was all they had. Facing 10 times their number of thunder skeletons, coupled with the ghoul next's surprise attacks and the dark ranger's long-range sniping, they could not hold on for long. They quickly collapsed. The human-faced dog finally stopped smiling, and surrounded by a group of thunder skeletons desperately lifted its neck, trying to escape. A dozen square axes were raised and brought down, splashing blood everywhere. 28-91 damage. 29-07 damage. 29-18 damage. After 2 rounds, the human-faced dog was dead, having basically no ability to retaliate. Congratulations, you killed a human-faced dog, gained 1,200 experience. Congratulations, you killed a sacred royal hunting squad member, gained 1,500 experience. Congratulations, you killed a modified hound mount, gained 700 experience. In short, they killed anyone they saw and slaughtered any dog they came across. The massive influx of experience actually caused him to level up twice. Congratulations, you successfully reached level 16. All stats +1, free stat points +4, HP +400, MP +100. Congratulations, you successfully reached level 17. All stats +1, free stat points +4, HP +400, MP +100. For other classes, leveling up mainly increases base stats and skill damage. But for Qin Ze, the most important thing about leveling up is unlocking the potential of his summons. The one-sided slaughter around them left Xiao Qiang stunned. The terrifying, unbeatable sacred royals were actually hacked to death like dogs. Thinking back on her life of constant hiding and extreme panic, tears welled up immediately. Tears welled up instantly. In this moment, she felt no satisfaction of revenge, but a lump in her throat, and she burst into tears. Qin Ze looked at the sobbing Xiao Qiang and sighed softly. It is all over now. The sacred royal hunting squad consists of 40 monsters in total, including those human-faced dogs. Once you are surrounded by the thunder skeletons, there is basically no chance of escaping. Seeing that the battle was lost, one of the sacred royals threw his monster dog mount at the thunder skeletons, then erupted with sacred light and fled frantically toward the outside. Swish, a black energy arrow shot out and pierced straight into the back of his neck. The huge momentum caused him to collapse to the ground. -30,000. The thunder skeleton behind him stepped on the electric light, grabbed his foot and dragged him back. No. Amidst the panic screams, the square axe was raised and then fell. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the sacred royal hunting squad and gained 1,500 experience points. The dust and fog gradually dissipated, and the sounds of fighting and screaming faded into nothingness. The elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton clan, with flickers of fine electric light in their hollow eye sockets, returned to their formation. Their discipline is absolutely flawless. During the resistance of the sacred royals, some of their health bars have already dropped to half. Dissipate my skeletons. Qin Ze raised the demon dragon staff in his hand, and the pentagram teleportation circle appeared once again. The thunder skeletons sank into it one by one. The massive skeleton formation disappeared, leaving only the corpses of the sacred royals covering the ground. The once arrogant sacred royals now lie on the ground like dead dogs. The ghoul next is feasting happily, taking huge bites one after another. Its stomach seems to never be full. Yellow Spring Body Guidance Technique. Yellow Spring reached out its right hand, and souls immediately emerged from the 40 corpses. Soul +1, soul +1, soul +1, soul +1. Yellow Spring soul capacity 45 out of 50,000. To Qin Ze's surprise, the 8-legged monster dog mount actually had no soul. It seemed more like it was forcibly pieced together. What on earth are these sacred royals up to? Thud! Little Qiang stared intently at the bodies all over the ground, then collapsed on the floor, her face covered in tears. They are dead, all dead, hahaha. She never imagined that the sacred royals could actually die. As long as one could escape the encirclement and pursuit, it was already a blessing. The sacred royal hunting squad has been completely wiped out. This is something she would not even dare to dream of. Once her playmates were dragged away right beside the mud pit where she was hiding. She covered her mouth and nose tightly, not daring to make the slightest sound. Those high and mighty beings are now lying at her feet like dead dogs. What? Is it really over? This is a nightmare-level main quest dungeon. The first wave of monsters was cleared in just a few minutes. How is this possible? Muzu, who had always remained cool and silent, was now the first to shout out loud. She knew more, so she could feel the shock of it even more. The most crucial part is that she has teamed up with many professionals and has never seen this kind of combat style before. Ordinary professionals fight by using health potions and terrain advantages to grind down the monster's health bit by bit. Genius or noble professionals fight by using the unique traits of their skills and tanking damage for each other, then pulling and eliminating monsters one by one. With 40 monsters like this, it would usually take a month to finish them off. Yet this guy cleared them all in just a few minutes. With this level of combat power, he could solo an entire minimap. Just get used to it, we just need to stand on the sidelines and cheer. Liu Yang, on the contrary, comforted Muzu. One must have the awareness of someone just tagging along for the ride. He took out a large pile of raw lamb skewers and handed them to Muzu. Muzu, what are you staring at? Go grill the meat. Muzu took the raw lamb skewers in a daze, feeling a sense of unreality. Meow, what just happened? The cat girl stood there with a blank expression. I do not know anything, just keep grilling the meat. Sun Yunlong might be the busiest person here, running back and forth to manage the barbecue stall. The skewers he grilled were truly a delicacy. Before long, the straw fields in the distance began to rustle. Villagers with muddy faces and emaciated frames appeared. When they saw the corpses of the sacred royals lying on the ground, their faces were filled with terror and they all retreated several steps. It is the hunting squad. Run away. They did not even stop to confirm if they were dead or alive. They turned and ran. Fear had clearly been carved into their marrow. Little Qiang ran over and shouted, they are already dead, they are dead. The big brother killed them all. After calling for a long time, the villagers finally turned back nervously. Only after verifying that the sacred royals were truly dead, did they collapse onto the ground one by one. Thank you, outsiders. The village chief, covered in mud, walked out and looked sincerely at the 5 of them. Favor with the Poison Fog village increased by 500. Your courage and strength are astonishing. To be able to wipe out the sacred royal hunting squad, you should be able to escape this place safely. Go north, that is the weak point of the sacred royals' defense. We the Popo people have established underground defensive fortifications there. Take my token and they will accept you. The village chief said as he removed a silver ring and placed it into Qin Ze's hand. Do you accept the village chief's token, the silver ring? Agreeing will officially join the Popo faction and unlock faction quests. Village chief, keep the token for now. Qin Ze said with a smile. Liu Yang and the others looked puzzled. Why did he refuse? That is fine too. Leave the sphere of influence of the sacred royals and live a good life. The village chief nodded in understanding. The sacred royals are insane. Not everyone is willing to oppose them. Village chief, you misunderstood. I want to stay in the village and kill all the sacred royals in the vicinity so that we can win a bit faster. Swish, the village chief looked up abruptly and stared at Qin Ze in disbelief. Then he shook his head and said, I admit you are very strong to be able to completely wipe out the sacred royal hunting squad. But if you think that is enough to kill all the sacred royals around here, you are wrong. Do you see that mountain peak? The sacred royals have built a defensive castle at the summit. Inside, there are not only the elite troops of the Sacred Royals, but also the flesh monsters they created, and they are even researching diseases in there. There are many other strongholds in the surrounding area, and they should be on their way to encircle our village right now. You should run now while you still can. The village chief was very sincere. He did not want the hero to die here. If I run away, will not you all die? The village chief replied with a bitter smile. Being here is no different from being dead. Grandpa village chief. Little Kyong said, choking back tears. I only hope you can take her with you. She is still young and has a lot of time ahead. We will stay in the village. Once we kill all the Sacred Royals, we will storm the castle. Qin Ze's attitude was very firm. All these Sacred Royals around here are experienced monsters. How could he possibly leave? Faction quest triggered, defend the village. Reward 100,000 experience points. Reward 1 exquisite treasure chest. The foggy village, what a miserable sight. The houses are all patched together with broken wooden boards, and the roads are pitted, muddy, and messy. Some houses have huge holes torn in them, with all sorts of debris scattered out from within. It must have been dug out during the human-faced dog's manhunt. Besides, the Holy Royal family knows exactly how to drain the pond to catch all the fish, always keeping the population of the foggy village within a certain range. Little Kyong always thought she survived because she knew how to hide. But in reality, whenever the human-faced dogs found her, they would just toy with her for a while and then let her go. Dear heroes, our village has limited supplies. Please have some food and water. The village chief and the other villagers crawled out of their dilapidated houses one after another, offering the little food and water they had left. But the yellowish water filled with sediment, along with unknown lumps of dough hard as rocks, really made Qin Ze unable to bring himself to eat. He had no choice but to politely decline. However, he did not take out his own food and water to share. Firstly, he did not know how long the main dungeon quest would last, and he did not have enough for himself. Secondly, it might cause the villagers' mental state to collapse. Once those who live in the dark see the light, they can no longer survive in the darkness. Qin Ze knew that this was the real world. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had already passed. The village remained quiet, and the Holy Royal family was nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Why are they so slow? Qin Ze could not help but complain. His skills were getting impatient, the vessel tentacle summoning, the desperate naval graveyard, the underworld shell guiding skill chains. All of them were just itching to be unleashed. Maybe the Holy Royal family does not know yet, Liu Yang analyzed. There is no communication equipment here, and since everyone is dead, no one is around to notify them. That makes sense. Waiting here is not getting us anywhere. We have to think of a way to tip them off. Muzo, cat girl. They were starting to doubt if they were playing the same game. He was so afraid the Holy Royal family would not come to attack that he actually wanted to notify them. Dark Ranger, my lord, get me the head of one of the Holy Royal family members and shoot it over to the castle. As you command, my lord. The Dark Ranger immediately stepped forward, drew back the bowstring, skewered the remains of the head left over from ghoul necks onto the tip of the dark energy arrow, and began to channel power. Liu Yang, Muzo, cat girl, is he for real? Is he really that arrogant? Shooting the head of a hunting party member directly onto their fortress. It might not deal much damage, but it sure is insulting. Just as they were stunned, the Dark Ranger released the bowstring. The black energy arrow carrying the head vanished into the clouds. Whether it would actually reach the castle was still uncertain. At this moment, the village chief approached shakily and began to share intelligence about the foggy village. Actually, the Holy Royal family's hunting party does not capture us just for experiments. Most of us are sold off as slaves. There is a city of the Holy Royal family nearby, populated by ordinary residents who have a huge demand for slaves, so they are the ones who buy most of the villagers. That city originally belonged to us Popo people. The Holy Royal family slaughtered us all and moved in without a second thought. The village chief recounted the past, hatred burning in his eyes. It was as if they were about to burst into flames. Qin Ze's eyes lit up as well. A city? Think of all the experience points in there. The village chief did not notice Qin Ze's expression and continued talking to himself. The noble castle of the Holy Royal family is now researching growth serums. They want us to grow as fast as wheat so they can harvest and sell us in batches. It is a disgrace, an utter disgrace. If that growth serum is ever perfected, I would rather die than give them any chance. Cough, cough. The village chief was so furious he broke into a fit of coughing. Liu Yang sighed and shook his head. The Holy Royal family really takes being inhumane to the extreme. Cat girl, it makes me so sad. The Popo people are so miserable. Who in their right mind would choose the depraved Holy Royal Family faction? What? So since the hunting party was responsible for capturing slaves, does that mean a slave convoy will be coming later? Qin Ze pondered, resting his chin on his hand. He could not just leave the village since he had a faction quest to finish. Besides, if he left, the entire village would be slaughtered, which did not sit well with him. Better to wipe out all the Holy Royal Family members in the vicinity first, and then take down their castle too. Ghoul next, leave the heads. Just like before with people on stakes, hang all these heads at the village entrance. Ghoul next was having a great time eating, its claws already turning dark gold, a sign of impending evolution. It was upset that it could not finish the heads, which were the most nutritious parts. However, it immediately followed Qin Ze's command. It carried several stakes to the village entrance and hung the Holy Royal Family heads all over them. Now they were just waiting for the enemy to arrive. Another 10 minutes passed. Finally, a convoy carrying cages slowly rumbled toward them. The carts were being pulled by 8-legged dogs. The Holy Royal Family leader was sitting leisurely on the cart when he suddenly saw the heads hanging outside the village, and he was struck dumb in terror. Are those heads of our Holy Royal Family? How is that possible? Once it hit him, he fell off the cart in fright. Come forth, my skeletons. Let us start with an appetizer, kill them all. Pentagrams intertwined with thunder appeared, and as the lightning skeletons emerged, they brandished their axes and started hacking. They do not talk much, they just kill. The Holy Royal Family members escorting the slave convoy were much weaker, and they were wiped out in no time. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Family. Received 700 EXP. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Family. Received 700 EXP. What? You cannot kill me. I am the nephew of General Black Sun. He is at the outpost right now. If you dare kill me, he will make you wish you were dead. The leader shouted at Ghoul Nex after falling off his cart. Unfortunately, Nex did not understand him and just tilted its head in confusion. General Black Sun, is he edible? With that, it lunged forward and plucked the leader's head right off. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Family leader. Received 900 EXP. The experience points from this convoy alone boosted his progress by 10%. The experience from the Holy Royal Family is a bit different, but it is still quite juicy. And that so-called General Black Sun must be the mini-boss for this area. A bunch of trash, let us slaughter them all. Soon the convoy was annihilated and with the head shot straight at the castle. It finally grabbed the attention of the Holy Royal Family, and they sent a massive army from surrounding outposts in a fit of rage. Before long, they had the foggy village completely surrounded. Seeing the heads hanging at the village entrance only made them feel even more humiliated. So you have come. The more the merriers. What? Wooden stakes were driven into the ground at the village entrance, with the severed heads of the divine royals mounted upon them. Their vacant eyes seemed to tell tales of their former glory. As a result, the villagers of the Poison Fog village were scared out of their wits. The village chief came running over, his face etched with anxiety. You absolutely must not do this. Why would you hang the heads of the divine royals at our village entrance? Qin Ze looked at the chief with a smile. Why, if they can hang our villagers' corpses, why cannot we hang theirs? That is not what I mean. You have seen how cruel and ruthless the divine royals are. They hold their dignity above all else. No one has ever dared to hang their heads at a village entrance before. The consequences will be unimaginable. The village chief was visibly agitated. The villagers stood behind him, their faces filled with worry. We are going to die anyway, so why not humiliate them thoroughly before we go? What do you say, chief? I just love seeing these guys get so furious while being unable to do a thing about me. Qin Ze turned to look outside the village, his words revealing his calm and self-confidence. Suddenly, a sharp whistle echoed from outside the village. Immediately after, countless footsteps thundered, and figures darted through the woods. They did not show themselves, but instead dispersed to completely surround the Poison Fog village. From their arrival to the encirclement, the whole maneuver was fluid and practiced. It was clear they were professionals at slaughtering villages. At a rough estimate, there were thousands of divine royals. They carried golden spears and were equipped with golden armor. Their gear was exquisite, and they were riding heavy-scaled reptilian beasts instead of those 8-legged monster dogs. Each beast exhaled white mist from its nostrils, looking incredibly fierce. Their eyes glinted with murderous intent. They were clearly no strangers to bloodshed. As they emerged slowly from the forest, grim-faced and ready to kill, they suddenly caught sight of the heads mounted at the entrance and froze in their tracks. The air grew deathly silent. The village chief and the villagers dared not even breathe, their hearts pounding wildly. We are doomed. Amidst this eerie silence, a divine royal riding a blood-red reptilian beast rode forward. A golden diamond-shaped crystal embedded in his forehead spread outward toward his temples, resembling a pair of golden wings. He gazed at Qin Ze and his group with an arrogant expression, his voice deep and cold. "Outsider, are you the one who hung the heads of my kin at this entrance?" "That would be your grandfather here," Qin Ze replied matter-of-factly. "Liu Yang and the others. Brother, take it easy, we are scared." The divine royal's face twisted in rage, the veins in his neck bulging. "You will regret everything you have done." Charge, the divine royals will not be insulted. The divine royals will not be insulted. With a deafening roar, the divine royals began their charge against the village. Their target this time was not Qin Ze or the villagers, but the heads at the entrance. They wanted to erase this humiliation first. In that case, I certainly will not let you succeed. I will make you die of anger." Qin Ze raised his magic dragon staff, and a cyan light began to glow. "Come forth, my tentacles." Due to the resonance crystal, the tentacle summoning skill leveled up. Container Tentacle Summoning evolved into Taboo Tentacle Summoning. Taboo Tentacle Summoning level 5371. Summon any number of taboo tentacles at any time and place in any posture. They cannot move but act as sensory sentries. Consumes 5,000 mana to summon 100 tentacles. Exceeding 100 triples the mana cost. Mana consumption increases by 1,000 for every day they remain summoned. As Qin Ze pointed his staff forward, the air in front of the wooden stakes filled with heads suddenly tore open, with what seemed like black seawater surging from the rift. A thick 1-meter-wide tentacle lunged from the gap and hung in midair. The edges of the tentacle fit perfectly into the torn spatial rift. The surface of the taboo tentacle was covered in sharp teeth, capable of biting independently. It would latch onto any enemy that made contact. "Ah, what is this thing?" The leading divine royals were terrified and slammed on the brakes, but their momentum carried them forward. The 10-meter-long tentacle hovering in the air struck slightly downward, instantly knocking over 4 divine royals. The teeth on the tentacle gnawed through their metal armor and heavy scales with a sickening, grinding sound. -6273, curse spreading, curse effective. -3207, gnaw damage. -6321, curse spreading, curse effective. -3289, gnaw damage. -6321, curse spreading, curse effective. -3391, gnaw damage. Terrifying damage numbers popped up in succession, causing the surrounding divine royals to pale. Their first reaction was not to save their comrades, but to get as far away as possible. Hee, a bunch of hypocrites. But these tentacles are really convenient. I can summon them one by one like a tower defense game. The best part is that they can just pop out of thin air. This is too op. "Come forth, my tentacles. Come forth, my tentacles." Following Qin Ze's command, tentacles sprouted one by one around the staked heads, forming a square perimeter. "Let us see who can destroy these." Taboo Tentacle. Cannot move. Level 17. Attributes: Strength 4217, Agility 0, Intelligence 0. Skill 1, Violent Lash. The Taboo Tentacle lashes out at the target, dealing 6,000 plus impact damage while inflicting suppression, stun, and mutilation effects. Each lash takes 2.5 seconds and has a chance to miss. Skill 2, Taboo Gnaw. The surface of the tentacle grows sharp teeth that can snap through armor or scales, causing permanent damage to equipment. It deals 200 bonus damage to magic-infused items, with each bite dealing 3,000 plus damage. Skill 3, Curse Aura. Cursing all enemies within a 10-meter radius, dealing 10 points of damage per second while heightening senses. When using Violent Lash against cursed units, accuracy increases by 200, damage by 50%, and crowd control effects by 50%. Description: where does the nutrition from the devoured flesh end up? 20 taboo tentacles appeared at the village entrance, instantly sending the approaching divine royals sprawling. Once pinned down without the help of comrades, there was no chance of getting up. They were simply gnawed to death. Congratulations, you killed a member of the Divine Royal Execution Squad. Gained experience, 3,000. Congratulations, you killed a member of the Divine Royal Execution Squad. Gained experience, 3,000. Intense sounds of collision erupted from other directions of the village as well. Qin Ze raised his magic dragon staff, and the cyan light glowed once more. Tentacle after tentacle emerged in a circle all around the village. The scene was absolutely terrifying. What is this thing? Foster father, are not you a necromancer? Since when can necromancers summon tentacles? Should not it be tentacle bones? Are you stupid, meow? Since when do tentacles have bones? Oh, they do not. Practice makes perfect. At the start of the battle, Liu Yang and the others had already set up the barbecue stand again. Sun Yunlong, a middle-aged man likely crushed by the weight of life, exuded the weary bitterness typical of a man his age. He turned a blind eye to the sacred royal family attacking the village, focusing entirely on his grilled meat to make sure Qin Ze had a good meal. In his own words, everyone is just scraping by one day at a time. As for the villagers of the Poison Fog village, they were already scared out of their wits and did not respond at all when called. Xiao Qiangqiang, on the other hand, had become addicted to the food. She trotted over, deciding that regardless of whether the sacred royal family could be held off, she was going to eat her fill first. However, the rows of forbidden tentacles surrounding the village, 10 meters tall as they were, still provided a strong sense of security. I have 100 of these forbidden tentacles here. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with them? What? On the other side, the sacred royal family had completely lost their composure over the heads hanging on the wooden stakes. How could the noble sacred royal family allow such an insulting act to take place? But the square defensive formation made of 20 forbidden tentacles made it impossible for them to get close. Unforgivable. Riding a blood-red crawler beast, a member of the sacred royal family slowly stepped out in a rage. The golden wing-like patterns on his forehead actually started to glow, growing more and more intense. Qin Ze suddenly became interested. It looks like he is about to power up right. It seems hanging those heads out was not in vain. It forced their ultimate move right out of them. What? Sacred Royal Family Sanctioned Squad Leader. Nightmare Level Elite Monster. Level 20. HP 175,000. Attributes: Strength 2731, Speed 2061, Intelligence 2289. Skill 1 Stage 1 Metamorphosis. Through various cruel experiments and the incorporation of specially cultivated ancient diseases, the sacred royal family can prompt qualified members to undergo metamorphic feathering. Each metamorphosis grants immense power. After 3 metamorphoses, they will advance into a higher, more perfect life form, though this has yet to be successfully achieved. The sanctioned squad leader is still in the first stage of metamorphosis. Strength plus 700, agility plus 500, and sacred energy circulation speed increases by 50%. Under extreme emotions, there is a very small chance to trigger sacred cells, temporarily gaining massive strength but resulting in death once the status expires. Skill 2 Energy Beam. The sanctioned squad leader can condense energy through the sacred crystal on his forehead to fire a high-energy scorching beam. The effective range is within 300 meters, with damage decreasing as distance increases. It can cause continuous burn damage of 3,000 to 15,000 points. After one discharge, the leader will fall into a state of exhaustion and weakness. Skill 3 Holy Light Descent. Using secret techniques, the sanctioned squad leader temporarily activates the sacred cells in his body. Strength increases by an additional 700, agility by an additional 500, and the energy beam usage limit increases to 3 out of 3. Furthermore, it activates 3 sub-abilities: Sacred Strike, Sacred Transfer, and Sacred Shield. This state lasts for 10 minutes, after which the user cannot utilize sacred energy for 3 days. Skill 4 Sanctioned Squad Banner. The Sacred Royal Family Sanctioned Squad can share, convert, and output sacred energy and achieve resonance frequencies. Coordination increases by 200, strength attribute increases by 20%, agility attribute by 20%, defense by 20%, and information can be shared rapidly. Introduction: Where does the path of sacred metamorphosis lead? Cough cough, the path of sacred metamorphosis. The Sacred Royal Family is aiming for something huge. If it follows the typical nature of the Black Abyss dungeon, class holders might be able to change classes into the Sacred Royal Family's path of sacred metamorphosis. That would count as a rare special class, but whether there is a good outcome at the end is anyone's guess. The level 25 class change is critical. The path of sacred metamorphosis will likely attract many class holders, or perhaps the Lee Corporation has already begun researching it. Qin Ze suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The negative impact of the Black Abyss dungeon on reality is almost catastrophic. What? At the same time, the wing-shaped golden patterns on the sanctioned squad leader's forehead lit up. His strength and agility attributes were climbing steadily. His sacred energy felt as if it were about to overflow. With glowing golden eyes, he stared intensely at the head stuck on the wooden stakes, then charged forward on his blood-red armored beast. The Sacred Royal Family is truly stubborn. Perhaps this is a point we can exploit. By creating something that insults the Sacred Royal Family, for example, it would come with infinite taunt. The forbidden tentacles naturally did not take his attitude, slamming down on him with a powerful strike. The diamond-shaped crystal on the leader's forehead glowed with scorching light, releasing a high-energy ray the thickness of a finger, hitting the forbidden tentacle. A mouth on the surface of the tentacle opened, and simply swallowed the high-energy beam. Strangely, the forbidden tentacle showed no HP deduction numbers. Instead, strings of golden characters appeared where the base of the tentacle connected to the deeper unknown space. Plus 7,500, the Lord of Taboos seems very satisfied. Plus 7,500, the Lord of Taboos seems very satisfied. What the heck, what is going on? Qin Ze was shocked. He had planned to sacrifice one forbidden tentacle and have the second one strike immediately after. But the forbidden tentacle just ate the sacred energy beam. Where the sacrificial food swallowed by the giant mouth on the tentacle ultimately leads is quite obvious. It is essentially a sacrifice. No, this is impossible. My scorching beam can even pierce through obsidian shields. How could it be eaten? What exactly is this thing? The sanctioned squad leader screamed in disbelief. His mental state had finally shattered. However, facing the descending tentacle and its terrifying toothy maw, he did not hesitate. He lifted his right arm and sacred energy spread and wove along his round shield, quickly forming a thick, wide sacred shield. Bang, the forbidden tentacle slammed into the sacred shield, and he actually managed to block it. The teeth on the forbidden tentacle began to gnaw at the sacred shield. This time, the shield was much more solid, as the teeth only left a few marks and would likely take quite some time to fully gnaw through. The sanctioned squad leader was not doing well either. His body was hunched over as he pressed his shoulder hard against the sacred shield. The blood-red armored beast he was riding was crushed into the dirt. What are you guys just standing there for? Come and help. Seeing his squad members dazed in the distance, the leader gritted his teeth and roared. But he soon realized with despair that the outsider was faster than him. What the other guy said made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Test over, time to put an end to this. Sanctioned squad leader. Still have an ace up your sleeve. The forbidden tentacles are like a tower defense system surrounding the village. 10-meter-tall forms rise and fall, sending the holy royalty scattering and falling every time they slam down. The only drawback is the slow attack frequency. By the time they rise and fall again, 2.5 seconds have passed. They need other tentacles to fill the gaps so the holy royalty do not charge through. Any of the holy royalty pinned down by the tentacles are basically goners. Some of the holy royalty realize something is wrong and do not dare to charge in. Instead, they pull out crossbows and fire at the forbidden tentacles, shooting straight into the gaping maws scattered across the tentacle's surfaces, only to be bitten to pieces and swallowed in a flash. This thing has an even broader palate than Nex the Ghoul. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royalty's adjudication squad. Experience gained, 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royalty's adjudication squad. Experience gained, 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed a scaled beast. Experience gained, 700. As the kill notifications continue to sound, the experience points are skyrocketing as if they have been fueled by gunpowder. The experience provided by the adjudication squad is just too sweet. 3,000 points per kill is unique across all nightmare dungeons. And there seem to be so many more of the Holy Royalty left. This is just pure, easy experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. All stats +1, free attribute points +4, HP +400, MP +100. Put all free attribute points into intelligence. At the same time, the stat caps for all summons have been further unlocked. Already summoned units remain unchanged. The battle came fast and went fast. The Holy Royalty who attacked the flanks and rear of the Poison Mist village did not stand a chance, and 80% of them have already been wiped out. The only ones left with any combat capability are the adjudication squad leader at the village entrance and his remaining subordinates. The squad leader, with wing-shaped golden marks glowing on his forehead, is holding up a sacred shield and desperately holding his ground against the descending forbidden tentacle. He is truly afraid now, so he shouts to his rear. Hurry, what are you standing there for? Come and help me. His subordinates hesitate. If the leader cannot handle it, what are they supposed to do? To die. This is an order. Anyone who disobeys will be sent to the castle. As soon as he says this, the subordinates' faces turn pale with terror. They fear being sent to the castle far more than the forbidden tentacles. That place is no place for humans. Thus, the holy diamond crystals between their brows begin to glow. And as they channel energy to their leader, they march forward, gripping their spears and stabbing fiercely at the tentacle, pinning him down. Squelch, squelch, fluids splatter everywhere. Minus 3,897. Minus 3,902. Minus 3,919. The string of damage numbers pops up, instantly emboldening the adjudication squad members. It is working. The forbidden tentacle, sensing pain, trembles and lifts up, freeing the squad leader. A victorious smile flashes across the team members' faces. The forbidden tentacle is not invincible, it can be killed. The next second, the adjudication squad leader immediately abandons the bloody scaled beast beneath him, turns on his heels, and runs for his life without a second thought. Golden filaments of light emerge from his heels, weaving together in the air to form crude, wing-like shapes. He sprints with everything he has got, even burning holy energy. This leaves the team members who came to save him completely stunned, standing there at a loss. Hahoha, I am dying of laughter. Liu Yang tilts his head back, clutching his stomach and roaring with laughter. The holy royalty are really hypocritical, meow. The cat girl cannot help but chime in. They give themselves such high-sounding names, but their actions are so despicable. His subordinates came to save him, and as soon as he is safe, he abandons them and runs away. They are just like some of the leaders in Jaialand. I really want to scratch them to death, meow. I just want to know, is this tentacle for real? Miuzu joins the roasting session, though her focus is a bit strange. Miuzu, you are acting weird. No, I am not. At this moment, Qin Ze suddenly speaks, instantly capturing everyone's attention. To put it bluntly, the holy royalty are bullies who pick on the weak. They saw the Bobo people could not resist, so they picked on them and squeezed out every last bit of value. But when they encounter a tough nut to crack, they chicken out. They do not even have the will to fight, yet their self-esteem is sky-high. To put it nicely, they are experts at bullying the weak. Everyone nods in agreement upon hearing this. Miuzu then asks curiously, the adjudication squad leader has escaped the tentacle's reach. Are you really just going to let him go? Miuzu, you really do like tentacles. Go away, do not talk nonsense. Miuzu's cold, porcelain cheeks turn red to the earlobes, a rare sight. Of course I cannot let him go. The adjudication squad leader is worth the most experience. But how are you going to? Seeing Qin Ze's unhurried demeanor, everyone is filled with curiosity. The adjudication squad leader is running so fast, it is like he is flying at low altitude. He is almost vanished from sight now. How is he going to catch him? Qin Ze does not hide it and calls out, Dark Ranger. My lord. The shapely Dark Ranger, draped in a hooded cloak, holds her longbow and kneels on one knee. Right hand of the underworlds. The world changes in Qin Ze's eyes. He can directly see and manipulate souls. A cluster of cyan souls drifts above his right hand. Lost Soul Rebirth activate. Qin Ze wields the soul and slams it into the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul cost 1 point, underworld soul capacity 44/50,000. Death Speaker triggered. Strength stat +5 random, HP/MP recovered 1000. As the soul is injected into the Dark Ranger's chest, she snaps her head up and a radiant light flashes within her ruby eyes. Surging power pulses through her body, and 5 tiny flames erupt at the tip of her bow. Soul Fire, 1. Next shot range +100 km, damage +50,000, penetrates all matter, adds piercing property, ignites enemy soul upon impact, dealing 3,000 soul burn damage per second, with additional pain, imprisonment, and crippling debuffs. The Dark Ranger's blood-red eyes track the fleeing adjudication squad leader. She aims her longbow at the sky and slowly draws the string, as a dancing flame of soul fire extinguishes, merging into her arrow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the power shot reaches its peak, the entire arrow erupts in ghostly green flames. These are flames detested by all living things. They burn the soul directly. The Dark Ranger releases the string, and the arrow, wreathed in ghostly green flames, vanishes into the horizon in an instant. A few seconds later, terrifying damage numbers appear. -80,000 soul ignite crippling strike. -5,000, -5,000, -5,000. From the jungle in the distance came the wails of the sanctioned squad leader. -5,000, -5,000, -5,000. The soul burn damage was causing him agonizing pain. He could only roll on the ground, hoping the pain would subside a little. Unfortunately, this was damage dealt directly to the soul, and there was no way to physically shield against it. The screams here were enough to shock the team members for an entire year. Liu Yang prided himself on being used to such things, but even he could not help but gape at the scene. Holy cow, this is way too overpowered. What skill was that just now? It instantly buffed the Dark Ranger and took out the sanctioned squad leader from kilometers away. My goodness, am I dreaming? Miuzu looked at Qin Ze with a complex expression. 80,000 damage in a single shot plus continuous burning damage. The word overpowered does not even begin to cover it. Meow meow meow, brother Qin Ze, are you interested in joining our Jaialand organization? Even just a nominal membership is fine, please, I beg you. The cat girl's eyes lit up as she started acting spoiled toward Qin Ze. Your Jailan organization is a hidden black market, right? After this instance is over, help me check if there are any Necromancer skills available. Qin Ze had wanted to ask this for a long time. Skills were his top priority, much more important than equipment or items. Of course there are, meow. Can I pay in installments? Installments? The cat girl scratched her head in confusion, then nodded firmly. Yes, Next, come here. Qin Ze snapped his fingers. In the distance, the ghoul Nex, who had been gnawing on a leg, looked up blankly. After a resentful glance at the corpse that had been reduced to scraps, it let out a cry and rushed to Qin Ze's side. It looked like it was complaining. The body was all eaten up. Who could it be? The forbidden tentacle was swaying nearby, its maw swallowing the last bite, acting as if nothing had happened. Go drag the sanctioned squad leader over here. Do not eat him on the way back. I have some questions for him. You can eat him after we are done. As soon as Qin Ze said this, Nex became instantly excited. It dug its foreclaws into the ground and sprinted toward the sanctioned squad leader. Liu Yang and the others watched with twitching lips. You let a ghoul like Nex go get him, and you think he will come back in one piece. Sure enough. A few minutes later, shrill screams from the sanctioned squad leader echoed from the woods. The team members shook their heads. How could a ghoul like Nex show any restraint? Sending a meat bun to a dog, do you really expect the bun to come back? However, Qin Ze trusted Nex completely. Time ticked by. Nex emerged from the woods, dragging the sanctioned squad leader by the leg. It dropped him in front of Qin Ze, looking expectant as if waiting to be praised. The sanctioned squad leader was still whimpering in pain, though all his fingers and toes had been gnawed off. Truly miserable. When Qin Ze walked over, the man shivered in terror. I will ask you a few questions. As long as you answer them, I might consider letting you go. Really, I will tell you everything I know. The sanctioned squad leader's eyes lit up as he quickly replied. You are currently at the first stage of metamorphosis. What stage is the strongest holy royal in this region? General Black Sun. He has already completed the second stage of metamorphosis. Both his body and soul have evolved, and he is now pursuing the third stage, which is a trait of a higher state of life. But do not worry, only 20 holy royals have achieved the third stage so far. As for the cocoon stage after that, only our king can achieve it. He has already completed the second stage of metamorphosis. Qin Ze frowned slightly. To be honest, the path of transcendent metamorphosis for the holy royals is quite strong, and it is a good class advancement choice at level 25. But unfortunately, it does not fit his class characteristics. Besides, this thing was cooked up by the holy royals through disease research. It is hard to say what lies at the end of such a path. If you go through all that trouble just to end up as a monster, who would you even complain to? Is General Black Sun the strongest in this region? Qin Ze continued to ask. He had to determine the upper limit of the enemy's strength. Otherwise, a freakish monster could show up out of nowhere and take him out. General Black Sun is indeed the strongest. He has 12 great generals under him, all of whom are in the second stage of metamorphosis. One of them even gave me some pointers that helped me successfully enter the first stage. The sanctioned squad leader actually sounded a bit proud as he spoke. Then what is the deal with the castle? Qin Ze asked in confusion, holding to the attitude of asking if you do not know. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the castle was an even more terrifying existence than General Black Sun, so how could its combat strength be lower? That is the Duke's castle. It can communicate directly with the royal family and is dedicated to the research of ancient diseases, driving the development of the holy metamorphosis path. General Black Sun spent 10 years in the castle, exploring the holy metamorphosis path with his own body before finally successfully reaching the third stage. You could say that the Duke's castle created General Black Sun. The sanctioned squad leader grew increasingly proud, holding his head high. Such a feat is something only we holy royals can achieve. I see, I understand now. Qin Ze nodded, gaining a certain understanding of the power hierarchy in this region. Then he waved his hand at the ghoul Nex. It is all yours. Growled. Nex excitedly crawled over, looking at the sanctioned squad leader's face, which was twisted in terror. Why you went back on your words? I said I would let you go, but I did not say where you could go. How can you say I went back on my word? What? Congratulations, you successfully killed a sanctioned squad leader. Experience gained 4,500. Item obtained, Holy Shield Platinum Tier. Ghoul Nex devoured the head of the sanctioned squad leader. Evolution Progress plus 25, Strength Attribute plus 25, Holy Energy plus 100. Your Ghoul Nex has begun to evolve. Nex suddenly stopped eating, stood upright, and stared in amazement at its dark golden claws. Immediately after, its sharp claws bloomed like a flower, forming a terrifying circular saw blade. As its thoughts shifted, the bloomed claws suddenly retracted. Harvesting Blade. The bloomed claws can vibrate to cut through enemy bodies and pierce armor twice as strong as the attack. It deals 6,000 points of tearing damage to the enemy and has a 100 chance to trigger effects like bleeding and maiming. Next, you finally evolved. And the attack power is as high as 6,000, not bad at all. Congratulations, you have completed the faction quest, Defend the Village. Faction reputation plus 500. Favorability with Mist Village plus 3,000. Experience gained 150,000. Reward obtained Exquisite Treasure Chest. Faction quest triggered. Task selection 1. Continue to defend the Mist Village. 2. Wipe out the Holy Royal Stronghold. 3. Capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Popo people. Extremely dangerous. Note all tasks are part of a quest chain. Each choice will cause subsequent tasks to change. The faction mission, Defend the Village, has finally been successfully completed. Qin Ze watched as white light flashed over his other teammates one after another. They must have gained a considerable amount of experience. In the Black Abyss dungeon, rewards are distributed based on the percentage of contribution. Therefore, they were destined to only scrape by with a tiny bit of experience. But that is still much better than them entering the dungeon to fight monsters on their own. Let us keep choosing faction missions. I think we should pick the third one, seize the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Popo people. What do you all think? After all, we are a team, so it is necessary to ask for others' opinions. Liu Yang said, Godfather, I am following your lead. I am fine with whatever we choose, because whether it is simple or difficult, the sacred royal clan could just beat the crap out of me. Cat Girl said, it is all up to you, brother Qin Ze, meow. If you help me out after we leave the dungeon, I will get you a Necromancer skill book, how about that? Qin Ze made an okay gesture at her. As long as there is a skill book, anything is negotiable. Miu Zhu said. Sun Yunlong exclaimed, this is great. I leveled up twice and even got a piece of gold tier equipment. Is there any other work I can do? What? Seeing that everyone was following his lead, Qin Ze did not say anything more. He simply selected the third faction mission. Seize the invaded city, liberate the enslaved Popo people. Those bastards from the sacred royal clan, let us just slaughter them all. Let them feel what a real undead catastrophe is like. Faction mission successfully accepted. Experience reward 500,000. Equipment reward 1 star luster quality equipment chest. Other rewards 1 perfect quality chest, 1 share of city economic dividends. 500,000 experience and a star luster quality equipment chest. As everyone knows, above diamond tier gear is star luster quality equipment, which is rare and hard to come by. Any professional who manages to obtain star luster quality equipment will cherish it and use it until the very end. Level 20 star luster equipment can rival level 30 diamond tier equipment. One can imagine how precious it is. This city must be taken and this mission must be completed. Oh, and there is also an exquisite chest. A heavy chest appeared out of thin air and landed with a bang in front of Qin Ze. Metallic material complex engravings. As the chest slowly opened, a cyan light bloomed from within. A skill book appeared spinning in the air. A skill book. Qin Ze's eyes lit up and he quickly picked up the skill book. The heavy chest randomly dissipated into black smoke. Congratulations, you opened the exquisite chest and obtained the skill book, Frost Armor. Frost Armor can be learned by Necromancers, Undead Mages, Water Mages, Arcane Mages, and so on. Skill Introduction. An extremely cold armor that can freeze surrounding enemies or slow down the movement and attack speed of powerful enemies. Can be cast on yourself or allies, adds 1,000 armor points, consumes 500 mana, duration 1 hour. A very ordinary skill, though the freezing effect might be slightly useful. But Qin Ze did not panic at all because he has the Resonance Crystal. As long as it is a skill, just take it blindly. Resonance Crystal activate. Frost Armor is continuously upgrading to Polar Magic Armor. Polar Magic Armor level 8326 can be learned by Undead Mages and Ice Mages. Skill Introduction releases pure polar elements using secret techniques to form an armor around the body. Provides indestructible defense plus 100,000 armor, provides magic power boost plus 50 meters per second running speed, also affects jump and attack speeds. Spreads a polar aura that causes all enemies within a 50-meter radius to enter a frozen or slowed state and suffer continuous damage of 100 points per second. Mana consumption 3,000 points target unit, self or allies duration 3 hours. Group casting consumes 15,000 mana to grant the polar magic armor effect to 10 designated allies. A great buff. Wait, why does it feel like a group cast with halved mana cost? Regardless, it is still very good as a defensive skill for soloing. Plus, there is no rule about the size of the ally units. 10 meters tall versus 1 meter tall are completely different, so I do not know how the exact casting is calculated. Current mana 4835/7500, recovering 20 mana per second. With the skills being upgraded, mana is becoming more and more insufficient. The mana bonus from equipment is negligible. 3000 mana cost takes away nearly half of it. I need to get some equipment or items to increase my mana cap as soon as possible. I hope completing this mission will solve it. Without further ado, Qin Ze immediately found the village chief to ask for the exact location of the invaded city. The village chief was still in a daze and did not react even after being called several times. The sacred royal clan was actually wiped out. How could this be possible? It is hard to believe. What? Village chief, forget about those sacred royal clan members. Once I liberate the invaded city, those people will have to clear out and let you true indigenous people rebuild your homes and businesses. Qin Ze said with a smile, his words filled with confidence. Other teammates nodded one after another, indicating that Qin Ze's words were very reliable. He really can pull it off. The village chief was stunned for a long time before tears welled up in his eyes, and with a thud, he knelt down to kowtow to Qin Ze. Hey, village chief, let us talk this over. Qin Ze got a start and quickly helped the village chief up. The village chief did not insist, but looked at Qin Ze with teary eyes and continued, "We Popo people actually have our own ancient heritage. It is not like the sacred royal clan who can reach the sky in one step, but it has the advantage of abundant, endless magic, which can greatly develop our Popo potential. But this is also what the sacred royal clan covets. If they dissect and integrate our heritage, it would perfectly compensate for their lack of physical potential, and perhaps they really could complete their path of holy transformation. When that happens, the disaster of extinction for our Popo people will come. It must be that the favorability reached a certain level for the village chief to reveal such a secret." Qin Ze could not hear anything else anymore. His mind was full of only two phrases. Lots of mana, endless. No matter how others see the Popo heritage, for him, it is an SSS-level job transfer inheritance. "Village chief, can I obtain the inheritance job transfer?" Qin Ze asked directly without beating around the bush. "Of course you can. You are the benefactor of our Popo people, and you are fully qualified to obtain the inheritance," the village chief said without hesitation. "But in order to prevent the sacred royal clan from getting their hands on it, we Popo people specifically hid the inheritance treasure. You can only obtain the true inheritance if you retrieve it." "Is the inheritance treasure still there now?" "Of course it is in the underground fortifications to the north, but my token alone is probably not enough to get you the inheritance. As long as it exists, everything else is easy to handle. At worst, I will just slaughter all the sacred royal clan to liven things up for you." The village chief looked up abruptly. "What? The sacred royal family general's mansion." The Black Sun Great General, 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall, was sitting on a luxurious and magnificent golden chair. Layers of fat hung off his body. A golden glow pulsated like breath, illuminating his flesh before fading away. On his forehead, a golden diamond-shaped crystal glowed, with golden patterns spreading across his skin and converging toward his eyes, ending as tiny dots in the center of his pupils. Radiating bright golden light, he shone like the sun. Around him, 5 or 6 members of the sacred royal family were busy serving him attentively. In comparison, the members of the sacred royal family were tiny. One would probably be exhausted just from running a lap around the Black Sun Great General. Just then, an informant from the sacred royal family rushed in, fell to one knee and shouted, "Lord General, there has been a riot in the Poison Mist village." "A riot?" The Black Sun Great General lifted his eyelids and pushed aside the people sitting on his belly with his finger. "What kind of riot? Tell me about it." "The people of Poison Mist village appear to have rioted, and the entire slave squad has not returned." The Black Sun Great General paused, then sneered, "These Bobo people are truly stubborn. To think they still dare to resist at a time like this. In that case, send them all to the castle." At the mention of the castle, the guards of the sacred royal family standing sentry all trembled in unison. It was as if those 2 words embodied a terror rooted deep in their marrow. "At once." However, only a few minutes later, the sacred royal family informant rushed back in again. "What is it now?" The Black Sun Great General was enjoying himself and was annoyed by the interruption, asking displeased. The informant wiped away cold sweat and said, "The entire slave squad has been killed. They even stuck the heads of the slave squad members at the village entrance. It is said that the guards around the castle also found an arrow pierced with the captain's head." The Black Sun Great General was stunned upon hearing this. A group of malnourished Bobo people managed to kill a slave squad. He immediately realized there might be outsiders in Poison Mist Village, so he changed his tone and said, "Send a cleanup squad and slaughter the entire Poison Mist Village. That outsider must be captured. How dare they hang our sacred royal family's heads at the village gate? HMPH, they must be tired of living. As you command." The informant suddenly burst through the door, stumbled in, and cried out in panic. The cleanup squad has also been wiped out. Mysterious giant tentacles appeared around Poison Mist Village, and it was these tentacles that crushed every member of the cleanup squad. What? The Black Sun Great General stood up abruptly, gripping his hand instinctively, causing a sound of bones cracking. The fair-skinned bodies he was holding burst open instantly, covering everyone nearby in flesh and blood. Yet they did not even dare to scream. Damn it, to think an outsider could be this arrogant. Prepare my dragon horse beast. I am going to see Poison Mist Village for myself. The surrounding members of the sacred royal family scattered, some to make preparations and others to scrub the floor. At this moment, 5 dark figures appeared at the door, wearing armor that only professional players would have. "Lord General, please do not be rash." The leader of the group took a deep breath, then walked forward with a smile on his face. Lin Moxuan, an elite player from the Lee Corporation, a Berserker class, level 24. He was only 1 level away from his class advancement quest, so he had set his sights on the path of sacred transformation of the sacred royal family, a path chosen by other Lee Corporation members including Li Xinggang. "Outsiders, do you have something to say?" Seeing that they were professional players, the Black Sun Great General's anger subsided slightly as he asked with a dark expression. This was the advantage of professional players over the natives. As long as a player joins a faction in the Black Abyss dungeon, the NPCs, regardless of their status, would be quite tolerant toward players, at least giving them a chance to speak. And Lin Moxuan needed enough faction points to obtain his chance for a legacy class advancement. At the same time, he could kill Qin Ze and earn a reward from the Lee Corporation. 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? "Lord General, it is like this. I know of the outsider in Poison Mist Village. He is extremely weak. You could crush him easily with just 1 finger," Lin Moxuan said respectfully. Whom the Black Sun Great General nodded in satisfaction. He was, after all, a 3rd-stage sacred transformation entity. Crushing the opponent with a finger was only natural. But hearing it from these outsiders still felt very gratifying. However, this person is very cunning and fond of using small advantages to overcome greater strength. He specializes in collecting items that poison others or one-shot kill gadgets. You know how it is, we outsiders have all sorts of weird stuff, and he specializes in hoarding these just to trick people. The Black Sun Great General frowned deeply upon hearing this. His own life force was currently in a chaotic state, one that even he could not control at times. If the guy really used some poison item, he might actually drop dead. Seeing that he had swayed the Black Sun Great General, Lin Moxuan smiled and continued, "Please leave him to us. As outsiders ourselves, we know his tactics all too well." "Why would such a low-life form warrant you taking action yourself, Lord General?" The Black Sun Great General nodded with satisfaction. He sat back down on his luxurious chair and said to Lin Moxuan, "If you take care of the outsider in Poison Mist Village, I will give you 3 great treasure chests. Wealth, women, equipment, and even sacred power. Whatever you want, I can give you." Lin Moxuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Immediately, a prompt box appeared before him asking whether to accept the faction quest. Faction quest: defend the colonial city. He did not show his excitement, instead kneeling down with his 4 teammates to kowtow. "Thank you for your trust, Lord General. We will certainly not let you down." The Black Sun Great General nodded, then impatiently waved them away. Lin Moxuan and his team walked out of the general's mansion and immediately rushed toward the colonial city. Defend the colonial city. Quest accepted. The sacred royal family, a colonial city. Large, imposing members of the royal family are walking through the city built by the Bobo people, enjoying food and wine seized as plunder. Their faces betray a sense of haughty superiority and blatant contempt for all other living beings. The native Bobo people of this city, meanwhile, are locked in iron cages at the slave market on the west side, wearing heavy chains around their necks. They are bought and sold amidst the haggling of the royal family, sometimes receiving a lash or 2 that leaves their skin torn and bleeding. Apathy is the only emotion visible in their eyes. Suddenly, the space above the western city wall begins to ripple calmly, as if someone were shedding a layer of clothing. Behind this spatial curtain, Muzu's cold and beautiful face appears. She flicks her right arm back, deactivating an invisibility cloak, and Qin Ze emerges from under her arm. With his hands in his pockets, he walks to the edge of the wall and looks out over the entire colonial city. Whoa, quite a lot of people. A conservative estimate would be around 200,000. Though the living conditions are far too primitive, low, cramped shacks that look like a shantytown and muddy, filthy roads between them. Most importantly, there are no proper sewage systems. People relieve themselves right on the street. The more refined members of the sacred royal family use a basin before dumping the contents out into the alley. Qin Ze silently pinches his nose. This is just ridiculous. Immediately after, the rest of the group steps out from Mu Zu's invisibility shroud, all clinging to each other like a game of crack the whip. Qin Ze hugs Mu Zu's waist, and the others follow suit. The close contact causes a faint blush to appear on Mu Zu's cheeks. However, they soon forget about that as they all wrinkle their noses and pinch them shut the moment they truly take in the smell. It stinks so bad. Damn it, it is making my eyes water so much I cannot even open them. Liu Yang had only just stepped out when his eyes squeezed shut, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Meow, the cat girl, follows, looking like she's just taken a heavy blow to the head. She sticks out her little tongue and starts retching, immediately turning around to crawl back under Mu Zu's arm, only to be ruthlessly pushed away. Yue. Sun Yunlong, the middle-aged man who has seen his fair share of dismembered corpses, handles it surprisingly well, showing no signs of vomiting. Perhaps he put his resistance points into some strange places. Seeing everyone else out, Mu Zu waves her arm to shroud herself again. She is not coming out for anything. I really have to hand it to these sacred royal family people. With a name that sounds so imposing, you would think they would at least have some basic standards. Qin Ze raises his magic dragon staff, consuming 1,000 mana to cast a cryo-magic armor on himself first. A light blue icy chill quickly weaves around Qin Ze, eventually encasing him from head to toe. The cold, fresh air immediately brings him back to life. As for the others, he does not have the luxury to care. If he spends 1,000 mana on things like this, how is he supposed to lay siege to the city? Fortunately, everyone else has their own methods. Liu Yang pulls out a stone mask, and once he puts it on, he can breathe normally. The cat girl uses a bubble skill to encase her head, looking just like an astronaut. The middle-aged man, Sun Yunlong, calmly takes out a face mask. Looks like the barbecue plans are off. I guess watching a Scourge of the Undead is not a bad alternative. As for why Qin Ze and the others used Mu Zu's invisibility cloak to reach the western wall, it is because the area is crawling with royal family strongholds. Fighting their way through would be a hassle, so sneaking in to land a massive strike was the better plan. At that moment, a vigilant voice calls out. Who are you? Qin Ze turns to see 5 sacred royal family guards armed with spears. The golden diamond-shaped crystals on their foreheads are glowing brightly. Qin Ze glances at them and gives a faint smile. Guess? He immediately raises his magic dragon staff and begins his chant. Come forth, my grave of the desolate naval war. Grave of the Desolate Naval War level 12,374. Summon 5 massive naval war graveyards from another dimension, each featuring a distinct deep-sea trench. The Warship Trench, the Sea Monster Trench, the Piranha Trench, the Serpentkin Trench, and the Abyssal Murloc Trench. All units are skeletal type. Every 10 seconds, 30 different kinds of nautical skeletons crawl out of each trench. Summoning limit infinite, duration infinite. Mana cost 5,000 with the cost doubling every hour. Chant time required 30 seconds. The Skeleton Graveyard Summon Chain is one of Qin Ze's current ultimate finishers. The sheer terror of its power is unpredictable, especially with its level increasing every second. The only downside is the 30-second chant time. Qin Ze understands this though. After all, a destructive skill like this needs time to unfold its domain. The 5 royal family guards notice something is wrong and immediately recognize Qin Ze's immense power. True to their racial nature, they do not take any risks. They immediately scatter in different directions to report this news to others. Quick, we are under attack. Notify the general of the city defense. I am going to notify the city lord. The enemy is coming in force. We must take this seriously. Right, I will go find some backup. What? The guards utter these righteous words before fleeing in a panic. But they had not even gone a few steps before a colossal object in the sky obscured the light above them. A shadow spreads rapidly, threatening to swallow the entire city. The 5 guards, they stop in their tracks and look back at the sky dumbfounded. The sky has transformed into the ripples of an ocean. No, it has actually become a deep, dark sea. The sight of bottomless dark trenches fills them with dread, and the whole thing is inverted, as if an entire ocean is about to pour down upon them. However, that is merely their imagination. The dark trenches remain inverted in the sky, perfectly still. Not a single drop of seawater falls. As Qin Ze continues his chant, the graveyard trenches slowly open, revealing vague shapes within. The next moment, the central warship trench emits the creaking sound of ships. Large warships, dilapidated to the point of being mere skeletal hulls, emerge from the dark trench, break the threshold, and crash above the colonial city. A 20-meter-long ship hull slams violently into the city wall. Boom, the city wall collapses, and the splintered ship hulls slide across the stone bricks toward the city center. On the black masts and rotting decks stand hordes of pirate skeletons brandishing curved blades. Thinking they are there to raid and pillage the city, they clatter their teeth in excited celebration. In this moment, whether it is the teammates, the sacred royal family, or the professional squad from the Lee Corporation, they all gaze up at the 5 trenches that suddenly appeared. Their minds are filled with a single character. What? A colonial city of the Holy Royal Family, specifically the Lord's Mansion. Lin Moxuan walked in quickly with his 4 teammates. Upon seeing the colonial lord, he first offered a respectful bow. Lord, we have received orders from General Black Sun to specifically come here to guard this city. My city does not need your protection. The scrawny Holy Royal Lord stood by the window with his hands behind his back, his brow full of arrogance. This, Lin Moxuan and the others exchanged glances, then their expressions shifted. Lin Moxuan took 5 gold bars he had exchanged at the bank from his storage, stacking them up to show off their alluring golden luster. He placed them on a small tray and brought them to the side of the Holy Royal Lord. The Holy Royal Lord glanced at them out of the corner of his eye and immediately beamed with joy, though he had to pretend to remain composed. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, but he forced himself to suppress it. Lord, we are not questioning your ability, nor do we wish to show off our own, Lin Moxuan said while holding up the gold. It is just that the outsider threatening the city is our arch-nemesis. We need your strength to help us finish off this outsider, which will also eliminate a threat to your city. These 5 gold bars are a small token of our sincerity. Please do accept them. An outsider, is he really worth all this fuss? As far as I know, he is just one of those swinish bobo people. What kind of trouble could a person like that possibly stir up? The Lord turned around and nonchalantly accepted the 5 gold bars, his fingers trembling as he brushed across their surface. Such color, such perfection, he had never seen anything like it. Lord, you are absolutely right. This outsider is far weaker than us. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as we run into him, I can beat him to a pulp immediately. Lin Moxuan nodded in agreement. So weak, the Lord was actually a bit surprised. He handed the 5 gold bars to a servant, then flexed his arms and said, so by your account, I could easily crush this outsider myself. Of course, Lord, you are stronger than us, so naturally you could toy with him at will. But this outsider is notorious for being underhanded. This city is said to have only one water source. I suspect he will undoubtedly dump deadly, infectious poison into that river, which would kill off most of the city's population instantly. The Lord was shocked, his eyes widening in alarm. Exactly, and besides that, he can cast wind magic to blow toxic powder into the city with the same effect. Then what do you suggest we do now? Lord, first recall all the Holy Royal soldiers from every outpost and encircle the city to form an impenetrable iron wall so that not even a bird can fly through. Our team will then hunt down and kill this cunning outsider. The corners of Lin Moxuan's mouth curled up. He was already daydreaming about the rewards he would claim from both sides once Qin Ze was dead. He was currently level 24 and had the entire city's help. How could he possibly lose? It was impossible to lose even if he just lay there. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a frank and in-depth discussion on how to finish off Qin Ze. They could write a book about it titled 100 Ways to Die for Qin Ze. It was not until a black shadow appeared outside the window, looking like a vertical eye slowly opening. Huh, what is that? The scrawny lord was the first to notice something was off, so he looked out the window in confusion. He thought it was some experiment from the castle, but the more he looked, the more it felt wrong. This is not right. As time ticked by, the slit widened to reveal a dark, water-filled scene inside, where countless bones and grotesque objects seemed to be buried. Since the Holy Royal Family were land dwellers, they had never seen the ocean and could not comprehend a deep-sea trench. Seeing this, Lin Moxuan and his group's smiles instantly stiffened. In the next moment, he jumped up suddenly and shouted in a choked voice. Enemy attack, the outsider is here. The outsider, did not you say he would only poison the river? The Lord was even more bewildered. How did he summon the river into the sky, and there are 5 of them? How is this possible? Can a skill of this scale really exist in this world? My God, the deep sea is hanging upside down in the sky, and there are shipwrecks and sea monsters inside. No, wait, according to the intel, is not Qin Ze just a level 15 professional? Even if he is an undead summoner, I get summoning skeletons, but what is the deal with summoning a sea trench? What? Lin Moxuan and his 5 teammates no longer bothered with the Lord. They were all struck by unparalleled shock. They could not comprehend what was happening. However, the narrow sea trenches appearing in the sky seemed separated from reality, and the terrifying seawater did not pour down. Hahaha, I get it now, this must be an illusion, he is just trying to scare us. Lin Moxuan's mind cleared of doubt, and he let out a sigh of relief. But before his words had even faded, a pitch-black, dilapidated ship skeleton charged out from the middle trench. It was emblazoned with a skull-like pirate logo, and countless skeletal remains clung to the ship, brandishing curved blades. The heavy ship hull even crushed the defensive wall directly. Everyone, you are doing this for real. And the ship was indeed loaded with skeletons, which is exactly what an undead summoner should do. One ship would have been bad enough, but the 4 trenches beside it were also continuously spewing out undead sea monsters. Skeletal mermen with human torsos and fish tails wiggled their tails as they darted out, falling like rain. Giant armored figures covered in seaweed emerged, followed by the undead ocean titan giants poking their heads out from the trench graves. Piranhas writhed as they opened jaws full of sharp teeth, trying to bite anything they saw. What? Massive swathes of white skeletons poured down from the 5 trench graves like 5 white waterfalls. This is not a joke, right? It is too exaggerated. Lin Moxuan and his 5 teammates stared at this scene, their brains completely frozen. The Lord, on the other hand, became anxious. Is this the outsider you were talking about? Did not you say he was very weak? Do not panic yet. Gather all the holy royal soldiers to fight these skeletons. Trust me, these skeletons are already rotten and dead. They are very fragile and will fall apart with a single touch. The undead summoner is weak in person. Let us take some elite fighters and go snipe the caster. Lin Moxuan spoke rapidly, cajoling and lying without a moment's hesitation. The Lord nodded immediately and said, fine, I will personally lead the men to repel these skeletons. Take my personal guards with you, they are the strongest of the holy royal soldiers here. Go kill this so-called undead summoner as fast as you can. Alright, it is a deal. Both sides dispersed from the Lord's mansion, quickly taking action against the sea of skeletons appearing in the sky. However, it was too late. The undead catastrophe had already begun, and countless experience points were pouring into Qin Ze's body. Congratulations, you have killed a holy royal guard and gained 2,100 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a holy royal archer and gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a holy royal commoner and gained 100 experience points. What? Enemy attack. The guards of the sacred royal family were huddled in the shade of the city wall, playing cards and gambling. Just then, a colossal trench slowly opened up in the sky directly above them. They stared in a daze, watching it until the trench had fully opened. It was not until a giant, pitch-black, tattered ship hull plunged out from the trench above that they realized terror had descended. Watching the dark hull grow larger and larger before their eyes, the guards suddenly scrambled to their feet and fled in every direction, desperate not to be a second too slow. But few managed to escape. Most were crushed directly into the city walls by the dark hull, reduced to piles of flesh and blood. 85,000 damage, crushing death triggered. 85,000 damage, crushing death triggered. 85,000 damage, crushing death triggered. What? Damage numbers popped up in waves, killing them instantly without exception. Congratulations, you have killed a sacred royal family guard. Experience gained 2,000. Congratulations, you have killed a sacred royal family guard. Experience gained 2,100. Congratulations, you have killed a sacred royal family archer. Experience gained 1,800. What? With that single Chinese letter from the dark hull, the city wall shattered, and 123 sacred royal family guards met their end. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 55.19. All attributes +1, free attributes +4, HP +400, MP +100. Undaunted ship hull. Special monster path. Level 55.19 cannot exceed the summoner's level. HP 350,000. Attributes: strength multiplied by 5,000, agility 0, intelligence 0. Skill 1: set sail, embark. The soul of the undaunted ship yearns for ocean adventure, but having been sunk by cannon fire, it remains forever deep on the ocean floor. Driven by a powerful obsession to keep moving forward, it slides across any terrain, using its hull to shatter the landscape. It moves at a speed of 0 to 20 knots and deals 0 to 100,000 damage to enemies in its path. It requires terrain to move. If no terrain exists, the skeleton crew can carve out a path. Skill 2: Skeleton Crew. Those who earn the recognition of the undaunted ship's soul become skeleton crew members, sharing 50% of the ship's strength attribute, gaining agility multiplied by 300, and retaining their original intelligence. Killing enemies allows the crew to convert them into new skeleton crew members or absorb their life force to grow stronger. Current number of skeleton crew members, 1. Skill 3, Ship Activation. Once the ship develops a soul, the hull gains a limited range of motion. Cables and anchors can be fired, wrapped, or redirected, the deck can open and close, and abandoned cannons can autonomously aim and load. If still functional, they can fire upon enemies. Introduction: it was a brutal naval battle. Rumble: after the hull of the Undaunted smashed into the city wall, it began sliding into the city. The skeleton crew leaped off the ship, teeth clattering, brandishing their cutlasses. They struck the blocking spears of the sacred royal family guards with heavy blows. Sparks flew in every direction. The guard stumbled back, screaming as the immense force caused his hand to burst with blood. Rat-tat-tat, the pirate skeletons were vicious, leaving him no time to breathe. Several of them swarmed him, hacking him into a pulp and shattering his very bones. Minus 4,789, minus 4,801, minus 4,823. A green mist representing life force seeped out from the 5 orifices of the fallen guard. It was then split evenly among the pirate skeletons that had struck him down. The next moment, the surfaces of the pirate skeletons began to glow more brightly. Even the seaweed growing on them turned a more vibrant green. After crashing into the wall, the Undaunted's hull was quickly surrounded by arriving sacred royal family guards. Both sides began a brutal engagement. The brutality here was specifically one-sided, focused on the guards. Inside the city, a sacred royal family slaver raised his whip, lashing the Bobo person before him until his skin was torn to ribbons. The surrounding cages were filled with other Bobo people. "I told you to look lively, do not you understand me? If you do not sell for a good price, I will whip you to death. Eating every day is a total loss for me. Even pigs are more useful than you." The venomous curses grew harsher with every word. The Bobo person, his hands bound and hanging, kept his head lowered. Facing the vicious lash, his body only swayed with each impact. He was too weak to even speak, reduced to a soft groan. Since he was born, his homeland had been conquered. He spent every day hiding with his mother until one day, sacred royal family guards reached for her with lewd grins. He had fought back with everything he had, only to end up bloody and broken. From that day on, he never saw his mother again. He only ever saw a pile of unrecognizable flesh. "I am so unwilling to die like this," he thought to himself. If he could have taken one of them with him before dying, if he could have just bitten a chunk of flesh off, he would have been satisfied. To be whipped to death while bound here is just too humiliating. Suddenly, the constant sharp pain stopped. The Bobo person trembled as he opened his eyes, looking over in confusion. Guests had arrived, 3 richly dressed members of the sacred royal family. He recognized them. They came every few days to pick female Bobo slaves. What would happen to them once taken was all too clear. Given how frequently they made purchases, the fate of these women was obvious. Death. The slaver rubbed his hands together, fawning over them as he helped pick women from the cages. Soon, the screaming and crying of the women began to echo. They knew that being taken meant facing a fate worse than death. But there was nothing they could do. The bound Bobo person closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Even if his heart was filled with humiliation, anger, and resentment, what could he do? He could not do anything, he could not change anything. His only destiny was to be whipped to pieces. To die in humiliation. Not far away, they had already picked a woman and were lewdly dragging her out of the cage. Suddenly, a sharp clicking sound rang out. It was as if something had fallen from the sky. Immediately after, the terrified screams of the slaver and the other 3 men erupted. What is this? Skeletons, why do they have fishtails? They are moving, someone help me get them off. It is biting me, my ear is gone. The Bobo person opened his eyes in shock. Then he saw a sight he would never forget. Skeletons with human bodies and fishtails were raining down from the sky. Once they hit the ground, they began tearing at the people around them. "Ha serves you right, die all of you die." The Bobo person began to laugh maniacally. Then a mermaid skeleton crawled slowly toward him, its terrifying face chilling to the bone. "Come on, eat me, eat them too." The Bobo person shouted excitedly. Tears of pure emotion flowed from his eyes. But the next second, the ropes binding him were bitten through by the mermaid skeleton. At the slave market, white skulls rained down like a downpour. They slammed into the mud, kicking up dust and thudded against the houses. Some landed directly on the holy royal family members, pinning them to the ground. The moment they saw food, the mermaid skeletons opened their terrifying jaws and bit down, blood spraying everywhere like crushed, overripe fruit. Holy Royal Family, oh Holy Royal Family, your day of reckoning has finally come. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, the countless Popo slaves felt no fear at all, but rather a surge of excitement. Who could possibly understand what it feels like to have your home invaded, and then be sold into slavery to the very enemies who took it? Such humiliation is something no sane person could ever accept. Now it is finally over, and the wicked have met their fate. Witnessing the miserable deaths of the Holy Royal Family is an incredibly satisfying sight. But, to the shock of every enslaved Popo, the terrifying skulls falling from the sky did not devour them. Instead, they sliced through the ropes binding them and crushed the metal cages trapping them. Those sharp claws would surely leave a bloody hole in anyone they touched. Yet they did not even scratch the slaves. Freed from their ropes and cages, the Popo slaves sat stunned, watching as the Holy Royal members were torn apart, screaming in terror. The same aristocrats who had once looked down on them, casually picking them out like cattle, were now so terrified they had lost control of their bowels, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. Suddenly, a panicking Holy Royal member realized the Popo were unharmed and rushed over to hide beside them. Sure enough, a mermaid skeleton that was about to pounce on him immediately changed direction. The Holy Royal Family, useless at everything except running away. More and more Holy Royal members caught on and scrambled over, pushing and shoving. Among them was the obese slave owner. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I will gouge your eyes out." A bunch of slaves, "Did not you see the skull monsters outside? Get out of the way for me. Oh, you are not moving, I will kick you to death. If you cannot be sold for a good price, you might as well have some other use." Though the slave owner was still cursing, he was trembling in fear, squeezing his way right into the center. The Popo slaves exchanged glances, flames of hatred burning in their eyes. They grabbed bricks from the ground and brought them down on the slave owner's head. The slave owner let out a shriek as blood began to gush down. He turned, howling viciously, "You slaves, how dare you!" Tears of blood welled in the eyes of the Popo, their deep-seated resentment almost taking a physical form. They had waited far too long for this day. Thud, 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 thud. Countless stones hammered into the slave owner, literally beating him into a pile of unrecognizable, blood-soaked flesh. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Commoner, received experience, 50 faction points plus 10. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Slave Owner, received experience, 200 faction points plus 2,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Commoner, received experience, 50 faction points plus 10. Qin Ze stood on the edge of the city wall, surrounded by his frost magic armor. The sight of the colonial city suffering under the undead disaster was truly magnificent. "Captain, can I take a picture for my social media?" Meow, the cat girl walked over hesitantly, asking with full anticipation. "You can bring your phone into the dungeon, but there is no signal." "Of course you can." Qin Ze smiled slightly and called everyone over. Liu Yang with his mask, Sun Yunlong with his respirator, and Muzu hiding in her stealth cloak, showing only her head. The cat girl stood in the front, making a heart shape with her fingers against the background of the collapsing colonial city. As she pressed the shutter button, the deep-sea titan skeleton was lifting its giant anchor high, a truly spectacular scene. Wow, the photo turned out great. I will slim down my face when I get back. The cat girl looked at the photo, nodding with satisfaction. I will send you all a copy later. Do you want the original or the edited one? Qin Ze, the original is fine, thanks. Liu Yang, same here. Muzu, send me the edited one. Swish, 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 everyone looked at her in unison. The legendary Asian retouching skills are well earned. Liu Yang walked to Qin Ze's side, looked outside the city and said, "It seems the Holy Royal Family has reacted. Soldiers from the surrounding outposts are rushing here like mad." "Yeah, I anticipated this before we came, though the Holy Royal Family does have quite a few cards up their sleeves." Qin Ze looked at the giants emerging from the surrounding forest, trampling trees underfoot. These must be the war machines of the Holy Royal Family. But in the end, they are just giving me more experience. Netherworld guidance arts. Qin Ze's expression turned serious as the world began to change before his eyes. Countless souls of the Holy Royal members wailed in the air, seemingly unable to accept the fact of their death. Qin Ze did not pamper them, he simply sucked all the souls in. The next second, masses of ghostly blue souls flooded in, their faces still wearing the distorted expressions they had in life. It was quite chilling. Soul plus one, 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 soul plus one. What? The soul count was rising crazily. Netherworld stored souls, 27,389 50th 0. Half the capacity was reached in just over a dozen seconds. With so many souls, might as well make use of them. It would also serve to top up his depleted mana. Qin Ze immediately grabbed a handful of holy royal souls and threw them at the fearless ship's skeleton. Lost Soul Rebirth activate. The slanted masts of the fearless stood tall immediately. The remaining few segments of the ship's rigging became incredibly long and thick, as wide as an adult's wrist. Over a dozen pitch-black ropes twisted forcefully in the air, like a scene from Anaconda horror. The anchor became even harder, smashing anything it touched. Most importantly, with the rigging and anchor reinforced, the fearless hull no longer relied solely on the skeleton crew. It could fix its anchor ahead and physically pull itself forward. The agility of the fearless was greatly improved, and it could now hunt down the holy royal soldiers. Death Speaker triggered. Agility +5, health/mana restored by 1000. Death Speaker triggered. A total of 5 souls were consumed, and his depleted mana was fully replenished. Qin Ze did not hesitate and immediately summoned his Ghoul, Nex, and the Dark Ranger. He had a bad premonition, having these two for close protection would be safer. As soon as Nex the Ghoul appeared, his eyes practically glowed looking at the flesh and blood all over the city. Wait until it is over before you eat. At that moment, clapping suddenly erupted from one side of the wall. Lin Moxuan approached with 4 professional class holders, grinning malevolently. Qin Ze, you are getting pretty arrogant. How dare you stand so carelessly on the city wall? The colonial city is trapped in a one-sided massacre. White skeletons raining down from the sky. The ordinary people of the divine royal family have no power to resist. They can only scream and run everywhere. The 15-meter-tall abyssal titan remains raised, the massive ship anchors in their hands, dealing with the sturdier buildings. One smash and they do not even make a sound. Because they are ordinary people, their combat strength might not even be as high as the ghouls in the manor instance, so the experience granted is very low, but in terms of quantity, the total experience is still considerable. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 55.20. All attributes +2, free attribute points +6, HP +1000, MP +500. Attribute bonuses will also receive some amplification as your level increases. The situation inside the city quickly became clear, but the real challenge comes from outside. Soldiers from surrounding divine royal strongholds are swarming in, plus bizarre experimental creatures like man-faced dogs and specially developed war machines. They certainly have some strength. I am using 5 sea tomb summons and the mermaid skeleton sea tombs to deal with the city, and the remaining 4 to counter the army outside. Qin Ze. Lin Moxuan appeared slowly with his 4 teammates and a large group of city lords' personal guards, all of whom are in the first stage of metamorphosis, wearing an unfriendly expression. You call yourself a summoner, and not only do you not hide, you even stand boldly on the city wall. Is not that just asking for death? Lin Moxuan grinned hideously, looking very excited. Summoners are recognized as having weak physical bodies. He does not believe that Qin Ze, after releasing a city-destroying technique that can be called a natural disaster, could still have any combat capability. He must be relying on the teammates beside him for protection. However, they are all trash except that cat girl who is a bit stronger. Oh, that female assassin is also not bad. Her level info is actually hidden. She must have some hidden item. To possess such a rare item, she must come from a wealthy family. I will have to spare her life later, or at least avoid making an enemy of her. If a professional wants to get ahead, they have to know how to navigate social dynamics. As for Qin Ze, he must die. It would be best to take his head. Boss Li Xinggang will be very happy when he sees it. Obtaining S-rank resources in the future will not be a dream. They stood in a row, the malice almost rushing toward him. On the other side, Qin Ze narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched them. Fighting against summoners feels quite strange. It feels a bit like meeting someone from your hometown in a foreign land. However, it is also said that in foreign lands, it is your own countrymen who scheme against you the hardest. The kind that would love to skin you alive. Lin Moxuan level 55.24 HP, 13,200 class Berserker. Li Dazhuang level 55.22 HP, 15,800 class Shield Warrior. Qing Yang level 55.24 HP, 7,500 class Ice Ranger. Liu Yan level 55.24 HP, 6,300 class Lightning Mage. Wang Chunyang level 19 HP, 4,800 class Holy Priest. A very standard professional squad, able to tank, deal damage, and heal. They are generally 2 to 4 levels higher than him, and one is even a level lower. The difficulty is not very high. This is Qin Ze's first time facing a professional squad, and he finds it quite novel. Qin Ze, you are massacring all the ordinary people in the city. How are you any different from an executioner? Killing you is an act of justice on behalf of heaven. Lin Moxuan said with a sense of self-righteousness, while taking out two large blades and crossing them in front of him. His entire presence changed in an instant. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Yang and the others could not hold back anymore. Liu Yang, open your eyes and look. This is a city of Bobo people. The indigenous people were all sent to the slave market. Are you blind? Sun Yunlong, I am not well educated, but I know that the oppression and humiliation suffered by the Bobo people is 100 times worse than mine. What? Those things are in the past, but you have now slaughtered a city of the divine royal family. You are evil and I am justice. Lin Moxuan crossed his dual blades, and a scarlet glow radiated from his body. Clearly, he is activating the Berserker's core skill. At this moment, a panic scream suddenly erupted from behind, from the holy priest Wang Chunyang. No. Lin Moxuan, still activating his Berserker skill, felt a tremor in his heart and turned his head quickly. He saw the assassin named Mu Zhu appear behind the holy priest, and with a dagger she slashed his throat directly. Minus 1,783 bleeding status triggered. Minus 73. Lin Moxuan's pupils shrank violently, such high damage. He quickly turned back, held his blades crossed in front of him, and desperately continued to activate the Berserker skill. It takes 30 seconds to activate in total, so he started doing it right there. Once successfully activated, speed plus 30%, damage plus 30, and it grants a lifesteal effect. Very strong. With Li Dazhuang, the shield warrior nearby, he should be able to hold out. Plus, there are the City Lord's guards, 12 in total, each in the first stage of metamorphosis. They are the real main force. The next second, Li Dazhuang's scream suddenly rang out from the side. A terrifying ghoul, who knows where it popped out from, actually tore open his 2-meter-tall heavy shield. Then it bit off his right arm and chewed it in its mouth. The sound of muscles being chewed made his scalp crawl. Minus 7,321, maim triggered, poison triggered. Minus 500. Lin Moxuan's eyes widened. What kind of damage is that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows wreathed in pale blue frost flew toward Qin Ze one after another. Lin Moxuan breathed a sigh of relief. It is my turn now. Minus 173. Minus 188. Minus 209. What? The damage values floated up one after another, and they were all white. This is impossible. The ice archer Qing Yang lowered her longbow, her composure shattering instantly. Her attacks could not even break his shield. My turn. Liu Yang, now at level 17, lunged at Qing Yang's face with his spear. She retreated in a panic, only to back right into Nex, who was squatting on the ground eating. Nex turned back slowly, an eyeball still dangling from its mouth. Plop, Qing Yang's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. However, Nex did not go easy on her. It grabbed her slender legs, pulled her into its embrace, and bit down with its terrifying teeth. Accompanied by Qing Yang's screams, the crunching sound of bones being chewed echoed. Professional Li Dazhuang has died. Experience dropped 15,000. Equipment dropped Earth Shield Platinum Grade. Professional Qing Yang has died. Experience dropped 17,000. Equipment dropped Ice Longbow Platinum Grade. In a single encounter, 2 team members are dead. And the priest had his throat slit. He cannot speak, so he cannot chant. Lin Moxuan was trembling all over, and his core skill, Berserker's Rage, had not yet finished activating. 10 seconds until Berserker Rage is successfully activated. Lin Moxuan gritted his teeth, his hair standing on end. He never expected to lose 2 teammates in the first encounter. What happened to the level suppression he was promised? However, Qin Ze still played with some honor and did not ambush him at this moment. Once he activates Berserker Rage, he will be immune to all negative status effects and crowd control. If he really cannot win, he can always run right. Most importantly, the City Lord's 12 personal guards are right here. Each of them has reached the first stage of metamorphosis, level 25 with 150,000 HP. They would be boss-level entities in any other dungeon. Now they are his greatest trump card. Attack! Lin Moxuan crossed his dual blades and roared. This shout did not move the 12 guards to action. Instead, it made them look at him with disdain. As noble holy royals, they really did not appreciate being bossed around by this outsider. They felt quite pleased watching these outsiders die one after another. The only remaining one, the electric mage Liu Yan, was starting to break. Panicked, she turned to run, throwing 2 lightning orbs at Nex's face as she did so. The electricity crackled across his terrifying features, but did not cause a single point of damage. Magic immunities. Magic immunities. What? Aunt Liu Yan was so terrified she nearly lost control of her bladder. Magic immunities. Nex wiped his face with his claw, then bared his fangs and lunged, pinning Liu Yan to the ground and locking her limbs down with his claws. What are you doing? Looking at Nex's horrific face, Liu Yan was gripped by extreme terror. Nex opened his massive jaws, bit down on her exposed chest, and tore upward, shredding flesh. Minus 7,389, bleeding effect triggered, toxin spreading. What? Damn it. All the women present subconsciously clutched their chests, feeling a phantom pain. Professional Liu Yan has died, dropped EXP, 18,000 dropped gear, electric staff platinum grade. I have to say, the EXP dropped by professionals is quite sweet. 5 more seconds, just hang on for 5 more seconds, just 5. Lin Moxuan held his blades crossed. His skin had turned a deep red and steam was venting from his pores. Power was surging within him. With the 12 guards still here, he should be able to make it. A wonderful battle, now it is our turn. The captain of the City Lord's guards spoke casually. He had watched the intensity of the previous battle, and it was far inferior to their own capabilities. The only thing needing attention was that woman in the hood, whose charged black arrows and flickering ghost green flames posed a significant threat. Eliminate the threat first. The captain of the City Lord's guards led his men straight toward the Dark Ranger. Right hand of the underworlds. The world changed in Qin Ze's eyes. He could see souls with his naked eye. He grabbed a handful of the Holy Royal's souls and slammed them onto the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul -1, soul -1, soul -1, soul -1. A full 100 souls consumed. Underworld soul storage, 49,873/50th 0. Better use them before they overflow. Lost rebirth activated. The charged arrow, which was already burning with soul flames, transformed again. The soul flames began to crystallize, eventually covering the entire arrow. Countless twisted, pained faces were permanently etched into the crystal. Soul crystal, a sufficient amount of soul fire condensed into an eternal soul crystal. Range plus 1,000 kilometers, requires prior perception of target, damage plus 100,000. It can penetrate defense to directly attack the soul, adds soul damage plus 5,000 and causes a soul crystallization effect, leaving the enemy's body rigid and their consciousness unable to control their body. Duration, 3 seconds, usage 1. Death Speaker activated. Consumes 1 soul, strength plus 5 random, recovers 1,000 HP/MP. What? A full 100 souls. From quantitative change to qualitative change, the stat boost for Qin Ze is outrageous. Strength plus 175, agility plus 225, intelligence plus 100. Whoosh! The crystallized, charged arrow shot out with explosive force. The vibration it emitted in the air felt as though it could affect the soul, causing extreme discomfort. The guard captain's expression changed dramatically. Alarm bells of danger rang in his mind. He tried to dodge in panic, but the charged arrow tore through his chest, leaving a massive hole. Minus 130,000 plus soul damage plus soul crystallization. Minus 5,000. The captain's eyes widened, his pupils losing focus before he fell backward, stiff as a board. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal City Lord's Guard captain, EXP gained, 55,000. The arrow did not stop, piercing through 3 more guards before burying itself into the city wall. Minus 12,203 plus soul damage plus soul crystallization. Minus 5,000. Minus 11,832 plus soul damage plus soul crystallization. Minus 5,000. What? Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal City Lord's Guard member, EXP gained, 30,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal City Lord's Guard captain, EXP gained, 31,000. What? The 3 guards also fell down lifelessly as a result. Lin Moxuan saw the fallen guard with shock in his peripheral vision. Huh. I still have 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Nex continued to devour Liu Yan's body, 1 arm per bite, 1 leg per bite. Ghoul Nex has devoured the right leg of professional Liu Yan. Evolution progress plus 100, agility plus 100, archery proficiency plus 300. Ghoul Nex has devoured the right shoulder of professional Liu Yan. Evolution progress plus 100, agility plus 100, archery proficiency plus 300. What? That is a lot of stats. Qin Ze was slightly surprised, but decided to deal with the immediate threat first. The right hand of the underworld pulled out another handful of souls, about 100, and pointed toward Nex. Because it was a remote injection, 6 souls were lost in the process. Lost rebirth activated. Nex looked up and let out a howl. Soul crystallization appeared on his claws and fangs. The Dark Ranger's version was single-use, while his had a 20-minute limit. The damage boost was reduced to 50,000, soul damage remained at 5,000, but movement and attack speed were increased by 300. Death Speaker activated. Strength plus 325, agility plus 55, intelligence plus 120. Next, turn to look at the remaining city guards, iridescent soul light glimmering in his eyes. The guards subconsciously took a step back. My core skill has finally finished activating. Lin Moxuan was radiating blood-red energy, looking quite imposing. But he did not dare to shout out loud. The core skill Berserker Rage has finally been successfully activated. Lin Moxuan was radiating a blood-red aura, his muscles bulging and his veins protruding hideously. He could feel power surging through his body, with bloodthirsty impulses occupying his mind. The sheer strength of breaking his limits made him feel great, as if he could smash any enemy to pieces. It could be said that this skill trades sanity for extreme combat power. The subsequent secondary skills were all built upon this mechanism. Under normal circumstances, he would have surely charged valiantly into the enemy ranks. But at this moment, he stood on the ground covered in minced meat, fell into silence, and appeared extremely obedient. Suddenly, the screams of the Holy Royal Guard members came from the side. Lin Moxuan turned his head to look, his breath hitched, and his legs could not help but tremble as he knelt on the ground with a thud. Brother Qin, it is my fault. We are all humans and we are both from Linhai City. If you spare my life, I will surely repay your kindness in the future. I had no idea who you were. If I had known you were this strong, I would not have dared to come even if I had 100 guts. Why do not you beat me up to vent your anger, but please spare my life, I beg you. The Berserker, known for having their intelligence halved, was now being so rational. Who was it that just called me a butcher? Qin Ze walked up with a smile, his hands behind his back. In truth, he had left Lin Moxuan alive on purpose. After all, there was a lot of intelligence he could not access, so he had to ask someone from the enemy camp. It was me, big brother, I am the butcher. The Bobos are so pitiful. They were just living their lives diligently in their homeland, then the damned holy royals broke in, burning, killing, and looting, committing every evil act imaginable. In the end, they even occupied their city and moved in as if they owned the place and even sold the people as slaves. So evil, simply too evil, these holy royals deserve to die. It was as if he had witnessed the entire process himself. Qin Ze was stunned for a moment, then said, "Your moral standards are quite flexible." Not at all. Lin Moxuan was even being humble now. Let us do this, I will ask you a few questions. If you answer truthfully, I might consider sparing your life. Yes, feel free to ask. Even if it is 100 questions, I will answer them all with care. First is the question about the Black Sun General. Tell me everything about him. The Black Sun General is the strongest boss in this area, so he naturally needed to be prepared. I know this, my camp mission was assigned by the Black Sun General himself, so I know a bit about every aspect of him. Good, tell me about it. The Black Sun General suffers from a strange and severe illness, causing his body to deform, with layers upon layers of fat, and he has even lost his excretory opening. Qin Ze. Is it what I think it is? No, wait, how do you even know about this? I worked at the Black Sun General's mansion for a while, and I attended the Lee Corporation's research meeting on the sacred path of metamorphosis. We collectively agreed that the Black Sun General was a failed specimen, which is why he came out of the castle. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a cocoon like the Holy King, waiting to emerge as a higher life form. Oh, I see, but what use is this information to me? The Black Sun General's strength is immense to a degree that makes one despair. He is almost immortal. Plus, now that it is on nightmare difficulty, the Black Sun General's strength has risen to an unimaginable level. To put it bluntly, with your current combat power, going there is just suicide. The Lee Corporation once held a meeting to study how to deal with the Black Sun General, and they reached the conclusion that the Black Sun General cannot be killed. After hearing this, Qin Ze frowned slowly. If what he says is true, would not he be doomed the moment he faced the Black Sun General? Even if you pierce the Black Sun General's body, he can recover quickly. In the end, the Lee Corporation found a method, which is to exploit the Black Sun General's physical defects to make him collapse from the inside out. He has no excretory opening, and his whole body is covered in thick fat that does not breathe. If you plug up the last remaining opening, he will explode. It seems there is some truth to that. Qin Ze looked thoughtful. The Black Sun General and the castle as the final dungeon bosses for this area were indeed very strange. You have got the method to kill the Black Sun General, can you let me go now? Lin Moxuan asked immediately, full of anticipation. Wait, I have one last question. Since the Lee Corporation figured out how to kill the Black Sun General, they could not have just left such a good reward, so why did not they kill him in the end? Not enough strength. With some peculiar items, blocking a boss's mouth should not be difficult, right? Lin Moxuan's expression froze instantly. At this point, you are still lying to me. I am not lying to you, everything I said is the truth. If you have any lie-detecting items or skills, you can use them on me. You're not lying about that, but you overlooked a key piece of information. The ancient disease studied in the castle. Qin Ze sneered. A flash of fear crossed Lin Moxuan's eyes. He shook his head frantically and said, I do not know about any ancient disease. You generally only learn about that after changing classes and embarking on the sacred path of metamorphosis. I am not qualified yet. Are you going to talk or not? I really do not know. Next, he is yours. Professional Lin Moxuan has died. Experience dropped 20,000. Equipment dropped bloodthirsty dual blades platinum grade. Announcement. The Lee Corporation's 7th professional squad has been wiped out in the nightmare-level main dungeon, Twilight Plains. Announcement. The Lee Corporation's 7th professional squad has been wiped out in the nightmare-level main dungeon, Twilight Plains. The troublemaking squad of professionals has finally all been taken out. Qin Ze's expression remained heavy. What exactly was this so-called ancient disease? If he could not figure that out, there was no way to fight the super boss, the Black Sun General. And just now, looking at Lin Moxuan's eyes, he clearly knew some key intelligence about the ancient disease, but he refused to say anything even in the face of death. Qin Ze did not believe he was that brave. This proved that the punishment for leaking the secret of the ancient disease was even more terrifying than being eaten by a ghoul. The waters run deep here. Cannot help it, I need to get some powerful skills to calm my nerves. Half an hour later, the main force of the Holy Royal Army outside the city had been completely wiped out. Camp quest, capture the occupied city and liberate the Bobo people. Completed successfully. Experience reward 500,000. Equipment reward star rank equipment chest X. Other rewards perfect quality treasure chest X, share of city economy X. Main dungeon Twilight Plains phase 1 complete. Free entry and exit permitted with no penalties. Announcement. Qin Ze's squad has completed phase 1 of the main quest. World line changed by 5. Reward world line treasure chest X. The successive notification sounds took Qin Ze by surprise. The faction mission is already complete. My Ocean Skeleton Legion has not even had their fill of killing yet. Wait, the EXP amount does not seem right. Theoretically, the experience from the main force of the Holy Royal Family should be 100 times that of ordinary people. Wiping them all out should have been enough for me to level up 3 or 4 times. He then turned his head toward the colonial city. The streets, once filled with members of the Holy Royal Family, were now littered with shredded flesh. The few remaining members of the Holy Royal Family were hiding in their houses, trembling in fear, waiting for the mermaid skeletons to come and finish them off. The hundreds of Bobo people in the slave market knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly as they watched the bloody scene around them. They shouted their thanks to the mermaid skeletons, the awe and gratitude in their eyes almost palpable. If they were to regain control of this city, they would certainly erect a stone statue of a skeleton and might even worship the skeletons as deities. At the same time, some Bobo slaves emerged from the homes of the Holy Royal Family. They walked onto the streets, looking bewildered at the city that had been struck by a sudden disaster. There were several thousand Bobo people in total, which should be enough for them to repopulate and take over in the future. Outside the city, the main force of the Holy Royal Family retreated like a receding tide. They seemed to have come to their senses, realizing that the odds of forcibly taking down the Ocean Skeleton Legion were too low, so they chose to flee. The stick-thin city lord was the fastest runner, vanishing in a flash. What a pity, my experience points. Calculating the time, we have spent 3 days in the dungeon. With the first phase complete, I plan to head out and take a break. What do you all think? Qin Ze turned to look at the others. In reality, his condition was fine, but he was curious about the special skill the cat girl had mentioned. Plus, after receiving so many rewards from the settlement, he needed to properly sort through them. The Shining Grade equipment chest and the so-called World Line chest all required careful study. Liu Yang, I will follow whatever you say, boss. We are just here to tag along so we know our place. Sun Yunlong, same here. Cat girl, if you do not mind, I could try contacting my superiors to request some skills from the Jailan organization's collection. They definitely have some special ones, meow. Qin Ze nodded immediately. That is exactly what he was waiting for. The skills he had previously bought from the Lee Corporation were the lowest quality, and the prices were doubled. If he could get his hands on powerful skills and combine them with his skill upgrade system, the results would be unimaginable. Muzu hesitated and said, actually, I can help with that too, but never mind. You should get the skills from the cat girl first. I will reach out to you if I come across any good skills later. I can still access some high-level resources. Consider it a favor in return for what you have done. Okay, no problem. Let us add each other on WeChat when we get out. Qin Ze made a gesture at her. Regardless of everything else, the first phase of occupying the colonial city has concluded successfully. I will go back, get some powerful skills, and then come back. Maybe then I will be able to steamroll General Black Sun. Qin Ze and the others did not leave immediately. They waited for the village chief of the Poison Mist village to arrive to hand over the city. This is our city, we have finally got it back. The village chief looked at the battered city, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa Chief, does this mean we do not have to hide and run anymore? And we have houses to live in now? Little Kyung asked with wide, surprised eyes. No more hiding, no more. We will live back in our own houses from now on. Leaving the Black Abyss dungeon, please wait. Calculating experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 21. All attributes +1, free attributes +4, HP +1000, MP +500. Your Despair Sea Battle Graveyard has not been recalled. Do you wish to recall it? Note, it cannot be recalled outside the dungeon. No, do not recall it. The Despair Sea Battle Graveyard had no time limit. Just like a hero-level summon, it stayed active. Given its unique form, the Holy Royal family would find it hard to pose a threat. So he left it hovering above the colonial city to provide protection until the city was rebuilt. The space before his eyes distorted, and the familiar connection to the Black Abyss appeared. A strange sense of familiarity washed over me. After experiencing the harsh conditions of the Bobo people and the Holy Royal family, returning to Blue Star made reality feel wonderful. To put it plainly, their productivity is too low, much like the Blue Star of the Middle Ages. They could not even handle basic sanitation. Just then, a notification box appeared. During your time in the main dungeon Twilight Plane, the Manor Dungeon produced a total of 1.27 million experience points. As the dungeon ruler, you receive a 5 bonus, totaling 60,000 experience points. Oh, I had completely forgotten about that. A massive influx of EXP flooded in, and his progress bar immediately jumped to LV 2141%. Everyone must be tired, let us head home and rest. Oh right, let us add each other on WeChat. Qin Ze took out his phone to exchange WeChat IDs with his teammates. He still needed to get those powerful skills. Brother Qin Ze, I will be waiting for your message, meow. Waiting 24/7. The cat girl waved her phone at Qin Ze, then took a running start and scaled the wall to leave. Liu Yang, does she have a crush on you? What are you thinking? It is just for trading skills. Mu Zhu glanced at Qin Ze and said, I owe you a favor, I will repay you in the future. Then she activated her stealth technique and vanished into thin air. Hey, why do I get the feeling Mu Zhu is also interested in you? How could you tell? A man's intuition. Qin Ze. What? Meanwhile, after the announcement, an uproar erupted online. All the headlines in the major media outlets of Linhai City were about Qin Ze. That man has pulled off another feat. Qin Ze has cleared the first phase of the Nightmare Grade main dungeon. A miracle once again. Everyone thought he was surely doomed, but he walked out of the Nightmare Grade main dungeon unscathed. Polls show that Qin Ze's popularity in Linhai City has reached 99%, with a 97% approval rating. With the announcement of the deaths of the Lee Corporation's professional team, the online discussion became even more heated. Hahaha, the Lee Corporation really hit a snag this time. The death notice for the Lee Corporation's team and Qin Ze's clearance announcement came back to back. There is definitely something going on there, right? What else could it be? The Lee Corporation team must have targeted Qin Ze and ended up getting killed themselves. Those people at the Lee Corporation are just hypocrites. Their era of lording over everyone is coming to an end. Have you noticed that there seem to be fewer black lightning bolts above the city? This proves that control of the Nightmare Grade main dungeon is changing hands. At the Lee Corporation building, a black twisting vortex appeared in space. Li Xinggang and the others walked out, looking quite disheveled. Many of them had golden diamond-shaped crystals appearing between their brows. Among them, Li Xinggang's was the most powerful, with golden stripes extending out from the crystal like radiant sunlight, a sign that he was about to enter the second stage of divine metamorphosis. Hahaha, it went exactly as I thought. This Nightmare Grade main quest dungeon run was worth it. Though his face was weary, Li Xinggang could not help but laugh triumphantly. To inherit special powers or special professions within a dungeon, only the Nightmare Grade can provide a complete transfer. Or rather, the Nightmare Grade is the closest to the true state of the Black Abyss world. Every metamorphosis doubles my base stats. With this second metamorphosis, my base stats will likely break 2,000. Combined with my special profession, I might even be able to challenge the Central District. Li Xinggang wore a look of longing, as if that were the true stage for his greatness. Entry into the Central District requires a ticket, and the control over the main quest dungeon of Linhai City is exactly that pass. He already holds it in his hands. Darling, congratulations. Our son is still locked up in prison. I went to visit him 2 days ago. He has lost so much weight and his eyes look so dim. The beautiful woman walked over gracefully and could not help but wipe away some tears. HMPH, that unfilial brat. A few more lessons will do him good, otherwise he will never amount to anything. Recalling the cowardly look of his son in prison, Li Xinggang suddenly became enraged. But that is your own son. Enough, people from the main family are arriving in 5 days. They notified me in advance that if I could achieve something significant in the Nightmare Grade dungeon, I could get through this crisis. And this Qin Ze, he actually killed one of my professional squads. Once I get in there, I will find him and finish him off. Li Xinggang spoke with a hint of brutality, his eyes glinting with malice. The beautiful woman covered her mouth, looking at the man who had shared her bed for 10 years with terror as if he were a complete stranger. All that familiarity had vanished. What are you staring at? Careful or I will kill you too. Li Xinggang said without looking up. The beautiful woman backed away, covering her mouth, not daring to even breathe loudly. She did not know what had happened to her husband in the dungeon. He had entered the Twilight Plains for years, and it had always been fine. Meanwhile, Tang Zhu was in the mayor's office reviewing documents. The professional mall had been preliminarily established. Although it only carried levels 1 through 15 equipment and items, it could satisfy most of the needs of low-level professionals. With the manor dungeon as a cornerstone, everything was thriving. Just then, the announcement that Qin Ze's team had completed the first phase rang out, and a smile immediately spread across her face. I knew it, even in a Nightmare Grade main quest dungeon, Qin Ze would surely carve out his own path. The black lightning over the city is fading, which means Qin Ze has begun to seize control from Li Xinggang. Should I rush over to congratulate him in person? Would that be inappropriate? He just came out of the dungeon, and he should not have to entertain someone like me. Or maybe just a phone call, would that seem too formal? Tang Zhu fell into deep thought. Just then, an elegant, mature woman's voice suddenly echoed nearby. What are you thinking about? Tang Zhu was startled. Someone had entered her office without her noticing. Her skills subconsciously prepared to activate. However, when she saw who it was, she panicked and shouted, "White Emperor, why have you come from the central district to our small place like Linhai City?" A woman wearing long white boots with a regal, mature face sat on the desk, looking at her with a full smile. Of course, there is someone worth coming for. It is a pity my level is too high to enter the main quest dungeon, otherwise I would have helped him clear it directly and taken him to the central district. Tang Zhu looked at the visitor's level 45 status and silently confirmed that was true. So you are here this time? Exactly, I came for Qin Ze. The Li family's main clan might secretly move against him and no one here can stop them. I came to be safe. The woman known as White Emperor said with a smile. Meanwhile, Qin Ze had already returned home. Tang Zhu had once suggested moving him to a villa, with the government footing the bill. But he never found the time to deal with it. Moving is such a hassle. As soon as he sat down and caught his breath, a notification box popped up before his eyes. Dark Ranger summoning, right arrow, Dark Empress summoning. Qin Ze. I was gone for just a moment, and the Ranger turned into an Empress. Or was the Dark Ranger an Empress all along? Either way, majesty is everything. The mana cost for the Dark Empress summoning had also successfully increased to 5,000 points. Qin Ze thought about it, and decided to raise his magic dragon staff to behold the Empress' grace. Come forth, my Dark Empress. From all directions, high-pitched chanting suddenly echoed. It sounded as if countless priests were surrounding him. His next-door neighbor could not take it anymore and shouted angrily. Fortunately, the chanting stopped quickly. A ball of darkness appeared out of thin air, and a woman in a gorgeous long dress descended slowly. Scarlet eyes, high cheekbones, is not this the Dark Ranger? Only now she was no longer in revealing leather gear, but in a pitch-black, gorgeous long dress embroidered with gilded patterns. She wore a golden crown on her head. She no longer seemed hot and sexy, instead she had become noble and intelligent. My master. After the Dark Empress appeared, she did not kneel on one knee like before. Instead, she performed an elegant noble bow, lifting her hem and curtsying gracefully. Dark Ranger, I am very curious about what you went through. Qin Ze could not help but complain to himself. Dark Empress. Hero grade summoning unit. Level 21 cannot exceed the summoner. HP 75,000. Stats Strength 3721, Agility 5783, Intelligence 5890. Skill 1 Dark Solitude. The Dark Empress holds dominion over darkness. As the chanting lasts for 1 to 10 seconds, the range of the descending darkness expands from 1 to 10 kilometers. Enemies caught in the darkness suffer from blindness, magic sealing, muteness, deafness, and a suite of other negative effects, while feeling absolute loneliness. Note: continuous chanting is required during release. She cannot move and the effect breaks if interrupted. Skill 2: Dark Arrow. The Dark Empress draws her signature weapon, the Empress Longbow, enveloping the arrows in dark power. She can charge for 1 to 10 seconds to deal 30,000 to 100,000 damage, or fire split arrows for a rain of dark arrows, damage reduced to 70%. Enemies damaged by these arrows enter the Dark Solitude state, and upon death will be resurrected as Dark Skeleton Archers. Skill 3: Death Knight Squad. Summons a squad of Death Knights to guard the Empress. Skill 4: Dark Resurrection Cross. Within 5 minutes of a friendly unit's death, the Dark Empress can order their resurrection. They are revived with 50 HP and 50% mana while gaining a random Dark-type skill. Cooldown: 1 day. Description: Your Empress has returned. The Dark Empress is stunning. She has the charm of a mature woman. If you posted a photo of her online, the keyboard warriors would definitely call it a high-end, sophisticated look. Back when she was a Dark Ranger, her face still looked a bit immature. But as the Dark Empress, her features have fully bloomed, with a hint of allure in her eyes, while those crimson eyes add an eerie, inhuman quality to her gaze. There is a significant time gap between the two. She must have gone through quite a lot before the Dark Ranger ascended to the throne as Empress. Qin Ze did not retract the skill, but kept the Dark Empress by his side to get familiar with each other. As for Nyx, well, let us just forget about him. The more a skill is promoted, the higher the levels it gains in the process. The Dark Empress has already been promoted, gaining several thousand skill levels. Afterward, he plans to switch back to the elite warrior of the Lightning Skeleton tribe. He has a hunch that after the skeleton summoning skill is promoted, it will bring him quite a surprise. Even without a promotion, increasing skill levels provides a significant boost to summoned creatures. The Dark Empress paced gracefully around the room, seemingly reminiscing about her past. For Qin Ze, it was just a moment as the Dark Ranger upgraded to the Dark Empress, but for her, an eternity might have passed. Then the Dark Empress stood on tiptoe and sat within a cloud of dark mist, her crimson eyes glowing from within as she waited for Qin Ze's next order. Why do I feel like things have changed so much since then? Qin Ze tilted his head, then began to claim his rewards for this mission. Faction mission: seize the invaded city and save the Bobo people. Would you like to claim the rewards? Yes. Faction mission rewards. Experience reward 500,000. Equipment reward: Star Tier Equipment Chest X. Other rewards: Perfect Quality Chest X, City Economic Share X. Faction points 100,000. 500,000 experience points poured into him all at once. Qin Ze felt a white light flash around him as his body underwent some changes. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 55.22. All stats +2, free attribute points +6, HP +1000, MP +500. As for the free attribute points, same as always, I am putting them all into intelligence. However, the skill points gained from leveling up are not as much as what the soul manipulation skill, Soul Speaker, gives. Every soul consumed grants 5 random points. If I consume 100 souls, that is 500 points. That is terrifyingly strong. Qin Ze. Title: Master of the Manor Instance. Level 55.22. HP 25,300, MP 16,500. Stats: Strength 432, Agility 270, Intelligence 417. Skills: Dark Empress Summoning, Lightning Skeleton Tribe Summoning, Ghoul Nyx Summoning, Forbidden Touch Summoning, Polar Frost Magic Armor, Despair Sea Grave Summoning. Click to expand to view secondary skills. Guide to the Underworld Body. Click to expand to view secondary skills. Equipment: Magic Dragon Staff, Nightmare Ring, Scarlet Armor, Scarlet Boots, Scarlet Cape. If it were not for the random +5 attribute points from Soul Speaker, I probably would not have even broken past 200. Because the bonuses are random, I ended up with more strength than intelligence. To gain more stats, I still have to rely on extra income. Trying to get stronger just by leveling up is too difficult. Also, I have too few skills: 4 summons, 1 defensive spell, and 2 core skill chains. I need to get hundreds of skills so I can just dump them all on my enemies in battle. And every one of these skills is a mana guzzler. When I change classes at level 25 and inherit the Bobo people's legacy, that should solve the mana cost issue. After all, the village chief calls them the source of magic. And the gear, it is all level 15, I need to replace it all. Qin Ze looked at his panel, analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. It all boils down to one sentence: get more skills and solve the mana consumption problem. Speaking of equipment, there is the Star Tier Equipment chest. Qin Ze took out the chest with anticipation and slammed it onto the floor with a thud. There was a nebula rotating on the surface of the chest. It was incredibly beautiful. Do you want to open the starter equipment chest? Qin Ze looked at the prompt and hesitated. I am level 22 right now, so opening it would give me level 20 gear. Why not wait until level 25? Then I would get level 25 starter equipment and save myself so much trouble. The same applies to the other chests. Never mind, I will hold off for now. Worldline reward, do you want to claim it? Yes. Received Worldline Chest X. This Worldline concept is quite interesting. Does it mean the Black Abyss instance is one big world? With the Bobo people and the sacred royal family as the main instances for Lin Hai City, they make up a huge part of the Worldline. Could it be that the ultimate goal of entering the Black Abyss is to change the Worldline? What changes will appear in the main instances of the Central District? Qin Ze suddenly felt that the Black Abyss instance was not just about leveling up and killing monsters. It was shrouded in mysteries. However, no matter what, he could just crush through it with his upgraded skills. Even the fog would be shattered by him directly. Then Qin Ze sent a message to Cat Girl. Qin Ze, what are you doing right now? Cat Girl, I am selling potions at the Abyss connection point, meow. Qin Ze was surprised and typed, asking, did you get a reward for clearing the stage? Cat Girl, platinum tier equipment, but it was taken by the higher-ups. Qin Ze, why did they take your equipment? Cat Girl, any equipment we obtain has to be handed over, meow. Qin Ze, then you are no different from a slave. You just finished a nightmare instance and still have to do manual labor. Cat Girl, sigh, there is no way around it, meow. Every organization is like this now. If you do not do it, someone else will. Qin Ze, come over tomorrow, get the skill first, and then kill everyone. Cat Girl, okay, wait, what? Qin Ze locked his phone screen, and a wave of sleepiness washed over him. With the Dark Empress guarding nearby, he felt very much at peace. The moment his head hit the pillow, he drifted off into a sweet sleep. Waking up naturally, Qin Ze slowly opened his eyes. Saying he would kill everyone in the Jailan organization was not just talk. First of all, it is an illegal underground organization. Plus, they have this bizarre rule where you have to modify your body to join. Cat Girl was definitely a normal girl before, and she only became like this after undergoing beast-human conversion. Most importantly, body modification is strictly forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom. Just based on that, Qin Ze did not think the Jailan organization was anything good. Analyze specific situations as they arise. He will have to take a good look when he gets there. Of course, he certainly was not just doing it for some skill or money. When great power is concentrated in one person, it becomes harder for the authorities to keep them in check. Qin Ze had arranged to meet Cat Girl in front of a shopping mall plaza. There were people coming and going, with many handsome men and beautiful women. When Qin Ze saw Cat Girl, she was sitting on a wooden bench, lost in thought. Her denim shorts and long, fair, straight legs made for a lovely sight. Youthful and beautiful. Upon seeing Qin Ze, her face immediately lit up with a surprised smile. She hopped off the wooden bench and waved at him, jumping up and down, which drew frequent glances from passers-by. Over here, over here. You got here pretty early. Qin Ze smiled as he walked over, then turned his head to look around. Is the Jailan organization inside this mall? No, meow, the Jailan organization does not exist in reality. Huh, it does not exist in reality. That is correct, meow. The Jailan organization is an underground trading group. It is strictly banned by the authorities, and the Lee Corporation hunts them down with everything they have. Since there is no place for us in Lin Hai City, we have to use tools to create a new space where all the members hide. The Jailan organization really has some fancy tricks. Let us go, I want to go in and see what good skills they have. Understood, please follow me. Cat Girl did not seem to harbor any resentment toward the Jailan organization. Everything felt natural to her, or rather, she was used to it. Whether it was handing over equipment, or having to take on manual labor with a suitcase as soon as they came out of a dungeon, she never uttered a single complaint. And in the end, she did not even get any pay. If it were any ordinary person, they would have hit the roof long ago. Strange, it is just too strange. Qin Ze recalled their time in the Twilight Plains. Cat Girl's emotional reactions had been normal, like her fear upon arriving at the Poison Mist village or being repulsed by the foul stench in the colonial city. Her reactions were consistent with everyone else's. But when it came to the Jailan organization, she became subservient and diligent, or perhaps just numb. Could it be? Qin Ze looked at Cat Girl's slender back, his heart stirring. Is the Jailan organization using mind control on Cat Girl? In the ordinary world of my past life, there were many cases of mind control. And in this world, where extraordinary powers exist, mind control is even simpler. It just takes one skill. The location of the Jailan organization was very mysterious. Catgirl led him through several turns inside the mall, finally arriving at a staircase. She first looked left and right, and after confirming no one was around, she pulled out a blue crystal. A light was released from the crystal, and the space in front began to twist and ripple. Inside is the Giant organization. Meow. They already know you're coming. Good. I am going in now. As she spoke, Catgirl stepped into the distorted space first and vanished into the stairwell. Qin Ze followed closely behind and took a step inside. The whole process felt much like entering the Black Abyss dungeon, a flash before his eyes, and he was transported to another place. It is just that in the Giant organization, you have to keep walking forward. A dim corridor stretched on into the darkness. On both sides were doors, and standing by the doors were individuals who had undergone some sort of transformation. They all wore loose blue tops and white pants, with their heads bowed and hands clasped together. If you did not know better, you would think they were praying for you. Beneath his feet was a wool carpet with drawings of unrecognizable creatures on it. Is this inside a building or underground? Qin Ze could not tell, as there were no windows or anything of the sort. At that moment, a gentle male voice sounded from nearby. Qin Ze, welcome, I have heard so much about you. To see you in person today, you are indeed extraordinary, truly the man capable of single-handedly resisting the entire Li Corporation. We want to oppose the Li Corporation and save the oppressed just like you, but our strength is too weak, so we can only end up dragging out a miserable existence in a place like this. Qin Ze turned to look. It was a man wearing the same blue outfit looking at him with a grin, his eyes narrowed into slits. Catgirl stood behind him, her head bowed, her expression unreadable. Surprisingly, his nose resembled a lion's. It was very large. Su Liang, Beastkin, level 23. I see your info panel says Su Liang, may I call you that? Of course you may. I heard from Catgirl that you are looking to buy some special skills. Please, let me show you the way. Su Liang said with a grin. Bring Catgirl along too, I am a bit shy around strangers. Qin Ze was already feeling that something was off. The obedience of these Giant organization members was far too high. So high that it felt somewhat like a pyramid scheme or a cult. Her Su Liang seemed a bit hesitant. In principle, she is not supposed to go along, but since you have asked, then of course you may. Su Liang gestured for him to follow and took the lead. Qin Ze nodded and followed closely behind, while the Giant members on both sides silently turned their heads to watch him depart. They walked forward for about 5 minutes. It was a narrow, long corridor with closed doors on both sides. Occasionally, they could hear strange noises or beast-like roars from within, which was quite creepy. Our Giant organization believes in changing oneself to gain power. Just as you see my appearance, I have gained the explosive power of a lion, allowing me to instantly pounce on an enemy and bite them to death. Su Liang added as if he were afraid Qin Ze might misunderstand. If we were to level up through conventional means, we ordinary people would never have a chance to get ahead. I understand. That is good. Eventually, a huge gleaming golden door appeared before them. Please enter. Su Liang smiled slightly and pushed open the golden doors. Qin Ze was quite surprised. He did not expect such a hidden sanctuary within this small place. He walked inside full of anticipation, only to find that there was nothing there. There was not even any decor, it was just a dilapidated cave. In the shadows toward the back, a huge statue could be vaguely seen. And in front of the giant statue was a stone table. A faint blue light was swirling on the stone table, where the shape of skill books could vaguely be seen. This is a set of necromancy skill books that our Giant organization has specially prepared for you. They are extremely rare and I hope you like them. As for the price, we can negotiate or you could trade them for other things. Su Liang said with a confident smile. What? The skill book floated in midair above the stone table, rotating amidst a dim blue glow. It exuded an aura of extraordinary power. Slurping his drink, Qin Ze's eyes lit up the moment he realized it was a skill book. Ordinary skill books were just heavy and clunky. They certainly did not come with features like automatic levitation or a mysterious surrounding aura. Perhaps some kind of mechanism was protecting the book, which was why its specific details could not be viewed. Qin Ze really wanted to go up and investigate, but Su Liang kept talking incessantly at his side. This skill book cost our Giant organization a great deal to acquire, and the higher-ups hold it in high regard. We also deeply admire your personal actions, Brother Qin Ze. Not only did you clear the nightmare-level manor dungeon, but you have also openly defied the Li Corporation. You have to respect that. As for the price, you have to understand that this ultra-rare necromancy skill book is incredibly hard to come by. Even the super elites would spend a fortune for it. Out of respect for you, Brother Qin Ze, our organization has decided to sell it to you at 98% of the auction price. How about that? Is not that loyal of us? Additionally, we hope you could just list your name with our organization so we will not have to hide in these corners anymore. Of course, we would stand firmly behind you, openly challenging the Lee Corporation to liberate all oppressed professionals. Qin Ze, 2% off, how generous of you. And you want me to list my name with you? Are you trying to fleece me like a complete sucker? Qin Ze complained frantically in his heart, but he still said with a smile, let us talk about the price later. Could you let me examine the skill book first? Also, does this book have some kind of restriction on it? Why cannot I see its information? Please let me finish what I was saying, thank you. Su Liang frowned slightly. This skill book is very precious, we need to be careful with it. Yeah, Qin Ze nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Sai, you're just too impatient. We were hoping to sit down, have a meal, and talk things over properly. Su Liang sighed. Do you see the statue in the darkness ahead? That is actually the career skill of our Jailan founder. One can draw special abilities by erecting such statues which also provide protection and other effects. This skill book is protected by that power. Once we successfully complete the transaction, the protection will be lifted. I see. I will open the viewing restriction for you so you can take a good look. I have something to attend to, I will be stepping out for a moment. Sure, go ahead. I promise not to touch or mess with anything. Su Liang turned with a smile, but his expression changed the moment he turned away. This Qin Ze will not be easy to fool, he thought to himself as he walked out the door. Qin Ze approached the skill book, feeling as if the sculpture behind him was staring at him. The viewing restriction opened, and the information of the skill book was revealed. The smile on Qin Ze's face froze, then turned into confusion. Necromancy skill book, Bonecraft. This thing is considered ultra-rare. I can summon a whole bunch of skeleton monsters whenever I want. As he finished browsing the book's details, he suddenly had an epiphany. This is not a summoning skill, it is a form of necromantic sorcery. Bonecraft summon necromantic power to construct 3 burning skulls, 5 powerful thigh bones, or 16 subterranean ribs, dealing burning damage, kick damage, and piercing damage to enemies respectively. Costs 1000 mana. Note, you can use your own will to place the location of the bones. Restriction in effect, cannot learn. This skill is a bit like the Forbidden Touch summon. It allows for free placement of the effect. But it is not as powerful as Forbidden Touch, which allows for manifestation out of thin air. For example, you could spawn burning skulls to chase and bite people. Thigh bones appear suddenly to give a heavy kick and perform intercepting moves. Ribs can be buried in the ground as traps. If any creature steps on them, they immediately contract and pierce into the flesh. It is not summoning an entire skeleton, but specific bone parts to achieve various magical damage effects. This is a proper high-level necromancy skill. If it is cultivated later on or paired with a few secondary skills, the power potential is very high. This skill is indeed quite interesting. Qin Ze nodded slightly in approval. However, where is Su Liang? What is that guy up to? Qin Ze frowned and looked around. Plus, that guy kept avoiding finalizing the price, clearly hoping to squeeze more money out of him. Where did that Su Liang go just now? Qin Ze asked the cat girl. I do not know, meow, the cat girl said, waving her tail sincerely. I think he might be hoping you will join us or support us, so he went to talk about the price with some of the higher-ups. And you clearly looked disdainful when you heard about the 2% discount. Oh, did I? Qin Ze touched his face, then frowned as he looked at the restricted skill book. He thought for a moment, then raised his magic dragon staff. Come forth, my dark queen. Sacrificial chants echoed from all directions. The dark queen's magnificent figure slowly emerged from the darkness. My lord, Qin Ze pointed at the skill book and said, can you retrieve it for me? Please allow me to try. The dark queen said, raising her head slowly, her crimson eyes growing brighter. A cloud of darkness capable of sealing everything slowly descended, until it completely enveloped the entire skill book. Following that, the sculpture behind the stone table began to tremble, several cracks appearing with a clicking sound, until it eventually crumbled to pieces. Qin Ze was surprised. The Dark Queen's power has this effect too. This will make getting skill equipment and such so much more convenient in the future. The Dark Queen gracefully walked forward, reaching her fair right hand into the darkness, and when she withdrew it, there was a skill book in her hand. The dim blue glow spun around her hand. Bonecraft can be learned. Qin Ze's eyes lit up, and he immediately started to learn it. Countless white bones appeared in his mind. Congratulations, learning successful. Resonance crystal activated. Bonecraft ongoing upgrade, Kingdom of Bone. Kingdom of Bone, awaken necromantic power to construct a kingdom made of white bones. Arm bone skyscrapers, spine city walls, skull spires, and more. Everything can be crafted from white bones, dealing continuous necromantic pressure to enemies and causing functional damage from the bone structures. Mana cost 8,000. Duration permanent. That is seriously badass. Qin Ze looked at the description of Kingdom of Bone with pleasant surprise. At this moment, he felt like he finally had the true essence of a necromancy summoner. Just being able to pull out a spine city wall at will sounds awesome. The darkness dissipated, and the sculpture behind the stone table collapsed entirely. Hey, what are you doing? We had not agreed on the price yet. Why did you learn the skill? The statue, he smashed the idol, he just grabbed the skill book. Watch him closely, I am going to report this to the higher-ups. Figures in blue clothing suddenly emerged from the darkness all around. Seeing the collapsed idol, they immediately pointed at Qin Ze and shouted. Swish, a dark arrow struck one of them square in the forehead. Minus 137,890, infected with dark energy. In the next second, the clattering sound of chattering teeth began. A skeleton crawled out from his corpse. Clag, 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 clag. The distinct sound of clashing bones echoed, characteristic of a skeleton monster. Under the terrified gaze of the Jialan organization members, a skeletal arm with a pitch-black luster suddenly reached out from the flesh. The jet-black skeletal hand braced against the ground, and the entire dark skeleton climbed out behind it. Dark Skeleton Monster +1. Thunder skeletons have bones glowing with purple light, eyes filled with flickering electricity, and possess self-awareness. But this skeleton climbing out from the corpse was pitch black with hollow, empty eye sockets. It looked even more gruesome, lacked any self-awareness, and seemed extremely clumsy as it only acted on orders. What is this thing, a skeleton? Necromancer, my god, it is a necromancer, run. Damn it, I have not even spent my money yet. I do not want to turn into a skeleton. What? The Jialan organization members who had emerged around them immediately turned and fled toward the exit. But before they could even run 2 steps, a flash of green light flickered in the depths of their eyes. A piercing whistle followed, and every fleeing Jialan member stopped in their tracks. Is this dog training? They all stopped just because of a whistle. Are they going to bite me next? Before the words even faded, all the Jialan organization members suddenly whipped their heads to look at Qin Ze, faces twisted in rage and baring their teeth. They bared 2 fangs that certainly did not belong to a human, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths, stretching into long threads in the air. Qin Ze rabies. These Jialan organization members were clearly losing their minds, their bodies undergoing varying degrees of beast-like transformation. Some grew exaggerated goat horns like goats, their eyes turning into horizontal pupils. Others had their mouths protrude forward, their original teeth pushed out by fangs, transforming into strange tigers. Even worse, scales appeared on the skin of some, who then crawled on the ground, hissing like lizards. Even the Catwoman was not spared. She lay on the ground in agony as fine fur sprouted all over her beautiful, straight legs. She was likely using her willpower to resist, which is why she was not baring her teeth at Qin Ze. Under countless ferocious glares, Qin Ze spoke calmly. Dark Empress, as you command, my master. The Dark Empress replied softly, raising her longbow once more, which was imprinted with the crown emblem reserved for royalty. Immediately after, dark arrows flew out like a machine gun. Whoosh, 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 they fired in rapid succession. Because they were prioritizing speed, the damage was slightly reduced. The beastmen roared and launched an attack at Qin Ze. The goatman charged the fastest and died without warning. His head jerked back sharply, and he lay on the ground motionless. Minus 78,230. Congratulations, you have killed a goatman and gained 100 EXP. The dark skeleton monster reached out its bony hand from his flesh and crawled out. Dark skeleton monster +1. The other bearing, snarling beastmen fell one after another. Still and motionless, never to rise again. Minus 78,629. Minus 79,042. Minus 80,453. Congratulations, you have killed a bullman and gained 100 EXP. Congratulations, you have killed a dogman and gained 100 EXP. Congratulations, you have killed a snakeman and gained 100 EXP. The dark skeleton monsters climbed out from their bodies one after another, their hollow eye sockets devoid of any emotion. Dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1. The entire hall quickly quieted down, with no more beastmen making a ruckus. A full 25 dark skeleton monsters stood crookedly in front of Qin Ze. Dark skeleton monster. Common summon. Level 55.22 cannot exceed the summoner's level. Health 27,000. Attributes Strength 1079, Agility 672, Intelligence 137. Skill 1 Mortal Seeking. The dark skeleton monster can sense individuals with vibrant life force. Hunger drives it to devour flesh to gain life force. After devouring a certain number of individuals, it can evolve into the next stage, the Great Skeleton. Skill 2 Dark Propagation. Enemies killed by the dark skeleton monster will be infected with dark energy, producing a dark skeleton monster with the same attributes. Skill 3 Chase and Strike. The dark skeleton monster's movement speed when running towards enemies is doubled, and the damage of its attacks is doubled, causing a stun effect. Introduction A skeleton monster under the Dark Empress. Great at expanding territory, within a year these things will be everywhere. Wait, you little skeletons can evolve too. What is that supposed to make Nekesi feel like? At this moment, 25 dark skeletons were lifting their hollow eye sockets, looking in unison at the Dark Empress. And the Dark Empress looked at him. Spread slaughter and devour to your heart's content. Qin Ze spread his arms and shouted loudly. Anyway, this area is isolated from reality, so it does not matter if it is filled with skeleton monsters. Besides, these dark skeleton monsters are essentially treasure-hunting mobs. If they find any equipment, they can even notify the Dark Empress remotely. How delightful. Clag, clag, clag. Receiving their orders, the dark skeleton monsters followed the scent of humans and headed outside. Meanwhile, Su Liang was walking toward the Beast Hall with a grave expression. He had just finished a meeting with the higher-ups of Jailan to discuss the price of the skill. But the Jailan higher-ups unanimously decided that they must use this skill to bind Qin Ze to the Jailan organization. This put him in a difficult spot. Why would someone capable of clearing a nightmare-level dungeon cooperate with the Jailan organization? If he wanted to, he could enter any of the 5 major super families or the central district authorities to obtain better resources. But the Jailan higher-ups had ordered him. If he could not negotiate, he had to use dirty tactics. Su Liang glanced down at the crystal ball in his hand. The item's effect was to subtly change and confuse specific targets while implanting some simple and useful information. Combined with the modification functions of the Beast Hall, the success rate was actually quite high. But he was worried that Qin Ze's alertness was too high and he would see through everything. This person was a player who cleared a nightmare-level dungeon. Even if their levels were similar, he was afraid he would not be able to handle him. Su Liang stood still in front of the golden door, his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, reached out, and pushed open the golden door. At that moment, the strange sound of clack, 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 clack echoed. Jet-black skeletons with hollow eyes were crowding out of the door gaps, pushing and shoving. They stretched out their bony hands, turning towards him impatiently. Su Liang's expression turned to horror, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. No way, where did these skeletons come from? Wait, there is an undead summoner in the hall who cleared a nightmare-level dungeon. Could it be? In a flash, Su Liang hurriedly shouted into the room. Do not you want to learn the skill book, or was it not good enough? Should I swap it for another one? Whoosh. Qin Ze inside the room looked up sharply, eyes glowing. There are mores. What? The moment the golden gate opened, the dark skeletons swarmed out in a scramble. Su Liang turned pale with fear and wet his pants. You said there is another skill book, where is it? Qin Ze's voice, filled with interest, came from behind the dark skeletons. I really do not know where it is. Su Liang was terrified. He wanted to make up a place, but he knew if Qin Ze dragged him there and found nothing, he would surely die. So bracing himself, he turned and ran. Roared. With a beastly roar, he displayed explosive power like a tiger. He fled at an extremely high speed. Rise! Qin Ze lifted his hand, and a wall made of spines rose up in front of Su Liang. Dense skeleton arms reached out from within, like countless vengeful spirits clawing frantically at Su Liang. Su Liang was stunned. He ran straight into the spinal wall, leaving his head buzzing with pain. Countless skeleton arms grabbed his body, some digging into his flesh, others pinning his wrists and ankles, fixing him in a spread-eagle position against the wall. Su Liang struggled crazily, but it was all in vain. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and this bone wall had far too many skeleton arms. Bits of flesh and blood scattered like snowflakes. Amidst his screams, Su Liang was reduced to mere bones, which then melted into the bone wall. Congratulations, you have killed a professional tiger human, gained 2,000 experience points. Spinal wall. Necromancy. HP 500,000. Introduction, a wall constructed of spinal bones equipped with skeleton arms. It blocks passing enemies, captures nearby living beings with effects like immobilizing, binding, and silencing, and deals 1,000 laceration damage per second. The enemy's flesh restores the wall's health, and their bones strengthen its defense. Duration permanent until naturally dissipated. Mana cost 8,000. That is brutal. Even as the one who initiated it, I find it quite brutal. The dark skeletons rattled and dispersed. Qin Ze walked up from behind, looking at the blood-stained spinal wall, shaking his head repeatedly. A necromancer, a profession between life and death, able to communicate with the dead and use their power, is despised by all living things. Qin Ze was gradually coming to understand this. He was moving from the surface into the depths of this profession. Death has always been a cruel thing, and I do not mind spreading deaths. What? A death crow circled in the air and vanished. Qin Ze walked forward with large strides, the Dark Queen following closely behind. A dark skeleton also followed, carrying a cat girl on its shoulder. Due to the severity of her beast transformation, she showed almost no human traits. There were many closed doors on both sides of the corridor, from which roars and the sound of heavy objects colliding occasionally echoed. Qin Ze had been curious about what was inside as he passed. Now he finally had the chance to see. He stopped before a closed door and knocked. "Who is it?" An impatient voice came from inside. "Food delivery." "What?" The person inside was startled, then footsteps were heard. Krika, the door opened. A man with a head looking remarkably like a hyena appeared. He was stunned to see Qin Ze and the Dark Queen outside. "You look quite unique." Qin Ze could not help it, even a pro at anal tearing is someone's choice. Or is the beast transformation in the Callan organization random? The Dark Queen raised her bow and fired an arrow instantly. The hyena man tilted back and fell flat on the floor. "Congratulations, you have killed a hyena human, gained 300 experience points." A dark skeleton crawled out and left, sniffing for the scent of humans. Dark skeleton added, "So these closed doors were just simple dormitories. I was wondering what they were." What? Qin Ze knocked on a few more doors, delivering some warmth to the Callan organization. Once he saw dark skeletons running all over the corridor, he stopped. The result was the same regardless of whether the skeletons broke in. "I heard the Callan leadership is right here. Perhaps I should pay them a visit." As the saying goes, capture the ringleader to capture the gang. Once the leaders are slaughtered, the Callan organization will stop causing trouble. Such a grand display naturally alarmed everyone. "Stop now or you will regret it." A muscular man like a tower walked out slowly, his long arms dragging on the ground. "A gorilla? Is this Callan organization running a human zoo?" Seeing that Qin Ze ignored him, the tower-like man roared in anger. He leapt into the air, gathered his hands together, and smashed down violently. The Dark Queen calmly raised her bow, pulled the string, charged for a second, and fired. Minus 129,483, infected by dark power. The tower-like man let out a grunt and crashed hard onto the ground. "Congratulations, you have killed a professional gorilla human, gained 3,000 experience points." Immediately after, a dark skeleton with strong bones crawled out, dangling its two arms and vanishing into the darkness. Dark skeleton added, 3,000 experience points, even stronger than Su Liang. Where did the Callan leaders go? Did they get the news and run? That is not right either, the dark skeletons gave no such feedback. Where could those leaders be hiding? Qin Ze frowned slightly and looked at the corridor filled with dark skeletons. It was packed with them. Every corner had been searched. Not only were the leaders missing, but there was not even a single piece of equipment or item. Reasonably speaking, the Callan organization is an underground trading group, commonly known as a black market. Not having a single item is quite strange. Unless this is just an outpost. The Callan organization is truly cautious. They do not conduct trades at their headquarters but set up an insignificant outpost. Still, obtaining this powerful skill makes it worthwhile. Just then, the dark skeletons sent back feedback. There is a strange room. Qin Ze's heart stirred, and he immediately led the Dark Queen over. Pushing open the door, 3 holographic projections stood in 3 directions. Qin Ze, using such high technology. What? Necromancer, you have inherited the true necromantic system. I hope our business can end here. The projection in the middle, having the face of a black bear, looked at him with complex eyes. The other 2 Callan leaders remained silent. Fine, that is exactly what I intended, Qin Ze nodded. If I want to trade with you again, where should I go? Callan leader. They glanced at Qin Ze and closed their holographic images one after another. What? How rude of them. They just logged off like that. The entire communication room was now empty and desolate. The holographic equipment began to spark and smoke before finally breaking with a bang. They left nothing behind. Talk about being stingy beyond imagination. Whatever, let us just go out, get a set of level 20 gear, and then head into the Dusk Plains to take down the Black Sun General. If I could get my hands on a disease-type skill book, that would be even better, perfect for countering the ancient diseases of the Holy Royal Family. When it comes to mastery of disease curses, undead-type mages are the real deal. It is exactly their specialty. And skill books are equivalent to knowledge. Let us head out, there is nothing left here anyway. As you command, my master. The Dark Empress stepped out of the room first, extended a finger with a long nail and pointed into the darkness. The space began to twist, and a passage was formed as a result. Qin Ze stepped into the twisting darkness, and in an instant he saw the familiar stairwell. Along with Mayor Tang Zhu and a beautiful, tall, and elegant woman in over-the-knee boots. White Emperor class, Gale Swordsman level 45. Level 45, a Gale Swordsman. No wonder she feels so agile. But if she can stand next to Tang Zhu, it means she is with the authorities. And from the central district at that. Qin Ze blinked in surprise, then smiled at Tang Zhu and said, Madam Mayor, why are you waiting here for me? It would have been easier to just call me. I did call you, your phone has been off the whole time. Also, the Callan organization is officially recognized as a terrorist group, and dealing with them is extremely risky. We have received more than one report of people at the Abyss Connection trusting the nonsense of Callan members, only to have their money stolen and even losing one of their kidneys, literally having it removed. Tang Zhu said excitedly. It certainly is dangerous. Qin Ze nodded in deep agreement. At this moment, the woman named White Emperor looked Qin Ze up and down, then said with interest. To be able to come out of the Callan organization unscathed while only being level 22, your strength is truly quite impressive. Let us introduce ourselves formally. My name is White Emperor, a special commissioner from the Central District authorities. I was sent to the city to handle issues with the main quest dungeons. Passing by Linheishi, I saw the sky filled with black lightning and realized something was wrong. Do not worry with me here, the Li family headquarters will not dare do anything to you. She said this while extending her right hand. Qin Ze reached out to shake her hand, then gave a simple self-introduction. I'm about to enter a nightmare-level main quest dungeon, and I currently need an undead-type skill book and a level 20 mage set. As you know, the Li family hates me to their core right now, so buying equipment or skills from them is impossible, and there are no other channels in Linheishi. Lady White Emperor, do you have any connections on your side? Of course, I will pay for them. Qin Ze said the last sentence with great conviction and natural confidence. This kind of assistance is something we, the authorities, should provide. Tang Zhu nodded in immediate agreement. Even if White Emperor did not help, she could still apply to the Central District, and it would definitely be approved, but it would take months to process through the bureaucracy. Qin Ze, you do not have a mentor yet, right? What do you think of me? White Emperor did not answer, but instead looked at Qin Ze with a smile. Level 45, look at me in an instant. Well, it is indeed very difficult to level up. Anyone who reaches level 40 is a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. Most importantly, White Emperor is a direct connection to the Central District. As long as he obtains the qualifications to enter the Central District, he can go there directly. Without this relationship, he would have to apply through official channels, which could take months. Mentor, please accept my respects. This caught White Emperor off guard. She did not expect Qin Ze to be so straightforward and decisive. Suddenly, the darkness behind them began to twist. The magnificently styled Dark Empress walked out gracefully. Seeing so many people outside, her crimson eyes were stunned for a moment. A hero-grade summon, White Emperor looked stunned, then her expression turned to one of sudden realization. No wonder you were able to clear a nightmare-level dungeon. An undead-type hero-grade summon is stronger than those of other summoning classes. If you pair it with secondary skills for support, the power would be unimaginably high. Accept the mentor application. I will occasionally post mentor tasks with generous rewards. As for the undead disease-type skill book you mentioned and the diamond grade level 20 equipment, I will get those sorted for you too. White Emperor has applied to be your mentor, do you accept? Yes/no. Qin Ze paused when he was about to click yes and asked, does it cost money? That is, of course, free. It is only right for a mentor to provide resources to their student. White Emperor laughed, giving Qin Ze a heavy pat on the shoulder. Work hard, young man. Qin Ze then asked, if someone provokes me, can I fight back? Of course you can. A mentor also has the responsibility to protect their student. As long as it is an adventurer around level 45, I can block them for you. If it is a higher-level professional, I will apply for official protection from the Central District authorities. So young man, do not be afraid to act. Just go for it. There are even better things waiting for you in the future. White Emperor put her hands on her hips, full of pride and spirit. Qin Ze listened and nodded without hesitation. Congratulations, you have become a student of the Mentor White Emperor. Mentor task, resolve the main quest dungeon crisis in the city. Thank you, Mentor, I usually do not look for trouble. I am very well behaved and just grind dungeons. Qin Ze said sincerely. That settles it. With this relationship, let me see who would dare to touch you. Now I can go to the city to handle the crisis. The main quest dungeon there has a higher level range, around 30 to 55. If you finish your business here early, you can come over and take a look. I will guide you through some main quest dungeons, which will be beneficial for your future move to the Central District. White Emperor nodded, already starting to plan the future route for Qin Ze. Understood, Mentor. At this moment, the clacking sound of bones colliding echoed. A dark skeleton carrying a cat girl walked out of the darkness, and upon seeing countless eyes fixed on it, it froze in place. A little skeleton with social anxiety. This is my teammate. She accidentally wandered into the Kalan organization and I rescued her. But it seems some accident occurred, and I hope she can receive medical attention. Qin Ze pointed at the cat girl and said. No problem, Tang Zhu agreed readily. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving now. After Qin Ze left, White Emperor spoke of him with great admiration. Not only does he have a hero-grade summon, but he can also look out for his teammates. He has both strength and character. Truly a very good talent. His future achievements will be limitless. Lady White Emperor, the cleanup of the Kalan organization this time is up to you. No problems. White Emperor nodded with a smile, then strode into the spatial vortex. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A dense swarm of pitch-black skeletons filled the corridor, their hollow eye sockets all turning in unison to look at her. White Emperor's smile suddenly stiffened. Something is wrong.